This land is calling.
Welcome, friends, to the last day of groups before we get into our elimination gauntlet here at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025. Yesterday, We were walked through Group A and B action, and no tiebreakers occurred. Today, we're going through Group C and D. I'll be your host, Tsunami, and I've got a panel joining me of Fear and Effie's introduction to the B stream.
Hello,
Welcome.
B stream. I've been watching you from Envy.
Yeah.
With Envy.
Over there.
From a distance. I saw you guys having a great time. And I just thought to myself, why wouldn't they invite me? Why don't you want me here? So I brute forced my way.
Well, I heard you enjoying the screams of Valorant over in the distance so much.
We all have.
I was, yeah, that's true. Even all the way on this side, we also heard them. And we figured we would give you a bit of a respite from that. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. It has been quite loud over there.
They're getting excited. And rightfully so. It's the Esports World Cup. I'm so excited. And you're also excited.
Of course I am, Neil. Very excited for everything going on here, but I'm more honed in towards the Dota specifically, but we've got a lot of stuff going on.
That's true. Dota only makes up a bit of all 7 weeks of action here at the Esports World Cup 2025. We are doing our group stage right now during week number 1, but a whole lot of games taking place at 4 different arenas will be gracing our presence here in Riyadh for the next 7 weeks. Now, for week number 1, we have Valorant, Apex Legends, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, if you're a fighting game fan, and then a Rensport for all the racing game fans. And every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a new champion will be crowned. Now, what's happening for these champions? What are they fighting for, you may be wondering? Fighting for points. Points for the club championship at the Esports World Cup. Because for every single team that manages to get a champion, or even a 2nd place, a 3rd place, 4th place, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Wow, we give points for the whole top 8. You get a few more points for your club. And at the end of the Esports World Cup, we will crown a new club champion, depending on how many points they're able to acquire. And obviously, you're doing it for glory, but you're also doing it for a pretty purse as well. $7 million awarded to the winner of the club championship. But don't worry, you get participation prizes all the way down to 24th place. So, week 1, we got Valorant, Apex, Rensport, and Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
I mean, look at that first place. That's
$7 million.
That's what you really want, you know?
Makes me want to make my own club.
You gotta make a club, and then you gotta get into 7 weeks worth of games, which if we have like 4 different games for each of those, that's like 28 games. And now that may have been a bit overwhelming of information for all of you, so I've got a video that'll break it all down for you.
Dota is back at the Esports World Cup. 16 teams will battle it out for their share of the $3 million prize pool. Teams qualified to the event in 2 different ways, through their performance at the EPT circuit and from the Road to Riyadh regional qualifiers. Additionally, we're welcoming back our 2024 EWC Dota champions to Riyadh. The tournament kicks off in the group stage. Our teams will be split into 4 groups, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The winners of each group qualify straight to playoffs, and the remaining teams move to the last chance elimination stage. The last chance elimination stage is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, where the teams are given their final chance to survive to the playoffs. The 2nd place teams from the group stage start in round 2 within reach of playoffs, whereas the 3rd and 4th place teams have to fight all the way back from round 1. 4 teams will move from the last chance stage to the playoffs. The playoff stage is a high-stakes, single elimination best-of-3 bracket, where any mistake can send your team home early. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that fight their way through every stage of the tournament, where only one team can remain undefeated and claim the trophy. With the pressure dialed up, the best teams in the world will fight to rise above at this year's Esports World Cup.
It's a unique format, but as a result of this format, that means that no one is directly eliminated after the group stage. So there is hope for all of our 0-4 teams, such as Virtus.pro and Shopify Rebellion. Those are the teams that we're going to be covering in Group C and D. But yesterday, we had a Group A and B. And surprisingly, no tiebreakers happened. And we would have had to do tiebreakers if 1st and 2nd place tied, or if 2nd and 3rd place tied. But surprisingly, everything worked out cleanly. Effie, we had Spirit make their way smoothly to the top of the group, and unfortunately, Talon and Extreme are going to go to that elimination bracket.
Yeah, you know, it's what you expect out of Team Spirit. This is EWC. They won one 2 years ago. We always joke about how towards the end of the season, you know, the prize pool buff really hits.
No joke.
But this is their season, so this is pretty expected. Navi as well, they're a very talented team, and I did see them taking that second spot in the group. For XG and Talon, though, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for them to play the elimination round. I think they'll actually benefit a lot from the extra days of gameplay, and we might see a leveled up version of either of these teams because of it.
Yeah, it's been curious to see the trajectory of all these teams. I'm happy to see that Navi has not been just an online team, but even on LAN, these youngsters are performing. That was Group A. Now in Group B, similarly, things fell into piece very cleanly, with BB Team coming in the top slot with a 5-1 score, followed by Gaming Gladiators, Falcons, and Execration, though, Fear, they're in that elimination gauntlet.
Nothing super surprising here. I mean, I think Falcons hasn't found their footing for a while now. A little bit of surprise. I mean, last year, BB Team, they actually struggled early on in the group stage. Then they found their form throughout the playoffs, but they're coming in hot. This one, Gaming Gladiators returning champion, returning in form as well. They didn't have the best of years, but yeah. Execration, even though they're at the bottom here, they showed some really promising games from them, so can't wait to see them going forward. Yeah,
they got that game off of Falcons, which was their one win. And Falcons, while they may not have won the Esports World Cup at 2024 for Dota, they won the club championships, so they got a lot to fight for here. And BB Team, they very smoothly made it. BB Team has been on a real resurgence these, I guess, past few weeks, Effie, ever since Wallachia.
They are scarily good right now, and I wonder what it is that just clicked for them over this last month, but something definitely clicked where they had this, I guess, restructuring in terms of how they wanted to play. They're applying it very well, and all of the players individually have really stepped it up. Like, the players that I point to the most, of course, are Miro and Pure. Like, they had a couple of really bad tournaments, they had some lackluster performances, but they came into the EWC bringing their A game. I'm scared for every other team, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it was a good time for them to hit their stride. That was the Group A and B yesterday, though. Today, we're going to be covering the same type of thing, where groups are needing to be figured out, and if teams are ending up tying in the first and second place, or the second and third place, we need to break those ties. Right now, in Group C, we are going to be covering Tundra Esports taking on Team Yandex, and over on the A stream, Aurora Gaming versus Virtus.pro. That one may be a little bit more one-sided, Fear, because VP has not been looking too sharp on the games that we've been seeing.
I mean, if I want to be honest with you, Neil, there's only one team you really have to look at today, and I think that's going to be Team Yandex. I think this is the team that can do the upsets.
Yes, for sure.
This is the one that, if there's going to be any shakeup in the group standing, it's going to be Yandex doing it. So I'm curious to see how they're going to come out today, because, yeah, as you mentioned, VP, I don't know what's going to happen for them to have to turn around their bad luck streak here, but they have looked way worse than any other team in their group so far, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame, but they were able to qualify through Meswa, wasn't able to keep that momentum throughout the LAN, but again, they're not eliminated after today no matter what happens. Meanwhile, Effie, over in Group D, we also have things being a bit lopsided, with Liquid just plowing through everybody in this entire group, and they haven't even faced off against their next opponent, which is going to be Heroic. And over on our stream, we're going to be covering P-Vision versus Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that one for Shopify, I'm still a little bit worried. They haven't looked like they've found their footing either, the same way VP haven't, but again, they've got the time. They've got the time, so we'll see what happens today.
Yeah, they get a little stay of respite depending on how today goes, no matter what, although they are really hoping to get some wins on the board. Tournament prize pool for Dota 2 specifically is also a pretty penny. $3 million if for the entirety of the purse, but champions get a cool 1 mil. Everyone, though, gets a little bit of something. 13th through 16th even gets the 50K. So even if you lose today as VP and you lose tomorrow, well, actually, I don't know if I can guarantee that they'll play tomorrow, but if you lose in the elimination bracket, still go home with 50K.
That is an incredibly fair distribution.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of prize pools over the years that kind of make it so that first place are the only real winner, but I think that this will motivate a lot of the teams to play as well as they can, for sure. But really, you want that first place for the club championship, right?
Yeah. You need to get those points. No top-heavy distributions here. Our schedule for today over here on the B stream, as you heard, we're going to be starting things off in Group C. Tundra Esports will be taking on Yandex. And then after that, we will jump on over to Group D, P-Vision versus Shopify Rebellion. But the day is not guaranteed to end there. Depending on how these results go, maybe tiebreakers. There could be a three-way BO1 round robin, could be a two-team best of three, or depending on how things work out, I hear that there's even possibilities if Dr. Neuschattel can't break the tie, 1v1s.
mid.
That's right, Effie.
SF versus SF?
I don't know if that's guaranteed, but it will be a 1v1, and it will be very exciting if it
What
gets
other
to
hero
that.
would you do it with?
Is it a real 1v1 if it's not SF versus SF? This is a
I
true
mean, it could
and
be
true
Spirit
Dota.
Breaker versus Spirit Breaker.
That's why I think we need to standardize things, because like not only SF, no raindrops also, no blood grenades,
No jungling.
no jungling. You play it pure. Play it the way that Ice Frog intended.
Spirit Breaker versus Spirit Breaker.
That's
No
the way
creeps.
that
1v1.
Just
Axe
right click.
Zach.
First 17% wins.
Yep.
Our match of the day for today, as you said, Fear, you had your eyes on Team Yandex, and I do too, because they're going to be facing off against Tundra Esports, and that's a very real possibility of an upset, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the match of the day, to be honest. If we're looking at the heroes or the teams that potentially could make an upset happen, it's going to be Yandex. Like, sure, their score isn't the best right now. Sure, Tundra is a great team, but every game Yandex has played so far has looked promising, even if they lost.
Yeah, they got 0-2'd by Aurora as our first series, and earlier in the TI qualifiers, they had gotten 3-0'd by Aurora. So
Yeah.
initially, FEL was like, oh boy, CyberGoose/Yandex is really out of their depth. But then they faced off against VP, and while VP are not looking that great, Yandex still showed the fundamentals of a good Dota team.
They really did, and it is impressive to like very handily 2-0 a team, because every team that made it up here like does deserve to be here. And even if it's VP who haven't been performing that well, we've seen them perform well or be capable of performing well with the players at other tournaments. So I'm pretty excited to see them. We haven't gotten to watch them at all in the A stream, so I've heard a lot from you guys. Heard there's a lot of potential for insane
There is
Dota games.
potential. And we on the B stream have not gotten too much chance to cover their opponents. Tundra Esports, they have been, there was a graphic that came out on Reddit recently that showed the overall placements for all the teams during the season. Whoa, there's a battle cry going on over at Valorant. It showed all the placements for all the teams, and Tundra was actually the most decorated team of the season so far. It has not been all championships and gold medals, but they have podium finished at a ton of events this season. But somehow I feel like in the past few weeks, I have not been seeing that type of team, like a podium finishing team recently.
No, I hear you. So I think they have 3 tier 1 finishes this year,
Yeah.
more than any other. I think Liquid has 2, 3 if you include the most recent Fisher tournament, but that one isn't classified.
And P-Vision, I think, is also up there also.
Yeah, so they've had an excellent year, and you are right. Basically, they, at Wallachia, had taken a break before they had
Yeah,
showed
they
up,
did.
right? And for me, the question of them coming into this EWC is how much will that break have benefited them? Because we didn't see them reaping the rewards of that break at Wallachia, but that doesn't mean that they're not capable of it. I think that even at this EWC, they've shown great improvement from how they played at Wallachia, and I feel like they've figured out their drafts a little bit more too.
Yeah.
Because it was a new meta, right?
I think that's the big part, right? It's like it's a new patch, and every patch so far we've seen 33 just comfortable on a set amount of heroes, right? Just the 33 heroes. But like at Wallachia, he just didn't have those heroes yet. He was still finding them. But he is a highly capable player, and I trust him that he's had enough time now to really figure out what he's going to play, and he's just that type of player. Give him like 3 to 4 heroes. He's going to focus on them and make sure he can make them work.
And we'll be able to see if he's able to exploit that against Yandex, who, again, many people are not fully aware of what this team is capable of because we just have not seen them on an international stage far enough. But that first player that we saw, Effie,
It's the man of the hour.
Chira Jr. has been impressing us thoroughly. Like solo in TA 2000, we already have high expectations of. Noticed in problems, we are seeing the potential, but Chira Jr. is really setting the stage on fire for us.
He really is. And can somebody tell me what is it with these young EEU mid players? Like they come out of nowhere, and it feels like their potential ceiling is so high.
They all seem to have like the same archetype too. It's just like very explosive, like Kiyotaka energy, right? Where they just want to outplay their opponent really hard and be the star of the show.
And I think that is merit a bit to the region, right? With how highly competitive it's become and how it's kind of dominated Dota in the last year. If you're a player in that region, you'll constantly be able to battle it out against some of the best mids in the world.
Yeah, he's been showing that he can go toe-to-toe against all those best mids in the world. Really, the series that inspired this so much was the series that he was going head-to-head against Kiyotaka mid.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka was on that Shadow Fiend 2 games in a row. Chiro Jr. was on the Monkey King 2 games in a row. And even though they lost that series again, he made it look incredibly competitive, and I was very impressed.
Yeah, and even in the interview, right, like the confidence coming from him was like, you know, it can go either way. It's just skill matchup. And then it's like, and I think I'm very good on this matchup, so he played it. And yeah, Shadow Fiend is like one of the most premier heroes in the meta right now, so to be able to go even in that matchup is already just pretty impressive, especially in a matchup that we haven't seen other mid laners really go for against the Shadow Fiend.
So.
Yeah, and this is so interesting because you see heroes like TA go ignored in the first phase, finally, because of this idea that you want to play around the mid laners that you talked about. You want to secure this Monkey King as early as possible.
Especially if you can take it away from Yandex as we get into the draft for game number 1. Yes, indeed, TA goes through because instead, Batrider Doom a first phase ban against 33 Yagata. Naga Siren and Undying banned out by Yandex. Tundra, they ban out the Dawnbreaker, the Nature's Prophet, and the Dazzle. First pick themselves a Monkey King, and Yandex respond with a Queen of Pain.
My take is that there is one hero, this entire EWC, that if you give this away, no matter what your counterplay is, it is a huge mistake. And that is Naga Siren. Like, I think we're going to see a lot of situations where TA gets through, Monkey King gets through, SF gets through, Queen of Pain gets through, Batrider gets through. But
Naga's
I don't know
the
how
most
many
egregious.
times. Yeah, I don't know how many times Naga's gotten through on the B stream, but the one time she got through that I worked on the A stream, it was not even close.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how Naga kind of works right now, if you know what you're doing. It has gotten through on some of the weaker teams on the B stream, and it has lost. But I think if you are a top tier team and you know how this hero functions, it is the best hero in Dota. But if you don't know exactly how this hero functions, it can be a little bit of a liability. So yeah, if you give it to a good team, they will exploit it. So I definitely agree taking that out is a good choice. But what I find very interesting though is Tundra having the confidence to first pick Monkey King when Queen of Pain is in the pool, which has been traditionally just a counter to the hero. And as of late, Queen of Pain doesn't mind going to any lane. So you could just follow this Monkey King if you really want to. I do know, of course, Tundra, they do have Crystallis. He loves his Monkey King, even though Monkey King is a little bit weaker in the safe lane position right now. PZM will play it too, but this is an interesting choice by me.
Yeah. I think with Monkey King, like, if you're first picking it this confidently, you have to be ready to also tank the mid matchup. Like, you have to believe in your mid laner to be able to play it regardless of leaving things like Queen of Pain in the pool. Because if you end up re-relegating this hero, like throwing it to the safe lane or what have you, like Queen of Pain will follow it to any lane that it goes to, like you mentioned.
Which makes me feel very hopeful, I guess, for Yandex here, because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm rooting for them.
You want the upset.
I want the upset.
Tiebreakers.
Yeah, of course. Like, you know, Tundra, they win all the time. Like, cool storyline. I want a new one. I want one where a new team, especially from Eastern Europe, rises up and shakes things up a little bit.
For sure. We'll see how much Chiro Jr. is going to be able to do that if he does get his hands on the Queen of Pain.
I really think this is an incredibly strong Warlock pick. I know that he's not like these Shamans and the Marcies that we've been seeing that provide a lot of kill threat, but because of this Queen of Pain pick, a way that you can approach it, if you want to flex it to the safe lane and are afraid of the offlane Queen flex, you just need sustain. You need a means to heal through the daggers, and had you given that away to Tundra, which I think is what they were looking at here, then it would have kind of negated the strength of the first pick swap. So you deny pick it for yourself, secure some extra team fight, secure some extra AoE damage with the Fatal Bonds into Sonic Wave. Very good approach in the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. And they also banned Abaddon too, right? So that would have been maybe the only other hero that could sustain you versus the Queen of Pain. So they're definitely thinking pretty heavily about that. And then we have Ricky coming
Crystal
out.
Maiden.
So typically, whenever I see Ricky get picked up, it's usually as a response to like some Oracle, Shadow Demon, you know, some type of save, Ringmaster, and so the Shard is untargetable. You don't really have that here. I mean, sure, the smokescreen's great versus Queen of Pain.
Yeah, but the untargetability, I don't really see much of a benefit. So what's so special about Ricky then?
I mean, the smoke cloud on top of Frostbite versus Queen of Pain, that sounds annoying, but like you're picking two B, C tier heroes to kind of deal with an S tier hero. I'm not going to say it's bad, but it's interesting, right? It's we have to see it play out. But both these heroes so far don't get a lot of love in this patch, and they're playing versus some heroes that are, I would consider S tier of the patch.
So I think Ricky, when you look at him, you also have to consider the potential of playing him as a carry or a mid laner because, because I think that Ricky has been trending slightly upwards, at least in the pubs that I've watched as a carry. Like he does come out from time to time, but we also know that Tundra, they have BZM. He plays some odd heroes from the mid lane. He's willing to run them. So they're picking this Ricky that if they play it as a support, they're going to be able to provide extra vision. So you have the vision advantage by having Monkey King and Ricky. You just need some kind of like follow-up mid laner to go in, or you can be the follow-up yourself. You can be the strong hero that if you see this Warlock hiding in the back line, you take him out instantly.
So formerly, whenever I used to see Ricky in the mid lane, I thought it was exclusively like an Invoker counter pick.
Puck too, I guess.
Puck too. So then I guess maybe they're preempting the idea
Similar
of
hero,
Queen
I
of
guess.
Pain, yeah.
You can Tricks of the Trade dodge the Shadow Strike.
Sure.
So that's why I was thinking maybe BZM has like this idea in his head that this hero lanes well against Queen of Pain.
That's definitely going to be a mind game mid lane matchup. A lot of animation canceling going on.
Yeah.
But could work. We'll have to see with that one. They're going to, if that's their plan, they'll probably try to disguise this the best they can. And then Shadow Fiend has made it through.
To the second phase.
Yeah,
as,
Queen of Pain and
as
Shadow
has
Fiend.
Templar Assassin as well.
So I don't know if this is necessarily like good to get Quap and Shadow Fiend on the same lineup. Sure, they're both really strong heroes, but they kind of do similar things for your lineup. They're both flex. They're both this insane damage dealer. They're missing a lot of control in their lineup. Morta gives you a little bit. Warlock's more of a follow-up. So Yandex is kind of really showing that they need some type of initiation as their last pick. And it's very hard to find as a carry. So this Queen of Pain, most likely, or Shadow Fiend, whatever they're looking for, is likely going to be a mid or an offlaner.
And not just disable is what they're lacking, but they're lacking the hero that can really anchor the fight or get in there, like get into the meat of it. Like you can argue that Queen of Pain with the Blade Mail build can do it, but if you're playing against Smokescreen and Frostbite, it might not be as easy. You need that Centaur archetype of hero to really pull your draft together.
Yandex do get 24th pick of the draft, so I guess they'll be able to decide if they can get away with an offlane Quap or if they do need that hard lockdown that a traditional offlaner will be able to provide.
All right, Darkseer gets picked up, so still leaving the Ricky open, still leaving the Monkey King open to get their offlane.
This makes the Ricky look more desirable as a 4, because now you know he's going to have a stronger lane presence with Ion Shell, but I am still curious how open they want to keep it. I think that this Darkseer is a great pick, because not only would it have been good for Yandex themselves, but like you mentioned, Quap and SF, they are the same archetype of hero, unless it's a mid-queen playing on magic damage and it's a carry SF playing on right-click. Then they're doing two different things. They're providing you different things within the game. And maybe Tundra's read on that is, okay, you're going to play physical SF. We don't think this is an open flex. We're seeing it as a carry. We'll just pick Darkseer. He's going to steal all of your auras. He's going to kill your team.
Yeah. And I think that's what they kind of need is SF to go carry, because sure, you're banning these Ursas, maybe ban Sven next too, but I think you do need that hero that can just get in there. And if Ursa and Sven are banned, I'm not sure what that would be, but I do like Darkseer versus Shadow Fiend a lot because you do steal the Presence aura, which is like a great aura to have for your team. Of course, like the illusion itself isn't going to do a lot, but having that minus armor is going to be very helpful in the fights.
Yeah, I still think that like Yandex are in a position where if on this last pick or on this 23 pick for Tundra, they just pick a hero that takes advantage of lack of disable, you know, some like Storm Spirit-esque hero, they're going to have a lot of problems that they need to solve within their draft. Because they do have a very strong backline, they have strong magic damage, they have strong spellcasting, but they don't really have a means to take these team fights correctly. Like, people will just run away.
And the spirits do slip through because Yandex, they're going to ban out a Templar Assassin and a Puck in their final phases.
I think a lot of this is going to really determine on where Tundra are going to show this Monkey King at. Like, if it's Monkey King mid, I think this Queen of Pain is going to follow Monkey King, no matter what happens here. So I think you throw Queen of Pain off lane against Monkey King CM lane with the Morta, and now you can pick like some Void Spirit here if you want a Spirit hero that's good versus Invoker.
Okay, this VZM Invoker coming up, that's pretty exciting. I think he is probably the best Invoker in the world, but I think you get more value out of your Crystal Maiden this way. Like now, you look at this hero that was picked early on, there wasn't really much of an idea behind it, but now max Frostbite into Sunstrike on a side lane, that's almost a guaranteed kill. And again, the lack of ability on Yandex to really punish heroes like Invoker, is going to be a problem. Kunkka does correct for this, though, at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one of those heroes that we don't see a lot in the mid lane this meta, but it's an old school invoker counter.
And a fight anchorer as well. He's got control, he's got stuns.
Yeah, the Void Spirit was my other option that a lot of mid laners do like against it, but maybe for Ricky it's a little hard. Or Kunkka, he's much more durable, he's got the rum, so even if you go on him, he can maybe survive and get his spells off.
Yeah. I think this Kunkka did fix a lot of problems, and it gives them a really nice timing to play into. Like, when you typically play against Darkseer, you're afraid of like that big aura that he buys first, that team fight that they take, but because you have the rum from the boat, you're able to take these prolonged fights a lot better. So for me, it's just going to depend on how well the laning stage goes for Yandex, because I think their timing right now does seem earlier than Tundra's timing.
It does, and I feel like they have the potential to win all 3 lanes here as well. I feel like Kunkka should win mid. I feel like Queen of Pain Huerta should win versus Monkey King. And I also feel like Darkseer lanes are never designed to win their lane either, so they could have a very strong timing to that mid game, and it looks like a promising draft. And I'll be honest, Yandex, when they look bad, it's usually when their draft looks bad.
That's true.
And this looks pretty promising.
Yeah, the biggest question mark for me is I'm curious how Ricky slots in. Granted, with a Darkseer, he doesn't really need to do as much as many other 4 positions Ricky would need to. And plus, in the hands of Saksa, I also have utmost faith. And then, you know, I'm always happy to get my popcorn ready for a BZM Invoker.
Right.
He's always putting on a show.
He really is. Like, whenever Invoker's not in meta, and you want to see some good Invoker play, he's the one to give it to you. So we'll see if he can do it.
No, I think Ricky is very cool if he's playing with Ion Shell, because it accounts for a lot of the lack of early damage that he can provide. But if you're scouting out Warlock and Huerta on the backline, getting on top of them, you have the follow-up with Sunstrike. A lot of these supports are just going to have difficulty navigating their way through the game.
Give the supports an IQ test, too, with Ion Shell.
Pop quiz! Let's see how you react to it. And here are your teachers to take you through it. It's R Cryptic and Seb.
I am so excited. It's been a while since I've seen a Ricky game, and this is going to be definitely a good test to see how it actually goes. Seb, how you doing today, man?
I'm great. What about you?
Very good. This is a fun one. We've actually been able to cover all of Yandex up to this point. We've seen them kind of have a little bit of a struggle day 1, but then a huge glow up day 2, and now they are here day 3 up against Tundra. I like the draft. I agree with what they were saying on panel. I think they have pretty strong lanes. How are you feeling?
I actually disagree a little bit,
Ooh,
if I may.
Okay, go. Do it.
I think the lanes are much stronger for Tundra than they were given credit for. I think that so the mid lane is the easiest one. This is it's Kunkka favored, but both players are exceptionally good at their heroes. Like BZM Invoker is a classic. People might not know, but Cheer Junior Kunkka is also a classic. It is actually the equivalent of BZM Invoker. He plays this hero non-stop, and he's amazing at it. Actually, I do believe that the lanes for Tundra are much stronger than what they were given credit for. Like this Ricky Darkseer, they're gonna, you know, I mean, first of all, 33 and Saksa are the best at like manipulating the lane and only coming to the lane when they feel strong enough. And they definitely are gonna have kill potential on this SF. Like this Warlock will not stop the Ricky and Darkseer double Ion Shell. Like the Warlock will not stop the SF from dying to these 2 heroes. Like, they're gonna come to this lane when they have level 3, and the SF might just end up chain feeding. It could very well happen. Of course, there is play potential on Raiden, that is obvious, but I do want to mention that Dire has also a lot of play potential. And same can be said about the Monkey CM versus the double range. Of course, Quap is a good matchup against Monkey, but Crystallis is a specialist on the hero. He knows how to play the matchup, and I do believe in Tundra's aggression. If they exploit the potential of the lane every single wave, every single level, they can win the side lanes.
I was really curious to see what facet the Ricky was going to take, whether it was the Exterminator or Contract Killer, because I think some people actually play around Contract Killer specifically if they're going to be doing a lot of like dodging the lane, looking for couriers, D-wards, stuff like that. But he goes Exterminator, so a little bit more of a farming focused build, so we might see him try to play for his own items, get things like Diffusal early on.
Yeah.
But
he's going to have a lot of levels with Darkseer. We could see them do the, you know, like get Iron Shelled and just stand onto the neutral creeps. So this is definitely a Ricky that can scale.
Yeah, and I think one thing you mentioned, you're correct. Like they don't really need to play the lane. Like what's a Warlock gonna do? They just drag the lane and reposition the creeps, and Warlock doesn't trade against Ricky well, so they should have a pretty good time.
I mean, they have no slows, no stuns. Like this Ricky Darkseer is gonna do whatever they want on the bottom lane. Like they will get as much as they want, and they will only decide to enter the lane when they're going for kills, basically. And they have a lot of kill potential. even the monkey can gate. Like Crusaders does this very often. It's classic for a monkey player to gate, especially if he doesn't want to tank Shadow Strikes from the Quap.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the other thing. So we saw the Quap come out early. They did correctly predict that this was going to be the offlane Queen of Pain for Noticed. And yeah, as a Monkey King, I can't imagine this is going to be super fun, but he is setting up for a kill here onto Problems. Whitemon, thanks to the aggression from the Crystal Maiden, helps secure that first blood.
I mean, I have to say, I'm an experienced monkey player. I'm Master T on the hero too, and this looks like a bad matchup, but it actually isn't. Like, especially with a CM, if you have an aggressive 5, this is not a lane I'd be worried going into. And I'm sure Crystallis is exceptional monkey player, maybe the best in the world. So I'm sure he doesn't mind at all this Quap Muerta. He's gonna have a fine time over here.
Yeah, that's where I was curious how much of an impact the CM would make, because she's known for being a lane bully the first few levels, and we kind of see it there. So.
You don't need to play on Jingu, you just play on Q and W. Monkey is actually one of the few carry heroes that can catch the Quap after the blink. So this is why he can threaten kills on her.
I like it.
Pretty simply.
So far, CS in the lane going pretty well for Yandex. Now they did give up first blood here in the top side, but the mid lane, as you kind of predicted, going pretty well for the Kunkka. There's just not much that BZM can do about this. The early levels are going to be difficult, but he does scale exceptionally well with levels, so he'll catch back up.
And he did go for the Exhort facet, right? Like we've seen yesterday the Wax facet. Now this is an Exhort facet. We're looking at Cataclysm. We're looking at, you know, a lot of burst damage. It is much more greedy. That is the one thing to be noticed. But besides that, it's going to come handy in the game.
Yeah. You still typically see the Midas on the Exhort Invoker from what I've seen, right?
Yes. He will go for it. Most likely, unless there's some new tech that we haven't seen yet. Sunstrike?
Vacuum! Sunstrike on the money. There it is. BZM's on the board. They're going to take a lot of damage here. Saksa going to try and go for the dive, and it might pay off. It will. He gets the kill. He dies afterward, which he's perfectly fine with.
Yeah, that is really
That's a huge
rough.
play.
That is really rough for Yandex, because 33 is not going to get the way for himself. He's going to... Oh, never mind. He couldn't aggro. But he's going for a Dom. This thing can get completely out of control. With the Gates play coming on later and top, they're going.
Yeah, they're going to be a TP in here as well. Christos will go ahead and grab himself the Jingu, goes for the Boundless Strike, tries to get Problems, but doesn't have the damage. Noticed, will have to blink away. But a little bit low on resources as Solo's going to join them topside, drop the Shadow Word, try and offer a little bit of extra damage. And now the turnaround, Ricky with the Fatal Bond. Sunstrike's coming through. They don't have the damage. They soak it as a team. Nicely done, but the Whitemon Crystal Maiden claims another. Crystalis going to be forced back to the tower. He should survive this.
Very nice awareness to tank the Sunstrike as 3. Like, you like to see that. That is definitely the way to play against Invoker.
I mean, this salvages that Sunstrike kill bottom helps him out a ton, because obviously he's losing a little bit in the mid lane, but
yeah, as he should. I mean, this is a really good matchup for Kunkka. Like what's happening mid is pretty normal in this matchup.
Yeah, any kill he can get from that Sunstrike gonna go a long way for him. 100%.
I mean, this the sequence top hurt Saxa's game a lot, because you know he had to TP top and then run back to base. I think he even died actually. So this definitely hurts this Ricky. But you know, for now the game is pretty stable. It's gonna start accelerating when we see this Kunkka hit level 6 and start looking for plays on Invoker. It's definitely a weak lane for Tundra. We see the Siege Creep coming in here, a big wave. Kunkka's about to hit 6. Very scary for BZM. Let's see how he plays this one out.
So do you think we're going to see some... I mean, obviously the 6-minute rune, once we see that, we'll probably see some heroes rotating in, but if he can keep the catapult alive...
being here, to be honest. Like, I think the Muerta should make her way to the mid lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, keeping the catapult alive would be very nice. Now, 33 is having a great time, so that a little bit of focus on the top lane, the kills on the bottom side has given him a lot of space to kind of play around. So he's kind of chilling here, Saksa.
Yeah, he's very close to his Dom. Monkey gated.
Yeah, very nice.
Level 3 Iron Child. This is so much damage.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and make the play here. Surge to try and get him away. Bowser actually off the mark. Does hurt him a little bit, but again, that Ion Shell plus just the constant damage and roots coming in from this Crystal Maiden. 33 dodges the third raise. He's going to live. And now TA2000 needs to be a little bit careful.
Kunkka TP, they have to run. He cancelled.
Okay, he's going to cancel.
Maybe got cancelled by BZM actually, because I think he was in vision. No, he actually decided to cancel his TP and pressure mid instead.
Okay.
I mean, I think this play was kind of telegraphed. Like when you think of SF safe lane and Monkey on the other side of the map, especially with the Darkseer, of course the Monkey's gonna look to gate. So I would really want Team Yandex to fight for the gate rune, the gate vision. I mean, they need to know when this Monkey's looking at gating.
This is an aggressive play here from Tira Jr. Now in comes the root. The meatball will be forced to drop the boat. Give himself a little bit of extra health to work with. Whitemon,
He's so fast.
yeah, can't really do much about it. That run buff plus the boat.
Kunkka is so tanky. Like, this is a hero that you really struggle to focus if you don't have like an overwhelming amount of damage.
Yeah, so what, I mean, I was going to ask, like, what do you bring to deal with the Kunkka? Or do you just kind of accept that he exists and you focus elsewhere?
No, definitely. You let him be. I think you play on side lanes, you let this Invoker quietly get the gold, you know, farm the camps, and you keep killing with Sunstrike on side lanes. You just force TPs from this Kunkka, pretty much what they did. And but you have to respect the TP, of course. So whenever they dive, they have to kind of not cross the line, not go too deep, force the Kunkka TP, back off.
Okay. Well, as we focus up a little bit more on the top lane, again, this offlane co-op, definitely not something we see often. Pretty cool. I mean, this is a hero that's gotten a lot more popular in the last few weeks here, especially at EWC, and
I mean,
seems to look pretty good.
It's looking good. It's a max Shadow Strike, so like his farm potential is not very high. I think the Monkey got what he needed from this lane. He's a little bit behind, as it should be. And he's also, they're double gating again, actually.
Whoa, that's an early Helm Dom here from the Darkseer. And Whitemon, he's going to hold the Requiem. He's like, all right, maybe not worth committing it. There's no one else coming through that gate.
Yeah, nice read. I mean, when you gate and you realize I'm gating into an SF standing on top of me, you definitely accept your fate.
Yeah, that's a classic support experience there.
Nice play by 6,000.
But yeah, okay, so the super early Helm Dom here from 33. It's really good at amplifying the farm speed.
It is.
We see a couple people start to go this route. I know Whisper was one of the earlier adopters of the Helm Dom on this Darkseer.
And it's particularly good against SF, right? To kick him out of the lane, like you just throw the creep at him with an Iron Shell. What is SF supposed to do? Like, SF doesn't like gap closers. He wants to be able to raise you. He wants to click ulti. And he's gonna feel horrible clicking ulti for a neutral creep.
Well, we're gonna see the rotation to the top side here. Whitemon to soak the gank here. So that's a nice find. Monkey King, however, does get feared right on over to Solo. That's a huge golem, and with TA2000 showing up as well, the changing of the guard to try and make some space, but the torrent is there. He's got one more moment. Solo just barely living on the edge.
That is a very nice find.
That's such a sick rotation.
It is, it is. Very, very nice that they were able to find the Monkey there. That's probably going to mean the tower dies. I mean, SF is, they're basically 5 heroes on this top lane, so this tower is very dead.
This is what you kind of, it's one of those things like you've come to expect it with Black Grimoire on Warlock, but you forget about it sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you're just kind of walking around and then there's just a level 6 Warlock in your lane.
And I mean, they're
level 7
well.
Warlock.
Like, Tundra is not finding the, you know, the aggression they want. They're gonna go on SF now.
That's a really nice smoke screen. The vacuum back. They don't have the they don't have the ability to save him here. Plenty of damage as Solo will donate to the cause. 33 with a double kill.
7 Warlock, you know, feeding his death. Like, it matters a lot. It's a lot of XP. Super nice reaction from Tundra here, and you know, a little bit unfortunate for Yandex. Like, these are really high value kills.
We have 33 now, just top of the net worth on the Darkseer as we hit the 10-minute mark. So he's having a great time. Mid lane, looking for Chira Jr. They're going to bring in the Riki as well. Nice calling here to try and silence up the Crystal Maiden, but she should have another root. Tornado barely connects. Chira Jr.
Sunstrike is
11 wand charges. Sunstrike on the money. No escape for you. Gonna try and TP out. Great fear into the Sonic Wave. They get a return kill. It's a nice 1-for-1.
Trouble.
Can
Mr.
you?
CM. He is so dead.
Notice has a wand as well as a Lotus, so he's gonna find him. Yeah. Unfortunate for Whitemon, but they will find a courier, I guess, further. 2 couriers actually. Soxa got them both.
Nice. I mean, good moves for the co-op. I mean, this is much needed kills. I think when you max the Shadow Strike, you really want to get involved. You want to get the kills. You want to get the XP because you cannot really fall back on farm. So he's gonna be very happy with that sequence.
Oh, that's a lot of stacks in the triangle here.
Yeah, and they can take them so easily. Like Fatal Bounds, plus the thief from Kunkka, it's gonna be easy. They're playing, so it's gonna be double blade meals coming on the Saddle Radiant, like one on the Kunkka and one on the Quap.
Nice, true.
Which kind of matters. I mean, Darkseer is not going to enjoy that. Neither is, you know, CM or Invoker.
Oh, Soxa gonna be able to trick to the trade, dodge out that X, but
nice.
Does reveal the X. Yeah, he's actually gonna live here, so that's fine.
Until they get the ADOS on the Morta, their lockdown is not very good, especially against the Riki. Yeah, he's making his way around again. He wants to ditch the XP. Or block to camp too.
Yeah, he does have a sentry. Yeah, he'll block it.
Yeah.
Is that in? I think it. Oh, it's just barely out of range. All right, nicely done.
Solo just drew on the map that he wants to play in the enemy jungle. He has the rock up. He's probably flying himself a smoke. or is looking for Morta to click it, and they're going to try to invade. I don't think they're happy with how much space Tundra is getting.
Okay. So where are you looking to make your next kind of rock play on the Warlock here?
Yeah, I think you just try to, you know, because right now they have both like Darcyr and Invoker maximizing at a really fast pace. Monkey's also, of course, getting his farm, but the bigger concern will come from these two heroes, and they have a lot of tools. Like this Kunkka Warlock reigns masters on the map, like wherever they go. Like Tundra can't fight into them yet.
The blade mails are done, both of them.
They want to force the issue. They need to start taking down tier 1s.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a push thing.
Yeah.
Like it happens, actually. It's not a miss.
Yeah.
More players have started doing that. Yeah.
Just secure the tower. It's an arcane rune as well, so there's really no reason not to use this.
You never know. You might catch a Crystallis, you know, lurking, looking at whether he can fight you or not.
Yep. I was going to say I would like to see them use the Golem to aim for mid lane, but I was assuming there was going to be like a gank somewhere and then like eventually move the Golem over, but that's another way to do it.
No, it's I think it's totally fine, especially as you mentioned with the arcane rune. He's chilling.
Yeah. All right, 2 towers down for Yandex, pushing the objectives.
You know, much less explosive game from the Problems Morta. Like we had an exceptional performance yesterday, or was it the day before? Much more quiet this time around, but it might change.
Yeah, we'll see as he gets closer and closer to his next set of items. Cheer Jr. getting found out. They're going to drop the Sunstrike, just deletes the Muerta. So she's out of the fight for now. They do have the boat available if they want to try and fight with this, but no Golem. Fatal Bond's going to come out. The boat cast onto the X. It doesn't actually connect, and now they're going to be able to just dump all the damage here onto Jared Jr. stuck inside the Wukong's command. There's no helping him. A beautiful freezing field to zone off the rest of the team, and Chira Jr. on 1 HP up onto the high ground, but Crystallis will secure that kill.
Yeah, that is a rough kill to give away, honestly. Like, this is definitely not Tundra's timing. Like, they should not be getting these kills and getting these favorable fights, honestly. So, like, a bit of another extension. They don't have the Rock. They find themselves in a really awkward position. The Muerta dies first. Team Yandex have to be a little bit more careful and disciplined because the scaling is definitely on Tundra's side this game.
Yep, Soxa fighting it in for the Wisdom Rune. Definitely can't win this battle, though, as the Dust is going to come out. And thanks to Problems, they should have plenty of damage.
And Invoker is almost like max exort, so it's a it's
really?
a 500 pure nuke.
Wow,
This is crazy. Like he has the Rod of Athos too, so he basically can solo kill. I mean, the supports are gonna die. I think he could almost solo kill the Co-op or the SF if he finds them. Like, that's how much damage he is able to dish out right now.
All right, keeping our eyes on BZM Invoker. Obviously, panel talked about it. One of the few specialists that's willing to pick this hero, even when it's not considered super in the meta. Like, he just loves his Invoker.
I actually had a conversation with him for content here before the tournament started, and we're talking about the Invoker club membership, you know, like, who gets to sit
Who's
with
allowed
him.
to do it?
And he told me it's only the 2 of us. I'm like, really? The 2 of us? So who's the second one? He's like, Miracle and me. I'm like, okay. And he's not the type to brag. He's actually a very humble guy, BZM. But he knows his worth on Invoker, and rightly so. He's an exceptional Invoker player, probably the best in the world right now.
Yeah, there's few players you are excited to watch play Invoker as much as him, so I believe it. As Queen of Pain now looking for, okay, just gonna go with a Kaya Sange as her next item. Tank up a little bit. I mean, it makes sense, right? With the Facet, with the Blade Mail, that's kind of what you aim for.
I would like to see some sort of like either Dispel or Save mechanic, because the way Tundra lineup works right now is they heavily rely on, you know, like the Athos or the Frostbite connecting into the smoke screen and into, you know, dishing out all the damage. Like Force Staff is a really important item, or some sort of Dispel to get yourself out of troubles. Obviously the BKBs are going to come, but there are items that can completely negate the ability of Tundra to find the damage.
Another setup bottom lane, yeah. Now the boat off the mark as well, so Sox is going to be just fine, and Chira Jr. needs to be very careful.
They're gonna chase
the
him,
Ion Shells continuing to burn him down. Vacuum back into the Stomp now from the Centaur, but thanks to Solo, he should have the ability to survive this.
Yeah.
He's going to try and finish off the Dom creep there.
It is the pipe timing on the Darcyr, so that's why they feel so confident playing so aggressively. They know that Team Radiant lacks a lot of damage at this point in the game.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see the pipe. That's a good call.
So we'll see. I mean, both teams could start looking at objectives. We see the tier 1 mid has died to the Invoker. This is when he starts being active, and you know, yeah, they're gonna click a smoke and look for more pickoffs. They have the potential to kill Roche if they want to, or if they find a significant kill. So yeah, Team Yandex has to be really careful to not give up one of these.
TA2000 is walking into the danger zone right now.
Oh yeah, and that would be the best kill they could get. It's looking scary. They're closing in.
I mean, all they need is that little bit of a boundless strike into the slow. He's going to channel the Requiem. They're going to back off for now. Tundra a little bit hesitant without seeing too many of the Yandex heroes.
Or at least so. I mean, a lot of heroes are missing. Like, we get to see that on the minimap. Like, we know who's who, but who's where, sorry, but they don't. So, you know, with 3 heroes missing and this SF ready to click ulti, you gotta respect that.
Yeah. All right. Do you think Tundra just continues to farm out for this Aghanim Scepter? Like, are they worried at all about going late game?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Like, typically, Darkshare is considered a really good matchup against SF. Like, the Wall of Replica does, you know, wonders against +1 SF. They also have the Monkey matchup, which is good against SF. It's one of the heroes that really enjoys getting close. You have really easy ways to dodge the Requiem with your own change of the guard. Facet, Invoker can just force BKBs from these SFs and Kunkas like with no effort. Their scaling is amazing.
They scout this whole rotation. The boat's going to come through, do a lot of damage. The Monkey King able to dodge out for now, but the damage, it's not enough to push them away. And it looks like Tundra is going to go ahead and try and pursue here, surge forward onto Whitemon. They do miss on the dead shot, but can they actually find the kill? Shadow Fiend, he's up on the high ground, hits the Requiem. It's going to be able to fear away too, and he will just dump the damage. Take down the Crystal. Yeah, this was completely outnumbered. They wanted to chase, though.
Saxa did not even bother. Like, they didn't even run there. Like, that's what I love about Tundra. It's like they really know their limits. Like, they engage in these fights, and they don't overcommit. And what I love even more is that the players that are not ready to connect, instead they decide to apply pressure somewhere else. Like, Saxa's going to push the top wave, BZM is like farming, and obviously he's pushed the mid wave in. So, and the 3 players bottom know that, okay, we're just forcing TPs, we might get a kill, we might not, but what matters is to not overextend, because we are outnumbered and we know it.
Yeah. So they do manage to actually pick up an early gem, I just noticed, on Yandex. It's picked up for the Kunkka, so he's pretty tanky, as we just saw, so this will give them a little bit more threat against the Riki, but also just some little bit of ward coverage.
It's a really good pickup because basically they've been stronger for a decent amount of time now, and it's getting less and less true, but they're just like being outplayed on the map, and that's because of the deep ward that Tundra have and the Riki that's able to just scout and place them. So the gem is going to make sure that you find yourself the fight that you want.
Up top lane, they're going to try and punish Saxa for this. He gets pulled back with the X, stuck here next to the Shadow Fiend. Not going to be easy, but a nice inhibit actually slows him down quite a bit. Solo will chase him down. Now, there is a Monkey King hiding in the trees here. As the rest of Tundra do want to fight, it definitely seems so. But can you get on TA2000? He's got a BKB. A great silence comes out. The wall as well. The BKB from Chiro Jr., the BKB from TA2000. Chrysalis needs to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going to wrap back around, using the changing of the guard here to try and make some space.
They got to get out here.
Yeah, I mean, Notice still has the Sonic Wave if they get any vision.
He has his stun charge soon, though. Can he heal up?
Looks like they're just going to go to Tormentor and maybe try and bait
They want to fight the Tormentor for sure. They have Cataclysm on Invoker.
Yeah.
They're thinking about it. I think they can. Like, he has a Centaur creep on 33, so he's looking for the big vacuum into stun into Cataclysm play.
They smoke on Yandex. They're waiting for this. The question is, who do you find? 33 gets the vacuum into the stomp onto the Queen of Pain. He's going to be able to pick up the Centaur, but 33, he set up maybe a kill here onto the Co-op. The Sunstrike only onto the Shadow Fiend for now, but Notice dies to the Tormentor. And now onto the high ground they go. Great Tornado. There's going to be a silence on the backside, keeping the Muerta out of this fight. They've got him, and now the Requiem, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Boat's going to come through, maybe grab the Crystal Maiden, but the rest of Yandex is going to TP. They don't get out. Shadow Fiend's going to get caught, rooted in place, trying to do what damage he can, but it's just not enough. And now they've got the Kunkka as well. What a beautiful entry to that fight.
This was a piece of art, what we just saw from Tundra. Like, the way they're able to poke just enough so that they can't disengage, but they're also not putting themselves at risk. You know, you think Dota, you think of the 5-man Black Hole, you think of the 5-man RPs. Like, I promise, this was one of these. It's just different. It's just subtle. Like, it was so hard to play for Team Yandex. Like, they can't get out, but they're at the same time, they're just not giving them the fight. And they're getting poked and poked and poked, and they end up killing 5, even though they were... I mean, they're fighting a Warlock SF Kunkka lineup.
Yeah, and they can't connect on any of their spells.
And they're winning. It's absolutely amazing execution by Tundra here.
Yeah, BZM looking real strong now on the Invoker. Top net worth, doing the most damage. Yeah, we're going to get a replay of this. Obviously, like you called it, the vacuum into the stomp to start the fight.
And look at how they cut. Like, they just instantly reset. Like, they just keep poking with the Frostbites, with the Forge, the Sunstrike. They never put themselves at risk. Look at this. Take my spell, reposition.
Crystal Clone to, like, force staff to the low ground and, like, re-Frostbite. Like,
no, it's amazing. And look at how nobody's gonna escape. It looks like everybody's escaping, but they know I'm stunning this guy, I'm canceling this guy. Everybody's here all of a sudden. They all die.
Yeah, this was a sick fight. And like off on the top side of the screen, we didn't even see too much of it, but it's the Riki being set up with the Darkseer, right? Being able to just basically remove the Muerta from the fight altogether.
Yeah, it's a lot of impact. It's a lot of like shadow impact in a way. Like you might not feel it when you're watching, but when you play, it is obnoxious. You get silenced, you get cold snap, you get poked, you can't move. You're wondering, should I press my BKB? Should I press my ulti?
Cataclysm for some vision here to figure out what's going on. So they'll use that, take the Tormentor knowing that they've got the time.
Yeah.
And that's the shard you want. That is the best shard you could ask for. Yeah. So
no more Force Staffs.
Yeah.
And they bought two. Muerta has one.
Yeah.
And Quap has one. They're both useless now.
That's huge. Guardian Greaves finished up now as well for 33. So they are looking really strong.
They're charging.
They are charging forward. Boundless Strike here on the TA2000. Inhibit's going to be able to prevent the Warlock from doing much of anything here. As the X, the boat will pull back 33. This is a big kill to get if he can survive with the Guardian Greaves. It's going to be close. Vacuum wall. He does die in the end, but the damage is being dealt. They need to get outside of this wall. Tornado off the mark, but a nice Boundless Strike onto Dude. Deafening Blast Meatball doesn't connect either. Nice dodge here from Yandex as they'll be able to just disengage.
Okay, surprising. I mean, the Monkey didn't have Wukong or BKB, so he doesn't feel like he can commit. He decided to go for the shard, then BZM was a little bit far away. It looked really grim for Team Yandex, so they must be happy to get out with a core versus support trade, because it looked very scary.
Yeah, I mean, we're still looking. The damage from the Shadow Fiend is still pretty substantial.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be careful of this guy. If TA2000 is able to just stand there and actually get some attacks off.
And he's double downing on it. Like, he also realizes, like, this is what I got to do this game. Like, we need to make sure that they die. We don't have the most lockdown. It's going to be, you know, a Torrent connecting or Muerta Fear, but I got to make sure that within this 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, I kill the target. Else we're in big trouble. So I like his approach this game. It makes a lot of sense.
I'm just going to go straight into the Daedalus.
It is carry against Darkseer again, because it's going to make the illusion stronger, but at the same time, you got to play to win the fight. Like, you can't just keep... You can't be stuck on what might happen.
Yeah. I was just going to ask, like, the Daedalus will make the Darkseer illusion pretty scary, but...
It will, but at the same time, you know, like, what if he kills the Darkseer, which is what we saw last fight.
Yeah, nice Force Staff dodge. So we are seeing all the Force Staffs come out here as a result of the Riki, obviously. That being said, they are trying to make a play onto the Queen of Pain at the base. Sunstrike's going to do it.
Unfortunate, because his team is gating, and it could have been good. Like, I don't think Tundra is aware of what's happening, but are they still going to take the fight without the Quap? It's a hard call.
They're going to go for the X play here onto BZM. They have the boat and everything to connect. The question is, will the rest of the team make it in time? They dropped the goal of TA2000, got plenty of damage. They don't have detection. He just walks away. Wukong's command is out, and now Kunkka stuck inside. There's the Cataclysm. Goodbye. TA2000 is going to be forced to pop the BKB and TP home. Muerta, she'll make it out as well, but oh, that's where you wish you had that gem from earlier.
Oh, this one hurts a lot. Like, it was a 3-man EMP, so they were lacking mana. The SF, it was a little bit. I mean, the angle's just tough. The Darkseer gets the Dream Vacuum Wall. You don't even know where the Darkseer is standing at this point. They just tunnel vision the Invoker kill, which is the highest value target, so it makes sense. But just the area in which the fight was taken is just impossible to. Impossible.
Yeah, well, with this, they are feeling real good now in Tundra. 12,000 lead. Soxa just scouting out here on the Riki, seeing what he can find.
They lost the gem, so
yeah, it's so hard to play now.
It's gonna be even harder now. Make sure that you secure yourselves like a nice fight setup. No BKBs also. BKBs are on cooldown. Tundra's gonna go.
Yeah. Nice vacuum back here from 33. Probs just gets completely melted here by this meatball, so has to be able to jump away. Forced to pop to pierce the veil.
They should keep chasing. I mean, they just have to hide in the base at this point, because if you show your face, you're gonna get jumped by Tundra. They know your BKBs are on cooldown. They know you're not ready to fight. They know you don't have vision.
I mean, how do you deal with Riki right now, right? Like, he's got the shard that he got for free, and he's constantly set up because of the Darkseer.
It's very hard, and they're now playing versus BKB on Invoker, BKB on Monkey. They don't have this instant stun to deal with it, so you know the BKBs are gonna come, especially with the amount of sustain the Darkseer is providing. So yeah, it is very difficult now to find like a favorable fight condition on Team Yandex. I'm trying to think how they should play this one, but it's very tricky. They have to kind of wait for a mistake on Tundra's side, like an overextension.
They're trying to force Cheer Junior's BKB, but they won't get it. Good attempt there from Soxa, though.
Yeah, he saw the Roche dying, so he knows it's a bluff.
Yeah.
Calling the bluff. Good on him. So SF is getting close to the data list. I'm trying to look at the, you know, the bright side on Team Yandex. Like, is there any item that can help them deal with the amount of pressure Tundra's applying at the moment?
I mean, I'm trying to think, like, the Kunkka needed this Radiance quite a while ago, it feels like. TA2000 is completely alone. He's just buying his data list and he's going to TP home. Almost dies. A little closer than I thought it would be.
That was very close. That was very close. The strength of Cataclysm. But to be honest, like, I haven't really felt the impact of the co-op this game. I feel like
that's true.
It's done well on the lane. It's shut down the Monkey a little bit, but it's been really hard for him to find any footing because he wants to fight, but it seems like they can't. And obviously that is related to how much Darcy brings to the team fight versus the co-op. I mean, it's a pipe, like a pipe Greaves, vacuum. Probably Darcy is like the best team fighter in the game. So hard to match that when you're playing co-op. But they now find themselves in a situation where they kind of wish they could fight. I mean, you're playing Kunkka, you're playing Warlock, but they can't. It's a little bit awkward.
It's just one of those scenarios where it's like you just needed to get more active early on. Well, we'll see them find the Riki here. Nice Sonic Wave catches the backside as well.
Was that the gem that they got back? No.
I think it's on... I mean, I don't know who it's on, but someone's got the gem. Crystal Maiden does. That is a big find. The Golem's going to come down. They really want to chase this. Atos now as well, as they will continue to jump forward. They got the Shadow Fiend inside his own base. That's not good. BZM starting to lose some health, but he's just going to stand his ground as Crystallis shows up to help. Wukong's command is out, and with this, they know exactly how strong they are. 3 dead here on Yandex, but potentially 4 as Solo now going to get chased up here. Crystallis has more than enough damage to secure this one. Atos from BZM helps make it that much easier. Oh boy. Yeah. Shadow Fiend died in his base, man.
What did he die to? Was it the Monkey?
It was the Monkey. Yeah, Monkey just chased him down, killed him.
Okay. So much damage. This SF doesn't have a bike yet, so he's just standing there and he's just tanking all the damage over time. You know, the Sun Strikes, the Riki spells, the Darkseer Wall. It's just hard for him to sustain. He needs more items. He wants to get the bike, he wants to get the Satanic so that he's able to stand his ground. But Tundra is playing too fast.
Well, now with the Tier 3 Tower Dawn in the top lane, they're going to try and grab themselves the lane of Rax, but they'll back away, respect the respawns coming in from Yandex. They're very strong, but kind of low on your Invoker. You don't really want to risk too much. Shadow Fiend just TPs in very aggressively here. Cheer Junior's going to come in as well, go for the X into the Torrent, but stuck inside of the smoke screen, and his mana is gone.
So much poke.
Yeah.
That is the hard part about the BKBs is you're getting poked, you see the EMP coming up, and you're standing there in these spells, and you're wondering, should I press the BKB, should I not? Tundra is playing with them.
Yeah. It's mind games for sure as they're now going for the Queen of Pain. Nice fear from Problems. Notice gets the blink out, but Crystallis is going to chase. Does get the Boundless Strike connection. Sonic Wave at the ready. BKB's at the ready. He's going to be forced to use it.
Yeah.
Man, that hurts.
And his BKB is everything. He's a one-trick pony at this point, so now he just has to run.
Oh, mid lane. That's a nice solo pick. Godlike spree now for BZM. Another smokescreen into the Wukong's command. They double force staff TA away. As the X in the boat, not going to connect, changing the guard, allows him to dodge it. And it just, like you said earlier, Tundra's messing with them. They're just toying with them.
They force the boat, they force the Sonic Wave, the SF BKB, and in exchange of what, really? Like, one Wukong? Like, it's just hard to be in this situation for Team Yandex. They need to find an angle.
They just walk right up onto the high ground, try and force a reaction. You still got that Aegis for another 40 seconds, so BZM feels very safe.
Oh, he doesn't care. He actually wants to dive in it.
Yeah.
He wants to get the mana back.
Jump on in, looking for this Kunkka, BKB at the ready.
Big impact from the Saxa Riki, honestly. Yeah. He's done so much this game.
All right, it looks like they're going to go ahead and just let BZM die here. Like you said, he wants his mana back. They really need to try and do something with this. Oh, big vacuum onto 3, the Boundless Strike instead, and now your Kunkka, the only survivor, thanks to his own BKB. All right.
That was beautiful.
That was perfect execution.
And this will mean one side of Rax at the very least, because SF is dead for 50 seconds without buyback. They don't necessarily know about it, but I don't think they care. Yeah. They're ready for his buyback.
Well, now your Invoker is topped off thanks to the Aegis expiring, and we have 40 seconds, no Shadow Fiend. How do you defend? 10,000 net worth built during that. That's a great use of the Aegis. 33, another vacuum back, another Boundless Strike onto 2, and now the Queen of Pain cannot get out of this smoke screen. Silenced up forever, the Cataclysm. Not really going to do a whole lot, but they do force out the Muerta. They force the Warlock back to the Fountain. Nobody able to get out of this. Another Boundless Strike on through as Whitemon with another set of stuns and roots. Big freezing field. Even the wall just dropped on top of the Kunkka. Chira Jr. trying to do something. The buybacks coming through from Yandex. They've got it. This is their only chance of holding.
SF's TPing in.
I just don't know if it's enough. Shadow Fiend, yeah, aggressive TP going for the BKB, the Requiem, but there's not a lot of souls under his belt right now. Tundra seem completely unbothered.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for Team Yandex. SF can taunt. I mean, that's what you do. Well, that's what you have right now. Just dance around. Just show them your dance moves, because the spells have been unimpressive.
You're just so far behind, and like you said,
they just don't have the tools.
Yeah. Well, Atos, EMP, just going to try and burn off some of the mana. Chira Jr. forced back to the Fountain as a result. As this last lane of barracks, this is your make or break moment. Can you do it? Big Fatal Bonds, big Sonic Wave, nice torrents onto 2. You're so close. Do you have the damage to finish it off? It's not enough. Crystallis gets out, jump forward from Notice, another dagger. He gets denied. BZM.
Oh no.
Nothing for you, he says, as now they will chase for Whitemon. Crystal Clone gonna make a little bit of space. He's gonna TP, but a nice torrent from Chira Jr. will at least find a kill.
Even the Monkey King you're not allowed to get, seriously?
That hurts. All of that, and you get almost nothing.
No, that's too much. That is just too much. Give them the Monkey King. Give them hope.
What a good play from BZM. I mean, this is the thing, like they worked so hard for these 2 kills, and you only get the position 5 Crystal Maiden at the end of the day.
So what did they get out of this? I think we have the bike on the SF, which actually matters a lot.
That was double buyback though, wasn't it?
Was it?
Well, and the Shadow Fiend here, Saksa, he's gonna get caught. Okay. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're right. Both supports go back for the last fight, yeah. On Muerta and Warlock, so that's not gonna be available for the next one. Let's see, we must have gotten like a lot of new items coming in, because that was a really long fight that probably prevented players from buying what they wanted to. We have the Pike on the SF. I don't think the Kunkka got anything new. Let me check. No, he didn't. And on the side of Tundra, Darcier is working towards his next item. I don't think he decided yet. It's most likely going to be a BKB. We have a Blink Dagger now on the Crystal Maiden. Monkey went for Skadi into the Disperser.
I love that build.
So he's going to be super strong, and obviously the Refresher on Invoker, that is going to be a big menace.
Yeah, and he's on his way to a Scythe. He's not too far away, right? He's about 1,800 gold, so he'll get it soon.
He is massive. He even has the Whisper of the Dread, so...
Yeah, that's nice.
10% more spell damage. Nah, this Invoker is a problem. And they don't really have the tools to catch him, right? Like, I don't even know who's supposed to get on top of him at this point. Like, only the Quap has some mobility, but what is she supposed to do to this Invoker? He has 2 BKBs, he's sitting at almost 3k HP, like, she doesn't have the tools.
Yeah, as you pointed out earlier, they really just don't have the immediate initiation, right?
No,
like
they don't.
Everything is telegraphed. From the Kunkka to the Queen of Pain. The Muerta is probably the closest if you get like a dead shot into something, but that's not guaranteed.
No, it's not, and it doesn't last for that long either. Like, it's a 1.25 fear duration. It doesn't really give you any time to cast anything else after.
Yeah.
The SF would be the only one, but it's a +1 SF, so he's not playing on Blink, Kaya, Yasha. He's just standing there and right-clicking.
Yeah. Smoked up on Tundra as they just get the BKB delivered for 33, so he's happy to just run right on in with this Ricky and look for an opening.
Yeah, Hex on Invoker, he sold the Midas and BKB on Darcier, so
that's nice.
They are exceptionally strong right now.
Amplified damage for Crystallis.
Whoever they find will die.
They're just going to go bottom. They're just going to force them back and take the Rex. They're just going to get Mega Creeps.
It's the right play.
Why force the fight in the triangle if you don't need to?
You definitely don't, and I mean, what you're getting bottom matters much more than what you would have fought for in the triangle. So.
Oh man, they're scanning Roshan, being like maybe they're gonna sneak Roche, but Your barracks under siege, mega creeps. You're going to be able to fort for now, but can you do anything about this solo? He's just going to drop the golem. Chrysalis gets out. 33 is here, gets nullified up. If they can find the kill, this would be massive. He gets a huge vacuum wall onto 4. Oh my goodness. You think you get the opening, but 33 says no once again.
Yeah, and that is the strength of the BKB versus the Iranian lineup. He's just standing there in the middle of 5 heroes and he knows nothing can happen to him. He's gonna have time to click it, no matter what, at the exact time he wants to, which is what happened.
I mean, they got what they wanted. That is so much damage. I will say, getting the vacuum wall onto the Shadow Fiend into a Boundless Strike is insane damage.
Oh, it is. He might just die from it.
Yeah.
Like, he has to just run away, and if he makes it alive, he definitely has to back to base.
Yeah.
After that. So they got the Mega Creeps, they got, you know, the first couple spells, they got the Warlock kill, and now they're getting Roche. And that most likely is going to mean that they're going to go for the final push.
God, this was so nice.
Pop is trying something sneaky. No, a little bit early.
I really thought they had him there. I really did.
Yeah,
but
it was close.
Too good. All right, well, Wukong's to secure this. Yep, Quap dies in the process, trying to steal the Roche, like to do a little sneaky stuff, but she doesn't have a BKB of her own, so you're not going to survive against these guys.
No, you're not. What kind of fight could they take? I mean, I saw the Kunkka bought a shard, which could be a decent tool, honestly. You kind of, you know, you bring them into your SF. Like, I think it's an interesting way to look at it. You got to try everything you can at this point, because I don't think the nature of the team fight just doesn't favor you. So you have to surprise them with repositioning tools. I like that approach.
I mean, you might get lucky and like cancel Wukongs with it.
Yeah.
And, you know, like that's probably like your best case scenario in terms of like eliminating some of the damage that they're going to be doing. But yeah, if you can reposition them, we'll see what happens. Soxa's just going to go in. Use a Tornado EMP here onto the Kunkka and his mana pool. Well, I mean, maybe more than his mana pool. They need to get him out of here. They're going to buy back on the Queen of Pain. Big Sonic Wave, but the team's nowhere to be found. They're not nearby at all. Shadow Fiend currently farming to get to his buyback or to a big item. It's a Divine Rapier. This is your last shot.
Okay.
The vacuum into the Tornado. The meatball's gonna come down. You've lost your Warlock, but can TA2000 do it? He hits really hard. 3 attacks, 4 attacks, 5. 33 on a sliver of HP is gonna live. The Requiem now being spent as the rest of Tundra once again just dancing on the edge of the fight, letting them use their spells.
They're respecting the Rapier.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Actually pretty strong.
Oh, tidal wave back. Chrysalis gets a nice boundless strike. Hex is out. Wukong's command. Oh no, your Rapier double 4-step into the base. TA2000's gonna live, but for how long he dies to a Pyrrhic Cloak of all things. Oh, that hurts. GG comes out and Tundra. An absolute masterpiece performance from them.
No, that was a really, really strong showing from Tundra. They left no chance for Team Yandex.
That was just one of those, it all started in that top fight at Tormentor. That's when it looked like, all right, Tundra's locked in. They're not messing around. That was such a sick fight, and then they do it every single time after that.
No, 100%. I think like the draft was really cool. The way they played around the lanes and around the strength in their lanes, like how they were able to kept on gating. You know, they kept getting on this SF with Monkey and CM. It was super cool. BZM was able to manage the Kunkka pressure mid. I think Team Yandex, they looked too much at, you know, kind of the issues. Like they just kept trying to help this SF instead of just playing through the Kunkka maybe and like play with your strong heroes, which is, you know, a classic yet very effective Dota concept. I think they just got all class in this game, honestly, in terms of like macro decision making from the beginning to the end. So they have what it takes to you know, show a much more competitive map 2. They just have to make sure this doesn't affect them too much and come into the next game, you know, fresh and ready to bring their A game.
Yeah, I completely agree. This felt very much like a Tundra draft. I mean, you see a lot of them on their signature heroes and they play them absolutely perfectly. So it's hard. It's a hard team to draft against. I'll give them that. I thought Yandex definitely brought some good stuff to the table, but yeah, Tundra, the better team in map 1. We'll see what happens for map 2, but for now, we're going to send it back to the panel.
Yet again, an instance where we see strong fundamentals out of Yandex, but the conversion and the execution in game isn't quite up to their opponents. In day one, it was against Aurora they were trying to match up against, and here against Tundra yet again, Fear does seem like they're just missing the caliber necessary.
It does appear to be that way. I was very optimistic about their draft. It looked really well. The lanes went well. At some point, they had 3 cores and top net worth, but you can't take away experience. Tundra, they had it in plethora. They were able to get across the map. The Ricky was able to give space. The Sunstrikes were there. They always just found the right target at the right time.
Yeah, and I really did like what this support duo had to offer, because we talked about it as these aren't the most popular supports, but we saw after Tundra got a lead that game, what the Ricky plus CM were capable of. There were so many moments where Ricky was going behind towers, scouting out a target with Crystal Maiden behind him. They'd get on top of them with the smoke into the Frostbite, they'd get a Sunstrike kill. Once on the Queen of Pain, once on the Warlock in the Triangle, and key pickoffs like that make it so that they're never able to regroup on Yandex. There's always one hero down after their first big fight loss at the Tormentor, and Tundra styled on them afterwards.
And there's all the small things too, like you have to keep in mind Crystal, like this Monkey King. This is something that we don't see a lot in the safe lane, especially first pick, and he always finds ways to get into the game. Even if he has a bad laning stage, he'll always find a way to make his hero just viable and just have impact, more importantly. We saw the VAC combinations with the Boundless Strike, always on point. Great teamwork from Tundra.
And you need to have that kind of confidence if you are going to be first picking it when Queen of Pain is still left in the pool, because we were definitely scratching our heads being like, okay, well, that's a bold maneuver to go for, but they justified it 100%.
Yeah, and what better player than Crystallis to do that,
Exactly.
right? It's not his first rodeo.
No,
he knows how to first pick his heroes and find a way to get it in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra is showing why you have to ban Monkey King against them. Like, they didn't even need to consider the flex to mid because of how versatile VZM is as well. Like, you get this Invoker on 23, sure, it gets counterpicked by a Kunkka, but at the same time, that really was all they had in terms of lockdown and damage reduction. Like, Queen of Pain is a very strong hero, but her biggest weakness is that she doesn't buy auras. She's not like the enemy team was a Darkseer who's going to buy all of this damage reduction, make it so that the 5-man is very difficult. Offlane Queen of Pain, if you're not snowballing with her, you don't provide that same kind of lane presence, ball presence in terms of auras, tankiness, or initiation.
Which goes into what you were saying earlier, that whenever the Yandex team would be in a team fight, they would always be one hero down. And since a Queen of Pain is not providing those kind of assists that a normal offlaner would be able to, then that being one hero down hurts that much more, because you don't even have the auras that most other offlaners would be able to provide.
Yeah, and if you compare it to a Darkseer, that's just gonna back wall, press some auras, his job is done.
Yeah.
The fight is already something that you have to work around, that you're afraid of. You have to think about this target and where he is. Queen of Pain, like, if you're not getting the initial burst on a target with the Sonic Wave, or if you're not taking the long fights where you're reflecting a lot of damage, you're just kind of waiting for someone else on your team to do that for you.
So maybe let's see some instances where Queen of Pain could have reflected damage, and then maybe didn't. Let's take a look at the trajectory of this entire game and some of the highlights, with initially Yandex seeming like they were having potential, but eventually it does seem like Tundra outmapped them.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. I think what I really want to highlight here is just the fact of Crystallis being comfortable on his hero. Sure, maybe you missed that Boundless Strike. That's not what I'm highlighting here. I'm highlighting the fact that it is 6 minutes in the game. He had a rough laning stage. You can see his CS is not good, but he rotates to the bottom lane to find impact. And what happens yet again at 9 minutes and 30 seconds? Guess who's here? It's the Monkey King, finding a way to make his hero useful. And this is what Crystallis does really well. It's like, yeah, if I stay top versus Queen of Pain for a very long time, it's going to be hard.
And now Queen of Pain's in the mix, not activating Blade Mail.
I mean, yeah, this is definitely something that probably should have happened in this fight. Like, you are playing Queen of Pain with a bondage facet, you're not pressing buttons, and this fight, like, was an absolute disaster for the side of Yandex here. You don't get any of your spells off. You're not an aura hero. If you're going to play Quap like this, your whole identity is just to blink and press Blade Mail, get your spells off. You got absolutely nothing off in this fight, and that hurts immensely.
Yeah, this may have been a pretty pivotal fight overall if they had managed to convert on that one. Queen of Pain would have stayed a little bit more relevant throughout the course of the game, but that may have been the nail in the coffin.
For sure. It was also that when they had taken that Tormentor fight, they had already used so much. Like, they'd used the Kunkka boat earlier, they'd used the SF BKB earlier. I thought that would be included in the highlight package, but I can just walk you through it from memory. Like, there was this entire sequence of events that I think really turned the game for Tundra, which is that when Ricky was scouted top, they kind of threw everything at him. Tundra at the same time just gated all of their heroes, took a fight. Sure, nobody died, but they got so much out of Yandex in terms of what their heroes used. And then Yandex, they took a high ground position and they wanted to re-engage with nothing in the tank. They ended up losing that Tormentor fight, and then the net worth lead just built to like 6K off of that.
Yeah, it was definitely weird because he broke smoke to dagger a Centaur.
Right.
Then just got stunned by the Centaur. Then got chain stunned.
Yeah.
It was a little strange. I think a little bit of nerves maybe for Yandex playing versus some of these upper echelon teams like the Auroras, like the Tundras. This mental block probably is going to have to go if they want to beat them.
Okay. And in the spirit of us getting near the end of our group stage, we're introducing something new around here. We've got a hot take for you guys.
Absolutely.
Fear, what's your hot take after this game number 1?
I think the hot take is going to be Queen of Pain isn't necessarily a flex hero that can go on all 3 lanes.
What?
Even though we've seen it before, but we will see here on reasons why you shouldn't do it, because you might not always have a player that can play this hero to the level that it should be played. And we'll see in this clip, the Queen of Pain is in here without using that Blade Mail in the previous fight we just saw, but watch some of these Sonic Waves. Just hits absolutely 0 heroes.
Hey, he got a Ricky. He
was already dead. He was, and then, yeah, I just think, like, the impact that Notice gave in this game, like, you can't just always be like, this hero can go to the offlane. If you don't have a specialized hero player for this, it cannot look good, and I think it really hurt him in this game.
Especially if they went for the Queen of Pain, then they went for the SF, and after seeing those 2 heroes in the draft, you were already like, there is some overlap going on here.
That's probably what they thought. In the draft, we got Queen of Pain versus Monkey. It's going to win, but then Crystallis, who can play the Monkey versus Queen of Pain, outmaneuvers him, and now this Quap just sitting here, what do I do this game, guys? I don't know, and just didn't have much impact.
Those are the doctor's notes from Fear after this game number 1. Perhaps Yandex will be able to turn things around, though, because we are going to go to a quick break, and when we return, it's time for a game number 2 of Tundra versus Yandex.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for game number 2 of Yandex versus Tundra, where if things are going according to plan, which is to say the favorites will be winning against the underdogs, then it seems like we may be having tiebreakers on the agenda, because over on Stream A, Aurora was able to get a victory over Virtus.pro. And over here, we had Tundra getting a win over Yandex. Now, if both these favorites of Aurora and Tundra get those 2-0s, that means that we got a tiebreaker. First and second place are going to be tied. Aurora and Tundra do a best of 3 to figure out who goes through into that elimination, well, like deeper in the playoff bracket versus less deep into the playoff bracket. That's first and second place.
That would be pretty hype.
It would be hype.
I think focusing more on this series, though, I'm a very much so disappointed with Yandex and that performance, because I feel like they had all the tools necessary to give a better showing there. And we did see Chira Jr. We've been hyping him up. He went 1-6 that game off the performance we've normally been seeing from. But maybe the positive twist is he was Kunkka. Not a very flashy hero.
Okay.
So maybe he needs to be on something a bit more flashy.
Sure.
Who knows? But yeah, I mean, Tundra's just too good, I think, at the end of the day. They kind of outplayed him at every step.
Maybe then that style of hero just isn't what they should be looking to draft, because what ended up happening was that they found themselves in a situation where they had no disables, and then they had to kind of pick Kunkka as a teamfight anchor, something that could learn against Invoker but also provide lockdown and catch, and also provide auras, because their offlaner isn't buying auras, so you get the boat damage reduction. And he wasn't in a position to get something more flashy. Maybe for game 2, you just change that up. Try to draft around him, getting on a playmaking spirit type hero, and let the rest of the team be the supporting cast.
And maybe Tundra knew that too, and like, you know what, we'll first pick this monkey, and it'll be too juicy for you to not want to take this Queen of Pain. And we know you're going to put Queen of Pain offlane, because Crystallis is like, I'll play against it. I don't care. I will find ways to get a game, and then they'll just have this wonky strategy.
Well, was it one instance of juiciness with the Queen of Pain, but then also leaving the SF? And so then Yandex were like, oh my god, we got both of them? This is amazing.
That was just being greedy, to be honest with you. They didn't have to do that.
But then I think as a result of that, then this Queen of Pain got in a weird position, because we were leaning that it should be more of a mid safe lane Queen of Pain anyway, until the SF came out. And then we're like, oh, well, if you're going to do this, then I guess you should flex Queen of Pain off lane, or at least consider it. So
yeah, there's a lot going on, but you can't ignore the fact that they were winning this game for a large portion of the early game. This Monkey King was really low net worth. It's just they couldn't translate that lead into something more, which is definitely not a draft problem. So you can make your draft easier for yourself. So it's really hard to break down. It's like you were in a good spot to win the game. You just didn't know how to win the game from that spot. Or Tundra just knew how to come back. But then you have to talk about maybe we should make the draft easier for ourselves. It's a hard conversation to have in such a small duration, because you felt like you were probably winning that game at some point.
But I think you can make the case that there were draft issues and that they were way too dependent on Kunkka to be the guy to catch people.
Yeah.
Like, I would argue that that is a draft issue unless you're snowballing and running down lanes. Then it doesn't matter so much. Your SF is just hitting towers and they can't really run into you. But if you didn't build enough of a lead to snowball like that, I think that the easiest way you can simplify drafts for yourself is if your supports have stuns. Like, that's just the easiest way to play Dota.
Well, we'll see if they agree with that. I definitely agree with you there, but this is what I would consider potential stubbornness coming out right now, right? Like, I think
the exact same first phase.
Yeah, it's like, I think if they respected that and they wanted to change things up, maybe they banned the Monkey King, right?
Sure.
But they're like, nope, run it back. We know exactly what happened that game. We're just going to play it differently. Or maybe the next couple picks can change that.
Yeah, I think instead of the Warlock plus Muerta, just something different, like maybe Shaman plus Tusk, right?
Sure.
Then you have kill threat, you have pick-off potential, you're not necessarily playing the same way that you did, waiting for like big team fights, and you have too many ranged spellcasters. The issue with that is, what they did last game was they covered the potential Queen of Pain offlane by taking Warlock for themselves. They might just have to ban it out in this one. Give away the Abaddon.
Yeah.
That would be the first change if they do give away the Abaddon, because so far everything is the same as game number 1. All the bans, all the picks.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to like the iconic game of Queen of Pain safe lane coming out, right, where Ame played it.
Valakia,
he played versus an Abaddon.
That's true.
Which
And
is
he maxed
supposed
Shadow Strike.
Yeah, exactly. And he still maxed Shadow Strike, and it didn't seem to matter, but
Whoa.
this is an interesting change.
Okay.
This is like, I don't know if I like it or hate it, but it's bold. This is a statement pick.
And they're giving away Warlock if they want to run this Queen of Pain offlane. Like, Warlock is such a simple solution, and it is Whitemon you're talking about here.
Yeah. See what the read is, but yeah, that is bold. It's like, oh, you just beat us with Riki? We'll just take it, I guess.
I'm still going to continue leaning that ideally this Quap is mid or safe lane. Offlane is like a in case of emergency type thing.
Well, you did see, though. Go ahead.
I know you got it.
I was going to say, you did see, though, that this Monkey King, sure, you made 2 good moves, but your net worth was still dog.
Yeah.
It was really bad. So if you eliminate those 2 moves that were made by Monkey King by placing a ward at the gate, or just expecting it and backing out so you don't get collapsed by 4 heroes, now he has no game whatsoever. So there are adjustments you can make in-game for how this matchup plays, and I think Crystallis is going to be very cocky and be like, I'll play this matchup again.
Yeah, it's not the Monkey King I'm worried about, though. It was more how Noticed played the Queen of Pain in the mid and late game.
That's a mentality thing. I don't know how he's feeling.
Sure.
But sure, we definitely saw it wasn't the greatest, but maybe he feels like he can do better this game.
Okay.
And if you're picking Queen of Pain, like, you have to be willing to follow the Monkey King, but there is a situation where it goes mid instead if an even stronger like offlane pick presents itself that works within the draft.
Yeah.
But I think picking Riki for yourself here, like, that does kind of secure the Quap offlane in ways, because typically when you go for a melee support, outside of wanting to steal it because it gave you problems, it means that it enables a lot of ranged offlane picks too.
Problems. We'll be playing the Riki this time.
Warlock gets
Gonna give them
ignored then.
problems. Oh, Bounty Hunter.
You're going to get tracked now if you're a Riki. Shaman and Bounty as the support duo for Tundra.
Maybe it's just me, but I definitely prefer having a Bounty Hunter to having a Riki. Like, if we're talking about a battle of the invisible melee supports in terms of providing vision and lane presence, I think Bounty Hunter does it better. Like, the one instance where you would prefer Riki is if you're against save supports, such as Oracle, such as Shadow Demon, but that's not the case here.
Yeah, and I think Riki also can kind of give you a bit more control than Bounty does because of Smokescreen. However, they kind of adjusted to this game, right? The control is going to be more from the Shaman and not from their position 4.
Would you object to Yandex taking the Darkseer now and then just stealing Tundra's lane from game 1? It does take away the Queen of Pain flex.
I mean, I don't have objections to it. I think it's really important that when you pick heroes like Riki or Bounty, you find ways to enable them. And I think there's a very high chance if you don't take it here, Tundra will.
I think if you take it here, though, you just like get a perfect 18 pick versus a Darkseer on Tundra. Like, you're free to have your Ursas and whatnot.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely downsides for both, but Yandex so far has kind of shown that they're stealing strategies a little bit with that Riki.
Yeah.
I wonder how far they're going to go with it.
Because I am curious how they'll enable it, because the Ion Shell was pretty instrumental to making Saksa super irritating in previous game. But instead, they round out their support duo with the Disruptor, and yet again, go for the double core of SF and Quap.
There's no reason not to pick Darkseer again, right?
Yep.
They're in the same boat, though, where they need their mid laner to anchor the team fight. Because, sure, you have Glimpse and Static Storm and whatnot, but that's not a surefire way to take a fight. The cool thing is you have a lot of chase potential, right? You have Riki providing the vision, Disruptor with the Glimpse.
Yeah.
But outside of that, they don't have the most straightforward way of taking fights. Instead, what it looks like to me is pick off, right? Riki scouting on the side, Queen of Pain comes in with the burst damage, Disruptor with the ability to glimpse back if that hero gets away.
I think that's the conclusion I think they made just by looking at this, is like, instead of having work to Warlock as their supports that kind of sit in the back, we're going to have supports that can just like take the fight to us or to them, whether it's the Riki or the Disruptor.
They still have the same problem, though.
They do, and that's why I said at the beginning, when they gave away the Monkey King, I kind of felt like stubbornness is going to be a big part of this drafting. And they felt like, because I've been there myself, right? Like, you probably could have been, you were in a great position game 1. They feel like if they adjust what happened in like the 15-minute range onward in this game, maybe 20, they could have won. And I don't disagree with that either. It's a lot harder to fundamentally break down your team in that short amount of time instead of being like, if we just did a couple things better, we would have won. Not saying that's going to win them this game, but it's a very common mindset for younger teams.
So this looks very reminiscent to the Game 1 draft. Sure, there's like a bit of differences with the support picks, but you have a melee support with Darkseer. You're going to have Darkseer buying auras at some point and running into Yandex, and they're going to hit a wall in that sense. So does that mean Yandex has no choice but to pick Kunkka again, or is there another mid-hero that can provide them?
They banned Invoker this time, though, so...
Or what if you just run the Queen of Pain mid and you pick an offlaner that builds auras for you? Like, are you willing to sacrifice the Queen of Pain counter pick to Monkey King?
These are all great questions.
Are there any offlaners that you feel confident throwing into a Monkey King who will most likely now win the lane? Because if you want someone who's anchoring, it's probably going to be a melee offlaner, and Monkey King's probably going to slap him around.
So I'm in Yandex's head right now, and I think they do not think they need an offlaner right now.
Saying, Notice, you got this.
Yeah, no, Notice is probably saying, like, I got this.
Okay.
Because seeing how this whole draft went out.
Sure.
So, like,
and Chira
sometimes
Jr.
you
is
have to, like,
yo.
read the player and not the game, right?
Sure.
And I think this is one of those situations where they're not thinking logically what is the best possible pick for our players and everything. I think they're thinking, we're just going to do what we did last game better. And that really is kind of showing in their draft here.
It's a little bit of more emotional draft.
So then the question is, what hero from the mid lane can provide you with the ability to start team fights for your team?
Well, they have they need +1 for sure, but this game it's slightly better because Ricky can start, Glimpse can start, maybe Queen of Pain will actually start this game too with the Blinkins, and we're gonna see Beastmaster from the mid lane. And now, I mean, it might be Kunkka again. It's pretty tempting, I think.
I mean,
you do see the
have to.
Beastmaster.
Like, you need something like a Kunkka, but
I mean, it's pretty good. I don't know what else in the mid lane. You could throw SF or Queen of Pain there too, which would be... I don't know if Quap is the best first beast. You do have like a lot of wasted jungle if things get bad. I mean, I actually don't hate the Kunkka. I think the Kunkka is fine. This draft is really hard to really break down because I do feel like what they have going on here can 100% work. It just comes down to execution.
I mean, I guess you can try to look at the downsides of mid Beastmaster and what it means to Yandex. Because so mid Beastmaster, it plays on the Ags, right? And it plays on a really early timing. But if they mess up a little bit, you have a lot of range damage coming out of the SF and the Queen of Pain. So maybe you don't get that scaling value out of Beastmaster the way that you used to. So instead you play to scale. And again, the Kunkka comes out. They needed it. They put themselves in a position.
What if you put Monkey mid now and Beast safe lane for Tundra? Is that not? They don't care. Okay.
Nah.
Just kidding.
Crystal is safe lane.
Oh, it's
Carry
Kunkka
Kunkka.
Into mid SF versus the Beastmaster. That's great. Because I think Kunkka doesn't do enough to shut down the Beastmaster, but you put in SF, you really double down on winning these lanes. You say, I'm going to beat up this Beastmaster.
And
we're going to have mixed damage. We're going to do it.
Yeah, I like that. That point, they're going to have a lot of more magical damage in this, but they're pretty all in. BKB is going to be your best friend on Tundra here this game. But yeah, it's going to shut down this beast hopefully pretty hard in the mid lane. And the TA2000 will have a better time with these rotations specifically from the Monkey King. Shadow Fiend's easy to gank, right? Kunkka, very durable. Shadow Fiend TPs in, maybe get a couple kills. They shut down that aspect of the draft that Tundra has because this is identical game from game number 1 with minor tweaks from both teams.
The big question is, once Tundra start playing into that Darkseer 5-man with the auras, is it going to look the same for Yandex, where it's hard for them to fight into that? Or does the dynamic of the carry Kunkka change it altogether?
Or now that they have a melee support who can maybe get a little bit more vision as opposed to the Warlock and Muerta of game number 1 who were just sitting back and being like, I don't want to go in, you figure it out.
Yeah.
So between the carry Kunkka, the supports being changed, Yandex made adaptations. They weren't being purely stubborn.
You know what? I think there's a cool idea, right? You put the Kunkka safe lane because it's self-sustaining. That way, you free up your supports to play with your SF. You shut down the Beastmaster, you take his triangle. Kunkka should be fine by himself. If the fights get really dicey, you bring him to join the fight. It does change the way that they're going to play the game. As opposed to Kunkka trying to lead the fight, you instead have SF who's protected and is taking more of the map away than a mid Kunkka would.
More options, more plays available, because Yandex, as we saw in game 1, they had the capabilities to be able to convert that draft into a victory, but maybe the small tweaks that they have made will bring them a success. Maybe they were just taking a little bit out of Tundra's playbook. Let's see if it pays off as we get into game number 2 with our Cryptic and Seb.
Game number 2 indeed, and I have to kind of agree with our panel a little bit here. I think there's some good points being made that you, Seb, you were talking about it after game 1, behind the scene a little bit, that they needed to play more around their mid lane, the lane that went well. They kind of have tools to do that this time, right, with what Effie was saying.
They do. I also 100% agree. I think a lot of really good adaptation. I mean, I was a little bit worried, not to say very worried until the very end of the draft, but the last tweak that they brought, I think, is exactly what they needed. I was wondering why they would not play Magic SF versus Darkseer, which is actually a counter to Darkseer. Overwhelming amount of damage, you fear all the illusions. So it's either you have a counter to Darkseer or you get countered by Darkseer if you're going to force the SF into the safe lane. So the Kunkka is great against Darkseer on the safe lane. The SF mid, I don't know how it's going to work against Beast. I think it should be quite SF favored. You definitely have kill threat as Beastmaster on SF, so he's going to have to watch out for the rotations. But I like what this is heading. The co-op is going to do fine on top lane. I'm not the biggest fan of the co-op generally in the game from the off lane, but at the same time, now you have SF mid, you have Kunkka safe lane. So now you have a lineup that can team fight, and is going to make up for what you don't bring as a co-op position 3. So great draft all around, I think, by Team Yandex. Much better than game 1. On the side of Tundra, it's also very solid, as it was on the first map. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, they're still very much in their wheelhouse. BZM on a different type of playmaker in the mid lane, but we'll see what his item build is going to be. A lot of times with Beastmaster mids, the option is typically the Aghanim Scepter in the past, as opposed to the Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord. We saw 33 go the Helm Dom off lane last game for the Darkseer, so we're probably
see the same.
Yeah,
on the Beast.
I don't think it's going to change, right?
No. I think they still go for Ags when they play with mid, and you already see that he went for the Beast mode facet, so most likely we're going to see an Ags.
Yeah, and this time we're going to see the Riki on the side of Yandex. Now seeing 2 Riki games in a row. I'm very happy. We don't see this hero very often, but Saksa goes to the next best Invis hero, I guess, for him, which is the Bounty Hunter.
Which also happens to be a counter to Riki because of the track, so very cool to see. You like to see that. I think the kill potential is much less when you play Bounty Darkseer, so... And then obviously also Kunkka is just much stronger than what SF was. So we'll see a very different game. I think it's going to be much slower from the Tundra offlane this time around. So they're going to have to play for farm and levels, and the aggression will come later. Team Yandex is going to be in the position that they have favored so far and in which they've had the most success, I guess, this tournament, where they get to bring up the heat first. And they seem quite comfortable when they do so.
Classic Monkey King bug. Do you think this will ever get fixed, by the way?
I hope it will ever get fixed. I'll just put it this way. I don't think anything anymore, but I surely hope it will get fixed because it's been too long. Like, the joke is we've had the fun, you know? Like, I think we can move on to just fixing it. Yep. We're ready for that, so yeah.
I appreciate the constant buzzing in my ears, production. Thank you for this. This is fantastic.
Amazing.
Yep. It's always one of those things, you know, eventually it'll get fixed, right?
Yeah.
That's at what point is it a feature or a bug, you know?
No, please don't make this a feature. It's a poor feature. We deserve better, us Dota players.
All right.
I'm just, I hope to see the support, as they're going for the kill here on the Monkey. Somebody's going to die.
They got their level 2, but there's a dagger coming out, and Problem's doing quite a bit of damage here with the Riki.
Big stick.
A little bit of XP, the difference between a kill there for Yandex. Otherwise, would have been pretty straightforward, but now they're going to turn around. Boundless Strike is out. One more auto attack underneath the tower. They get it. Chrysalis gets the level 2. Problem's trying to finish the kill. He does get it, and the courier, so this is really good for the Riki.
Yeah, not a bad trade, all things considered, for Radiant. It looked, obviously, you love to have the first blood on the Monkey, but he didn't even get it, actually, did he?
Very nice kill from Chira Jr. Gets the bottle delivery just in time. And finds the solo kill. That's huge.
Because when you play melee versus SF, it's already tough enough. If you're gonna play versus an SF that gets an early boots from a kill, it becomes impossible to lane. So BZM is gonna be in huge trouble here. Like, this is typically the hero you don't want to feed a kill to.
That's a really nice play from Saksa. This actually is just gonna deny the water rune completely. He can't really pressure the top one now that the Beastmaster's back in the lane.
Yeah, it might actually save what just happened here.
Yeah.
So great stuff by Saksa.
That's a really cool TP in.
He's forcing him back to base, which means SF is not going to be able to pressure the Beast. And he would have pressured him heavily with the boots advantage. Great stuff by Saksa. As usual.
Yeah, what we've come to expect from him almost, right?
Yeah. It's always the same level of impact. And we see on this bottom lane, the Kunkka is having a free reign, as he should.
Yeah.
As soon as he gets level 3, he's going to start getting really intense for the Darkseer to just stay here.
His bounty is doing so much damage to the Disruptor.
Yes.
One of the highest base stat heroes, right, in the game. Super annoying to deal with.
And he won the sentry battle. I don't see any sentries on solo, so it's gonna be really tough for him to just play the lane, really.
Wow, that's a really nice vacuum as well. Blood Grenade is out. He just needs to get in range. Couple auto attacks. Ooh, the pushback from the innate.
Electromagnetic repulsion doing a lot of work here. He definitely would have died.
The question is, can he get away from this one more time or not?
The damage has been done, to be fair, because it was looking really rough. Are they trying to go on Saxa? Do they have reveal?
I mean, just barely in the tower. Okay, to be honest, this was set up from TA2000 with a really slick cleave from the Tidebringer that I don't think Saxa was expecting. That was really nice.
And you know the nicest part about this kill is that you know your couriers are actually going to reach the lane, which is which matters so much when you play versus Darcy, because he burns through your region all the time. So the fact that the salves and the clarities are going to come to the bottom lane is going to make it much more stable for them.
That was really sick. BZM
this damage is
dealing with level 3 raise. But
he has a sentry though.
Bounty, yeah. I mean, he's going to be able to make it to the tower. The question is he still going to be able to get away? I don't think so. Solo comes in here on the Disruptor.
He's dead too.
Doesn't have the mana to get another glimpse here. And yeah, he's just going to set up a double kill for BZM instead.
Oh, this hurts. This TP hurts a lot.
I mean, BZM is now going to be... I mean, maybe above the Shadow Fiend in net worth here pretty soon?
Yeah, you better tip Saxa, because BZM is... he's died 1v1, so it was looking really rough.
His whole game is salvaged.
And now it's looking amazing. I mean, the water rune play into the kill on SF and on Disruptor. This Beastmaster is now actually... He's in a really good spot. Look at the net worth. Like, he's actually leading. And this is a hero that if it gets ahead, you know, you get the roar, like you're going to kill SF one more time. You can solo kill him, essentially, if you get 6 before him. So... Saxa has done so much on this bounty.
Yeah, that's huge. Problems, they need to... I was like, they need to fort this wave ASAP if he wants to live. Yep, they will do that. So maybe getting a little bit too aggressive there. I'm not sure if he thought there was a salve going or something he wanted to break, but...
Meanwhile, 33 has reverted to the jungle completely, so Saxa is just trying to get some XP here, like whatever he can, basically. He's going to put himself at risk in order to get the creeps and get the experience. It's not the biggest deal, to be honest. He'd rather not die, of course, but that's what you... It's his best impact at this point.
I mean, this Monkey King, last game he was struggling a little bit in the lane. Not so much this game. He's neck and neck with the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
So this off-lane QoP that you're hoping to kind of shut down this Monkey King, the reason they pick it, we're not seeing its impact quite yet.
Yeah, to be fair to the QoP, like he had a Muerta with him last game, which obviously is a range hero and also has ways to stop the monkey from, you know, getting the Jingo stacks and just jumping on top of the QoP. This time around it's a Ricky, so it's much easier of a lane for Monkey.
And another Shackle out from the Shaman. Notice going to be forced to blink immediately.
Yeah, it's a tough lane for QoP.
Well, we're going to see them find Soxa one more time. Okay, Soxa's really starting to struggle now. A lot of these rotations he salvaged the mid lane with, but it's put him a little bit behind. And with the 7-minute rune coming, 33 does have a search. Great vacuum.
This might salvage everything. The Requiem is not as scary. What a vacuum.
Yeah. He actually has no TP either, so he is stuck there for a little while. 33 is going to be able to get away. No glimpse for 2 seconds.
What a player.
On the other side of this, BZM making an equal rotation to secure the enemy Wisdom Shrine.
Okay, very nice from BZM to match this. He also matches this with Dota Haste, which obviously, you know, is a big disadvantage. So can they do anything about this TP? Is Saxa going to try to mess with it?
They need to get this courier. This is, you have to commit so much to make sure that you do not
No, it looks like
courier.
it's going to get in time. I mean, he's being really careful with the micro because he doesn't want to stay here. But Saxa is a little bit late to the party. He can maybe stop the TP. Oh, come on.
Oh, does he see it? He doesn't.
They did not even place a sentry. Like, they actually just, like...
I thought he might.
Oh, that was a bit scary, honestly. They might not even know what they just evaded.
Ooh, Solo. Fallen very low here on the bottom lane. Soxa is getting pulled back from the X, the boat, the Kunkka. Just a couple more auto attacks will finish the job.
Okay, it's the 4th test on Saxa, but honestly, he's making a lot of space. Like, he's allowing his Beast and Darkseer to have much more of a stable game, because it could have been way worse, really. What happened in the middle lane, the fact that Darkseer is playing into a very tough lane, like Kunkka is a great matchup against Darkseer, and Disruptor just makes sure that you can just, you know, catch him and kill him, essentially. So it looks like Saksa is like, you know, failing a little bit, but he really isn't. He's sacrificing himself for the better good.
That's a nice steal on the Ancient Camp there. Just take a little bit of that gold away from Tundra, but will he get away with it? Whitemon up on the top of the river here. He's going to go for the Shackles. BZM does have the Roar. Going to get canceled, and he gets the Invis rune off. Do they have detection? They do. They just drop it immediately, and the dive is there. Shadow Fiend goes down. 33 collects the kill.
Nice attempt by the Riki. Almost saved them, but they're just bringing too many numbers now for this SF. You know, that's the strength also of the Darkseer Dom. Is so easy to dive towers, to get into, you know, like behind enemy lines, and I don't even know if this SF is allowed to stand in the mid lane if Kunkka is not ready to help him, basically. Like, this is the only factor that matters. Is Kunkka ready with a TP and boat? Else you have to be really careful.
This offlane Quap is struggling, to say the least. Like, he's
level 4, man.
Yeah, barely. He's still got a ways to go to level 5, and
I mean, Rest has 5.5.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the net worth, too. Like, he's 1,000 behind the hero he's meant to counter.
No, I really wasn't convinced from the get-go. Like, whether it's map 1 or map 2, it's not paying off. And the worrying part is that what happens after. I think this is where he's supposed to shine, is the laning phase, because this hero doesn't bring teamfight. It needs a lot of farm to actually be impactful, and it might not get it. Like, SF and Kunkka are also looking to farm. So, how is he gonna transition into the mid game? Is the question.
Oh, that was very unlucky there for the Shadow Fiend Riki, but top side noticed. Does at least get the blink out here. Sees Saksa.
Yeah, he sees him. He's on a sentry.
We'll see the ward as well. Should be able to get this D ward here.
He even put one more point in the Shadow Strike, so I'm surprised. Like, he doesn't seem too bothered.
He's keeping it. Wow.
Yeah, you would think that, you know, every level you get, you start transitioning into being able to farm, but he decides against it.
Yeah, big boundless strike, but the good blink away from noticed. I mean, they're not killing the Quap, but the damage is being done in terms of her economy.
Oh, surely. And again, that's a hero that has no comeback mechanism besides fighting. So, and that window is gonna close pretty soon. Like, as soon as Darkseer start getting items.
Roar in the mid lane here onto the Shadow Fiend. The wraparound from Saksa as well. Goes for the glimpse. Nice Hurricane to put your Junior pretty far forward in this shield rune. Just keeping BZM topped off. They can't do anything to save him.
No, they can't. They can't. I mean, Tundra is doing a really good job at playing around their strength, really. Like, they just keep playing on the... They're playing on the Beast lane, they're playing on the Monkey lane when he's strong, and they're just ignoring this SF. They're dodging the Kunkka, effectively, which is the strongest hero on the map for Yandex. I would really like... And it's a little bit the same story. Like, in Game 1 was the same. Yandex need to, like, play off their strength, basically. Yeah. Stop trying to help this SF when he's being, you know, assaulted by too many heroes. Stop trying to salvage what's happening top. You can't. The damage is done. Play through your strong heroes. You have a Kunkka that, you know, has level 4 cleave with boat. And again, you know, I'm saying that window is going to close soon. Darkseer is power farming in the jungle. He's getting the ancient camps. He's going to start, you know, getting the aura items. And then even the Kunkka is not going to be able to help you. So they better start, you know, playing off the right hero, basically, before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, the score is 6-6, but the net worth and XP tells a way different story.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can manage to connect on some of those and kind of plays with the Kunkka. It's been a quiet game for both of the supports, really, as well for Yandex, and I think that's one of the differences from the Riki of last game to this game. He doesn't have anyone really to play around right now.
No, he doesn't.
Or at least he's not playing around with anyone. They are going to find Saksa here. Double raise, but able to get away. They got the glimpse just barely. Okay, nicely done there from Solo.
Yeah. That's a good. That's one of the big upsides. You know, obviously you like to play Riki versus Disruptor on the lane, but Bounty versus Disruptor on the lane. But right now, Disruptor is one of the best heroes to catch these evasive, you know, invis scouting heroes. As soon as he shows his face and they dust him, he'll die to the glimpse.
Yeah. Problems hiding in the mid lane here, looking maybe to help assist with an attempt onto a tower, but I just. It's hard to commit for an objective right now, I think, and so they're just going to try and grab their farm. What are you waiting for on Yandex? Like, is it just the Radiance at this point from the Kunkka, or is there any other plays that you can make?
I mean, I feel like you should be making plays without items. Like, I don't think you need... Oh, they're going for...
Yeah.
That's such an early Roche.
That is the Giga Chad ward, which, yep, very easily capable of taking a Roche on this early in the game.
This is absurd. How is it dying so fast? Like, come on.
It does, like, what is the damage on this thing? Like 400, 600? Okay.
600 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Is it gonna... Can they tank it, though?
Yeah, because the ward can tank the attacks as well.
Okay. Yeah, with the shackle, it's gonna work. That is a little bit scary, but I guess Yandex is...
Yeah.
They have no idea.
I've seen Shadow Shaman solo Roshan at like 12 minutes, so...
I mean, Beast was gonna do it as soon as he got Ags, but
You don't
now
even
it
need it.
happens even earlier,
Yeah.
which is absurd. Yeah, Yandex misread completely what was happening, but to their defense, it's kind of hard to read. Like, I think people are not used yet to this Shasta being able to take Roche that early in the game. It's a new mechanic.
It'll get nerfed, I'm sure, very
most
soon.
Likely, most
So
likely.
people won't have to be used to it for too long, I think, but yeah, it's one of the benefits of that ward. It's just so good at taking objectives.
33 should know by now that somebody...
They're both just standing there, yeah.
Somebody delayed that. So we have the Ags coming on Beastmaster. It just came from the courier. 33 is working on a pipe. He's not that close. He needs a little bit more time. But, you know, given the fact that there is an Aegis on the Beastmaster, Tundra might look to, you know, press the issue anyway and not wait for the pipe. It's you know, you were asking like which items should Yandex wait for, and honestly, I mean, obviously it's cool to wait for the Radiance and all, but I think they need to click their spells earlier, because as soon as this pipe happens, then
Well,
I don't know.
and then you're just roared into the stomp from the Centaur inside of the wall. You don't even stand a chance.
No, they should be fighting. Like I want to see them, you know, click Requiem, click the Static Storm.
That's
use
a
the
solo
boat.
kill. That is a solo kill onto the Queen of Pain. One more hit from the Shaman ward. Whoa.
No, this hurts. This hurts.
Yeah, that's a tip to Whitemon. He's absolutely owning this
That's
top lane quap.
Boss 5 Rasta. That's most likely gonna get a Netherlands from this also quite soon.
Glimpse onto 33, into the Requiem, Static Storm as well. This is a really nice find scouted out from the Ricky, so getting something on the board there.
Nice. It is very nice. It's important kill, especially I think it's the most important one, if I'm honest, because the pipe is the ticking bomb for Team Yandex.
They're not bringing any other heroes mid lane quite yet. TA2000's going for this X boat play,
There's
doing
a
a
glimpse,
lot of
though.
damage.
There's a glimpse very soon.
Yeah.
He could get a glimpse here, yeah.
And Problems is nearby as well, scouting out the Shadow Shaman. He actually gets a nice cleave onto Whitemon. That is going to be your Aegis. Now they are rotating into the mid lane. Can they actually find him? Big Sonic Wave, but the Wukong's command's going to trap Chira Jr. He's dead. Chrysalis is low, but he's not quite out. Notice trying to get away.
3 seconds to
He's
roar.
doing some damage. Can they actually bail this one out? We're going to see Roar is out, gets the Queen of Pain. Problems now on a sliver of HP. BZM's going to live. Solo doesn't have the damage. Oh my goodness. They get out on a sliver of HP. Tundra once again. If this is not the most reminiscent of last games,
No, it is. It is.
Tormentor fight. I don't know what is.
It is, and it's earlier and it's stronger from Tundra, so very worrisome for Team Yandex. I mean, you can feel the desperation. They find the Aegis kill. They're outnumbering because they also killed the Darkseer. This is like the best opportunity they had all game, so they just commit for it a little bit blindly. They maybe fail to like, you know, do the math on, oh, you know, where's Monkey? Is Tundra reacting? Like, should we reset? They just need it so badly that they tunnel visioned it, and it cost them greatly.
I mean, once your Kunkka is just not super healthy here going into this, and you solo Sonic Wave, your team's not ready to get on top of BZM.
They just wanted the kill so badly at this point. I think they must have the notion of like, this game is not going as well as it should for us. Like, we have really strong spells, but we're just not able to click them. And we see the timings that are coming from Tundra, and it gets us worried, and rightly so.
Yeah, I would definitely be worried if I was them. They are now 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, with a greedy lineup. I mean, Beastmaster mid is a very greedy hero. Like, he only really comes online when he gets Aghanims. Especially if you're going to play versus like SF and Kunkka. These are heroes you can't get close to. So, I mean, Tundra must be really happy with what's going on. They now have the pipe, and this is their time to, you know, be on the aggressive. Because now Yandex actually just lack damage. They can't get through the pipe.
I love these little guys. These new minions they added are so great. Roar bottom lane, that's a solo kill. You ain't getting out of this one. And this is just never going to stop. He's got his Blink Dagger. He will just solo kill anyone he sees from this point on.
It's not going to stop. He's just going to hunt the map down, like with the help of Darkseer Surge, with the pipe to back him up. There's nothing he has nothing to worry about. And the bounty's going to set everything up. He's running around with Invis, placing deep ups.
Oh, yeah. Let's go straight up onto the high ground. Chrysalis, unbothered it would seem, gets the defuse, needs one more auto attack. That hurts so bad. Big Sonic Wave, but the auras from 33 just bail him out, and now noticed. Got nothing left, has to leave.
I feel like it's been the story of this series so far. Like, Team Yandex is just overreacting. Like, they just keep reacting to bad situations that are being created. And as opposed to what Tundra's been doing is, with Tundra, they go for a play, and obviously they only connect when it looks good. And when the damage is done and somebody's about to die, they don't react to that. Instead, they set up something else on the other side of the map. And that is the big difference between these two teams right now. Like, this co-op TPing in to save a dead Disruptor and wasting Sonic Wave, it costs you so much. It makes that kill so much more worth it for Tundra than what it had to be.
It's like you lose the Disruptor either way. You're better off keeping your big team fight spells available.
I mean, you're stuck here. You're just watching them. He's not gonna dare to cross. Like, look, like he's just gonna, you know, like stay in his base and play it super safe. You waste Sonic Wave. You're not pushing the other side of the map. You're not playing on your terms essentially, which is what you need to do in Dota.
Top side here, TA 2000. He's got the Radiance done. They're gonna look for this Bounty Hunter, but Shadow Shaman drops the ward, and they see the TPs. With this, they will immediately start running away.
Yeah, and that's a reaction from Tundra. Like, they see
Here
that
comes
this
the
is
blink,
bad for
though.
us.
They're gonna try. I mean, they're actually gonna try and fight this on Yandex. We'll see if they actually have the damage.
They're baiting
the
it
roar, though, there it is. Finds the Shadow Fiend. Great glimpse away. Crystallis, he's gonna be able to drop the Wukong's command. The Boundless Strike onto Jira Jr. Does he get the Requiem off? He does, but it does no damage. The pipe absorbs everything. And with this, your Shadow Fiend is stuck in a rough spot. They're gonna be able to vacuum them both to the low ground. Beautifully done. Boundless Strike claims another. They're on top of Solo. They shackle up the Kunkka inside the wall. It's gonna be an absolute bloodbath. Tundra are gonna wipe Yandex here once again.
Yeah, I mean, Saxa's just baiting. He's just running in like, have me, please.
Yeah.
Just don't run away. Don't go to your base. Please turn, kill me, take me, and you're all gonna die. And this is a lineup that you just can't run away from them. Like the track, the surge, the monkey's mobility, they're gonna catch you eventually. There's no such thing as running away. Even Quap can't get away from this.
Yeah. And with this, they just get themselves Tormentor.
Yeah. This is such a strong beating by Tundra. Like, they're just outclassing Team Yandex.
It's one of those things where like everyone knows Tundra is a very good team, right? And then sometimes you forget how good they are when they're playing so smooth.
No, they're definitely showing it right now, and everything has been clean. They haven't been forced into any of the things they also know how to do, which is get really creative. You know, execute team fights like on the edge. Like right now, they're just cruising in this game.
Yeah, there's just it feels like Yandex has no ability to try and even get out onto the map at this point. Like every hero is vulnerable as Whitemon gets the shackle here onto the Riki into the mid lane. Crystallis is going to make his rotation. Boundless Strike. Okay, nearly two shots him.
I mean, one thing to think about the track that people maybe tend to forget is the damage amp. It matters a lot. Like, you have an 8% damage amp, and he's going to get a 12% one, which is a big number. Like, this is a big reason for why why Bonnie is such a good hero. Like, it's not only about the movement speed and the gold. It's mainly about the damage amp, actually. And these heroes are going to turn into monsters. Like this Beastmaster with 12% damage amp, with the amount of damage he already deals.
Cheer Jr. going to be able to get the Requiem off and fear away some of these heroes, but he's just walking into Whitemon. BZM just blinks over the top as well.
They have so much catch.
There's just, you just can't get away from them ever.
No, you can't. And 33 is shoving every wave into you. Whitemon is just setting up. Saxa is placing deep ups.
He's going to go solo Roshan again on the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, he'd get a little bit.
Now it does like 1,000 damage or something in auto attack.
How much is that?
Yeah, 1,020.
Yeah, 1,020.
Very cool.
It dies so fast.
Yeah, it doesn't even stand a chance. So 20,000 gold advantage now for Tundra. They have themselves the second Aegis at 22 minutes into the game.
1K per minute.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something to be said about the track, of course. Like, it does accelerate, but I don't think it's only that. Like, they're just playing at a pace that Team Yandex just can't handle.
Now, I mean, a lot of it comes back to some of the mistakes in the lane, right? even like this offlane co-op really not having a game, like you pair it with a Riki, a very kind of weak support that she can't really do much with. And then the mid lane, right after they get that solo kill and he dies to the rotations from Saksa, that is pretty much killed all their momentum.
Yeah, and that also kind of nullifies the Disruptor, right? Because Disruptor is a hero that it shines when it plays from ahead.
True.
Like, from behind, it's a weak hero, almost. Like, you have kind of little damage with Static Storm. It's not something that's going to turn a team fight. It's mostly like convenient to silence and make sure that the fight happens the way you want it to. But Glimpse is an offensive spell, not a defensive one. So these are then 3 heroes that are kind of looking at themselves and like, what are we supposed to do now?
Yeah, you can only glimpse one of the 4 heroes running at you, right? Like,
surely you don't.
Let's see what they do here. I don't think they're even going to bother defending the high ground. They are losing solo inside the base. Problems is here, and
it's not like they can.
Yeah, they've got a banner down. They need to farm towards some item to be able to fight with. I don't even know what that item's going to be. A BKB on your Shadow Fiend, a Blink on your Shadow Fiend.
I mean, look at this Beastmaster. He has Blink, Axe, BKB, 4k gold, and Aegis.
Yeah. With
the help of the Greaves and the Pipe and the I mean, just stay away from this guy.
Yeah, Tundra's got BKB on the Monkey King as well. Queen of Pain's going to come back after finding 3 bounty runes. Maybe the most valuable thing we've seen so far.
Good chunk of gold.
Yeah.
BKB is finished on Kunkka thanks to that, so we could see a fight from Team Yandex. They're going to try to, you know, burst the targets.
You gotta find an opening. There's your glimpse. You even have the damage to kill this Darkseer. He's holding the pipe, holding the Guardian Greaves. He's gonna pop one of them now. The Sonic Wave is out. Big Boundless Strike, but he still heals some of it off. And BZM goes in with a big vacuum inside the Wukong's command. You're gonna get the Darkseer. Surely you're gonna get the Darkseer. They can't. He just gets hexed and he's dead. TA2000 doesn't have the damage. BZM still has an Aegis. You're too far behind. Boundless Strike just nearly deleting your supports as the Shurikens just bounce through this fight. You're gonna lose the Queen of Pain here once again.
Great patience by White Mountain. He actually did not click Hex on anybody else. He's just waiting for SF. He knows SF has no BKB, and obviously it is the scariest like team fight spell. And as soon as Cheer Jr. shows his face, he gets hexed into Shackled, and the fight is over.
Problems. He got a. I don't know where this gem just came from, but they have a gem now.
On Yandex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Riki
I mean,
has a gem. Yeah.
They're just fed up with this, and I mean, it's been the story of both games, right? I think they did the same in game 1, even though they weren't really leading, but they were like, we need a gem. We can't get outplayed on the map anymore, and this is how much effect Saksa must have had on them both series, where they feel helpless. They feel like we need to see where he sees us, whether he sees us or not, because it's unplayable.
I mean, if looking back at how much impact Saksa had in the first 10 minutes of this game, like he's definitely created a little bit of a mind game for Yandex to play around.
No, he has, and he led to all of this.
All right, they're gonna find him. He does have a Force Staff, but he's stuck inside the kinetic field. BZM just deletes one. He gets the Force Staff away. Whitemon's ready to back him up, and they just can't even kill the support bounty with 3 heroes.
Yeah, he's too tanky. With Darkseer behind him, it's too much.
And here they go. Darkseer's going to surge himself in. There's the Boundless Strike here onto the Kunkka. Wukong command comes out. He gets the BKB off. He's going to run, but they've actually got a Shackle here onto the Shadow Fiend. Nice Sonic Wave from Notice. Whitemon bailed out once again from the Ors, and Chrysalis just going to go in. He pops the BKB. They stand their ground. They look at the Shadow Fiend. The Requiem does not bother them at all as they fall one by one. Tundra, they will give absolutely nothing to Yandex as they just destroy them in this series, 2-0.
Yeah, and the tip from Saksa to BZM, like the I got you, bro.
Yeah,
tip.
that is absolutely what that is.
Because, you know, this game started with Cheer Jr. getting a solo kill really early on BZM, and we were like, oh, well, you know, SF versus Beast, it's already tough enough of a matchup. If you're going to concede a solo kill, it might become really rough, but, you know, but then you have Saksa, and then everything is fine.
The water rune play actually saved his lane, and then he kills him immediately
after. It's so much impact, and in the hands of the right players, it's such a butterfly effect. I mean, BZM ends up the game at what? Like, he must have been like 16-1 or something. Like, he died, 18-1 and 9. He died the once, and then Tundra was like, no, we're not heading into a 0-3 for you or 0. We're heading into an 18-0 streak. Yeah. I got you. I'm gonna take the water rune. I'm, gonna gang this SF again for some TPs. It's just, just position 4 at its finest.
Yeah, that is, if there's ever a case study for impact out of a position for bounty, that is definitely a game for it. I mean, it was one of those things where we weren't super impressed with this offlane co-op in game 1, even less impressed with it now.
No, it's not a thing. They're going to have to go back to their drawing board and figure out how they want to answer the monkey first pick if it happens again, but the co-op idea has not paid off. Or perhaps there were, other things that dysfunctioned and they had to, maybe balance the draft out a little bit, but it is definitely the main reason for why both these games were as tough as they were.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you lack that catch, that initiation. I like the idea of like maybe taking the Riki away because of how much impact Soxa had last game, but it didn't really come together in terms of its impact this game either. So you kind of just leave yourself with a rough lane. And the one lane that was going well, Soxa unfortunately crushed you in it, so.
Yeah, and I mean, Riki Disruptor, these are supports that they want to play ahead. Like, they want to be offensive, they want to, find the kills, glimpse back. They hate playing from behind. They bring nothing to the table, essentially, so. It's a draft, it's an outclass. Team Yandex, they're going to move on to see another day, but they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and let's move on and take a look and see what Tundra have to say after a pretty dominant series.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Crystallis of Tundra, who you got the win, but was it a fun win? Did you enjoy the path to victory in these 2 games?
No, I was just suffering to Queen of Pain Shadow Strikes for like 20 minutes, both games combined. That's all I did, and then we went.
So then in game 2, you already took the abuse in game 1. You're like, guys, please don't do that to me again. And then they did it to you again. First phase. The first phase was the exact same thing.
Yeah, my team just doesn't care. They see that I have 2K Monkey games and they think I'm fucking brain dead, which I am. And they pick me Monkey again to again suck in the lane, which I did. But then luckily the second game, Riki left at like minute 5. So it was 2v1 and I could just barely win the match at 2v1, so that was good.
You've kind of done this to yourself, though. Your reputation precedes you. You have all these games on Monkey King. Has he been first phase safe lane viable in a while, or your team is now very excited because they're like, oh, nice, we're back in Crystallis' house?
No, this hero has been like the worst dog shit on safe lane for like 2 years now, and they keep nerfing it more and more. Then they take away my Simeon Stride, then they do the new facet, and they like every single time. It's a new nerf for the Monkey. But then again, what can I do? I can only play one hero. Razor is so far down the dumpster that even that I cannot play anymore.
You got Bloodseeker also, right?
What is this hero? I don't even know. They gave him the facet that sucks unless you play with Silencer. There's nothing for me to play, so I have to play Monkey. That's all I can do.
Okay, actually, now that does remind me. So what's your stance on... So Simeon's tried to changing of the guard, definitely a nerf, but do you think there's any potential, any big play moves that we're not seeing? Is changing of the guard figured out yet?
No, I think changing the guard is kind of good. The only issue is, of course, that like they took the Mischief like innate, which is a fantastic innate, by the way. It was a great idea. When you run out of ideas, it's a good idea. And they put it like the movement speed is like 5% less at like the fine level, but like 2% more at like the start, which is kind of crazy for the runes. So, it's kind of like the Mischief is probably the bigger nerf because I can't like run around as a banana anymore in the middle of the game. Yeah.
Somehow you still make it look good. Crystallis, congratulations on a miserable laning phase performance, but a fantastic game performance. Congratulations on moving through. Ideally, actually, you may have tiebreakers. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that. That's what we're looking out for right now. We might have to stay here for like 2 hours to wait for the tiebreaker, so it's going to be fun.
Okay, perfect. I'll let you relax then in the meanwhile as we send it back to the panel.
We heard it from the man himself. He had to suffer through Shadow Strikes for 20 minutes, but you know what? He brought back the suffering to them here.
He definitely did, and this is what makes you a master of a hero, being able to play under any circumstance, especially not an early game advantage, and he did just that. And I think Tundra kind of like made their mark as to they are just the stronger team here, but not only that, but this is a team that I feel like just like it's back in form. They were a bit shaky for a while, but they looked incredibly good here.
Yeah, and bringing out that mid Beastmaster, a hero that used to be incredibly popular, highly contested. A lot of teams gave up on it after the nerfs, but Tundra are consistently running it and making it look good. BZM had such a pop-off this game.
He did like he normally does, but I have to say I'm a broken record, I guess. A little disappointed here. We had high hopes for Chira Jr. and his mid lane performances. Like, Kunkka, that's not a hero that can pop off, but Shadow Fiend, certainly this is a hero that can pop off, but unfortunately fell below expectations on this one. But it is Tundra. This is a team that we know when they're on fire, they're very difficult to beat. So I'm not going to fault them too hard, but unfortunately, Yandex not quite living up to the hype yet.
Yeah, especially after seeing their day one against Aurora. While, again, I will reiterate, they did get 2-0'd by Aurora. These were two very different 2-0s that we saw. The Yandex 2-0 against Aurora was quite competitive. We saw potential. Chira Jr. was doing quite well in the mid lane. And again, like, they had drafts that had potential. Here, in this Tundra 2-0, again, drafts that have potential, but the execution is much more lacking compared to day one, which is surprising after what we saw.
You know what? I think that this draft and game 2 followed the same formula of, like, we talked about it, lack of mobility, anchoring the team fight. We said that maybe the upside is that SF gets the supports to play with him. They play as like a 3-man unit, take away a lot of the map, but Tundra handled SF. And it could just be that a team like Aurora, they're much more skirmishy, much more team fighty, whereas a team like Tundra, they are very much a timing-based team. They will always draft around hitting a very strong mid-game timing, running over the enemies after that timing, and maybe for an inexperienced team like Yandex, that is a much more difficult beast to face than Aurora.
Yeah, definitely two different archetypes of teams to be facing off against, and those two teams are going to be facing off against each other, most likely. Their game has not ended yet, which I'm pointing to an A stream off in the distance. You can change the URL in your browser to do it. It's somewhere over there. But most likely, it seems like Aurora is going to be getting the 2-0 over VP, which means that there will be a tiebreaker if that happens. I'm not going to. I can't vouch for what's happening over there. Something's happening over there. But if it is, then it's a tiebreaker. But if not, then there's no tiebreaker.
Something's definitely happening over there.
A lot of outcomes that could be happening.
When we walked up here, they were winning.
They were winning.
Yeah.
And it was a
But we've
Huskar
seen
on
crazy
VP.
comebacks before. You
Well,
can't
Aurora,
know
sorry.
for sure.
This is
It
true.
was Aurora that was winning.
Yes, it was.
But VP had the lead at the start, and then Aurora made the comeback. You know what? I'll call it. Aurora's going to win that one.
Yo, that means we got
She called it.
tiebreakers on the agenda.
We have tiebreakers around.
We got tiebreakers. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Because Tundra did indeed get a very, very solid victory. And again, I don't know how much you guys touched over it while I was doing the interview return, but BZM put up some crazy numbers this series. The Invoker game, he had double-digit kills as well. This one, Beastmaster, fantastic performance from him.
I mean, all I'm saying is he doesn't have any assists. He's a greedy player. He might need to share a little bit of that wealth and between both these games. No, this is BZM in his element, and we've been saying it before, even at this tournament, these flashy mid laners seem to be really thriving. And I think BZM has always been comfortable in that role where he gets to be the star of the show, and Crystallis kind of takes a back seat. This is definitely the mid laner meta, where these guys get to really show off what they've got. And BZM, he's like, Chira Jr., new and upcomer, I'm going to put him back in his place here, and he did.
Yeah, but we also saw a difference in how both teams played around their mid laner, because the SF, it felt like his supports were reacting to him getting dove, and it was a bit too late, whereas on Tundra, they were trying to always go to BZM, always make a play with him. They made all of their 5-man team fights that happened later on in the mid lane. Usually it'll happen on a side lane, you're trying to take an objective, but no, Tundra just converged around BZM and ran them over.
And maybe we can take a look at some of those fights that took place in this game number 2 that allowed Tundra to clinch that victory over Yandex. What'd you guys pick?
So basically, I just wanted to highlight how many times SF died in the early game. This is what I was talking about. This hero was the win condition. You pick Carry Kunkka to free up your slave lane to make it so the supports are playing with you. But as you see here, he gets dove for a long time before really any reaction comes. Sox, of course, with the great rotation here, but BZM secures a double kill for himself again. And here we can see Chira Jr. getting a kill with solo, but this is great, right? This is a strong rotation. You're going to the Wisdom Rune, but look what happens here. While all of this is cool, he gets cliffed. He has no TP. He just walks here and he has to sit on this cliff for like 40 seconds. So yes, while they got the Wisdom Rune, SF did lose a lot of time. And on the other hand, Tundra gets to secure the enemy Wisdom Rune. Again here, we see SF getting shackled. Full duration, it's only Ricky here. All of Tundra run towards the Shadow Fiend. 33 of this Dominator Ion Shell. He's just killed again. It feels like you pick this SF, but you leave him so vulnerable. Again, look at this here. He got sword, 33's creep will tornado him back in a really cool play. Really heads up by 33 here. But again, Shadow Fiend being run at by multiple heroes, multiple units, and it feels like Yandex just did not react in time.
I mean, definitely not, and that does bleed into team fights as well. It felt like after those early deaths, they couldn't really find any team fights for themselves. You get one kill on the Aegis, that's great, but you have to respect the follow-up. The Monkey King will come in as well. BZM just really showing off what he has, and I think this just got to the point of the game where things got a bit out of hand, and props to Tundra here really identifying in both games, right? That the fact that you can just shut down Shadow Fiend and the game becomes a lot easier. And I think this is a concept a lot of teams have not really remembered. This hero's easy to gank. We saw game 1, they shut him down, they ganked him. Game 2, they went to his lane, they ganked him again. So I think Tundra is kind of building the foundation of like how to play against a Shadow Fiend, where a lot of other teams like, oh, I lost my lane, I'm going to play defensively now. Now Shadow Fiend gets farmed and carries the game. Tundra is not playing into that idea.
Yeah, especially even the supports that Yandex chose would not really be that great at reacting to help a Shadow Fiend out. Disruptor shows up. Hopefully he doesn't have Glimpse on cooldown, and then maybe he can put up a field. Ricky, you put up a smoke cloud and be like, please stop doing spells, but you're still going to walk and auto attack my SF.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, to me, it feels like, why not just put the Kunkka mid? Sure, you wanted a stronger laner against the Beastmaster, but if you were unwilling to protect your SF, then it's better to have the Kunkka mid, because he's tankier, he can boat, he can buy himself more time. Whereas with the SF, if you're just not ready, the window is that small for between him living and dying.
Thankfully for Yandex, the story does not end there. They are going to be in 3rd place, because now I can confirm that there will be tiebreakers in Group C, because Aurora got their 2-0 against Virtus.pro. So that means 4th place, VP. 3rd place is going to be Team Yandex, and then 1st and 2nd, we need to figure out the difference between Aurora and Tundra. That's not going to happen right now, though. That'll happen later on in the day. Right now, here on Stream B, we are going to go to a break, and when we return, we're going to be back with Group D action with P-Vision versus Shopify Rebellion.
Hello everybody, I'm here at EWC with our boy Crystalis. You may be noticing we're holding... Hello everybody, I'm here at EWC with our boy Crystalis. You may be noticing we're holding some SpongeBobs here. These are actually a gift from Jenkins. Are you a SpongeBob watcher?
Well, now that I know that they're a gift from Jenkins.
So, were you a SpongeBob watcher perhaps 10 minutes ago?
When I was like 5, yeah, I was enjoying the out of SpongeBob.
What would you... Squidward?
Yeah, shout out Squidward.
Squidward is also my favorite character. I think his interactions between Squidward and Patrick, not that I remember any of this because I haven't watched it in some time, but if somebody hypothetically were an adult that enjoyed dabbling in SpongeBob from time to time, how would you feel about that? What would you think about that person if they were here right now?
I mean, all power to them, apart from if it's Jenkins. That's kind of weird.
I feel like if it's Jenkins, you kind of just... I feel like putting weird in the sentence is just redundancy at that point. Would you agree?
Yeah, but your words, not mine.
On a bit of a more serious note, we're here at EWC. You know, I've been looking through the history books, and I've just noticed that a lot of the times the teams that are doing well throughout the course of the season really just don't end up doing so hot at these tournaments later on in the year. And I'll be honest, you guys have been doing pretty well. You've had some pretty solid finishes, maybe not as much recently. Yeah. Was that purposely being prepped for the fact that you want to give yourselves a fair chance at this event?
Well, no, but I'm going to say yes.
Would you say that there is some sort of psychological aspect to like being the underdog / favorite coming into a tournament like this? I know we're memeing around it, but like, do you feel less pressure knowing that you haven't had the most convincing last few months? Or is it more pressure?
No, it's just the same. I don't see why it's really any different. You know, you're still here to like, you want to like win, and every single game is still like the same amount of pressure, I would say, whether you won a lot before or lost a lot before. Every tournament is like its own thing. You have nothing else to say, you know.
Okay. It looked like you had something else to say. So, you know, it seems like you've been making jokes. You're the type of guy that's totally fine to make jokes about things that have happened to you. Like, you know, there's some stressful stuff that happens in the Dota scene, and I think about very few players ever win a tournament and then get kicked from their teams afterwards. And I've seen that joke kind of coming up now and then. And I'm wondering, what are you going to do once Tundra kicks you if you win this event?
Well, I mean, people probably want me to say that I'm going to go back to streaming, but like, I don't know. Now, it might just be like a month of streaming again, and then I get invited, and then I disappoint everyone once again by just not streaming anymore at all, and then like we'll see like how long that cycle continues. I think that's what we're going to do.
I think being in someone in your position where there's a lot of fans out there, they want to watch your stream, they want to see you play competitive. You can't do everything, man. You're inevitably going to disappoint somebody.
I'm a very busy person, obviously. I have a lot of things on my plate. Yeah.
Okay, so you know we know you're a busy person in regards to Dota, but now I'm thinking, what does this man do in his free time? Do you live and breathe Dota, or do you have anything like other hobbies or things that help you pass the time? Maybe competitive outlets of sorts.
I've been starting to play a little bit of chess, but that's been doing more worse than good.
In what way?
No, it just tilts the ever-living out of me. When you miss something, you get so mad at yourself, and I can't blame my teammates this time, which is very difficult for like a born and bred like Dota player, you know, like if I cannot say that my boss 5 is on my lane and I lost my rook because my boss 5 was distracting me, it gets like downhill fast. That's why If I play chess in the team room and Whitemon is next to me, I will immediately start blaming Whitemon every single time I make a bad move because he distracted me. But if I'm at home, can't do it. It's a problem.
So would you say you're more in your element playing chess when you're around your team because you have that natural instinct to blame them for the things that go wrong, and you feel more at home there?
Yeah, for sure. It feels like a lot more comfortable. I wanted to get tilted because I can make Whitemon tilted instead, and then like it takes the tilt away from me, which is very nice.
I mean, I'll be honest, man. After talking to you during this interview, it really confuses me why any team would ever kick you at all. Like what you're talking about as your dynamic as a teammate just seems a-okay to me.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't understand, but you know, it's their loss, I guess.
Personally, I've learned a lot from the likes of your Monkey Kings, your Razors, your Bloodseekers. I'm being a little bit more genuine right now. I appreciate watching people's hero specialization, and I'm wondering, going into tournaments like this, I don't feel like a lot of these heroes are very meta right now. What is like your general approach, like towards the end of the year, the crucial crunch time comes down, people don't see your replays. Does this affect like your hero pool?
Well, it doesn't affect my hero pool. My hero pool doesn't change. The only approach I have is just to Gaben, please, show up the TI, buff my heroes, and that's really all I can do. If he doesn't, it's just over. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, at that point, if that doesn't happen, you've always got chess.
No, I do not.
Okay, he's always got the next team, or maybe the stream afterwards. Thank you so much for joining me today, buddy. That was a fun interview, and we'll see you guys later. Would you like one of the SpongeBobs, or you don't have to take one if you'd like, but I've got 3.
What would you do with them if I don't take them?
Hi. What are you doing?
Just chilling.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the absolute legend from Germany.
No, almost.
Belgium.
Yeah.
It's like kind of the...
It's close enough. You're North American, so
yeah.
You know, for you that's close enough.
What do you say to all the Dalai Lama fans out there that they love that when you rage?
I'm happy, you know, like every emotion's part of the game, and as long as like, and then all we do is just for entertainment, right? We're just gladiators fighting arena for people's entertainment. You know, you make jokes, you do weird interviews for people's entertainment. I play games for people's entertainment. You know, as long as people are entertained, you know, I'll do my job. So I'm happy.
I unironically agree, and you're one of my favorite players because you're good. You know, I think you're good because I said you're the best Timber in the world, which I'm not so sure anymore with, you know.
I mean, who knows?
What do you think about Amar? Is he better Timber than you?
He's not even playing it right now, so right now, probably not.
You're the best Timber right now.
Me and Whisper probably, yeah. We're like the active players right now.
Whispers are really good.
Yeah, he's very good.
But basically, there are other players in contention. But still, I think you're a very, very good player. But a lot of players, they don't have the emotion.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not fun to watch.
I agree, yeah.
But you care.
It's a Dota thing, yeah. If you look at other esports like Counter-Strike and stuff, like those players also they show a lot more emotion. Like I've been to like a Counter-Strike event where like it was like some ESL Pro League in Malta, and there was just like an audience of like 200 people. They just put 200 people there, and there was so much emotion. There's like more emotion than like whole Dota 2 tournament. It's just like one finals, you know, there's just a room.
You know, my theory on it is that Dota is such a stressful game in general that players learn to like detach from emotions. That's how you win. So that's why it's rare to find people like you.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe the other theory is that like you have to be like a critter to like play enough Dota to get good at it, you know? You cannot be a human being. You have to be like some cockroach who lives in his mother's basement. I think that's also like part of it.
Do you think that the best players are ones that were a cockroach, but then they ascended and became normal humans after the cockroach phase?
I think so, yeah. I think like to become a good teammate, you have to like let go of your cockroachiness and like become like a good teammate. I mean, you still have to be like play way too much Dota to get to remain good enough at the game. But yeah, you gotta like get good at like being a teammate and doing your job, yeah.
What do you think about Quinn? Do you think it's the same sort of situation where like everyone says he's a really good teammate, right? But obviously publicly the guy rages a lot. He's very emotional. Do you think it's a similar type situation? Like you can detach the emotions of a teammate from like in-game, you're like, let's do this, let's do that, but you can still be a good teammate.
Yeah, for sure. Like pubs don't really relate to like...
Yo, guys.
Hello, Nico. My best friend Nico.
Yes,
we always win pubs together.
No, never.
Never win? Maybe not.
Only if you play Timber, of course. Then
do you think he's the best Timber in the world?
No, me, of course.
Two different things, right? Mid, offlane?
No.
But I'm better than PMA, right?
No. Maybe saying well, maybe.
Are you afraid of anybody mid lane?
If I am Timber, no.
Who's your least favorite carry to play against?
Got the juice, of course.
Who? Got the juice.
Yeah.
Are you just saying that because his teammate is here?
Maybe. But he's a very good guy. He plays like a robot. He's very robotic now. I think Judge is very robotic. He's like very predictable, but he's very good at what he does.
Timado.
Who do you think has the funniest name in Dota? Is it PP?
It's a good one. But
Давай Lama.
Davai Lama.
Yeah, I would say myself as well. But
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interview with Davai Lama from Team Shopify and Team Na'Vi.
Double. Double.
Back to you.
Oh.
thank you, Jenkins.
Thank you, and sending back to the panel.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
It's time for our final game of the scheduled group stage. We're going to have some tiebreakers, you already know that in Group C, but now we are getting into Group D action with P-Vision taking on Shopify Rebellion, and I get to introduce someone new to the panel. Avery, up high. Up high, Avery. Higher. There we go. Now down low.
Wow.
Down low. Give me some down low. Let's go.
Lower, Neil.
Lower. Lower.
He listens to my commands still.
That's right.
It's good to know.
I'm providing applause.
You're really into this.
It really is.
You really you
Take
really,
me back to
You
those
excite him.
old NA panel days.
Activated some of my neurons.
Yeah, old 4 a.m. in the studio.
Those were peak.
Neil doing anything.
Yeah.
Wild times.
And it was Bulba that we would be covering regularly during
It's true
this.
that Bulba was there as well.
Bulba was there the whole time.
Man, fond memories.
It
I
all
must
comes
say.
together.
Oh, wait, you two are the NA representation.
Yeah.
That means I have to represent P-Vision.
You can do that. I would argue that you have the easier job of us.
I do. I do. It's you guys against me here on this panel today.
Yeah, I think Shopify Rebellion needs all the help that they can get right now, and so we will provide it in the form of moral support. Hopefully they can provide it in the way of gameplay, because Shopify Rebellion have been getting the rough end of the stick right now. They are 0-4 in our group stage, which is also a similar place to where Virtus.pro was in Group C, but Shopify Rebellion's maybe a little bit more troubling because I see the players on that roster and I have higher expectations of them. Nothing against VP, it's just that, you know, I see Tomato, I see Yopaj, I see Skem, I see Hellscream, and I see Divai Llama, and I'm like, come on, these should be competitive matches, but they're not.
I'm gonna be honest, I still don't know what region this team is from.
They claim to be North America, and they've qualified here through North America.
Yeah, but they have South American carry.
Yep.
C5/mid.
Correct.
European offlaner.
No, Belgian.
Another European on the 4.
Hellscream.
From a different part of Europe.
Yep.
These guys could play in 4 different regions.
That's the most American thing I've ever heard, though.
They have an American coach.
Melting pot.
Is there anything more American than a nice little melting pot team? I mean, has there ever been a true North American team in the history of Dota anyway? Like, EG was mostly from different regions, too.
What was my team?
Well, a
Nothing?
team that won
Not
things.
a real team?
I'm sorry, your team was also there.
The Quincy.
You said a team that wins things.
Sorry, but
Excuse me. You know who has won the last major LAN as a North American?
You have.
That's right. That's right. You
Which
know,
LAN was that?
I don't remember.
Can you remember the year?
I didn't get paid for it.
Can you remember the year?
Rough times out here for North America.
Can you
Do you know the
actually
last
remember
time
the year?
Arteezy won a LAN and who it was with? Me. Okay, so have some respect. That's all I'm
I have
saying.
a lot of respect for you, Avery.
Thank you.
I'm just
Appreciate it.
talking about, the North American region. It's been pretty standard for a lot of these Tier 1 teams to import their players.
Mm-hmm.
And
I never did.
You did not.
For the record. Some people think that Quincy crew was not a full American squad. But I will let you know that Lelis has dual citizenship, and he had an American passport, and I count that as a yes.
I don't disagree.
Thank you.
Good.
Now that I've made my case,
You've convinced me.
I will make the case for Shopify.
Yeah.
Bulba.
Yep.
That's all you need to know, Neil.
I see it. Did you know that it was his birthday
Tomato.
yesterday? Tomato.
Are we saying words? Yopaj.
Davai. Llama.
You got rid of the llama.
Yeah, it's. I think in game it's still the llama. Hellstream and Scam. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Shopify Rebellion, and they are hungrily searching for their very first win of the event because it's been 0-2 and then another 0-2.
And they're coming off of series losses from the most recent Fisher tournament as well. And all jokes aside, this team, they've been around for a while now. They've been trying. They've had such a difficult year. And it seems like they aren't able to identify what it is that isn't clicking for them. Because something is wrong, Avery.
Honestly, they looked the best when they had Bakaz stand.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which I don't know what that says. That's even more confusing.
They had him standing, and he was standing in as an offlaner also.
And I thought it looked really promising.
Yeah, I did.
I think maybe that says something about their biggest issue is identity. What is their identity as a team?
Yeah,
who's the guy they're playing around that they want to succeed every time? Who's their star player? Who are the role players? What kind of roles are you filling? What is the identity of this squad? Nobody knows. I don't think they know. And if you don't have that in Dota, you're just jumping from idea to idea, play style to play style. It gets very chaotic. You're not concretely building anything. I think my biggest comparison for them as a young squad trying to build something is you compare them to what Navi Jr. did. To me, it's night and day.
Yeah.
I don't think the players on Navi Jr. were better than these players on Shopify Rebellion if you go back a year or two ago. But if you look at the identity that team has built compared to the Shopify Rebellion stuff, too many changes in this roster, too many leadership changes, too many identity changes, and you're just still in this amorphous space where if you had to describe Shopify Rebellion's play style in one word, what would it be?
Yeah, and I also think they're just cursed by inconsistency, too. Because they've had moments where they looked kind of good, like Dream League Season 25, I believe, in the group stage. They looked solid. They had some really interesting games. Then they look bad the tournament after. And then there are some games where all of their players look top tier, but then there are games where Yopaj, for example, from the mid lane is just getting completely crushed by Nisha. So maybe that kind of inconsistency is something that is also making them maybe lose faith in their identity as a team.
It's a vicious cycle. You're caught in the vortex right now. Can't get out.
How do you break it, Avery?
How do you break
Avery
it?
must know, since he is the last North American to win
He
a
took
LAN
his secrets
tournament.
with him.
Yeah, I retired. That's how you break out of that
he
vortex.
broke out of the vortex and he was like, all right, well, I'm washing my hands of that whole situation.
Never looked back. I mean,
In sharp contrast, though, their opponents found their identity quite quickly. P-Vision was a team that we didn't even know existed as a name 2 weeks ago, and then the other name that they went by was not existing until 8 months ago. And then they come into their very first LAN at Bangkok and immediately get themselves a trophy. That's a quick way to find an identity.
It really is. I mean, this team just has been so dominant for the majority of this year. Like, being reigning ESL 1 champs, they have their own specific playstyle, and they've molded it so that it doesn't seem like they're very affected by patches. Like, they've had playstyles where they just played tempo, played on Ducalis' Chen, won games in 25 minutes. Then they got Satanic and they started playing for late game and owning in the late game. Then 9Class is just like, you know what, we're going to be the only team that runs support Slark. And that's how they played off of some weird position 4 hero giving them vision. It feels like their identity is being versatile, if that makes sense.
But
But
there is one big but with this.
Tell me.
The Liquid matchup.
Oh, yes.
They're 0-7 against Liquid in recent games. Something about that matchup is destroying them.
That is the cumulative effect of just like, what, 2 weeks worth of Dota, though? Because over the course of the entire year...
Neil, 2 weeks is... Your team can be formed, disbanded, reformed in the course of 2 weeks, especially in a series against the North American team.
Sure.
Anything can happen. I'm just saying, there's a weakness there. That's why I'm pointing to. Because
True.
if I look at the recent lands, particularly the ones they won, I agree with what Effie said. They don't have a lot of weaknesses you can exploit because of the versatility, because of the range of styles they play. I think that's the strength of Satanic. This guy can play super fast, push you down, win in 20 minutes. He can go ultra late on the Terrorblades, the Medusas, just out-farm you, be an ultra carry. There's not a lot of ways you can draft against this team that gives you a clear advantage. You just have to outplay them. You have to be prepared for the versatility and strategies, except Liquid. Liquid has just broken this team. And if I'm playing against P-Vision, I'm looking at those replays. I'm seeing what has Liquid done that no one else is doing that is consistently beating them right now. I think some of it might be the adaptability to pace. And I think some of it might be that the fact Liquid has a carry like Mickey that can set the tempo and just drive it into P-Vision. And they can't really get these weird picks to work because they don't have the time to make it work. Like there was a game where they ended up flexing the Doom to 9 class so they could get the off-lane later pick for DM. And the Dooms just ends up being like 0-9 at the end of the game. Doom's nobody. That's a situation where you can look at that game and go, wow, like they're able to flex anything to 9 class. That versatility is amazing. And Liquid would go, yeah, we don't care. We're just going to run you down in 25 minutes. Nice versatility.
Yeah, I think what Liquid did, at least in this tournament so far too, versus P-Vision, was that they really brought the numbers to P-Vision's safe lane, and they just completely shut down Satanic. They had this first pick Veno game where they just killed Satanic on Terrorblade. He TP'd out, he walked back to the lane, died again, then Mickey comes through the gate and they kill him. Maybe a key to playing against this team is making sure that your offlane has kill threat and that your carry has the ability to go through the gate. That's something that Liquid showed us has been very effective versus them. I will say though, I think a lot of this matchup though is psychological. I think Liquid did something and they got in their heads, and P-Vision are being their own worst enemies when it comes to Liquid too, because it just looks like they play worse versus them as well, like making mistakes they wouldn't. Like Satanic TPing out when Marcy's right next to him. How often do we see him doing something like that?
Yeah, it does feel like it's been a cumulative effect on P-Vision, and they've been getting into their own heads a little bit too much. I'm with you.
Psychology of playing against bots adds an extra bit of pressure. And unfortunately for them, they're now in a series where they have to play against NA bots. That's the next level tier of bot.
The thing about P-Vision is that, so they talk a lot, right? And they've developed a reputation for themselves, but they've always been able to back up that bark with a bite. Like they did talk a lot. You know, talk a lot of crap.
They talked the talk and they walked the walk.
They annoyed people, they tilted people, they got into pub beef with people, but ultimately when it came down to it, they would win. And they had strong performances. It feels like the second that they kind of lose the grasp on that, maybe it's just nerve-wracking for them too. That all of a sudden they're afraid that it makes them look like clowns, so they play worse. Is there potential there?
Absolutely. You can destroy your own mentality very quickly in this game if you get overconfident and you get humbled real fast. I think this team is confident enough to get over it anyway. I don't think they really mind, especially with no one as the anchor for this squad in terms of mentality. Like, this guy has already gone through the lowest of lows you can go through in Dota.
Yeah.
And that's because you come off of such a big high. So, the fact he's been there before, I don't think this guy cares. Like, whatever.
At the minimum, though, it does show that there are breaks in P-Vision's armor that hopefully Shopify Rebellion, a team that is currently struggling quite a bit, maybe can look to for inspiration. As we get into the draft for a game number 1, P-Vision, they ban out a Timbersaw first phase, Leshrac and TA, also an Ogre in the second phase. Shopify Rebellion, they ban out the Naga, the Undying, the Dazzle, and the Batrider. And P-Vision first pick themselves a Doom. Shopify respond with an SF.
See if they ban the Ogre Marcy here, the SF enablers, for like a fast rundown strategy. Also, being able to buff this guy's right-click potential against Doom is always nice, because this is a hero where you Doom him, he still might just win the fight anyway, particularly if it ends up being the one-position SF. Shopify Rebellion will flex this hero around. If you're going to commit the Ogre ban, I feel like you're committing the Marcy ban. I don't think you ban one of those two. It's either none or all of them in my build.
And I think, for me, when I look at Doom as well, I feel that that just has looked stronger from the safe lane than it has from the off lane, surprisingly enough, because if you are planning on eventually running this this Doom off lane, aren't you comfortable just putting the SF versus that? Like, sure, it's annoying to get doomed at level 6, but before then, this is a hero that's really susceptible to getting triple raised and dying in lane.
Yeah, 100%. I think the only swap you're worried about is if they can get away with the Doom 4 with a Darkseer or Visage, or the Veno, honestly, now that it's back in the meta, and these are all heroes that DM will play. That lane can be a like gotcha all in, and it's very volatile. That might be something P-Vision are willing to do if it comes down to that matchup, particularly since, 9 class, he wants to play carry anyway, so he's just going to steal whatever carry hero is lingering in the pool. But in theory, you could be happy about that as Shopfire Belling, because we have seen this 4-position Doom kind of falter pretty easily.
But you add it with a Darkseer, then you're pretty happy. Run a 4-position Doom, give him the Ion Shell, give him a Surge, let him run down the Shadow Fiend. And you're happy to play Darkseer versus SF as well.
Especially if you do the wave cutting and you're comfortable playing that style, which P-Vision absolutely are. These guys are...
So a lot of the heroes that are questions...
They ban the Darkseid.
And they take the Willow away from 9 class. This has been by far his best performing support of recent times. A lot of his more nuisance-y heroes like the Slark, like the Riki, like the Nyx, those have gotten nerfed. I think P-Vision themselves have moved away from that Slark. It's not giving them enough. They did try to play it a few times after the multiple accumulative nerfs to that hero in the patch, but eventually you just can't keep sticking to an idea that doesn't seem to be working.
People also just get more confident and comfortable playing against it. They get used to the style, they get used to the little shenanigans, they ward on the cliffs that are harder to de-ward, they save them for the fights, they pick heroes with more AoE. The hero generally is going to fall off because people are more familiar with it. That's also where I talk about 9 class. His hero pool, I feel some of the value was just the shock value. Coming into the scene and playing stuff and no one knows what's going on, like the Sundering Terrorblade and stuff. But after you see it a couple times, you play against it, it does lose a lot of that initial, shock value that catches people off guard. And then you have to determine, is this something that is consistently strong in drafts, or did it just catch people off guard? And I think P-Vision are facing the end of that run where they're going to have to find ways to get him impactful in the game beyond just, here's a hero you've never seen before. And like here, we're seeing, here's just 2 straight supports, right? There isn't going to be any crazy flex here. There's not going to be any shenanigans. I hope so. I don't want to see what Core Ringmaster looks like.
Yeah, this is actually shockingly straightforward from P-Vision.
Could be a mid-Chen.
But also kind of new.
Are you serious? Or are you messing with me right now?
There was a patch where Zai played at mid, I remember that.
I don't think Ringmaster has been very popular at all the last few weeks, at least. I haven't seen him on the A stream. I'm not sure if you guys had the odd
We have not.
No.
Ringmaster, but this hero does feel like it got weaker. But when you look at SF Willow and now Enchantress and Axe, it's a fine Ringmaster game. Like, your escape act isn't really countered by anything. You're just chilling. Like, it's not like Enchantress can press enchant on a hero in a box. The Wheel of Wonder is going to be nice, especially because SF has like a wind up on his Requiem. You just throw it behind him, whip him. You could disrupt him in the early game.
So what is the reasoning for the Enchantress then? It's just, I saw Chen.
Yeah, you just pick it to play against Chen. Take his creep.
Bulba Classic. Get some strong laning here. He doesn't want to give up an early advantage with this SF lineup. And I think the downside of this Chen Ringmaster is you're not really contesting the SF's damage output, particularly if this SF gets a fast BKB. If he's the 1 position, if he's mid, then I think that wheel has a lot more viability here and it is really disruptive in the fight. So maybe P-Vision are trying to force this hero into one role, but it still looks like a fine SF game to me. And I don't think P-Vision have really pushed this hero out of the draft too far. They're kind of just doing their own thing, which is totally fine when you play this Chen, because you've seen them just run teams over with it. The scale's insane. Ducalis is a master of this hero. Scary hero to play against, honestly, when you're going against these teams that rat really well and scale really well.
Yeah, I like that point that you made about they're trying to push it into one role, but like if you're playing Spellcaster SF, then you are very good against Escape Act. Like your Requiem and Raises will kill targets inside of it. Like, and maybe they were trying to draft around the carry SF and run him down, but now that you pick this puck as well, it's even more appealing to pick the mid Shadow Fiend. Like, this is one of the better heroes to lane against puck. It was already inside of your draft. You don't have the means to slow down the damage output like you mentioned. I'd be like pretty happy getting this Teopage at this point if I'm Shopify.
I'd be fine with it. I don't think you're going to get a better mid this late in the draft. Like, you're going to get 2 more bans here as P-Vision. The Void Spirit's already been 1. The TA is always taken out early. Even Lesh is out of the pool.
Queen of Pain's still around.
don't think it fits with the rest of your lineup. Honestly, you know what would be sick is I'm still waiting for someone to just bust out Lone Druid at some point in this patch against the puck. But
Fear has iterated multiple times that he thinks it's too far gone.
It probably is, but I'm telling you, there are some of these games where you can just cheese someone out with
Sure.
that.
And if there's any team to do it, it would be P-Vision.
I mean, if you're a specialist, it's very doable. At Shopify take out 2 offlaners, some DM specialty heroes, and the Brewmaster and the Veno. The Veno is also, it could be a support. So are they prepping for potentially
a Doom carry?
I mean, I feel like that it just looks better from the carry role. It lanes very well into Axe too.
Yeah, it's not a fun hero for Axe to jump. Not a traditional right clicker, even though he ends up doing a lot of right click damage. I think the other band's going to go into Tiny here for P-Vision.
Protect the puck.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything else Yopaj plays that's really going to pose a threat on this puck unless you just want to last pick Storm. I mean, that's a Bulba classic, but that matchup's not completely one-sided, and you don't have a lot to back the Storm up going in. I think you'd rather have something that gives you some AoE to buff the Shadow Fiend up, if anything. Like, I'm thinking a Kunkka-type hero. Obviously, Kunkka's not too high in the meta right now, but that archetype of hero, I think, looks good with Shopify's lineup.
I agree for sure. I think Kunkka would be great. We also saw 2 Kunkka plus SF combos earlier. They didn't win,
They did
but
not. They all lost both games.
Kunkka does account for a lot of Shadow Fiend's weaknesses. I mean, the question is, do P-Vision want to expend 2 bans on the mid lane? Because the option of mid SF is open, and they do cover their bans with taking out a carry with a stun that can fight.
And they convert the Doom to carry. Offlane Dawnbreaker.
Well, it could be carried on.
Run the SF mid.
Yeah.
Run the SF mid. You really want to lane your Shadow Fiend into a Dawnbreaker now? With all of this in mind, that she's just going to get run out in the lane? With a Ringmaster too?
So instead, you want him to go against the puck, and then now you want your Willow plus question mark against the Dawnbreaker?
Pick anything versus Dawn that will withstand itself in lane. Like, what mid hero is open for you that you think will do a lot outside of Tiny? Tiny is like pretty nerfed as well.
The thing with Tiny is, I think you have to absolutely play through him this game. Like, you have to roam to him, you have to contest every power rune, you have to abuse his strength against the puck, get a really fast blink, and maybe Yopaj goes completely ham with it, and you're taking a lot of resources away from this SF in the laning phase, and he will absolutely get 2-on-1 all in. That's the scary part here. This Enchantress doesn't have a lot of freedom if you end up playing the safe lane SF. You need a pretty independent mid, and there's not a lot of those left. I'm also inclined to put the SF mid here. I'm just not sure in Tomato's hero pool exactly what he wants to back it up.
So,
like some Lycans and stuff.
Yeah,
Seen him play.
I think Sven would have been perfect actually, because the Warcry would have given them so much versus Chen. That was a really great ban. I mean, in the past, you could look at things like Puck and say, oh, we could Void, but then you're playing into the Chen lineup with a Void.
Instead, they want to send an Ember into the puck matchup and make the Shadow Fiend a safe laner.
I honestly do not like it very much. I think that you're putting Ember versus Puck, which is also, it's a fine matchup for Ember Spirit, but you still have the issue of you're going to be run out by this Chen draft. They're going to 5-man early. They're going to run at you. Your SF is going to play against Dawnbreaker. There are ways to pressure him in lane. So I don't know what timing you're playing for on Shopify exactly.
I don't think this Ember helps your SF game plan. I also think it's Ember into Chen and Doom, which are 2 really tough matchups for this hero. They're heroes with Dispels, they're heroes with some extra sustain and auras from the Chen. You have Dawnbreaker sustain on top of that. Really tough matchups. If you get Ice Armor at any point on these 2 heroes that can take it out of the jungle, really obnoxious spell for the Ember to play into. It's hard to snowball this game as the Ember unless this Enchantress goes completely ham. And I still don't think this Enchantress can beat the SF alone versus Ringmaster Dawnbreaker. Like, you just get all in so easily. I think he's going to have to play that lane longer. I think the early snowball potential for Shopify looks a little weak here, and generally, I don't think Ember ends up pulling those games out. I don't think Axe ends up pulling those games out, so I'm going to favor P-Vision here, or so slightly.
I favor them a lot. I don't like Shopify's draft at all, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, maybe they got kind of stuck in a corner at the very end, and they ended up with the Ember Spirit, but the SF mid with like some kind of stunning carry would have looked a lot better. That way you can play around it, try to pressure towers yourself, and now you have to protect your SF. Your Ember doesn't really have anyone to play with, and your Enchantress can't really do that much this game. I don't know how much value they can get from her.
That's discouraging to hear, because I know you 2 weren't able to catch the Shopify games on the B stream, but that has been kind of a recurring problem, is they leave Tomato on a bit of an island, and maybe get lost in the sauce on their draft as the picks go through. And perhaps that is happening yet again, because I'm with you. Perhaps the opportunity to send SF mid and give Tomato a different matchup would have worked out a little bit more favorably. But again, this is a P-Vision that maybe knocked off balance. You're 0-7 against Team Liquid, one of the best teams in the world. But that could happen to anyone. It could happen to you against Shopify Rebellion. And maybe we'll find that out in game number 1 with rCryptic and Seb.
Kind of a tall order, I would say, but I'm kind of with the panel on this one. I know you are as well, Seb, talking a little bit about the draft here. A little bit of a discouraging, you know, if you're a Shopify fan, maybe?
Yeah, I see a lot of issues in this draft. I'll focus on the upsides first. But,
Okay,
I mean,
do it.
or like actually after, because that's what I want to leave it on. But no, I mean the Ember versus SF. It's been talked with SF. It's been talked about. It's a little bit scary because this SF is gonna get attacked by all angles, especially with the help of the Dawn ulti. And Ember is not a hero that's happy rotating. There's that. They're gonna lack a lot of damage. Like Shopify, P-Vision, they have a really high sustain lineup. You know, with the Chen buffing the armor. SF's not gonna bring enough. The Dawnbreaker ulti, and you're looking at very little damage. These Enches, they don't play with impetus anymore. The Willow damage is gonna, you know, go into the Chen creeps most likely. It is very scary in my opinion. I think they're on a timer just by the nature of the draft. But with that being said, we have, you know, Timado on SF. It's one of his best heroes, if not his best. Same can be said about Yopaj on the Ember. So they have some pretty strong, you know, player to hero combination, which honestly sometimes is all it requires.
Comfort zone means a lot, honestly. And right now, am I seeing that right? Okay, no, he TP'd. I was like, Tomato was towards bottom, but he has moved back to the top lane. Okay.
They were just blocking the wave, I guess. Yeah.
So the Dawnbreaker lane versus the Shadow Fiend, it's a little bit weird, right? A lot of times you want to pick something that has a little bit of a stun. We see the Dawnbreaker combos usually become a little bit too powerful, especially once just getting level 2. Celestial Hammer into that Starbreaker is a ton of damage. You have a Ringmaster who is a pretty annoying hero to play against in lane as well.
Yeah.
He kind of fell off the radar a little bit, but it is still, you know, a little bit of a dominant hero.
He's pretty good also versus Ench. I think I like it against versus Ench. He brings a lot of damage.
The dagger.
He can also deal with the creeps like pretty well, I would say. And the kill potential that's going to come from this lane. And again, this is like another of these SF lanes where, you know, I think SF, of course, I like the... You think of kills, right? So, you know, aggressive supports are good, but I think most importantly how you deal with SF is you kill him.
Yeah.
So I never like to see SF with a support that can't protect him, basically, and that is what Ench is. And on the other side of the map, we're going to have a Chen Doom versus Axe Dark Willow. I mean, both these lanes are pretty strong, I would say. This is going to come down to execution.
Yeah.
I can see how both sides can, you know, come out swinging from this lane.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I've been impressed with Axe in general in this patch. Like, he's looked like a really strong hero. You're playing against the Chen, though, so you're not going to get this like battle hunger spam that you typically want to get out of it. So I don't think Ducalis is really going to be pressured here. So whatever mana they have, they're just going to continue to try to dump into Satanic.
Yeah, it's going to be a lane of like eventually, you know, being able to cut behind the tower. I think that's what you want to do as Axe versus Chen.
Okay.
If they can get there, they'll be pretty happy on the Dire side.
All right.
And as for the mid lane, we see like a pretty decent start for No One versus Yopaj. He's doing really well on the puck.
I'm kind of surprised. I feel like the Ember a lot of times is favored like waves 1 and 2 just because you have a little bit more reliable push and you have a better attack animation. But Yopaj gonna get ganked by 9 class.
Oh, this hurts. This hurts a lot.
I mean, does he have another dagger? If he does, this might be a kill. He's going to try and dodge out the puck here. Does manage to get the orb up onto the high ground. I mean, this is a long run away from this mid lane. And yeah, he's going to try and deny himself, but it's just not there. 9 class gets the kill. And meanwhile, bottom lane Hellscream getting ran down here. Able to survive thanks to the healing from Pixie Dust. But that is a huge win in the mid lane here for this puck.
Amazing move by 9 class. I think you see that very rarely. I think like the position 4 or I mean any support for that matter make a minute 2 water run rotation. But it paid dividends this time around. The matchup was already kind of close and a little bit in Puck's favor. Now No One was able to get another wave on top of the advantage that he had, and that probably means he's gonna hit level 6 before the Ember, which could bring even more troubles.
He does have a big wave at the tower, which is great for Yopaj. Like, he'll
look at 9 class though. He knows. You think he doesn't know?
Yeah, he's gonna come right back in. Remnant
Did he
actually
miss?
barely misses,
Okay.
or the dagger barely misses. So
That is very, very good for Yopaj. Very lucky, maybe even, because it could have been a kill.
yeah, and they actually force a TP to mid as well. So that's very nice. And now Divine Llama on the bottom lane, getting forced very deep underneath his tower.
Yeah, and he committed to this lane on the bottom lane. Like, he went for the bracer and the boots, which means he's committing on playing the wave, so he's not going to be happy.
Yeah.
The amount of hate from 9 class towards Yopaj is unheard of. Like, he's just bullying him mid. This is almost a dual lane mid.
Tomato, how close is he to that tier 3 raise? It's close. Doesn't have the damage. Does force out the wand charges, but they do manage to get themselves
pretty cool.
the Dawnbreaker out of the lane for now.
Pretty cool that he's able to pressure him that much in a 1v1 situation. Of course, he has to keep track of what 9 class is doing, because he could definitely get killed by the Dawnbreaker remaster combo. But yeah, very unconventional style by 9 class this game. He's deciding to put a lot of pressure on the Ember, and it is understandable. I think if anyone's if the pressure is gonna come from Shopify, it's gonna come through the mid lane and through the Ember Spirit.
Yeah. I think right now, with how well the mid lane is kind of going for P-Vision, we'll kind of see what they do with it. But, meanwhile, bottom lane, TPN from 9 class, they're going to just put the pressure onto Divine Llama, find themselves a nice kill here. Good rotation. I mean, 9 class is in all 3 lanes.
Yep, he's everywhere. I mean, where he isn't is top.
Yeah,
I'll
true.
give DM that, because DM would agree with this. He would very much disagree with this statement, because he's suffering heavily on the top lane. He maybe wishes 9 class was top, actually. But you know, you can't be everywhere. He's won the mid lane, he's won the bottom lane for them. This is, of course, like a mutual decision they must have made.
Yeah.
Just leave me alone on this lane. There's no reason to kind of force ourselves into this SF edge. Let them be. I'll get the levels eventually.
It's true. And with this, they actually put a really nice ward behind mid tower, so this will be able to provide some vision onto Yopaj as well as anybody else.
It tells the plan.
Yeah, it does, right?
The plan is to shut down Yopaj and the Vailama.
Yep, bottom lane. He does have that Funhouse mirror to try and make a little bit of space. They do trade 1-for-1, but Ducalis is doing a ton of damage here as well.
I don't think he anticipated so much damage. It was quite surprising, like the
Yeah.
Helix into the Shadow Realm. But you know, if you think about it, like from a tactical perspective, like you shut down the Axe, you shut down the Ember, who's left? The SF. But the SF's gonna get doomed.
Yeah,
every single
that's
side.
true.
So the team fights are gonna look really rough if you don't have an Ember and an Axe to play with.
Yeah, the big thing we're going to be keeping our eyes on is the level 6 timing from both these mid laners, but also the Doom and the Dawnbreakers level 6 are pretty massive.
They are. It's gonna be big timings for the Southern region. Luckily for Shopify, DM is really far from his level 6. He's had a really tough time on the top lane. Timado was able to shut him down 1v1, so it's gonna take a while. It's gonna come down to the XP runes, like to the XP shrines. 9 class is actually making his way towards the top. There's like a lot of Shopify heroes. They're looking to contest and play around the SF, which I like a lot. He's level 6. He has the siege creep. If he can cross the tower line, he's going to be able to contest the wisdom.
Okay,
Which is a really
and
big
chance
deal.
is out. DM pretty dang slow here. Doesn't have another raise to continue, but it will force him away. He's going to pop the salve here to make sure that he can try and fight for this, but they've also rotated top here on the Dark Willow. Meanwhile, Ducalis just sneak into the other side. So it is just going to be a trade here. And now the Coil will manage to actually catch the Shadow Fiend. He's going to be forced to go for the Requiem, but gets silenced up. Yopaj with a nice chains onto these heroes, but it's not enough to find the kill. He's going to chase, try to finish the job here on the 9 class. The Strongman Tana keeping him alive for now, but they do manage to trade 1-for-1 here. The SF, however, the much more valuable kill.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not happy with that on Shopify's side. Timado could have went left and just played a little bit safer. He ends up dying for the Wisdom, which could be good if they didn't lose their own.
Yeah.
Which was what happened to the Vailama. He was facing both the Doom and the Chen and just had to give it away.
Did you manage to get the tower, which is, you know, they kept the Catapult alive long enough, so they get the off-lane tower, which is...
It's good.
That's not bad.
No, it is very good. Consolation prize. You could argue more than that, but it's going to allow DM to just quietly farm and catch up there. They're looking to mimic the movement on the other side of the map. The Siege Creep is still alive.
Okay, well...
Doom has phase boots, he's very strong.
That tower did not last very long either.
Another tower. And that will lead the Chen to an early level 5. Like, this Chen is gonna accelerate now.
Did no one not have his bottle in? What was that? He did not. Okay. I was like, he did. He just instantly activated. So that's a little bit of an oopsie. No bottle there refilled.
Ench doing the classic, you know, troll, summoner, skeleton, get the tier 1s, but against the buckets a little bit harder. The Dawn ulti is gonna come online pretty soon, so that's gonna change the nature of the game.
Oh, there's the coil. They're gonna try, maybe? No, Dawnbreaker not ready.
It was literally one creep away. They try to optimize this, and honestly, it could have looked really cool. We're talking, you know, half a second too early on the coil.
With this, you still have this amplified damager, and you're missing a lot of mana that you would like to have, unfortunately, because the bottle didn't get recharged there, but still pretty scary on the puck.
It is. It is. And yeah, I like what the Chen is doing. Like, they're not. I mean, if you look at the wards, like that 9 class just placed, like you can see what the plan is. Like, they're gonna have they have the Dawnbreaker ulti to help them out, and they have this really deep ward in the mid lane and one in the triangle. So they're looking to play with 3 or 4 heroes and just, you know, contest basically 2 lanes, like the bottom lane and the mid lane constantly, with the threat of the coil or a doom and into a Dawnbreaker ulti. DM is himself. He's looking to play like really safe, try to get what he can, and it's going to be hard for Shopify to deal with the amount of pressure. They just don't have the tools yet. This Axe is, you know, the Axe, the Ember, they're pretty sad. They don't know where to go.
They're going to look for a play here on mid. The daggers do connect over and over here onto Hellscream. Blood Grenade not going to this time, though. And with this, they will still be able to defend this mid lane tower.
Yeah, and of course, it's all about the Dawn ulti, like, which is why this Buck is playing so aggressively in their face.
Now, there's a Doom now, though. It's not looking great anymore, as that's just going to quickly handle the Ember. And with the Dawn ulti, like you said, they bring the whole team mid. They'll get the tier 1 tower. And the Ember Spirit's sidelined now for 20 more seconds.
Nice rotation from Satanic, very smooth. Top 1 net worth, managed to find himself mid at the right time, get a Doom on the Ember, go back to farm.
He's got a Midas on the way.
And this Doom hero, it accelerates really quickly. The farm speed is, it's unheard of.
They actually saw Divine Llama's TP back into the triangle, so they might try and do something with this. No one bottles up a shield rune this time, so...
Yeah, luckily for the Axe, before the Witchblade, it's a little bit hard for Buck to set up for kills. Much harder than... Or he'd have to wait for the Dawn ulti at the very least, so there's a little bit of downtime for Divine Llama to farm up. And he's going for the Blade Mail.
Oh my
9 class
gosh.
was thinking
He just
about
stole 2 of the creeps.
No.
Well, with this, he might be in trouble. Oh, what a
Nice
whoopee cushion down to the low ground. And now Satanic will just push them away. Dude, he walks up, steals 2 creeps, and lives. That is...
This might give away the ward, though.
Yeah, it probably does.
There's a sentry flying for the Dark Willow, so they will perhaps think about dewarding it. I don't know how worth it is, to be honest, because this ward could have led to great moves from P-Vision, so hopefully they can, you know, make sure
fight around it.
Yeah, fight around it or get a kill there. Because this ward is a big problem for the Axe. He doesn't like to be seen.
Yeah, Hellstream's going right back for it. We'll see if he finds out exactly where it is.
Never mind.
The guesses incorrectly. Yeah, he assumed it was on the low ground.
Bad news.
That's unfortunate.
So a little bit of catch-up time on the Dire side. I mean, the Ember's like working towards the Blade Mail, and she's doing Ench things. That sequence is, you know, I think they're pretty happy with it.
Bottom lane here, trying to go for the fear into the Wheel of Wonder, but Divine Llama just cannot stand his ground here against Satanic. They even commit DM's ult as mid lane the coil is going to come through to try and punish this Ench. She's a tanky hero.
Oh, he's not the coil.
But should have enough magic damage. Yeah, with the coil snap, that'll be enough. And Hellscream manages to take down Satanic, so the Doom falls.
That is a really big kill that they got. And, you know, I mean, the Ench is not so tanky because he was not skilling, he didn't skill the ulti yet. He's going for a 0-3-3 approach, which a little bit greedy, especially against Puck. Actually, Puck is obviously a lot of magic damage, but he relies on right clicks a lot, much more than we realize at times because of the Witchblade.
Tomato, top lane, should be fine. He's got some TPs coming in as well.
He's very tanky. He's sitting at 2k HP almost. He has a full, you know, half charge magic wand and the threat of the ulti, of course. Without the Dawnbreaker ulti, I think it's unrealistic to go on this SF.
Yeah. No one's going to try and body block Skem here, and with the help of the rest of the heroes, they will quickly clean up the Enchantress as well. That was a nice body block. Good use of that haste rune.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing by no one. That will mean the Witchblade completed, so this Puck is starting to get online. And it is a really good Puck game. Like, he just has to worry about the Axe Call, basically. That's what's going to kill him, if anything. And very competent Puck player, obviously. No one is, so... Yeah, it's getting worrisome for Shopify.
Yeah, the gold lead is really starting to kind of just pull ahead. Not only on the cores, but your supports as well, just having a great time. Chen's always going to be able to out-farm, kind of like his counterparts. It's one of the benefits of this hero.
He will. I mean, the biggest issue right now is the state of the game for the Ember and the Axe. I think they are playing from behind quite a lot. And remember, like, Ember is considered like a good matchup against Puck, at least for that stage of the game. Like, he was supposed to put the Puck under pressure and was not able to because of what 9class did in the early game. And same can be said for the Vailana. Like, it's not such a bad lane that he entered, especially with the help of a Willow. And he's just so far away from his Blink Dagger. He needs almost 2k gold, and I just don't know if he's ever going to get that.
They're going to try and bring some heroes down here to get 9class. Dawnbreaker's ult is coming in. He's got the Strongman tonic. Suddenly, 9class very tanky, but in comes Yopaj. Terrorize onto 2. Can Vailana get the Culling Blade? He doesn't manage to get the first. A lot of damage coming in from DM, especially with the help of the Blade Mail. Here comes Puck. Coil onto 3. He's got an Arcane Rune to boot. Uh-oh. Shopify, did you chew off more than you could swallow? We'll see. Yopaj.
I don't think that's what he meant.
He's not making out of this one. Not with Satanic, yeah.
Oh, Yopaj's not going to be happy with this remnant usage for sure. And no one is accelerating at the speed of light right now. This Puck is completely out of control, actually. He's 3-0 and 5. He's going to have a Blink Dagger in 400 gold. I don't know how you deal with him. And, I mean, bear in mind also, he gets the help from the Chen, like the armor, the sustain, the Dawnbreaker ulti. This is not just a Puck. This is a Puck that is so buffed by his teammates, and you barely have anything to stop him already.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the next steps here for Shopify. You've got a Shadow Fiend that's staying somewhat relevant in the net worth, but the rest of your heroes are really starting to struggle, and the next set of items are going to be very problematic. Like, no one just greeting out for an early Parasma, and that amount of damage, I don't know how you deal with.
No, you just don't. Honestly, you just don't. I mean, they have this SF, yes, it is true, but at the same time, there's the Doom that we haven't seen in a while, but SF is meant to play Doom by the nature of the team fights, and this Anch is going to die again.
Yeah, does get caught from the taunt there, does manage to find Hellscream as well, as he tried to make a play here onto no one, but the supporting cast of P-Vision was ready and waiting.
You know, the casters were, the panel was mentioning that, you know, it's not an easy Anch game. Like, who is he going to be able to focus on? Like, can he pressure the Puck? Can he pressure top? And I mean, I think we're seeing it. Like, Skem is really struggling to find his space in this game.
Oh, what a juke, but they're trying to not commit the Doom here for some reason, so they'll just force the Vailama out of the lane.
Yeah, but the damage is done. There's really no lane that Shopify is allowed to enter in, honestly. They're just being hunted everywhere they show. Boyle is back in 25, so they don't have that yet.
That is an Atos reveal from 9class mid, and it's just going to set up an easy kill onto Yopaj.
If you're not even going to need the coil to kill December, it's looking rough. And are they looking for Roche now? They have the drums on the chat.
16.5-minute Parasma. That's got to be one of the fastest of the tournament. That's insane.
Yeah. He actually went Parasma over Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a new record.
I think it's the first time I see this.
Yeah,
I
mean, I've seen a couple that have been pretty quick, but that is easily the fastest. That is wild.
It's interesting that you would go Parasma over Blink. I mean, Blink is such a good item in this game, obviously, with the Dawnbreaker ulti to, you know, follow up. Very interesting approach by no one. I'm looking forward to see what he does with this. They have the Atos from the Ringmaster, so it's not like they have no tools to start the fight. They have something, because 9class is absurdly fat. For a +4 Ringmaster.
Skem is about to realize how much damage this Parasma does. Coil comes out. He's going to get a lot of healing, of course, just to the nature of this Enchantress, but they will have more than enough to secure it.
No one is smurfing right now.
This looks like an alt account.
He's actually smurfing.
Yeah. He is 4-0 and 8, closing in on a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and the push is going to come on the top lane. Puck is looking to connect. Ducalis is already in position with the Chen creeps. He has the Troll Summoner.
You do have the Axe Call with the Blink. They're going to set up here for the moment. It's not a Culling Blade kill. He manages to survive, but they will still take down the Ringmaster. But that is now Culling Blade on cooldown for quite a while.
Yeah, which does matter when you play Axe. Actually, it's a bigger deal than what it seems at times. But, you know, the Axe Blink probably means go time for Shopify. They now have a way to answer all the pressure that is being put out by P-Vision. So we might see Timado play closer to his Axe now and look to be involved, because he actually has a reliable way to dish out damage.
So one of the things we see a lot with Dawnbreaker, especially since she's gotten so much more popular, is teams realize that she's the hero you kind of have to gank. You can't really go for these plays onto another side of the map because she'll just ult in with a Solar Guardian. And her Aghanim Scepter is only about 600 gold away at this point, so is that where Shopify should point their like attention, or?
They should, but again, since they have so little footing on the map, you know, they don't dare to push out the mid lane, they don't dare to push out the top lane, it becomes really obvious for P-Vision that Shopify is missing and they're trying to make a play on the Dawnbreaker. So, you know, because obviously Dawnbreaker teams also are aware of, you know, what are the weaknesses or how to play versus Dawn. So Shopify need to look for openings on Dawnbreaker, but at the same time, they can't be too obvious about it.
Well, Skem here, trying to find a little bit of action somewhere on the map, and yeah, 9 class just gets another kill.
This is one of the least fun Eng games I've seen in a while. It's tough, you know, because if you're not even able to do Eng things, which is, you know, push a wave here and there and you know, make it hard to die.
Pressure towers.
Yeah. Then what's your purpose? What else?
Pass the butter, I guess? I don't know.
You have no damage, you have no stars. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult to find footing. I mean, yeah, they have the Blink Axe, but they decide not to force the issue. They're waiting for the SF BKB on Shopify. It's 300 gold away, and until then, you just have to... Yeah, you just have to wait. There's nothing else to do right now. They just can't fight. They're completely outmatched.
How dare you, no one. Slow Blink Dagger timing.
So slow. No,
yeah,
so
can't
slow.
believe it.
Completely washed. So slow. Like, it was a 13-minute or 14-minute Parasma. I don't even know what it was.
It was a 60-minute Parasma into like a 19.5-minute Blink Dagger, so...
So slow.
Not, you know...
Let's not talk about it. It's too slow.
So what's next for P-Vision here? They've got this Aegis for a minute and a half. They're building their net worth lead. They've taken tier 2 bottom.
Tormentor sounds like a plan, and they could either wait for the second Roche or try to start chipping at the tier 2s. I mean, they already got one, but I think the tier 2s that they're going to look at are going to be the top and the mid one. And eventually they will transition into a high ground push. Luckily for Shopify, Doom is not the best high ground pusher. But Buck could turn into that. I mean, he gets the Wolf Aura from the Doom, like the back leader, which is a 30% bonus damage increase. It's massive. It's one of the best auras in the game, actually. Which is part of why this Doom carry is actually working that well.
Yeah.
It's mainly related to the aura.
We used to not really see it played too much this way as a carry, but with the aura and then the fact that his innate does pretty substantial damage as long as you're ahead, and then we end up seeing things like SNY come out later. The hero just hits hard.
It hits super hard. And he's also going to turn his Puck into, you know, semi-carry, right-click. Because Puck actually does a lot of right-click damage. With the pack leader aura, it's going to be a menace.
Yeah. Ducalis takes the top tower with his summons and a little bit of help from the creep wave, as no one will just continue to try and de-push bottom here. Play it safe, knowing that Shopify is nearby.
Yeah, P-Vision is taking a slow approach, and they're keeping Shopify guessing. Even though, like, they're very much ahead, and, you know, they could press the issue. The fact that they aren't and that they keep maximizing, it's hard for Shopify to read.
I mean, you've gone for this, like, BKB on your SF. You have your Axe with your Blink. Like, you feel like you absolutely need to get active and soon coil into the Dawnbreaker ult. You called this one so long ago. We finally see it actually connect. And yeah, that Ember Spirit doesn't even look like, he looks like a support.
He just can't show his face at all this game.
Chase is going to continue here. Blink call out from Divine Llama. The Fear is going to be able to catch him. Nice BKB from Tomato. He's got to do some damage, but DM is just surviving this. Meanwhile, Puck is just destroying the back line. Tomato trying to make his way back to the base, but now the Parasma's got him. It's going to slow him up. Your base, it does not belong to you. Doom is out. Divine Llama tries to get no one, but he doesn't have the damage. And Doom, well, looks like that's going to be a death on the Enchantress as well. Well, it'll be close. It's not going to be a death. She survives.
You know, that's a lack of damage I was mentioning at the beginning of the game. And they did, bear in mind, they did not even press Hand of God on this SF versus Dawn interaction. Neither did they press the Dawn ulti, because he used it on the Ember. But imagine, on top of that, the Hand of God, the Dawn ulti. Like, this SF cannot do... He cannot deal damage this game. Which is the concerning part. Like, where's the damage going to come from on the Dire side?
I feel like I've seen that one before. Ember Spirit dying to an Atos and a Silence once again.
And you might see it again. I mean, think about it. The Chen Divine Favor is 20 armor.
Yeah.
It's a 20 armor buff.
He just dies so fast. It's unreal. And with the follow up here, like you see Tomato BKB, like you said, try to do what damage you can, but it's all mitigated.
Look at the right clicks on the Dawnbreaker. It's ridiculous. Like, this is pathetic. He doesn't feel anything.
His whole BKB to do about 600 damage, right?
But it's all you have to offer also on Shopify's side. Like, this is your nuclear weapon, per se.
Yeah, the Hand of God finally comes out like right there, right when he goes for the final call to try and get even just the puck, but...
Exactly, I'm looking at the Dalai Lama energy. That's kind of how I feel when I see, you know, the attempt from Shopify. I mean, it's like, I don't really know, scratch my head. Like, how do we deal with this?
Yeah.
And what item is going to fix that? You know, like, it has to come from the magic damage, from the Ember and the Axe, which again, we go back to how 9 Class played this game. And we're there now. We're looking at Ember, we're looking at Axe, and we're like, can you fix this? And they're like, well, no, I can't. I've been bullied the entire game by this Ringmaster. I have no game. So it's on the SF.
We didn't even consider the fact that, like, Ringmaster can save these heroes. Because normally you talk about Escape Act a lot of the times, but it's been a complete non-factor. He's trying to set up a solo kill here top, going to get some assists from no one. There's the silence and another death.
What a chain stun by 9 Class.
Perfectly done.
Perfectly executed.
And
Ringmaster Specialist. Bronze tier, but that's fake.
Yeah, it is. I remember specifically watching him play this hero so much in the last couple of tournaments earlier this year. And he was probably one of the most impressive players. I think him and Safe, I think were the two that I really enjoyed watching on this hero.
Yeah. No, he's played a spectacular game so far.
Yeah, 25-6.
No, this is a masterclass by P-Vision.
We're going to see them try to make a play here onto the Dawnbreaker. Once again, though, pretty tanky with no one now showing up. He's just going to turn it around instead. The Blade Mail just kills Hellscream almost entirely.
It hurts.
I mean, I appreciate that they are making an attempt of plays.
Yeah, as they should. I mean, this Dawnbreaker is sort of alone, or it takes like a good amount of time for his team to connect to him, but yeah, you wish you had more time because it's hard to find the damage right now. Like, obviously, Hand of God is global, so there's that to worry about. And he's just naturally tanky. Oh my god, the Doom.
All right, yeah, that's something you can do. That's pretty funny.
He doesn't even need it, to be honest. Like, so why not? Scam. It's just not fair. It is kind of fair. They worked pretty hard to get here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They deserve the state of the game. They've played amazingly. And it looks like they're gonna be, you know, slowing down the approach, maybe waiting for the second Roche. It is up, so they could grab it whenever they want to. And that probably will lead to a high ground push, because the disadvantage at which Shopify is starting to become insurmountable.
Yeah, that was the exact word I was gonna use.
No, it's just too much. And I'm always the kind of guy to look for comebacks. Like, I'm all into comebacks in Dota, but I don't know where it comes from.
No one, just a quick solo kill and walks away. He's got an Octarine now, just, you know, in case you were wondering. 10-0 and 13. He has done more damage than almost all of Shopify.
And almost all his team too. Like, this is I mean, if that's not a Smurf like performance, please look into his account. Valve, can you check? I don't know. This guy, he's done more damage than the 9 other players. This is like a 1v9 performance. It isn't, because obviously Radiant has, you know, they've played this really well together. He is the center of the damage, of course, because the Doom is not even needed, honestly, to connect. Like,
he's the insurance policy.
Yeah, he is, and he could have connected, and he could have fought and dealt a lot more damage also, but they don't need him.
Yeah, you've got this puck with that early Parasma. And, I mean, that's such a cool heads-up call from him. He's like, yeah, I don't even really need the Blink right now. I'm just going to rush more damage and just be more oppressive. And
he really made it work, right? Because he got the Aegis as the second he got the Parasma, and obviously he's playing with the Divine Favor from the Chen, the Hand of God, the Dawn Ulti, so he's playing much more in their face style, which, and you know, he has tools. I mean, he has the Curveball, which is a really nice tool to kind of position yourself how you want. Even the Waning Rift helps. I don't think at any point did we look at a fight and we were like, oh, we kind of wish the puck had Blink, and to be fair, the window was pretty small because he did get the Blink pretty fast after. But
it took 3 minutes.
You love to see when players like go outside the script and, you know, think outside the box and come up with different builds or different build orders. I respect that. So Timato's working on a Silver Edge, which again, I think it's not bad by any mean, but is it gonna cut it? But you know, to his defense, what cuts it? I don't know. He just needs as much damage as he can get.
I mean, they're just throwing any spell they can just to find pickoff after pickoff. The Enchantress here, again, she's a fairly tanky hero, but they will just commit the coil as well. And Skem slowly going to make his way back into the base. He actually dodges it out. The tankiest hero
like
is... Yeah, tankiest hero is the Ench.
Oh, they're going in.
Oh, Dvailama, he's taking a beating from this Doom. Does get the pushback, though.
Yeah, the coil, the call did not really connect.
Oh, no, Skem. Oh, no. Okay, he still survives.
Easy save. He is. And here comes the push. Level 20 Doom. All the Chen buffs. He even has a granite golem to help him.
Yeah, that's
but
nice.
This Doom is sitting as 4k HP on top of the Dawn ulti and the Hand of God. I don't know how much that is, but it's probably like some 5.5.
He just jumps in, immediately dooms the Shadow Fiend, and he's not making it back to the base. At least not for now. He will take out to this eventually. They do, I was gonna say they do manage to get, no, they didn't. They didn't get anybody. They all survive. And this base never belonged to Shopify.
No, I mean, we saw that coming a long way ago. To be fair, I hate saying that, but this is one of the games where they could have considered calling it earlier. I think there was very, very little hope. Like, just through the nature of the draft, on top of how the game went, really, because the game went horribly for Shopify. Like, nothing worked, yeah, as expected, and I think they were at a pretty solid draft disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the last pick Ember and the panel, as well as you both thought, like, it doesn't really offer them what they need for the game. You need some sort of, like, stunning hero to play around in the mid game, and instead you end up with no one going 11-0 and 16 on Puck.
Yeah, and at that point, you know, to be fair, because like the damage was done before the last pick, if that makes sense. Like, I couldn't think of any hero that could have fixed it. Like, there were maybe better options, but at the same time, they would have created other issues like laning matchups, you name it. I think, yeah, 80% through the draft, Shopify was already far behind. Maybe unsalvageable, I would even dare to say.
Yeah, and it's not surprising that P-Vision holds nothing back, as they typically do. This is a team that is always willing to, I would say, put their enemies in the dirt. You know, they are always going to have fun and style on them when given the opportunity.
And obviously, you know, it's been mentioned, Team Liquid has humbled them, so they are now coming with a, you know, they're seeking for revenge. They're trying to prove themselves first and the world that, you know, they're a strong contender here for the title.
All right, well, we'll see what happens as we're going to send it back to the panel and they can break down just exactly all the things that went wrong.
It's a long list, perhaps, but we know that P-Vision are not pulling any punches because there's still definitely the possibility of tiebreaker potential. Liquid over there is playing with Heroic on Stream A, and even though Liquid is so far undefeated, if they do succumb to Heroic, then that means that P-Vision needs to get all the wins they can in this series to make that happen. And so far, in game number 1, they are starting things off on the right foot, whereas Shopify, they have been on the wrong foot for about 2 days now, or maybe 2 months.
It's nothing to a North American squad, Neil.
It's just another day in the life.
The average North American team is on the wrong side of things for years. And then they disband quietly into the night, so maybe they can get something going here, but yeah, it's looking a little rough. Good news for them is, you know, even with the group stage format, if you get last, you still have equal opportunity to make it farther in that bracket. So it's not all over for them.
Yeah, I'd argue that in games like this, where you get crushed this hard, there's probably the most to learn. There's so many things that you can look at and adjust from. And, you know, that's why this group stage format is quite nice for teams that have struggled a little bit in terms of how they want to draft or identity. You get more games to play, you get more shots, you get more learning opportunities. That's the bright side here. The downside is, wow, that was really tough to watch.
Yeah, you got crushed.
Are we already
absolutely crushed?
We're already analyzing this as if it's the end of the series because it was just that emphatic of a win that we're like, well, there's no way they're gonna win game 2 like this.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so. It was just so convincing, right? P-Vision, we talked about their Chen drafts, how good they are at playing tempo, and a lot of teams have forgotten that because they've been playing a lot more late-game oriented Dota, but they lost out the Ducalis Chen, and really there weren't answers for it. The second Chen became active on the map and they played around him, it felt like they took objective after objective, denied the map, and the plays that Shopify were able to make in that game were very few and far between.
Not enough impact from this Enchantress roam to counter it or be more aggressive, so the Chen has to react to you. I think that's what it comes down to in this matchup. If you're the one that's proactive, you're making the first moves, the enemy Chen Enchantress has to respond to your move. Then when you go in, he takes your creep, you take it back.
Yeah.
So if you're the guy reacting and the Chen comes to you, you take one of his creeps, he just takes it back or whatever. He takes another one. The move's already made. You're the one on the back foot, and I feel like Shopify Rebellion were just on the back from like minute 10 in this game, and you do not want to be on the back foot versus Chen because he ramps that tempo incredibly fast. He makes people unkillable. He's bringing 4 or 5 auras to the fight, and I think we saw it this game. I don't really know what Yopaj is supposed to do. He doesn't output enough damage to kill anybody. He goes a Blade Mail build, and at the same time, they have sustain to just power through a Blade Mail build. Like, you have Solar Guardian coming through, you have Hand of God, you have 9 class on arguably one of the hardest supports to still kill. We saw the survivability of this Ringmaster in showcase this game with the tonics, the whoopee cushion over the cliffs. He was so annoying, going in, stealing Ancients, whoop a cushion over a cliff. There's a Hand of God on that Lotus pool fight. Then he gets a tonic off. All this chip damage from Ember is irrelevant in these situations.
Yeah, I would also argue that just not enough respect to Chen was given in the way that Shopify drafted this one, because the Axe came out afterwards and there really wasn't an anti-Chen hero that was thrown into the midst. For Axe to be effective, he needs to farm for a while, right? He needs to get his Blade Mail and his Blink up, and they can make plays off of that. But there's going to be a period in the game where Chen is ready to play before Axe has Blink Blade Mails. So which hero on your team is like leading you to defend your towers and your structures? They didn't exist for Shopify.
I guess they may have been overestimating the capabilities of what an Enchantress does against a Chen, but it may have come down to what you were saying, Avery, is that if that's your idea for the counter, Ench has to make the first move. She can't be reactive against a Chen, especially if that's your only counter pick.
100%. I do not want to play Enchantress in a game where my teammates are crying because Chen's running at them and taking the runes and hitting their tower. Like, we need help to defend this tower. I don't want to do that as an Enchantress. I want to be the guy attacking their tower and making their Chen have to respond before he's ready to, before he hits his level 5 power point with the triple creeper or the level 6 with Hand of God. Like, I want to be in his face in his jungle, taking away space, aggressively contesting Wisdom Shrines. We saw this game, they contest the Wisdom Shrine, Ducalis just goes to theirs and takes it for free. It's like, these trade-offs are not good for the Enchantress. She is the stronger early game hero. She ramps up faster. You need to get value out of that.
And maybe we can see some of the moments that did start out in that early game that led to this Shopify Rebellion loss, because P-Vision definitely, this is a well-refined Chen team. This is Ducalis' bread and butter, so you better know it's coming. And if you do know it's coming, then you're going to need more than an Axe and an Enchantress to deal with it.
For sure, and I've got a little highlight compilation of the effectiveness of Chen in the early game. Now, to be fair, Shopify were playing quite well here. They were playing very aggressively, diving the Dawn. They went to make a aggro move to the Wisdom Rune. What ended up happening here was no one rotated just in time, and they traded the Wisdom Rune for the SF kill, which I would say was incredibly valuable, because at this state of the game, Dawnbreaker was level 4 and SF was level 6. Here in the mid lane, after that, we see that the Chen rotated, is bringing his creeps, pressuring heroes. Yopaj is just chilling, trying to defend. Shopify did bring heroes. But what happens is they end up bringing Satanic from the bottom lane. This is what I love about the carry Doom. It can be active early, connect so early. Doom gets the Doom on the Ember Spirit here, which allows them to get the kill. They take this mid tower. What happens afterwards? Oh, same recipe, but they go top now. They bring all of their heroes, they find the pick-off and Enchantress, kick SF out of the jungle, and then they take that top tower. At that point of the game, they had taken 3 towers, and now it just looks impossible to play, right? You see this Ember dying to every puck coil. You see DM diving on his Dawnbreaker. And sure, he's going to get Axe called here, but they don't even have the damage to take down one target. And you look at these heroes and you think, okay, maybe they'd be able to punish an overextension, but nope. He gets Solar Crested, you know, he's got his heals, he's got a Chen auras behind him. The dive continues, and the devastation was complete at this point.
Yeah, if you're not comfortable as an SF Requieming in that situation, then you are not being a very valuable core at that point. Dawnbreaker was standing on top of you, and you have her Axe called, and still, like, I don't know, she might Blade Mail, I'm gonna lose half my HP.
We saw the Wheel of Wonder come out too, right? That's
right.
where Ringmaster came into play.
Rough stuff for them, but at least maybe there is something new that we can look towards. Perhaps some doctor's notes that Avery has for Shopify Rebellion.
Notes?
Tell me your notes / hot take.
My hot take?
Tell me
for
your hot
Shopify
take.
Rebellion?
Whoever it was.
I think notes for Shopify is just, you need to have a better plan in this early game, because what I like about this early game is 9 class, he's He's roaming. He left this Dawnbreaker alone. There is an opportunity to punish Dawnbreaker in this laning phase in the 2-on-1 and snowball this Enchantress, but he got a lot of value out of the roaming Ringmaster this game compared to what I think people expected, at least what P-Vision expected, or sorry, what Shopify expected. So you have to be able to have a better coherent game plan in this laning phase, because otherwise this roam catches you off guard. The Dawnbreaker gets sacrificed, but it is a hero that can get sacrificed. Now, my hot take, Neil, we're going to see no one. He gets Roshan. He goes Parasma first in this game. I think more core players should go the more aggressive item build, particularly when they are ahead, and particularly when they can get Roshan to back it up. Because this puck went first item Parasma. He gets an Aegis. Suddenly, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have an early defensive item. He's a god on the map. He's going to run around. He's going to slay everybody. He gives more aggressive potential. He gives more kill threat on his own. There, he's basically solo killing an Enchantress with a little follow-up. Not something we see every day. That's a lot of pressure you're putting on the map. That's heroes you're taking off of that space. I want to see more core players just going all in.
Like that.
Exactly. Like, none of these weird defensive builds, like, you know, Blink Yules, whatever. I don't care about that. Give me the items that slay.
The damage that slays.
That's right.
Can I
the
just-
voice in the background that slays.
Can I just say, for the first time, that was Dota and not Valorant doing
really?
that. That was Destiny.
I recognized it.
I wonder if he's like seeing it as an arms race against Valorant.
I
He's
think
like,
so.
I'm not gonna get out yelled by Valorant by a couple of FPS players.
I'm proud of us. I was waiting for one Dota team to just stick their feet in the ground and say, we're going to be louder than you.
I mean, if there's one guy to do it, it is Astini. I've heard him every LAN I've been to this season. I've heard him from across the hall. I've heard him when they're winning. I've heard him when they're losing. The man doesn't care. He just yells.
I've heard him when they lift a trophy. They have done it many, many times. And if that's the type of energy that leads to it, who am I to complain? And so far, it is leading them to a solid victory against Shopify Rebellion. Can he make it happen again? Well, maybe we'll just have to hear it after the break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to the Screaming World Cup 2025, where so far our boy Astini is a gold medalist. All these Valorant kids over there, they don't hold a candle. Unfortunately, it happened majority off camera, but Astini did confirm that he was indeed the one screaming. And so far, that is the very first Dota player, Dota representative, to actually go over like 5 decibels. Everyone, even during the interviews, was like, you know, I picked Monkey King in this matchup. Come on!
And it was louder. And it was louder than all of
By
Valorant
far.
screams. So, you know, we may not have the quantity, but we do have the quality. That's the beauty of Dota 2. We've always been about quality of players, not quantity. We're the best.
We're the best. Quality of players. That's oftentimes the thing that whenever when everyone thinks about Dota, they're like, there's some high quality players over there.
What a great community.
High quality individuals, upstanding community.
High quality pubs, high quality communication experience.
Absolutely.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind when I think Dota player. I think he definitely confused that Valorant match. I think they both think someone's shouting at them.
They both think the other
and they
team's
shouted
winning.
at themselves in confusion.
They're like, why is this guy cheering? They just lost. And the other guy's like, did we? I really hope our mics are sensitive enough because it's getting quite amusing.
I think
now.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah, okay.
I think P-Vision were more caught off guard by Astini's vocalness than anybody else. They're like, what is our coach doing? Why is he so amped? You know, we just crushed this team.
That's something.
We're chilling, we're confident, and this guy's just screaming his guts out.
You know what's even better is that when Astini started yelling really loud, the Valorant people started yelling loud. They took it as a challenge. But then Astini yelled even louder, and they stopped.
They don't know what they're going up against. You're
They
not
really
going to
don't know.
outshout a South American Dota player who's played on NA servers and is now at a LAN.
Those vocal cords are like forged in the fires.
Yeah, no chance, no chance. He's been reported 1,000 times. His communication score has dipped. He's risen back up like a phoenix. You have no hope. Like, you've been playing FPS games. Give me, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. And even right now in this game, Bulba is looking at Astini and also shaking in his boots because this wasn't even a particularly tricky draft from P-Vision. We oftentimes speak about their flexibility and their versatility being the secret to their success. Things were very straightforward in this draft. They're like, here's a Chen.
For sure.
What are you going to do about it?
That's the thing about Chen drops. There's really only one way that you play them. It's not like, which approach to Chen are they going to take? Like, you know they're going to group up. You know they're going to buy auras. You know they're going to have an early timing. So the question is, what are you going to do against it? And it's not like Chen is a popular hero this EWC, and we've been seeing a lot of teams pick it. It's really only a few specialists, and if the hero isn't in that strong of a spot right now, you do need to have solutions prepared.
Why isn't Chen more popular right now? Is it because you just have to be that good on the hero and there aren't that many specialists, or is there something more meta-related that's lacking from him?
I think it's just the meta's pretty versatile right now. I think a lot of heroes are viable. There's a couple cores that are just unpickable.
Sure.
And we're not going to see Necrophos or something, but
the
I
support
think
pool-
support-wise, it's gotten a bit better, and people are starting to branch out, and people are just willing to pick anything. I do think Chen suffers from the condition that teams kind of rather pick supports that are more aggressive on the lane, like can proactively win the lane, and Chen is kind of a hero that defensively wins the lane. Like, he keeps your core alive, he farms jungle a little bit, he does some pulls, he comes back with some creep timings where he can kind of kill the guy or pressure him, but he's not this hero that goes and slays you early. And you have to be a team that understands that, it can play for it, and you also have to be a team that understands this hero is going to farm. He's going to take a lot of space off the map, he's going to repay it with auras, he's going to repay it later on, but he is kind of an investment sink in the early game. And I think a lot of teams have core players that are like, I want to suck up that farm. I want to be the vacuum. You're a support player. Support me. Don't go farm on your own. Like, what are you doing? You need basically you need at least one of your cores to be more sacrificial. In P-Vision, it usually comes down to DM. Like, he is the guy who, I'm just going to play Dawnbreaker. I'm going to get Phase Boots, Blade Mail, have 3 empty slots in my inventory. I don't know what's up with that. That's really bizarre. Maybe Astini should be yelling at him about that. Buy some branches or something. Like, man,
not inefficient.
He's sacrificial. He will be a offlaner that is the lowest net worth core out of the laning phase and still find good impact. And that really helps your Chen, because then he can just gobble up more farm on the way to everybody being rich.
I also think Chen's numbers are a lot weaker now. His laning is weaker, his creeps are weaker, his facet is weaker. Like, it's not like you can play a late game Chen and have your creeps be high impact at that point. If they've itemized against your army, like there's really not that much you can do. So it feels like the window to be really effective on Chen has got slimmer, and teams just don't want that smoke.
What about the Ags, though?
That is a nice item.
The Hand to God channel.
If it
BKB channel.
If it gave him debuff immunity, then it would make sense.
Think of the power, Neil.
Yeah, in what, 600
it's like the
AoE?
gauntlet of Thanos. You just stand there and summon immunity for the entire team.
Yeah,
and they all rally around you and protect you.
Correct. For 400 pixels of the screen.
But
No
I do,
faith.
you know what, like I do see some buffs for that Ags in the horizon because it's cool conceptually.
Yeah, I like it.
But I like what Avery said about like DM just being okay, kind of getting dumped on, because that's really what you need to do in this team. Like we saw in that last game, 9class kind of just left him to his own devices and was running around chasing Ember Spirit to Ancients, like chasing Axe into his jungle and taking his creeps, running in circles, like sniping couriers, whatever it is that 9class does. And the trade-off for this was that DM was getting run down by the SF lane.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter because their idea just needed a few more minutes and it started to work out.
He doesn't need the best early game. Like, that's what I like about that idea, is they understand this Dawn's just going to come in and provide some utility support later. It's way more important that the Puck and the Doom snowball the lane. It's more important to shut down the Ember and the Axe early and kill Shopify Rebellion's momentum. And that's why that roaming works, even if on that net worth chart it looks a little ugly and the Dawnbreaker did lose his tower early, did get invaded. DM is a player who's happy to play that style. Like, I played with this guy way back in the day a little bit, and he is, to me, he's very similar to Saberlight. He will not say that. You know, that's a real player versus a bot. But they're both similar, and that these guys just don't tilt. Like, their attitude and their perspective on the game is always, what can I do? How can I contribute? What can I find? Whether they're top net worth or last net worth, it does not matter for these two offlaners, and that is, I think, why they're super valued by these two teams that are doing quite well. It's a nice trait to have when this is usually the role that gets thrown to the wolves if you have to throw somebody.
Especially when it is in concert with, as we mentioned in the pre-show, carry players who will also be willing to play both sides of the spectrum. Satanic and Mickey will either play the ultra-hard carry farmers, or they'll play the early mid-game activity carries. So it's a good blend. Now we will see how Shopify Rebellion choose to react in game number 2. They think Doom was the problem, so they bump it up to a first phase ban along with Dazzle and Templar Assassin. P-Vision, they stick to a Naga Undying Batrider, and they ban out their own Chen in phase 1. Shopify first pick an X, and P-Vision respond with a Warlock.
I don't know if I like the first pick Axe. I mean, maybe because Chen is out of the pool by P-Vision, by the way, it wasn't Shopify that opted to ban it, but maybe they think that that was really the hero's biggest problem, is that it took him way too long to be impactful, because this hero is really strong. He's put up a great win rate in like the previous tournament as well, but there are so many other flex cores that teams have been prioritizing that it kind of made Axe fall into the second phase category for me. You know, like off the top of my head, SF, Queen of Pain. It feels like you can do more by picking them in the first phase than an Axe.
Maybe you're willing to flex this to support. Like, this support Axe has been a theory craft for a while now. It has some viability. That makes it a little better from the first pick, but you did commit a lot of bans to open this guy up. Like, this is a classic Bulba move. He knows what he wants to first pick. He's just going to ban for it. And he's going to ban everything that would make its life miserable. So he takes out Dazzle, Ursa, TA, Doom. Like, it's just, let's make the Axe's game good. And the problem is, if the Axe game ends up being bad now, you committed a lot of bans targeted to make his life nice. And you're likely going to have to take another support here, whether it's the Dark Willow or something with some lane aggression to enable him more. And P-Vision are just kind of defensively setting it up, so you have some sustain, you have some boat roam, not easy targets to jump here.
Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. So they're part of the reason why they are jamming the Axe is because they love Hellstream Leshrac, and it has generally only been successful when it's paired with an Axe, because they put in Hellstream's Leshrac with an Enigma. I believe in day number 1, it did not work very well.
Yeah, that sounds pretty rough.
It was quite rough.
I mean, this lane is very aggressive. It synergizes well. You can chase people down with Battle Hunger, Lightning Stun, or Edict on the side. Really deadly for a support on the side. But Warlock doesn't play that style. This hero just plays for pulls. He sits under the tower. He sustains the carry. It's not the easiest hero to dive if you can push the wave out or equalize it with Bonds plus the Shadow Word. I'm not super sold that this lane is just going to be able to run P-Vision over, particularly if they get a nice defensive carry for Satanic. Could even be this Kunkka. This is a team that will absolutely play that hero on the 1 position and make it shine.
Yeah, I think Warlock in general too, just has the sustain to play into Battle Hunger, but if you play on the side and you get caught by the Slush, you should die.
Oh yeah,
even
100%.
regardless of that sustain. So, but if you're banking on the enemy support playing really badly to punish the lane, that might not go very well. That's the issue.
It just looks like a way better Warlock game right now than it looks like an Axe game.
But what I do like is that if this is the Hellscream Lush that you talked about, Tsunami, then the Bane plus Slushrock support duo does have a lot of ability to get kills and play impactfully and be the ones rotating on the mid lane, because you got the Nightmare into stun setup. That's going to be a dead target in the early game, especially if you're playing for runes.
As long as maybe Ringmaster's not around, because P-Vision decide to go back to this support hero that we don't find to be particularly popular these days, but they see value in it, and they pair it up with a Beastmaster, and Shopify close out their second phase with a carry Gyrocopter.
It was a fast Gyrocopter pick. They had 2 minutes on the clock. They just insta-picked it. Felt like
and you don't know where this Beastmaster is going.
Is exactly what I was going to say. I don't know if you should have snapped it this fast, because there's a decent chance they can send the Beast mid. They can play offlane Kunkka into the Gyro. They can play carry Kunkka. They can play, I'm sure they'll play carry Beast if they really want to. Like, you do not know where these cores are going. And if you don't get the lane matchup versus the Beast, and the Beast is in the offlane where you can really punish him with this Gyro pick, it's not that good of a Gyro game right now, because you're playing into BKB piercing stun with the Golem, and you're playing into a Kunkka who's going to give people Boat Rum. This is one of the worst core matchups in Dota. Boat Rum plus potential Crimson Guard from one of these heroes. Gyro is doing nothing in the fight in terms of flak damage. Then you're going back to more overlapping magic damage, which you already had a decent amount of. I'm not super sold you should have snap picked this here.
Maybe the snap pick, like, you gotta have, okay, maybe it's 10 head by Volva, okay? And so the Leshrac is, of course, it's something you can flex to mid. So Gyro, maybe you flex that to 4. And it's similar to Leshrac, and that's a lot of magic damage. You can run people down with the Battle Hunger. And for that to happen, though, you have 23 picks, so you can't see what P-Vision are gonna do, but you would need another pick that is very hard to read by P-Vision, like another flex hero at the very end.
Also, then what would a core Leshrac be offering in this draft?
I mean, he has no backup. That's the problem. Like, Bane Gyro behind Lesh just don't give him anything to be able to run into this lineup. I also think Bulba just doesn't think like that. Like, I've known this guy forever. I've played against him for 7, 8 years. I know how this guy drafts, and he likes his lane counters. He really does. I mean, that is what the old Shopify Rebellion was known for. Sometimes it's as simple as, like, what is good versus Beast on lane? Gyro. They pick Gyro. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And of course, I mean, you got to get the last pick Storm. And I mentioned it last time. Didn't have a chance to. It's inevitable. It's a Bulba team. What do you do when you're in trouble? What do you do when you're 0-5 in the group stage? You last pick Storm, Neil. It's tried and true. It's a classic. It hasn't worked for like 3 years, but it's going to work here because he's back.
He's back.
And he's back on land.
Back on land.
And I feel like you're happy to run the Beastmaster mid versus a Storm and just pick something that doesn't lose lane to Gyro now. I think
that's what they will do. But I will say, honestly, it's not a bad Storm game. As long as something terrible doesn't happen to him in the laning phase, there's limited stuns on the side of P-Vision until Atos comes out on the Ringmaster. Then your game gets a lot harder. But in theory, you can be snowballing by that point. I actually don't mind the Storm pick here. As much as I meme on it, it has some decent value here. It gives them a better win condition than Gyro just getting out of control. Gives them some single target burst with the later Parasma that can get through some of the potential auras, Crimson Pipe, Boat Rum, whatever it is. It's something that can assassinate the backline, because I think this looks like a pretty decent Warlock game. I genuinely don't mind the Storm here. I just think, well, there's some irony there for sure.
Sure. And now, P-Vision get their pick of the litter. Do you want to make life hard for Gyrocopter with getting a new DM hero? Or they'll get a Satanic hero?
Okay, I mean, they had their choice of whatever core role they wanted. I think this is going to end up being mid-beast. Yeah. So this is why I was not sold on this snap pick Gyro, because now you're laning into a tough matchup. A hero that kind of owns you, not only in the lane, but in the game with all the utility. And you have a bad carry matchup. This Lifestealer is just going to feast on this Gyrocopter.
Literally.
You have Grip and a Call to bail you out versus the Rage and the debuff immunity. But there is a box save in this game as well. There's a Golem bailout for the Grip. I think P-Vision have answers to enable this Lifestealer through the fight. And I think they have answers to this Gyro. It's going to have to be a crazy strong game from Yopaj.
I mean, I think Shopify's draft is actually not that bad, especially compared to the last game. And yeah, the Lifestealer does have a great carry matchup versus Gyro, but they do have tools within their draft to deal with it. Like, so long as their laning stage doesn't go abysmally, and they are making plays with their unit of Leshrac plus Vayne, which is a very kill-intensive support unit, like they're getting on top of this rune control, they're not letting Beastmaster snowball, then there is space for them to hit a strong timing on Shopify. They just need to not lose lanes.
Unfortunately, much of that is contingent on Yopaj having a fantastic game, and that has kind of not been the trend recently, which breaks my heart because I've always advocated for the success of Yopaj, and putting him on any Spirit or a Puck or any of those types of heroes always gets me amped up, but recent history has had me discouraged, especially if now he's going mid against a Beastmaster.
I want to see the Quinn Callahan classic. The tri-lane mid, get this Storm Spirit every rune.
Yeah.
Ruin no one's life, gank this guy 8 times, bring the axe if you have to, bring the gyro at like the 10 minutes, flank the tower, just missile this guy into oblivion, ruin his day, and set Storm up for success. If they do that, I think they have a decent shot, because I think Storm can do some really solid work this game. The Kunkka might not have the best opportunity, and I don't think there's really any point in enabling this gyro off a really strong laning phase, because he's going up against so much counters in the team fight. He's not going to be able to pay it back till way later.
There were some bold ideas and some quintessentially Bulba ideas coming out in this draft. We've seen the Axe Leshrac multiple times over the past few weeks, both in Fissure and here. And of course, I know you've seen millions of Storm Spirits, but it seems to be up in the air. It's how they are deciding the remainder of their group stage. Again, though, I will reiterate, they are not eliminated if they lose this. They go into the elimination gauntlet, though P-Vision, as we've seen, they are not willing to give an inch to this team because they can still get into potential tiebreakers. I actually don't know how the Liquid Heroic series went. Any word? Hey Seb, what's going on, my man?
I'm good, man. I'm very good. I'm hyped up for the second game. I'm hoping for some a little bit more competitiveness.
Yes, me too. Ricky, thoughts?
Yeah, sign me up for that one as well. I'm also ready for a competitive game.
Okay. In that case, if you two wish it, your wish is my command. Let's get into game number 2 with our Cryptic and Seb.
All right, here we go. So a little bit of a better draft from Shopify compared to game number 1. You know, there's some play banking potential here with the Storm. It's a little bit better of a matchup. We'll see, hopefully, how that's going to play out for them. Now, we have seen this Leshrac go for them a few times. It hasn't had the most success, but
that's a nice way to put it, man.
Yeah, so, you know, I was going to ask you, what can we try to get out of the Lesh this game? Why the Lesh?
I mean, theoretically, I like it. Like, Axe Lesh, like, obviously it synergizes well in the game, but it synergizes really well in the lane. I mean, you know, the Battle Hunger, imagine getting Battle Hunger and getting round down by Edict Leshrac. That sounds scary, especially for a Warlock that has no stuns or no slows to kind of get away from them. So, I like the idea, like you know, Axe pushes in the wave, which is what Leshrac enjoys because he doesn't want to see enemy creeps. And then he just finds an isolated Warlock or an isolated Nyx for that matter. He's going to kill him too. So theoretically, it should work. The Lash is a good stacker. So if they start winning the lane, he can start, you know, stacking camps. He's very strong in the river because nothing else tanks the Edict. I can make a case for this Lash. I have to agree with Effie. It's going to come down to execution in the laning phase because they have strong tools. You know, I think P-Vision, they ended up sending the Beast mid and the Kunkka bottom, which is much better than the other way around, of course. So, you know, how much is Gyro going to be able to get on this bottom lane? Because it was picked as a reaction to Beast, of course, Gyro. It's still pretty good against Kunkka, to be honest. It's not that bad. Like, you enjoy playing versus melee heroes. Lots of ifs, you know, lots of questions.
Well, they are just really trying to stack the damage here into Divine Llama. The question is, like, do you go open wounds for our first blood? And, well, they will force his TP back to the tower, so Divine Llama forced to buy a salve, immediately gets it delivered, so...
Okay, that's pretty good on him, to kind of pre-understand that he might need a salve in this lane. Unfortunately, like, it is forced earlier than what he would expect, but he'll be fine. And the mid matchup, this one is... I'm not as familiar with this one. I think it can go both ways, in my opinion. Like, it's definitely Beast favored in the first levels, because the Storm doesn't have the tools to deal with the boars. But as soon as you get levels in these Remnants and the Overlord, I think the Storm should be able to have a pretty decent lane.
Yeah, I think about, like, Storm Spirit, a lot of the matchups for this hero got better with Electric Slide, and you can punish certain melee heroes. I feel like Beastmaster is not typically one of those because of the boars like you're talking about, but also he doesn't necessarily need to play into the lane top side, Ducalis,
Redemption.
he's dead. That is first blood for Davai Lama.
And it feels good. If you're a Shopify fan, it feels good to finally see something going their way, especially in the early game. I think they've had really rough starts, and this is what they need. They need the Sledge Track to get the levels. They need the Axe to get the levels. They need to get off to a hot start, and then they can do it. They have the draft that allows it.
It was really good positioning from Hellscream there. Like you said, he doesn't want to be in the wave, so he was sitting as far away from the melee creeps as possible, and Ducalis ended up tanking pretty much the entire Edict, or the majority of it, so
yeah, very
good
nice
movements from him.
Scam on the other side, doing Bane things, just playing off your stats. This is a hero that has like 5 armor, lots of stats, just happy to play like that. And, you know, typical Gyro fashion. Yeah, we're looking at the mid.
Oh, Yopaj is dead.
Is he?
I mean, if he gets one more set of axes, he's dead. And with this, he's got him. That is just a strict solo kill playing for the Water Rune. Bottom lane, DM now in trouble as Tomato's going to try and finish the job. Body blocks from 9 class are not going to be enough as Yopaj will tip no one.
Yeah, he tipped him back. Like, that's
okay.
No one tipped first. And it's just well played, I guess.
Yeah, missed the first tip. I was going to say,
yeah,
that's...
no,
I was like, that'd be a tilt tip if I ever seen one, but okay.
No, but I mean, it is rough. Like, Beast is 4.5, Storm is not 4 yet. Top, they're making a play on the Vailana, just trying to pressure him a little bit, keep him low. Hellscream is, you know, as long as the creep wave is alive, this Slash Track can't really enter the lane. So this is what Dire's going to play around, both offensively and defensively.
All right.
Yeah, you do not contest Lotus against Slash Track. That is one of the strengths of this hero. Like, he reigns master in this area.
You just accept the fact that
you do.
Lotuses go to Leshrac.
Which, honestly, the more I think about it, the more this Slash should be, you know, interesting on the support. Like the Rune fight, the Lotus fight.
That's a really nice Nightmare here in the bottom lane.
So much damage.
That was a ton of damage.
Yeah. Nicely done, nicely done. And
that was a really good find.
Yeah, Timado went for the Afterburner, yeah, which makes a lot of sense when you're going to chase down melee heroes. Lanes are going pretty well for Shopify. I mean, it could be better, but it's been worse. So in that sense, I think they're off to a decent start. It's just the mid matchup. Yeah, the solo death, and he's getting completely dominated by the Beastmaster now, so it's a little bit rough on the Storm, but hopefully he'll find some comeback mechanism.
Yeah. I feel like the Afterburner for the Gyro is the faster you play for the lane, whereas your secondary strikes are you're playing for your game.
Yeah.
And already kind of paying off.
I think he went for no, he's going to Falcon Blades. Okay, that's not. I thought we'd see Phase Boots like back in the days, but
it's so
too
good
much of a stretch
for Falcon Blade with Chop Shop, right? Because you can just sell this thing back for almost all of its cost because you're going to end up using a couple of the components.
Yeah. No, it is very good. And another go. No, this time around, 9 class is in position. He's going to be able to take off to sleep right away. And
I mean, he's still going to take a ton of damage here.
Yeah, he does. I mean, Bane Gyro is an incredibly strong lane.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get through, even for a Kunkka.
Yeah, I mean, this is I can appreciate the adaptation of the lanes here quite a bit from Shopify. Things are already going much better than they were.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the mid situation, they'd essentially be borderline winning 3 lanes, you know? Because, like, yeah, top is not going great, but, you know, the Vailama is going to start cutting waves, which means he's going to start accelerating. We see the Leshrac back in the triangle, stacking for him. So the efficiency game is definitely on Shopify's side. So even though they're a little bit behind in last hit on this top lane, they're now leading by a lot. Like there's tons of stacks being made actually already by Hellscream.
Yeah, and now we've got ourselves a Vanguard on the axe. So like you said, he's going to just continue to cut. I think they just leave him here for a while, right? And now we start playing around with the Lesh.
Yeah, they do, and I like Ducalis also's like decision. Like the supports are converting towards no one because they understand he has a big advantage around the mid lane. Might be a little bit deep. The sleep is on cooldown. He'll be fine. No one is angling though. He's the scary guy. He's the guy you don't want to mess with.
Yeah,
he found the storm.
I hear a roar. Yeah, he's found the storm. Yopaj is still level 5. He's going to get the bird dive on him one more time. Does he want to dive this? I'm sure he does. Yes, indeed. He gets the kill. Skem's going to TP on in with the help of Hellscream. This should get punished.
Yeah, it should.
The Edict should get the kill. Yeah,
nice kill.
Will.
Nice kill.
Okay, hold on. They might get more. No, nice fear from 9 class. Never mind.
But it's a really important one. Like, we're actually going to see... This is one of the first games that we've seen Shopify supports off to a good start. You know, they have good levels. They had pretty solid and stable lanes. And these are really good support players. Like, they've been shut down for the entirety of this tournament. So hopefully they get it. Yeah, they can show how much they can do, basically, in this game.
Skem actually really trying to prevent this haste rune from going to the Beastmaster. Ducasse will be forced to pick it up, and now that Yopaj is level 6, he's not going to be able to find a kill, but Hellscream will. You mentioned it before. You do not want to fight 1v1 versus this guy, and
no, you don't. He's very
even
strong
off to a better start now.
And he's angling. He's thinking about setting up for a wisdom play too. He's in a really good position. It's coming in 20 seconds. Edict is a big menace. No one kind of has to help with that.
Gore Storm popping out of that Infest bottom lane here from Satanic. Tomato zipping around thanks to this extra move speed from the Facet. So he's actually going to survive. Skem just kills Ducalis with a level 2 Brain Sap. All right, that's pretty cool. So they do manage to catch the Lesh. They punish him for it. Rotation comes out from no one.
Yeah, amazing play by no one.
Yeah.
Amazing presence of mind to understand that the Lesh is setting something up. He went there. He didn't even need the roar. Obviously, you know, every time this beast is going to find Lesh, it's just free food for him, just by the nature of the hero. Like the Edict goes onto the summons, and you just have too much damage for that such of a low armor hero. Luckily for Shopify this time around, they're going to find their own rune at no cost. So, you know, it's a much more stable start of the game. Davai Lama is the, you know, is the real hero in this whole sequence. He's been cutting waves, 2 neutral creeps, like the entirety of the time. He's sitting at 70 CS, which is massive for a 7-minute mark.
They might get the lifesteal here if he gets the call.
No infest.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. He just needs to close the gap, but
so
okay, never mind. Misanthropy is enough.
No,
it's like 1,000 damage.
This Edict, and it's not even level 3. Like,
yeah.
It's actually so much damage. It's absurd.
Really good stuff there from the support duo. Shopify, again, just getting so much. Yeah, 720, all 40 explosions hitting the lifestealer there.
That is absurd. He basically solo killed him.
Yeah. So they will use this time to grab some of the stacks in the triangle. I was wondering if the Axe was going to come back anytime soon to pick these up. Do you think he wants to give up his position on the map for it, or you just kind of...
Yeah, it's the classic dilemma. I think he definitely doesn't want to give up his position. He's super happy with it. But as soon as if he fears that it will be taken, he should go.
Another really nice play here at bottom.
Nice,
it's going to be so close.
What an amazing torrent by DM. Very well done. But, okay, we see they're looking at the stacks. So this is when Davai Lama is like, nope, 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 nope. I'm not going to let this happen. These are mine.
Now, the thing is these fights, you may be feeling very comfortable with no one, but Hellscream is also very scary. They're going to have to just surround him with 3 to try and prevent him from finding these kills. The call into 2, the first dunk, in comes Yopaj. Managed to get on top of 9 class. A good infest is going to give him some health to play with. Meanwhile, Skem, he's dead to the Beastmaster. He just needs one more auto attack. He's got him, and now Davai Lama is the one that's in trouble. Has to get out of here. The dagger is going to connect.
Can't
and
really
with
run,
the slows, yeah, it's going to be very difficult. He's tanky. He's got the Vanguard, the phase boots, and yeah, gets him to safety.
Next is like, I don't want to do it with any of this. I mean, they were about to respawn, so probably understandable. Well, the bright side for Shopify is that the stacks were not taken by the Dire. So they're going to be up for the grab to the Axe and the left track, which honestly relies a lot on this at this point. He's up on net worth, but he can take over this game. Like, he has great follow-up to the call. Like, if you think about it, like the Storm, the left track, the Gyro, it's so much magic damage coming after the Berserker call from the Axe. So him getting an early Blink Dagger is going to do wonders.
Oh, that's a shield rune for the Beastmaster, and he is here to contest the stacks now.
And there's going to be a Rock this time around. Actually, he needs like a little bit of XP, and he already consumed the Grimoire, so Rock is actually not available.
Okay, that's super rare. I was not expecting... I figured he would have had the Grimoire right now. You don't really see a level 5 Warlock at 10 minutes anymore.
Yeah, and that actually might stop the entire aggression from P-Vision. The Warlock is just not 6.
He's going to get it now. He walks mid, gets level 6. He's going immediately back. They're going to make sure to commit and take these. Of course, Satanic, he's just going to infest one of them. It's going to be the Black Dragon, drops the Fireball, and these are dying so fast.
Hellscream.
The whole stack is gone.
Hellscream is screaming. He is
screaming right now?
Somebody stop this, guys. I worked so hard for this.
He just has to watch.
I've built this my entire life.
Yeah, that hurts.
That hurts a lot.
So all their stacks are gone, and with this, they get the mid tower.
I'm surprised they didn't consider defending this. Like, Gyro's so strong. Storm is so strong at this point in the game. And Kunkka, I mean, I guess Kunkka was kind of close. They actually brought 5. Maybe that's why. But then you didn't force any spells from them, so they're just going to keep, you know, keep the aggression, because Golem is still up.
I have to wonder, I mean, they're going to get the bottom tier 1 tower because Tomato has been left down here pretty much alone. you could try and force top. Satanic, they're going to see him coming back down through the wave. You have Fiend's Grip. He's just going to use it right away.
Oh,
he
dead.
didn't
He's
see
so
the
dead.
Bane. Get it. An immediate Calling Blade.
Yeah, a little bit careless by Satanic, to be fair, because he just ran into tower vision. Probably did not expect. Oh, and the Warlock's going to die too. Lesh found him.
He was level 5, I think, on Skem.
Okay.
And then the wave died is what I think happened. I'm not 100% sure, but I have to imagine.
Yeah, it must have been something like that. Like, and this is the best start we've seen from Shopify, and they even lost the entire stack. But if you look at it, like this Axe is cruising.
He's
the
huge.
3k gold lead. Timado has had a close to perfect game, and Yopaj has recovered despite his early death. He had a pretty rough laning phase, but he's fully recovered at this point.
Yeah, they are sitting. I mean, you're going to have your Blink Axe call already online, and I would. The thing at this point, once he has it, I want to see Yopaj with his new Kaya to be playing around him, because you have to start snowballing these Galvanized stacks to start getting, you know, kind of value out of the Storm pick.
You do.
Meanwhile, no one's going to get himself a quick pick here in the mid lane. Good follow-up fear there from 9 class.
Perfect chain stun. They don't give him a chance to click anything. He actually could have bought himself a little bit of time if it wasn't for that. Between the brain sap, the magic wand. Yeah, you don't want to waste any time on this. Kill them as fast as you can.
All right, Shopify showing up here in their last game of the groups.
They're smoked on the top side. They're going to make their way to the gate, the Axe and the Leshrac, and they're going to look to attack these particular heroes on the bottom side. Like the Ringmaster and the Kunkka are going to get attacked very soon. I don't think they realize what's happening yet.
I mean, the gyro is pretty dang strong as well.
Yeah, and Shopify is setting up something here. The smoke is still
They
going
found
on
the
for a while.
Kunkka.
Yeah.
Kunkka is surrounded. He's going to get caught from the call. And with this, Hellscream, as well as the rest of the team, sets up another Calling Blade here for the Axe.
Yeah.
And they are immediately pinging the triangle. They are jumping straight in there. You are 9 seconds away from...
They see him now.
Yeah, from the Fiend's Grip, but the stack's already gone. Been taken from the Beastmaster.
Yeah, the stacks are gone. He's actually very close to the Aghanim Scepter. It's 200 gold away. He is very fat on Beast. And with the help of the Warlock, they have a lot of sustain when you think about it. Like the Infest from the Lifestealer, the Save from the Ringmaster, Shadow Word, and the Golem, as well as the Bolt buff. Like this Beastmaster can charge into the enemy lineup. Like he has so much synergy coming from his teammates. It's going to be hard to stop him. It's going to come down to how much damage is Shopify able to deal, but it's going to be close, if anything.
Yeah.
I would like to. I was thinking I would like to see this Beast like invest in a little bit of like magic resistance, just for the sake of like surviving the Shopify burst damage, because this is one of the games where it's kind of a close call. As Cam tried to sneak, he actually got it.
He's
right?
he's gonna put the Kunkka on the high ground.
Wow, I've never seen that
That's one of
before.
my favorite mechanics with the new Sleepwalk. Good stuff there, and he's gonna survive. He could turn around with a Fiend's Grip. He's exactly going to. There's gonna be the boat to shut this down, but Yopaj comes in. He's gonna be able to dodge some of the damage, and DM, he can't get down. He had just walked up here. Calling Blade off the mark though, which is a little painful.
You like to see Scam getting a game though,
yeah,
right? Like
100%.
He's able to do things with it, and what things is he doing? Like so much space. He got the Wisdom. He stuck to Kunkka, even secured the team and like a kill for his team, and forced a bunch of TPs.
Yeah, the whole team's here from P-Vision. They get a kill, take the Shrine. Like that is absolute best case scenario.
Amazing space by Scam.
Meanwhile, Tomato is almost to his Aghanim Scepter. I mean, this is what we expect and what we typically see from him in these types of games, right? Like, he's always managing to keep net worth, even in the games where his team's struggling.
Yeah.
But now he's had a good game. His team's actually ahead, and he is farming.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, because they haven't really changed the formula. I think, like, they picked his hero late, or whenever, you know, it was, like, good enough for it to be picked. They went with the kind of same style of supports they've had in the other games, but this time it's just working better. So they maybe found like a different groove. I'm not sure really what adjustments they made. Probably internal adjustments, because from the outside it looks like a little bit like the same recipe. It's just working way better this time.
Yeah. Hellscream just had to warm up on the Lesh, and now he's back, you know.
All right.
Bottom tier 1 tower is going to be taken here from P-Vision. I don't think Shopify are too interested in contesting. They are set up in mid as well, so I think that's a pretty worthwhile trade.
It's a strong timing also for P-Vision. Like the Aghanims on the Beast, Radiance on Nakes, they're very strong. They're definitely to be respected.
All right. Mid tower falls. Last hit goes to Tomato, and that's the Aghanim Scepter, so his courier's on the way with that.
Yeah. He's strong, but this is when he accelerates. I think he'd like a little bit more quiet time on the gyro.
As I say, Skem's got the bonus night vision, so he sets up here for 9 class. The rest of the team's coming. The Edict should finish the job on 9 class. There's the roar, no one. Nice nice kill there. Divine Llama in pretty deep, gonna try and TP. I don't think you're making it out of this one. 2 dead.
Yeah, very unlucky timing for Divine Llama. He blinked into the roar like side push, which prevented.
He's coming back in. He's got a lot of damage, and there's still an amplified damage here on Yopaj. There's a full Fiend's Grip getting channeled here onto the lifesteal. They can't stop it. He's dead. Yopaj looking for more. That's a double kill. Make it a third potentially. Skem, my goodness.
Yeah, that was amazing.
He's just ripping P-Vision apart.
No, that Fiend's Grip was everything, because had this Snakes gotten close enough to hit the gyro and help the Beast, the gyro would have died for sure. Like, there's no way he tanks the open wounds onto these 2 heroes. But this grip did everything. Amazing positioning by Skem, and he must have seen that coming, because he could have decided to grip the Beastmaster earlier. He just hold it, sat in the trees, and waited for, you know, water read on how the teamfight was going to develop.
Yeah, and that was the best time you could have asked for your Aghanim Scepter reveal to pay off. And I mean, Storm lives through the whole fight. How many galvanized? What's his galvanized stacks looking like?
He's at 13 right now.
Yeah,
so
that's huge.
Yeah, he's rolling.
All right, and I like the fact that he's playing a pretty kind of modest build, right? The Kaya Sanj going into BKB. He's not really risking anything.
No, it's good. Good chunk of HP also to survive, you know, the initial burst, because it is kind of the same story for P-Vision this time around. It's like they don't really have enough stuns. Like, yeah, they have the roar, but again, against competent Storm Spirits such as Yopaj, it's going to be really hard to roar him unless he allows it to happen, basically. So what are you left with to catch? Not much, really. Try to call the X, unfortunately, was not in time.
Yeah, but they will at least find themselves another kill. This one, once again, onto 9 class. Divine Llama is just so many Coaling Blade stacks as well.
Yeah, he's sitting at 16, which is almost 7 armor.
Yeah.
It is a lot that early in the game. And they're going to go for Roche, which should die pretty quickly. They have really good heroes for that, like the Gyro. Even the Lesh is really amazing.
Lesh can help.
Roche. It's so much damage.
All right.
I see the value of this Lesh. It's just really fragile, so I think it looks particularly bad when it's losing or when it has rough lanes, because it's just food. But when it's ahead or the game is stable, it brings a lot to the table.
And I like that they have multiple ways of setting up for him, right?
Yeah.
The Bane Lesh, a great combo.
Right.
You have the Axe Call, even Missile.
It's
like
just
sometimes
better enabled, I guess, this game.
That's a great way to say it, yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Wow, that's the armlet. That hurts.
Okay, yeah, that matters. That matters. It's gonna be dead for 2 minutes. Oh yeah, I mean, you pointed it out, like the Bane Lesh combo. I mean, it's been known for a while, but it was more about the stun setup. But it's actually even better with the Edict. Like you sleepwalk somebody into the hands of this Lesh, he'll just kill them from full. Very cool hero combo.
And we're seeing a very different performance from 9 class this game on the Ringmaster, and it's
much more quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Like last game, he was popping off left and right, making tons of ganks. He's done some good stuff this game. You know, not to diminish what he's accomplished, but it's really the Shopify supports that have kind of taken over the spotlight in this game.
No, for sure. And I mean, this is a real test for P-Vision. I mean, you know, they're often talked about one of the better teams here. And, you know, are you able to come back from such a deficit?
Yeah. So 7K here as we approach the 20-minute. Not nearly as bad as it was last game, but
smoke from P-Vision though. They're looking to fight. They don't seem very, very worried about the 7K. I mean, I guess they want to contest with Tormentor.
Yeah. They're gonna assume they're going for it maybe and try to go after the Tormentor dies.
And this is a lineup, like Radiant lineup does not sustain well. So if they commit to the Tormentor, they're not gonna be able to take a fight after that.
Okay, that's a good wrap around here. No one's infested on this Beastmaster. They're going to find Hellscream. That's a really good target to start the fight. Can Skem bail out? He gets saved by a Glimmer Cape Tomato. He's just going to walk right on in. Now, do they have the damage to kill the Gyro? It doesn't look like it. The Fiend's Grip once again just deletes the Lifestealer as Divine Llama will chop down another as they will only survive on the Kunkka. That is a 4 for 0.
Yeah.
And you still have Aegis for 3 minutes.
Really good discipline by Shopify. They knew exactly what was coming. They were very well positioned. And yeah, the Glimmer into the sleep did everything there. Like Skem again, like...
Come on,
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. You'll take it. It's like, enemy's dead. It's not that much of a time wasted.
It's funny.
Like, Skem has been playing like an incredible game. He's 7-3 and 11 on his Bane. Like, how often do you see these kind of stats on a position 5 Bane?
Yeah, I mean,
he is crushing this game.
They make this play. He gets the Nightmare and the Glimmer Cape to save Hellscream. And we don't really see it off camera, but it is a full Fiend's Grip.
Full Fiend's Grip. Like, he's saving his teammates all the time. He's been in 18 kills over 22. He somehow has 8 kills himself, which I don't even know how that happens. Like 7 kills himself. So no. I mean, this is like this is a gut tier. Like this Bane performance is one of the best I've seen in ages. And props to him for being able to, like, you know, bounce back after such a rough group stage.
Yeah,
honestly.
Well, regen rune picked up here for Yopaj. He uses it immediately as they're going to look for an opening. Yeah, I mean, why not?
Danger.
Glimmer Cape allows Skem to get eyes on Ducalis. This is the blink reveal from Hellscream as well, so he is just right on top of them. And to the 19th Galvanized stack now for this Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and Timado now has a BKB, so they can maybe start sieging towers if they decide to. It's coming together for Shopify. Like, I think P-Vision is... they might be the first ones, you know, shocked with what's happening.
Yeah.
This is just a different Shopify.
It is. This is... I feel like this is the Shopify everyone's been waiting to show up, right? Like, there's been a couple of rough drafts this game, but this is them really kind of connecting on everything. Speaking of which, a really nice call here as Hellscream gets the Edict. He's going to be really sad about that Blade Mail. DM, though, barely able to survive as they see Satanic and friends coming through now.
Defense is ready.
Do you want to fight? Because you got to be very careful. Skem's got that Fiend's Grip at the ready once again.
Yeah, no one doesn't want to connect, so they're just going to back off. And obviously, you know, Satanic is respecting the Skem Fiend's Grip, as he should, because it's already killed him a couple times this game. So yeah, he decided not to chase. Timado still has a little bit of time on Aegis, like 40 seconds. It's a little bit risky. Let's see. I guess if there's no glyph, you can just take that and go away. But if he stays here too long, they're gonna start looking at him.
Yeah, looks like just a tier 2 to fall, maybe the next wave.
Yeah, and now you probably chill. Aegis is running out. Your team is not ready. So the Beastmaster wants his BKB. That's what they're playing for.
Okay.
The Nakes got the armlet from the courier earlier, and the pipe has been completed on the Kunkka.
Oh man, 9 class gets a courier, pays for it with his life.
Well, was he able to kill anything significant? I don't think so. I think it was
so.
delivered, right?
Yeah, it was on the way back, I think.
Yeah, Storm has the BKB already, so unfortunately he was not able to snatch that.
So with this, Aegis expires. Tomato will start looking at the mid-tier 2 tower. They are sweeping across the map during the Aegis here, managing to get 6.3k gold. That's pretty good.
Yeah, very good, very good. No one is on an ops. I don't know if they're gonna want to look at him. For now, they're starting to ping him. Let's see what they do when the tower falls. Do they go right or left? Never mind.
I was like,
out. Let's see that. Okay, that means they're gonna stay in this triangle. There's nothing else for them to get on the map. BKB finished on the axe, working on his Aghanim shard. Amazing item.
Yeah, the shard is so good. So they'll just slowly push out bottom here with the Lesh, try and catch up, look for the next tier 2 tower, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he went for a Kaya, so this Lesh is all into the I blink, I kill, and then whatever happens next is not my fault. It's
like I've done my job.
It's a good build.
Yeah.
Interesting ops that he just placed here. They have the sense that stuff is going to happen around the side of the map later. Okay, we have P-Vision have the BKB on Beast now, so, and the pipe on Kunkka. These are definitely fighting items, so they're gonna look to click a smoke probably soon, or at least defend the ground that they have, you know, conceded so far.
They come through the twin gate here. Gyro is gonna start pushing the lane. I mean, finding Lifestealer would be absolutely massive. Now that it's nighttime, this is where Shopify is really gonna shine because you have that Bane.
Yeah, Nakes went for the Senge. I mean, you gotta keep in mind on Shopify's side, Nakes versus Gyro is a Nakes favorite matchup. Like, Lifestealer will be happy with the scaling part. So, they're ahead and by far, so no issue yet. But you don't want to give too much space to P-Vision for free. They should earn it.
All right, well, I imagine Shopify.
Davai Lama is going a basher on Axe, which is
no way. Is he actually?
Yeah, he is. I think they're starting to realize, well, we might have a Nakes issue at some point, so if we can start addressing it already with items, which, I mean, it makes sense. It's a good approach.
All right.
Think ahead of, you know, what might come and deal with it in advance.
That's kind of hype. I'm always open to creative answers.
Basher X, how often do you see that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we see lots of Octarines and refreshers on this hero nowadays, especially since people love playing if you are like threatened to go late game, like his 25 talent is pretty nice.
To be fair, Refresher's not bad.
Yeah.
It's probably better.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like
Refresher.
Refresher, right? That's one of my favorite items on this hero.
We'll see. It is much more expensive, so maybe that's what he's thinking, but we'll have to see how it works. Maybe he's just trolling. It's definitely very unconventional. That is, to say the least. Basher on X.
Bottom lane, Hellscream. He just blinks right over 9 class.
9 class has been so sneaky with his gameplay this game. He's just trying to push the dangerous ways, basically, and putting his life at risk for it, just so that his cores don't have to do so.
It's like they know there's someone down here. They can't find him, so they're just going to go back through the Twin Gate top, reconnect with the Storm Spirit, and see if they can find another opening.
It's a game of like getting your farm and trying to get as much as you can from the map on both teams right now. I think both teams are kind of happy with the state of the game. The Gyro finished Satanic, so he's getting much stronger, getting some very scary timings.
I feel like it's a game of cat and mouse watching them try and chase this Ringmaster around, but Tomato's just going to hold his ground here as Satanic. He's going to try and get aggressive. He pops the BKB. Roar's available. He gets the call, though. It's going to be onto the Beastmaster. Do they have the damage to find the kill first? He gets the Roar, but there's the Fiend's Grip. That's green light for Satanic. As 9 class, actually a really good escape axe. Going to be able to keep no one alive, but there's the second call. Tomato is falling low. He's finally dead. This is a really good fight for P-Vision if they can keep Satanic alive, if you can get away from Yopaj, but there's the Vortex, pulls him right back in. Rage in 7, he's trying to close the gap here onto Skem, but he doesn't have the damage. Armlet toggle for now to try and keep him alive, but the dots, they add up, they get the kill. Yopaj now looking for 9 class, zips the dodge, gets the kill. No Atos for you, and Skem is still alive. Tanking through a lot of this Glimmer Cape out, but he does have the dust. It's going to be 8 dead. Yopaj versus DM, the only survivors.
Yopaj Redemption Arc, and he might go for more, actually.
He's got so much mana regen.
There's so much mana regen, and okay, he's gonna leave it. It was a very early BKB by Timado. I got really surprised. I don't think he needed to click it that early, to be honest. Like, it actually gave a chance to fight for P-Vision. You know, he was banking on the Satanic, and he did stay alive for a really long time. This fight looked way better than what he should have, in my opinion. Like, P-Vision got away with murder here. But you start also now seeing how much the Storm can do. And on top of that, yeah, we're going to see it back. Like, the BKB is quite early. He was probably worried about the roar coming from the Beastmaster. Super clutch infest by Satanic right before the Axe call. That was crazy.
Yeah, I thought for sure like this was going to be the kill onto the Beastmaster there, but the escape act play just completely resets them.
And you see the amount of focus Satanic is putting on the Bane. Like, all he wants is Bane dead. Like, he realizes this Bane is just preventing me from fighting. And rightly so, because you're going to see now when the Enfeeble is applied on the Life Stealer, look at him. He does 0 damage. Look at the Bane.
Yeah, he actually has like 60 damage.
Somebody
really
home,
rough.
like I feel something, but I can't tell why. And it's an Enfeeble Life Stealer. It does nothing. So you got to start thinking on, you know, P-Vision side, who's going to help this Life Stealer with Dispel? Because he doesn't do anything.
Yeah. And we go back to live. Did you manage to actually find no one? Yopaj and Divine Llama.
Big kill.
Using that Arcane Rune.
No, this Storm is a menace now. He's come back completely. He has crazy net worth. I don't even know how he's so fat.
How he's top, yeah.
I don't even know how he's top, because this is like a Gyro that has cruised throughout the entire game. Another pickoff. No, this is a Yopaj performance. Like, this is what we've seen from him in the past, and you know, Tsunami was mentioning it. It's been a rough tournament for him so far, but he's definitely showed up in this game. Like, he's owning, despite
That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Remember who you are. We're shining, no different than light or diamonds. It's just who we are, no stopping us. Supernovas don't burn out. Just listen if you feel like there's something missing. We live only once, so live it up. Time won't come back around. We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be living in the time of our lives. This could go a little too right. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars, running like a river through ya. Feeling you can't describe. You've no time to waste, so try not to wait too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you'll get it. Closest thing to heaven's right to wait too long. Sometimes it aches, so try not to wait too long. way too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you get it. Closest thing to heaven's right in your hands like it's magic. Imagine that happiness can happen all the time. Just look around us. Yeah, everything is right. We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be.
the Storm Spirit?
It's got to be Static Storm coming in here from KJ. That is, again, your most reliable hold. Maybe a glimpse back into the into just actually just a boundless option here.
He's level 9 as well.
Yeah. It's just snowballing. It's all these free kills coming in. It's all the space on mid. It's all this action across the map. Again, for Heroic, finding the answers to that later on is going to be tough.
Ducalis getting caught. Will run. Yuma chasing him down, though. He should be dead, and he will be. DM, not much he could have done to help out. Doesn't even bother trying for the Fire Blast because it wouldn't have really made a difference. No. Heroic, they will take their time to try and just take down this top tier 1 tower while they've got a siege creep up. No one, just hunting KJ in the mid lane, and KJ will ask for... Oh, they cancelled the rotation! Ooh. Oh, that's a bit early. That's a bit early. They assumed no one would leave, but he does not. Schofield will move in. Can they kill him? Maybe they can. He's completely out of mana with the Sonic Wave. They do catch him. Very nice from Heroic.
Yeah, they make it work. Finally, some punishment. Big kill for Analog to actually get for himself. Considering how slow his lane is, that allows a lot of recovery on the Monkey King and this build-up for the Diffusal to come out faster. Maybe a little bit hasty from Heroic for the cancel, sure, but it does get that bait out.
Yeah, it certainly was a bait in the end. Schofield gonna go down. Satanic. Still complete free farm down to that bottom lane. There's no contest for this Morphling at the moment.
No. And again, this is the concern for Heroic. You do have some soft answers for all of that regen or the HP swapping that Satanic would want to do. The Abaddon alone is kind of good. Again, Static Storm can be a nice threat here. If you can start to line that up, you're not too far off from the level 6 of KJ at this point as well. So you will have those options relatively soon, but for Paravision, or for P-Vision, it does feel a lot easier to just play this game. You've almost got that full Witchblade up here for no one. He's, again, still popping off despite that death. They're setting up for this mid-siege now on P-Vision, and they've got the creep army coming in from Ducalis. It does not take too long to take these objectives early on when you have a Chen in your draft. So, I mean, they can just start eating up this map space. Again, for the side of Heroic, they set up that good vision down bot when they were making that play. They haven't been able to capitalize on those wards yet, and it just feels like the map is darker in some key spots for them because of that commitment for the resources. So it's just a little bit less safe to try to play in your triangle. You're never quite sure if P-Vision's off the map, where they would be, unless, again, you see them sneaking around bot.
Hunt for Whisper. No one already fairly low in the mana pool. There are rotations coming to try and help Whisper out, and he's not dying quick enough. No one. He might need to leave, but it's too late. He's gone. Whisper will survive as Satanic will try to move in, but this does not look good for him. Glimpse him back. Satanic will have the man fight, but it's not happening. Oh, P-Vision getting a little bit excited, and they will be punished for it.
I mean, you can't underestimate just how much Max Decay does if you manage to land every single one here. You are very durable on Whisper. This is him without anything like, say, the Vanguard, some of that aura items coming in. He's going straight for the Blink. And he is just hard to burst. You're strong right now, and no one's sure, but not strong enough for something like the Undying. He will eventually find a space now to take that bot tier 1 as well and start to open up the map just a tad bit more on Heroic's end. Still for P-Vision, I mean, yeah, you lose no one. You're giving a little bit of bounce back to Heroic. At the same time, Satanic, despite that one death earlier, is still building up. Already working his way into the Yasha, into the Manta right afterwards. You're getting a lot of room to enable this build on DM. The Midas is there. He's going to go into the Auras. A Crimson Guard in this kind of game up against a Monkey King. And Abaddon's going to do a ton of work on top of it once that timing's up. And because you've got the Midas and Ogre, it doesn't take too long to make that reality. So I think P-Vision understands the assignment. Someone's got to be aggressive. Someone's got to take the heat a little bit every now and again just to ensure Heroic won't start their own clump up early with his Undying timing. And no one knows he's the most slippery hero in this game so far. So he's going to go in for the team, and if he finds a kill, great. If he dies, you're buying space.
Oh, Heroic. They'll head down south with the 3-man smoke. Into the Radiant jungle they'll go. Carlos leaving the area, but no one is still there. If they could find a way to lock him down. Glimpse him back. Static Storm is out. Tombstone dropped as well. Analog going to be there for the follow-up damage, and it's another great kill, as I believe the heal was a little bit on the later end there from Ducalis. I might have been seeing things, pretty sure he died before it, but nonetheless, Jonathan, I don't think no one would have made it out anyway.
No. And this is where it starts to get troubling. Sure, you know, again, there's the silver lining of allowing your Morphling, allowing your Ogre Magi to get into that farming spike. But this Storm has been set back quite a fair bit now for no one. He needs that defensive BKB. Heroic are starting to clump up. They have this amazing early pressure that you get with an Undying, with an Abaddon. These cores don't need the most farm in the world to start to get that impact, and you've got the diffusal timing up for Analog. So you can start to work the map. You've got really good burst damage just by having a Queen of Pain support and some decent control when Static Storm is up. I think the key thing for P-Vision to break that apart is the moment they start to feel confident to play as a team, so long as not more than one or two of them get caught in the Static Storm, you are confident enough to actually take that 5v5. You have to kind of angle around. There's a lot of things to worry about in terms of area control. The Tombstone, just decays coming in, the Sonic Wave threat as well here from Schofield is just nasty if you're all kind of lined up. Have to be very cautious about positioning for P-Vision. And, you just kind of have to wait for that point when you start to feel more confident, drag more heroes in. So far, again, with this kind of draft, it's going to take more time here for P-Vision.
Well, 5 to 8 so far. I mean, you've still got Satanic, just complete free farm, top of the net worth, no one right behind him. You just trust in Satanic, I suppose. It's just one of those things with these kind of players. And of course, he's playing that standard Morphling that every single carry just loves to play. Heroic, hoping somebody will come down bottom to farm this wave, but nobody will show up.
No. Just kind of just work the map. You do have some good spikes here on your supports for Heroic. Full Atos up for Schofield, more control, more single target control that you are somewhat lacking. So that should start to help in terms of pinning down this Morphling, although the Mantis not too far off for Satanic. But pinning down no one for sure, as the BKB still a ways off. And they're going to start their movement across the map. Mind you, P-Vision, again, has some good defensive wards down bot if you can cross that ramp. They are just kind of brute forcing on that lower area anyhow, but the ward should give some information. And again, for P-Vision, it's all about the farm game. Like you said, Mike, trust in Satanic to recover, trust in DM to get these aura items up. The Crimson Guard's not too far off at this point. And then maybe just hope that you get a couple of pickoffs with no one to hit that BKB timing that you'd need up against this Disruptor threat.
Well, Heroic, they are looking around. They certainly look like they want to force a fight with this Static Storm and Tombstone available. P-Vision being very good at not giving them the opportunity. Not much vision on the map really for Heroic right now. Kind of hard to know where anyone is. So they will continue hunting around, but it does start to feel like it's just favoring P-Vision, just sitting back within the fog and just farming this whole time. Again, this Satanic Morphling just going to be so intimidating as the game does go on. Already working on towards the Butterfly as well. I believe he has the Mantra on the way. There it is. I dare say once the Butterfly is up, you might want to just join your team. Maybe even just pick up the BKB before that. Meanwhile, the Heroic, they are going to try and get something. They will force Roshan. And that's something you can do if you can't find P-Vision.
Yeah.
And I don't believe P-Vision realizes this is happening.
Not quite. It's not the quickest Roshan in the world, but quick enough. So long as no one knows here from the side of P-Vision. And again, like you mentioned, P-Vision not aware. Their wards are all focused down bot. They don't have vision into the river. It's a very nice movement out for Heroic to break this tension. A secondary life up for Analog as these timings are, again, just starting to ramp up here on both ends. 2K advantage still standing for P-Vision, but a very even game early on. Again, it's this threat of timing. Like you're going for the Mage Slayer in Analog. You've got the Radiance fully done on Yuma, going into the Manta style next. That mischance now with the Radiance up can cause a ton of issues here for Satanic to try to leverage some of that early damage. And it's still a matter of patience. A big gate movement across the map here, though.
But for no one.
A bit too slippery.
It certainly is. They have vision by the twin gates, so no one's very well aware that they are probably smoked up around this bottom side of the map. So nothing really going to come out of it. Meanwhile, Ducalis being very annoying, just keeping all the lanes forced out with his units. Something he can do as a support, nothing else is happening on the map right now. I'll just push out the lanes, be annoying, force Heroic back to the base. And Heroic, I mean, props to them for trying, but they're just, apart from that Roshan for the last 5 minutes, it just feels like they've been walking around. Oh, no one!
Huh?
Oh, he jumped right in. I don't believe he knew they were there. He was trying to go for the 20-minute power rune. Whoops.
Yeah, they got the good read on the smoke. Maybe not expecting them to still stick around the area. Does get punished for it. That's the big kill you're looking for to break that tension on Heroic.
Oh no, they got to Carlos as well, just in the last second. Do the Croakers want to help? No, they will not. Not today. Meanwhile, 9 class, locked down by Schofield for a second. They'll bring in Analog as well. They're going to try and at least get something for their trouble, or more for their trouble rather, as Heroic. And they'll find a nice set of kills for Heroic, something they've desperately wanted for the last, say, 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and again, this is the weak point for P-Vision, this moment where they're waiting for that build-up. And they've got some of the auras up, they've got some utility up and running, but you definitely need more defensive items to be up. Again, for no one specifically, this BKB has to come. KJ to sacrifice to the Tormentor. At least just one.
Yeah.
You know, you're not throwing more bodies into that.
Do you think they do it on purpose? Like it's a karma thing, you know? You just, if I die, maybe I'll get the shards, and it goes to Schofield anyway.
Yeah.
No.
You know, you got to make some sacrifices there, Mikey.
I mean, you don't have to, John.
Yeah, but you know, it's a vibe thing. It's like, oh, maybe if I die, I'll get rewarded. Thing. Yeah, it's like maybe it'll work out for me.
Oh, thank you for that, John. I appreciate your insight into the Tormentor plays. Thank you, John.
I mean, it's a tormentor. You have to be tormented.
Ah.
Right?
Very good,
so theoretically, the support who dies should have a reward.
Well, I'll tell you what, John, I feel like I'm being tormented right now casting with you, Yuma. Gonna get jumped bottom lane. Borrowed time gonna be used, but they'll get a nice vortex off, lock him down. Yuma still trying to run, but there's no help coming. There's no help and no hope for Yuma as he will drop.
Yeah, a nice big kill for Satanic to find a big streak on Yuma, and for no one. This is inching him towards that full BKB. 100 gold away, that kill accelerates it. And once you have that BKB on the Storm, where's your lockdown going to come in here from the side of Heroic? I was seeing KJ kind of queue up the Ags. He's holding on to a lot of money, maybe going for the Blink first. But that Static Storm is your bread and butter in terms of holding down that Storm Spirit or the Morphling at this point. And once no one has that BKB, you lose a massive key part of what's allowing Heroic to get this punishment off. So I don't think this game is simplifying for the side of Heroic as time goes on. P-Vision has been very efficient with how they work the map. Again, we've been seeing Heroic be the ones to try to be the aggressors. They're smoking, they're moving across the map, they're not farming as heavily as P-Vision is. That's costing them in terms of this net worth race that we're seeing between both sides. And that plays into the hands of P-Vision for what they'd want here anyway, a bit of a later timing.
Oh, P-Vision looking to play for that tier 1 top tower now. Mid lane, there is a bit of a group up from Heroic. They were trying to see if they can go after DM, but DM does back away at the right time. No commitment here from no one either. Won't try for the tier 1 top tower. We'll just let the creeps do the work. Heroic, they are slowly moving their way up with the standard trio of Whisper, KJ, and of course Schofield. And Schofield not going to find anyone here for his trouble. You do have no one still hanging around, but chances are they are not going to find him. No one going to be perfectly fine as well with the BKB to get away.
I mean, at this point, for the side of P-Vision, you might as well just wait for the Aegis to disappear. Again, you're confident enough with what you've done on the map. They've had full control of this bot area of their side of the river. Oh. They know Aegis is about to expire in 4 seconds, so perfect opportunity for the smoke BKB reveal here for no one. Just need to figure out the angle. Even having just the Eagle Song up on Satanic, a lot more damage on the Morphling if he can stay away from that key control piece in the Static Storm here.
They're looking now, P-Vision looking to go in. Shield rune up for no one. If you're smiling at me because I paused, John, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to just say P. But it did happen. Yeah. Makes it very hard for me to act as if nothing happened when you're smiling at me right next to me, John.
You don't see it all the time when we're in remotes, you know? The idiocy that is me with my smiles when we say some stuff. It can be distracting, Mikey. So far, at least, you know, the smoke, distractingly enough, did not pan out too much. Very smart play from Heroic. They dodge out again. We're seeing very conservative play from both sides, just, again, working their way in this arms race of net worth. A BKB being formed up by Analog will protect quite nicely as well. You're getting that key blink timing for Yuma to leverage his Radiance, to leverage his position, try to get some saves if needed with the Aphotic Shield. I feel like this utility coming out in Schofield is going to be, again, a little bit of an issue. Solar Crest up, the big thing is him having his Shard from that Tormentor earlier. That silence can kind of ruin you if you're not too careful here on the side of P-Vision. So you have some steady initiation on Heroic. It's just a matter of will you ever be able to use it, because no one is finding each other. Not no one, the player, just no one on the map.
Well, that's true, Jonathan. No one's finding each other right now. The 9 class is up top. Pings were out. 9 class, he'll go for a quick TP. Analog gonna bounce the wrong way. So there'll be no kills onto 9 class either. Through bottom, P-Vision. Well, the issue is, John, they just don't need to rush, do they? They just don't need to rush.
They've got a Morphling.
They're just having a picnic right now.
Yeah.
They're just having a picnic.
They have Satanic on the Morphling. They're like very relaxed. They've got the Storm. For no one, they've got this great foundation for Auras on DM who can scale, try to work his way into a site of Vice later on, still having that Midas. Like, there literally is no reason for P-Vision to rush. For Heroic, I feel like that threat of tempo should be on them. And again, we've seen them be the ones trying to walk around and make something happen. I had a little bit of a thought come to my mind, Mike. If I say no one finds no one,
yes,
is he looking at the mirror or is he playing Dota 2?
What's wrong with you? It's just like, it's been 10 minutes of no action, Johnny. Surely you haven't gone that insane yet. What's wrong with you?
Hey, there's context to the madness, Mikey. Very long context.
Yeah, a very long context.
That's a lot of stacks. That's nice. More farm. Now this is our gameplay right now. Very impressive from no one to snipe this away. He's going to be very happy.
Bottom tier 2 tower. Satanic. We'll take that out. I mean, Satanic's huge.
Yeah.
Satanic is absolutely huge. I think he probably just wants the BKB first before they go. In fact, here we go. Yuma, he's going to get spotted out. We'll try to fight back against no one, but there's going to be a lot of heroes coming in as Yuma pops the borrowed time, but he's blocked himself. Run south. It's not going to matter. Yuma is going to die. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they have found Ducalis. Ducalis will die. But it's a support for a position 1 trade. Not exactly favorable for Heroic. And Roshan is up, so if P-Vision, if they want to try for it, it's not the worst time.
No, they've got the perfect time for it. They've got the damage coming in now from Satanic. And we saw Heroic take that first Roche quite nicely. They couldn't do anything with it. At this point in the game, for P-Vision to have access to Roche for free like this, it's a major threat. Mind you, there is a ward. It doesn't quite see Satanic use the waveform in. So they are aware with the other ward. It's the issue of, can you really do anything about it? I mean, you've got the BKB and Analog. You're too far out to contest Roshan. So a secondary life for Satanic, plus the threat of high ground with a Roche banner. I mean, these tier 2s are not lasting long anyhow. You saw how fast Satanic worked it with that full butterfly up, plus the Bloodlust coming in. It does not take long for the Morph to get on top of these objectives, and your window is now for Hero. This is Satanic without a BKB. Once that BKB is up, same issue that you have with no one. How are you going to really stop a Morphling or Storm when they have debuff immunity in this kind of game?
I mean, there's an Axe for a Disruptor, but is he even anywhere nearer?
No.
No? Okay. No Axe. Not yet.
Not yet.
He's queued it up at least. You know.
Yeah, he has
he's
greedy. He has greedy on the Gale Guard, so, you know, it's speeding that process up. Not quite there yet. Not going to have the blink as well for that repositioning.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, if there's one thing they can introduce into the game, John, it's like compounding interest in the amount of gold you hold.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, but
think about it, John.
I feel like there has to be more player involvement. It's not just, you keep the gold there, it starts going up.
We use real value interest rates, John. We literally just follow the interest rates around the world. It'd be genius, trust me. That way they can't complain.
No, I think Dota 2, again, should have its own supply and demand curve in the game. Like, everyone's buying Tango, suddenly it's like 50 gold more in the laning phase. No, everyone's buying a Raindrop, guess
Analog.
what? So much more gold.
Analog, they'll find him. No one does not give up. Gets him in the end. Poor old Analog. Will have to die. Meanwhile, mid, Whisper. trying to get away. Should be all right, but Satanic certainly looking for a fight. Won't have one. Schofield, though, he does go top lane, and with that, they will follow him down. And this is what Jenkins was talking about. You don't really enjoy this matchup as the Club, because you're just giving a great kid away to the Morphling. Thankfully, but Schofield, or rather Satanic, won't find him, though Schofield going to farm the creep wave, but they'll leave him alone. They've had enough.
Yeah, had more than enough. At the very least for Analog in that last fight as well. He didn't pop his BKB. He still has that full 9-second charge. And again, how do you handle Satanic? How do you handle no one? That Ag's still a long ways off, at least 1.4k gold away. So you need more time. And that's time that P-Vision's not giving you. High ground just melts with his Morphling right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Whisper trying to just survive. Will make it. Satanic spares him. The top racks is gone. Glimpse back on a DM, gonna do nothing as Satanic moves in to try and kill KJ and does just do so. Now the zip in, no one jumping right in onto Whisper. Whisper's gone. He will at least instantly respawn thanks to the Ceaseless Dirge, so there's that. But that might also mean he instantly dies here, John, as Satanic did stare at him there for a second. Whisper playing a little bit more carefully. But I don't believe P-Vision have any reason to look to retreat.
No. They've still got their BKBs ready. They still have that full Aegis for 2 minutes. Again, what's the threat? What are you supposed to do right now?
Oh, they're going to drop a Static Storm on 9 class, but now you don't have to worry about that at all. So this team fight looks easier. Satanic going in. They found Whisper again. Whisper will die. He'll have buyback. He'll commit it immediately. Coming back into the team fight. Whisper, be careful, sir.
No,
Whisper.
not like this.
Oh, that was a careless Whisper, but a boundless strike out now. Jumping onto no one. They'll try to kill the Storms River. Satanic.
No mana.
Satanic is just too much. A triple kill. No one. He will go down. But how do you deal with the Morphling? That's the real problem, boys. Terrorize that from 9 class. Looking at Schofield now. Schofield dropping low to the bottom. And the Croaker. Ducalis comes in. Meanwhile, Yuma will have to leave. Did you catch that, Jonathan? I said careless Whisper.
Yeah.
George Michael reference.
That was great, Mikey.
Well, you didn't say anything.
I mean, you were in the zone.
Oh.
You know? Like, they're in the zone right now for P-Vision. It's the GG's called luck.
You've ruined everything, John.
I mean, luck.
You've ruined everything.
For Heroic, leaving these options in, the Satanic Morphling coming out when you lack key control, it was going to be a difficult game for P-Vision no matter what it feels like. You had so many ways of taking these fights on the side of P-Vision. You had a really good time for no one mid, which maybe you're not supposed to get away with that much in the Storm. Certainly the Monkey King we've seen before have a little bit of leeway in that matchup, but this is no one, of course. He is experienced with all of these matchups. I think for Heroic, they had some great ideas. This offlane Undying, this safe lane Abaddon, there's this idea of an ultra tanky lineup with a Monkey King on hand as well. It just never really came to be. I think P-Vision was just very comfy with a farm game. They were very good at dodging out these smoke ganks as well from Heroic with some really well-placed wards. And Heroic desperately needed a lot of that early action to kind of get their own ball rolling. Like, they had that diffusal timing coming in on Analog quite early on. They didn't really manage to utilize it, and honestly, it just felt like they got held back from that lack of aggression here for the side of Heroic.
Certainly P-Vision proving to be too good for Game 1. We'll see how they do in Game 2. Of course, we're going to head back to our panel to see what they thought about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Mike and John. Yes, indeed, it is P-Vision taking the first game here. And to be perfectly honest, not really leaving us in much doubt about who was really the better team. That was brutal.
It definitely was. I mean, we talked about the timing for P-Vision, this like 25, 30-minute time. This could have been also, I would say, even a 20-minute game, maybe like 25 max, because Heroic, they did a very good job trying to shut down, making some really aggressive moves on P-Vision's side of the map where they were getting the pickoffs, killing Storm Spirit, trying to kill Satanicov. They did kill him only once this game, but yeah, they did kill no one 5 times, which is a bit... I would say unexpected, but they also left Satanic completely alone where he got the free farm. And also them controlling, I would say, first 15 to 20 minutes where they were getting the first Roach, they were getting the first Tormentor. Relatively good moves from Heroic, but the timing is way too good for P-Vision.
Yeah, this looked like a really frustrating loss for Heroic, to be honest. Like, I think we've all been in these Dota games. At least we've seen these a lot, where you have a team
that it just feels like they're on another caliber to another team where, yes, Heroic, like they looked like they were playing at their peak, right? Like their early game, like they were totally in control. Like you mentioned, they took all the objectives. They're actually doing a really, really good job. It's just that P-Vision showed that they could split push. Like they didn't think that they had to fight. They didn't care that no one was getting picked off all the time. They didn't care that their supports were getting picked off all the time. It didn't matter because they always had somebody farming elsewhere.
They did, and the timing, like we talk about itemization, this team is calling people bots, but they have the bot from the offlane in terms of the bot aura, because he's Hand of Midas, he is building into Crimson and Pipe every single game, and it's working out for them. Can't really blame them. And you have a timing, because a lot of times you would see, you know, maybe your offlaner Dawnbreaker building into Vlad's, but this time around it is your carry who's building into Vlad's, and then you have a Chen who's building all the auras, he's collecting all the creeps around the map, he's getting the Alpha Wolf, you have Solar Crest on him, you have Bloodlust for your carry as well on top of the Solar, plus you have Drum. So pretty much every single
Glimmer
aura,
Cape on Willow as
yes,
well. Like
except for Guardian Greaves, but all the auras are there, and they hit this one big timing, and suddenly they get a kill, they get a pick off, and the game's pretty much over.
The only like utility item they were really missing was a Lotus. Like that's pretty much it. Other than that, they had everything that you can just like press on one guy, and then they get stronger, or auras, and they're just buffing one guy. And of course, that one guy is Satanic. He was, like you said, he was free farming the entire game. No one's game. I feel like if this was Liquid on the side of Heroic, they would probably maybe have a different draft or be more disciplined in like transitioning the strong early game into winning the game. Like for example, there was a lot of the game where Ducalis was straight up farming the enemy jungle. Like his team is dying.
Yeah, he was.
He's just in the enemy jungle. You don't expect him to be there, right? But this is what a good Chen player is going to do, especially against a team where they think that they're just better than, right? It's like they're not going to go look in their own jungle.
Just better.
Yeah.
This is what 9 Class said.
It feels like that's the confidence that they have in the game, and I don't know. Maybe Heroic needed to like group up and push towers and like force things more, so that to force the boys on P-Vision like out of their own jungle, and so they have to like group up to defend something. Because it really felt like P-Vision was just split pushing the entire game. This looked like a Tundra game to me.
Pretty much. You die on one of the heroes. Like, no one was the sacrificial hero in this series, in this game number 1. But, yeah, they weren't really getting... Like, every single time they get a kill, they don't get the gold advantage. Every single time they're farming on the different side of the map.
Gold advantage.
And they need to commit pretty heavily. And if you kill one of those guys, that also means that your carry can free farm. Because he knows that there's no Static Storm, there is no Wukong's command, so he gets a pretty free entry to the fight if there's going to be a fight happening.
I do think there was one crucial part missing from Heroic's draft. Like, if this is how they envisioned the game going, early advantage, put the pressure on, which I imagine it is versus a Morphling, then you need to have a way to take objectives. You need to have a way to push towers. That is what's critical about this Undying. Like, I don't want to call it a bait pick.
If you're going to 5-man like this, then yes, I totally agree. Or you do what Liquid does, which is you split your heroes up on the map so that 2 heroes are going for the Chen in the jungle, and you're only committing 3 heroes to the kills instead. Because when you're fully 5-manning, nobody's doing anything else anywhere. And that's what I said. Like, worst teams lose to this. They get crushed by Heroic here. But P-Vision, like, they understood the assignment.
Absolutely did. Yeah, very, very clean gameplay coming out from P-Vision here, and a really good example of how to play into this sort of draft when there is not that kind of big battering ram to come down your lanes. But I believe you've got some replays for us, gentlemen.
Yes, we do. Let's roll clip number 1.jpg.
That's incorrect.
This is the clip that I submitted. Okay, here we have Whisper. Oh yeah, this was great. Okay, this was when it really looked like Heroic was the team that was winning the game. Of course, we talked about all the split pushing, but these are the sort of pickoffs that Heroic was able to get. In this case, they were actually just baiting Whisper. And honestly, this is the fight where Satanic dies. This is his only death of the game. This is where I feel like probably they realized they had to split push. And by the way, that play right there, 9 Class walked into the tower. He just popped into the tower vision. It's like, whoops, by accident, he pops out of the tower vision and he immediately TPs. And this is the 3rd time I've seen him do it this tournament. I swear to goodness.
He's the most annoying guy.
The first time I saw him do this, I was like, oh, that was a mistake. But then you slowly start to realize, like, he does all these things to just annoy you. and then you try to come. You
Stop it.
But guess what? I'm gone, right? You try to attack me, and I'm gone. And it's like, it's so frustrating. And I noticed, like, watching his replays, like, he gets every single watcher. He's, like, killing every single sentry. He's doing these things to, like, reveal his position intentionally because he trusts that he can get away from you.
You know what he doesn't get? He doesn't get farm. This guy gets no farm priority. I see him like try to go for the creeps in the triangle. There is a stack that he did make. Suddenly he wants to farm it. He sees his Storm Spirit coming in. He's like, okay, let's farm it together. Doesn't get any of the last hits, of course. Gets some extra gold, extra XP. Then he sees the wave. No one goes the other direction. And he uses ulti, Bedlam, to try to kill a couple of creeps. No one zips in. He's like, nah, not today.
Not today.
But he plays a very good Dota with so little items. Like he basically has one item in most of these situations. He's not going greedy by any means, picking up just a Glimmer Cape to have a little bit of extra protection either for himself on top of the Shadow Realm when that's on cooldown, or when
it lets him split push too, because he can just invis around, walk through ward spots, walk through creep waves.
Yeah, he's a maniac. I mean, he doesn't want the farm either. He doesn't want any of that like nonsense. He doesn't need it. He doesn't want it. If this guy was playing like Souls games, for example, he'd be the kind of dude just do the whole thing in like, you know, no armor,
naked with just like
just
a maul.
Fists.
Yeah,
just
I
run
know the
around,
type. I know the
punch and
type.
Stuff. That's him. That's how he plays.
He's
Dota.
doing it on like a dance pad as well, just to make it even harder.
Yeah, probably blindfolded as well. Yeah, 9 class really is a different beast and a big reason why P-Vision were able to take this first game. Can they clean up this first 3-game series in a nice, tidy 2-0? We're going to find out after this short break.
desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The battle for second place continues here at the Esports World Cup. It is P-Vision versus Heroic in a best-of-3 series tiebreaker to find out which team is going to make it to second and which team is going to make it to third. And the difference between that is a whole other round in this single elimination playoffs phase 2, which is going to make a very big difference. Let's see how these guys do. I'm joined by Jenkins and Lacoste. Guys, for anybody that's just tuning in, you know, give me the flashcards on what happened in the last game and what Heroic needs to do differently this game.
Heroic might need to remove this Ogre. They played 3 times so far at the Esports World Cup, and the hero that is repeating itself, it is Ogre, and it also is Chen. So they might need to respect this early timing from P-Vision, where they are building into auras, or they need to put as much pressure, win the lanes as hard, to make sure that P-Vision can hit their timings.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the gist of last game was they hit this nice timing that you're talking about where they could simply run it down, just run a Heroic, fight the 5-man. And I feel like for Heroic, I wouldn't be too unhappy about the last game. Like, they were controlling the early game completely. It's just, it felt like if they had a slightly different draft, they could have used that advantage. Like, these heroes that they have don't push. Like, I will just ask a question. Like, do you think Yuma had to be Abaddon that game?
No.
Because I didn't feel the impact of him being Abba. He played well, right? But he could have been any carry. Imagine if he's like, I know Terrorblade was banned, but if he's a Terrorblade, like a hero that can actually just run it down and hit towers, like they were legit controlling the early game. P-Vision just split pushed, waited until they had their timing, and if you pick a lineup where they can't wait and they have to fight you, maybe this game goes completely different.
I'm also not really convinced by this position for Quap. Sure, you're keeping it as a flex. I've seen good amounts of Quap during Wallachia, where Miero played it from the off lane. I've seen good amounts from the mid lane, of course, and the safe lane. But this position 4 just doesn't hit me as a strong hero, because you are skipping your core item. Like, you don't have the Blade Mail ready. And this is pretty much the whole point of the hero right now.
Interesting. I also found it interesting that in that half-time, instead of Caps being the one to kind of give Heroic a talking to, they actually bring in their second. I can't remember who their secondary coach is. It Mangasu that works with them. Anyway, he came in and was giving them like a pretty strong talking to. I'm wondering if Caps is a chill guy. You know, he's too chilled out to give him that halftime speech. So bringing in the big guns, I guess.
Yeah, I think Caps is more the strategic-minded type, and he's like, chill, let's chill, go next. But you know, sometimes the let's just chill and go next is not what you need. You need the like, come on, guys, like we can do this. You need the real like
you
locker
need
room
that
talk.
fake hype.
Yeah, you need the guy that's like one of the boys, you know.
Well, they definitely had him there for that, so he stayed until the very last second, until he had to leave before the draft comes on, because of course only one coach allowed for the draft. Thank goodness, otherwise these booths would be getting very crowded when Liquid plays. But here we go, into game number 2. And we're going to start things off at the moment. Heroic not really banning out any of those problems we had from the last game.
There's still Shadow Fiend that is available. Usually they open up with Doom on 8 when P-Vision does have first pick. Doom is banned this time around. So they could potentially pick up the Shadow Fiend for himself, because it is a flex pick between position 1 and position 2. Gives you, like we've seen what you can do from the mid lane, Kiyotaka. We've seen good amounts of also position 1 Shadow Fiends, where he's like taking control of the map, where he's being very annoying, being you know, just that guy that keeps those stacks going and goes for the kills across the map, and then you can just easily turn that into Roche. Unfortunately, it doesn't have that 15 talent anymore that allows you to kill buildings faster, but It is what it is.
Wow. Okay, I was wondering about the Ember ban, and I was thinking, like, do they want Puck? I mean, I know this one. This has been a very talked about matchup, Ember versus Puck, because it does depend on the build that you're going for. Ember. Puck did well in Wallachia, but of course that was GPK Puck, yada yada. But Puck genuinely seemed like the best mid laner at that tournament by a large margin. Pretty much no matchup would be bad for the hero. Like even Huskar teams have been getting a lot better at dealing with. I also wonder, Tofu played Puck as a position 4. Do you think they're willing to flex this to Schofield?
Schofield probably plays anything, even if he didn't play it. If there was one guy that I would give hero that he never played, probably Schofield would be one of my go-tos.
I mean, if you want a hero that's really annoying and hard to catch around the map, name a better one than Puck.
Yeah, very annoying. This is something that 9 Class did very, very good in the previous game in the last couple of months since the team when he was playing his Slark. I also want to see if they're going to give respect to Shadow Shaman. I'm a big fan of Puck on 9, and then you also have on the opening pick of the second phase where you can take Shadow Shaman for yourself, and then you have a bit of more control. You have insane amount of damage. These two heroes can be paired up together, especially if Shaman gets an early Blink Dagger. So we'll see if P-Vision decides to ban it out. I'm also a big fan of Shaman plus Undying. These two heroes together, they provide you with so much area of control where you can take the fights.
I think Shaman is a lot more broken than people think that he is, and people rate him very highly. Because I saw on Topson's stream, he played mid Shaman and he soloed Roche. It wasn't actually on stream, it was just in a game. But he soloed Roche. He's been playing mid Shaman, and you can do it super early. And we saw for Tundra that Whitemon and Soxa ran into Roche as 2 supports, and they killed it as just the supports. And their mid laner just walks on over, picks up a free Aegis.
Thanks, boys.
I genuinely think with the big ward facet, that's a big objective that you can do that people are not doing just because it's, I guess, it's risky. But if you're just committing 2 supports or a single hero to it, it's not really that risky.
No, definitely not.
But just the essence that's possible, then it opens up so much.
It's crazy,
play potential. You kill one hero on the map, you can run into that Roche
exactly.
pit
You go gank mid,
early.
you take Roche.
Yeah, exactly. It's just.
I had to double check that they didn't pause the game. They have a lot of reserve time that they're burning on this pick right now, thinking what they need to have.
Yeah, Cuffs is doing some thinking here on the side of Heroic.
What they need to ban. P-Vision, they removed Chen. Chen, 100% win rate, 5 out of 5 wins. Dookie did win 3 of those.
Yeah, Dookie's an incredible Chen player, but looking at the other side, King Jungles, I mean, it's in the name. The guy, came into the Dota scene playing the junglers. Enigma,
playing the
Chen.
LC, Nature's Prophet on the cliff.
That's right.
Necrophos, yeah. In the triangle back when his aura did work on the creeps.
Yeah, there's the Shaman
and
you
all
talked
that
about.
talking just to do what Lacoste said.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And also removing, like you talked about the Ember matchup, I was not convinced during Wallachia that Void Spirit is a good hero and that he's a good counter to this Puck, but after seeing a couple of more games, especially game yesterday when Quinn played it into this matchup, not dying a single time, it's definitely going up in priority for me.
I think what Quinn said in the interview was really interesting, that Puck just doesn't...
You're trying to remember what he said.
No, I was just dramatic pausing for the dramatics, the theatrics.
Yeah, I knew that.
It was that the hero does not have good options to deal with Void Spirit Aghanim Scepter. You
doesn't
Yules,
have enough damage.
Yep, you exactly, and he doesn't have enough damage. You Yules, you come down, and you're still silenced by the second one. And on a similar note, the same thing happens against Night Stalker, right? Puck usually builds items to deal with the silence. You purge the silence. Puck really does not like playing into those. But you come back down and you're still in the Night Stalker AoE silence. So a lot of people will go for Force Staff on Puck, but the thing is, people are going Nullifier on Night Stalker very early to counter the Force Staff. So it's kind of Puck needs to have a really good game and get a BKB, but then what position do you go for that BKB for? Second item? Third item?
It's a very, very good Night Stalker game. I'm just going to throw it out there. If they now try to counter some of like core Night Stalkers, there's a potential that they run this Night Stalker as a position 4, pick Darkseer for themselves, and still have a very strong lane. So they need to be careful, especially if Heroic's going to be picking up their carry right now, something that could create good illusion, something that can be exploited in this lane by Darkseer and the Night Stalker. But this is a really, really good Night Stalker game. Like this hero, you have Coil, but you don't care. Both of these heroes are going to suffer. You get on top of them with the silence, there is no save whatsoever. I think there's one way to fix it. I think picking up Centaur could solve some of the issues where you can use the Stampede, run away from the Night Stalker, run away from the Tombstone. So try to maybe go for something that can also build into auras.
And it's good against Lesh. It's a pipe builder, like you mentioned, and you need a frontliner right now. Like Lina, Shaman, Puck, these are such squishy backline heroes that you need to jump. They don't need just like any frontliner. They need like a giga frontliner, and the Centaur definitely fits that build. By the way, it could also be a 9-class Leshrac as well.
It could be. Yeah,
I've seen him playing in pubs.
This is something that he played prior to TI 2024, but we did have Dota Pro Tracker available, so everybody saw what he was playing, and he was playing Night Stalker, I believe, as well, and now those strats are hidden.
Yep, you know, I have no idea what he's playing these days, but yeah, I mean, Leshrac on the 4, you know, you get that... I can't remember what the innate is called, but where you don't deal damage to the towers and then you just run at people on the towers. It's super obnoxious. Very hard to play into.
So they will take Ogre for themselves.
Wow.
Having an offlaner that builds into pipe, I think is very necessary.
Or
you are playing against
5.
Lesh.
King Jungle's also
Could be.
plays
Yeah,
Ogre.
that's also true.
And I think with Lina and lane, this is a
Fire
pretty,
lane, yeah. It's a very good lane.
It's a really devastating lane. But I also like that because they're playing against P-Vision, now there's this idea like, are they stealing it as an off lane? You know, like both teams will respect that as a potential off lane as well. So it's a flex now.
Final pick. Well, second final pick for P-Vision next.
But this is their most important pick because they get to pick into 2 bans. So this will be almost certainly a core or important support here.
Because Heroic have a last pick overall as well. We are going to learn a lot from this. Yeah. Interestingly, as the graphic says there, TA completely uncontested throughout this draft.
I mean, it is a pretty good TA game, actually. They go for PL. Okay. I mean, now maybe you're more inclined to run Ogre as a 3. I know, like, you can, of course, take the Ignite off, but Ogre getting a Crimson or you pick another Crimson builder,
yeah,
like a Centaur. Still good.
I think there's also a possibility maybe that you want to put some extra pressure and have some extra AoE. I'm maybe thinking Kunkka could be okay. Gives you the tankiness, builds into auras, and also does really well in the lane against PL.
Right, and I still think that like with the first 3 heroes that Heroic picked, an Ogre is not quite enough to be that frontliner for you. Like these are really squishy backliners, and they're already countered by Night Stalker. So another hero to run in there, and like Kunkka is the ultimate tank hero. Blade Mail Buyer as well against Leshrac.
Very interesting here from P-Vision, but as you say, we do have the bans to protect it with, so of course Axe going to get taken out of the pool.
Yeah, I think they will shift and maybe put this Lina on the mid lane just to have better overall carry-to-carry matchup, because I don't think you want to be playing Lina, even though she builds into Mjolnir against the PL at one point, it might just be way too much. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe some of the traditional carries that they could still pick up, something like a Sven could maybe work out. And they will remove some of these heroes that we did mention. This Darkseer that we talked about, the Aura Buyer, works well with the position for Night Stalker in the lane. And also banning out Kunkka. This is also very good because it was a good pick for them, but they also don't have the first pick out of the phase.
Let's P-Vision's pick next. Yeah, a lot of the big boys taken out of the pool, as you mentioned. I think they really need to get themselves some form of control on the board. I don't know, you've got like the ability to run at people, it's just nothing to really kind of catch them, so to speak. They are pretty fast at the
Legion
moment.
ban, that is cool.
Wow.
Yeah, against the PL. Clears the illusions.
I always love it when a zero-picked hero gets banned out. Like a zero-contested hero gets banned out, you're always like, man, these guys are thinking. And the Bane is going to be the final pick here from P-Vision. So where does that put these heroes?
I think they were prepping for the Sven that I mentioned, to have a BKB piercing tool. Otherwise, you have Sven running in, and he's not going to be afraid of any of these heroes. Now with the Bane picked up, he might need to think twice.
And Bane also makes a potential... Actually, they can't run the puck as a 4, right? Because
Dawnbreaker.
Then it would be Shaman as a 5, which is weird. So they go for Dawn. It's the last pick. I mean, it's like the remaining good offlaner that has some sort of illusion clear and can also build auras.
It does have that. Is it enough though? And how is the lane as well?
I think it's good. I think it's definitely good. You jump into Leshrac and you have a Blade Mail. Any Blade Mail buyer against a core Leshrac is what you want. Ideally, you have 2 of them. That's how people usually counter Lesh, right? But one is still good. You can eventually build into a pipe. I don't know about Crimson on Dawn. I feel like you probably want a Crimson against PL, right? Is it still good with the current way people play PL? Lancelot? You definitely need pipe.
It feels like you need a lot on side of Heroic. I think they might have overcooked their draft. I know that PL did win 1 out of 6 games so far at the Esports World Cup, but I think this time around, he might be able to take over the game. This is also a Satanic Phantom Lancer, so I don't think we're going to be seeing too many of shenanigans. No, Aghanim Scepter Rush by any means. I think he just wants to go for the standard Diffusal Blade Manta style, become as active as possible, and also 9 class on this Night Stalker with the DM on Undying. They're going to be playing into Lina plus Ogre, which is a strong lane, but I want to see how they're going to be able to match up in this, because I would give an edge to Heroic in this lane, but I also want to see how they're going to be playing it out on P-Vision.
All right, let's see if they can manage it. I mean, I have my concerns here. I do think that they've got a good start to the game here on Heroic, but I just don't know if they've got the objective taking, the same issue as last game. I have my concerns, but let's see how they do in game number 2 here of Heroic versus P-Vision. We've got MLP and John Xfire.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Game 2 now officially underway. Jonathan, and game 1 wasn't that close of an affair, let's be honest. It was pretty one-sided towards the side of P-Vision. Game 2. Obviously, you heard some doubts on the draft from our panelists. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say I like P-Vision's draft a lot more. I mean, you and I have seen this PL a few days now. We were hearing Brian BSJ kind of talking about the PL, this Ags build, this new technology that the Phantom Lancer brings, which it does look like Satanic is actually going for, unlike the assumption we've made earlier on the panel where it would be the classic PL Diffusal Manta. It's going to be the Ags Rush. I'm curious to see if it will pan out this time. I do think the issues here for Heroic are a lot to overcome. I think you've got enough control on the side of P-Vision to get things going. This Night Stalker pick to counteract this soft backline, to counteract the Shackle kind of being held up. The puck trying to escape, not going to be as easy with that silence coming in. And your illusion clear is somewhat there, but not fully so. I feel like this is a pretty good game for Satanic to play, and a pretty good game for no one to play as well on that Lesh. Going for the Misanthropy, has a mid lane matchup where it should be pretty all right up against a puck. You have a lot of play here for no one once more. I'm a little bit concerned. I think Heroic have to play it pretty fast, and it all depends on how well you kind of get your initial start here for Yuma, I think in particular. It feels like this Lina has to actually be relatively active early on, has to be pretty high tempo, because if not, this PL is going to rip you to shreds if you take too long here.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be a rough time. I mean, I think Lacoste said it was 1 out of 6 wins so far for the PL, but like he also said, this is Satanic, right? Playing the PL, and well, this young man, he's been pretty much amazing on anything he plays. So I have high hopes for this PL game of Satanic. I'm sure BSJ does too somewhere in the other hotel room right now.
Hopefully he gets happy here. I don't think he's been the happiest man with seeing his Phantom Lancer Ags Rush.
Oh, he's been trying to defend it so long too. Everyone keeps telling him it's bad. He's like, no guys, you don't understand. It's amazing. KJ, he'll be okay. Or Willie, 9 class. Going to go for the body block on the creep wave. KJ not going to be able to intervene. We'll just run back to the fountain, of course, for the reset. Even keeping Ducalis here. Chances are, though, Ducalis probably will just leave the building. Unless, I thought maybe they'd stick around to bully KJ a little bit, but no. He does leave.
Yeah, can take a look at that mid lane. Again, you've got the puck lane coming out for Analog, up against no one on the Lesh. Again, this is a matchup that we used to see way more often back in the past. Not so often this time around, but I feel like this is a lane that can go kind of just 50-50, as they were still poking out on Ducalis down bot, or at least poking out KJ down bot in that Ogre Magi. A little bit of a rough time, only one tango left, not going to feel too good. But he did manage to walk some tangos over for his carry here for Yuma by going through the courier. So you don't sacrifice too much there at the very least. But already a little bit of a rough start down bot. And this is not set to get any easier. At the very least, for the Lina, you have the range advantage. You can poke back. You're not going to be too scared of the Tombstone here overall. And with a learning curve facet as well for KJ, with no Dispels on hand, that Ignite level 2 is going to feel threatening. But back to that mid lane, right? The Leshrac versus Puck, this is a manageable lane for Puck, but we've seen from no one before, he tends to crush a lot of his mid matchups. This guy is just on his second form in the scene once more. He's just been on top of the world, and I don't think this is going to be too simple for Analog. Rune control is going to be a big part. Trying to dodge out these spells is relatively annoying for the Puck. You're not going to be able to really maximize your Puckish as much as you'd want here, and that damage output of no one is to be respected, especially if he gets this brown boots timing, just has an opportunity to run in with the Edict. It can kind of catch you off guard if you're not too careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom lane, Yuma, KJ. Of course, you saw them up against the Undying Night Stalker, and for Yuma it should be a pretty easy time. Can't imagine him having too many issues. Top lane, Satanic and Ducalis going to be against Schofield and Whisper. They have found Schofield. Whisper will try to intervene. Doppel out early from Satanic, trying to move in on the Shaman. There is a bit of heals coming in. Schofield still alive. There's the chicken form, but he is still going to drop. Eventually, it's Ducalis barely surviving. Whisper, he'll be okay to retreat. There's no mana left for Satanic, but they do secure first blood. And you're very happy right now if you're Peevish.
That you are. Just having that little bit of an edge coming out for Satanic, who, again, is kind of set for a pretty fun game here. Having this timing into the Ags is going to be key, as it will allow a lot of early activity. Again, according to PSJ, the way to play with that Ags is to just run in, to be the front line, to get your damage out by just constantly phantom rushing in and getting all of those illusions out with your Lance and the Lancelot facet. Whether or not it'll be effective from Satanic, we'll see, as again, he's not going for the standard Diffusal Manta here. It's going to be that new tech. There's only so much you can do here up top for Whisper as well. He still has the Mango, he's got the level 2 Celestial Hammer up. There's some good poke to come in. It just feels challenging to find this connection, because you can't really commit onto the Slippery PL unless you overstep here on Satanic. But there's always that threat of the Nightmare drag back here.
Yeah, I mean, now the Tier 1 tower also attacking Schofield makes it basically impossible for him to try and get away.
Yeah.
T will drop another kill here for Satanic. And Ducalis, he's been very good with these setups. I know it looks simple with the Nightmare setups that he's been making, but he's finding the little openings you require to actually kill off this Shaman quickly. And I mean, feeding all these kills to Satanic, never really a good idea.
No, it's certainly not. Again, this Ags timing is going to be pretty ridiculously fast. And if it goes according to that theory crafting from BSJ, from his experience in his own games, again, this is a monster of a hero. It's tanky, it's got a lot of magic damage. We heard the panel kind of question, what do you do against this Ags Peel? You're going to need probably the pipe. Will the Crimson Guard be enough? Who knows? Because you're depending on the Lancelot. You're depending on those Lances with a rush. It's a lot to have to consider here, and a very smooth start for the side of P-Vision already. 0-2, 1K lead up their way. You are managing to get a lot of good value down bot. I think this is the one weakness right now for P-Vision. This offlane Undying isn't really slowing things down, but mid.
And locked silenced up, 9 class. Very nice rotation. And no one with the Edict doing so much damage. That's another thing here for Analog. Like, you've got to be a little bit wary of these 9 class rotations. Just the Crippling Fear alone during this night, very, very scary for the Puck.
That it is, and again, it's the beauty of this Night Stalker pick to counteract that Puck. You don't have the hardest model, though.
Again? They're going to try and fight back. Ducalis might drop this time. Ducalis heals up and actually will go down before the Brain Sap. Schofield still dropping pretty low, though. Satanic, he might just die, but no. He won't risk it. This time they are able to pay him back. Satanic now getting dived. Maybe they can really punish him. The shackle comes out. Satanic will go down. No one. He'll move into salvage a little bit. But this time, Schofield gets away with it. A double kill for the Shaman.
It's massive for Heroic. Now you're starting to get that threat coming in from Whisper, having the level 3 Celestial Hammer. You see that setup. If you don't manage to burst down this Shadow Shaman in that window with the Nightmare, And the follow-through from the Dawnbreaker is threatening. You did manage to dodge out most of it with Satanic, but your backline's very exposed. You don't have that big output any longer with some stats up now on the Dawnbreaker either. So you're very comfy for Whisper to start to play aggressive. A 2-4, 6-minute power runes coming up. A little bit of posturing onto that mid.
Shackle out. They've got no one. Edict is already going. No one. A bit of a sitting duck. Nightmare, though, on to the Dawnbreaker. Not going to save the day. A very nice pickup now for Analog. A bit of revenge here for Heroic. But here comes 9 Class to at least get Schofield. He'll be okay to run his way out of the Night Stalker, but still a very, very good kill for Heroic.
And it is, and again, a very important one to find. They're putting a dent on that start for No One. But we've seen this from No One before. As long as his direct 1v1 lane is going fine, which it was until these rotations came in, he can still get that work done. He's gotten his levels up. He's already, again, at that level 6 mark. He's gotten some good use out from the Pulse Nova with a rotation top earlier. And for the side of Heroic, question you have to ask is, are you kind of ignoring the sides a little bit too much? Like, yes, you managed to find that counteraction top for a moment. Satanic, with all of that movement down onto mid, is just free farming top. 1 part into the Ags build-up already. You are securing some space for yourself on Heroic with some good stacks, but there is a ward watching this from P-Vision as well. So you get the D-ward going, but they've already seen the stacks built up. They're going to be able to contest at some point. You do have some clear potential here. He's put a Celestial Hammer up. You should get that farm slowly rolling, but I think if you're on P-Vision, again, you're still relatively happy. You need more time. You know, Phantom Lancer with the Axe timing does take a bit. It's 4,200 gold you're demanding here from Satanic. And the one thing I'm curious about is just how well DM does on that off-lane Undying. Like, we saw Whispers Undying. There was a moment where he was really strong with a Blade Mail. You're approaching that timing now as well for DM. And it's going to be a big body that's going to be challenging for Heroic to burst. Yeah, you've got burst damage with your Lina, with your Puck. You've got this combination with the Solar Guardian ready. It's just a matter of, will you be able to find the targets you'd want? Will you want to push the envelope a little bit harder here, play a little bit faster compared to Game 1?
Nice little shield room picked up by Analog. Dreamcore committed as well. KJ gonna show up. He's gonna be a little bit cautious of No One though. It's just so much damage, but they will still take him out. KJ will sacrifice himself for that kill as 9 Class will try to retreat, but it is daytime. A little bit hard to get away. Heroic successfully punishing in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, they're finally getting some connections out. Again, that early threat with a high mobility on Heroic, not to be underestimated here by P-Vision. Easy setup with Dream Coil into Solar Guardian. You've got the follow-through. This is all this happening without, say, early connections yet from Yuma, who's still free farming down bot with no threat in the Undying. And once you get these moving pieces all together, things start to become threatening. You're also slowly approaching level 6 marks, right? Like Schofield, once he has that Mass Serpent ward, a kill into a tower becomes very feasible, of course, for the side of Heroic. And that's where the map space might start to shrink for P-Vision. For P-Vision, though, again, you're trading this for all space on Satanic, who's making a move now.
Oh, look at this, though. There's a lot of heroes. Satanic, he jumped right into that Light Strike array. Now the Shackle to hold down the real PL. Do they have enough to finish up the job? Satanic, more stunts coming in, and he is gone. A very, very strong kill here for Yuma. ZM will try to move in, but he's a bit late to the party. They're coming in one by one. Here comes No One in 9 Class now, just committing for this fight. They want to salvage so darn bad. Analog taking down DM, not dying it, but they'll catch him with the Nightmare. Eventually they will secure. It's a 2-for-1 trade at the end, was it?
Yeah. 2 for 2 in the end.
Okay, so still pretty good for Heroic.
Yeah, still pretty good. You trade away pretty big in terms of slowing down Satanic. I'd say losing your puck, maybe not the biggest issue for Analog. He did have a decent enough streak to give out the P-Vision. In terms of net worth overall, slightly favorable for Heroic, but not too badly. I think for Satanic, I like seeing that he's already getting aggressive even before the Sags. It does feel like you do need that timing to be up. You're not the tankiest. Your old weaknesses on PLL are still kind of there. There is enough AoE damage to isolate you away here.
Nightmare set up, Bane Strip out as well. They're going to bring the Solar Guardian, though they can't kill Yuma in time, and No One is gonna die once again as they do finally take down Schofield, but you're gonna give up an extra and do Carlos. These attempts that they've been trying to make continue to not work out, and it's mostly off the back of the fact that Schofield's just coming in every time.
Yeah, it's this Shadow Shaman factor, and we were talking about it in the green room. This hero is just so annoying to play against. A good snipe from 9 class. Oh, we'll take away this Maelstrom timing for a little bit longer on Yuma, and that's going to slow down the farm for a minute 30 at the very least. You're buying yourself some equity, some equality here for P-Vision to keep that farm pace going. But you've got to find a way to jump this Shadow Shaman back. You will want, say, a blink timing on 9 class sooner rather than later. He is going for the drums first. But it does feel like, again, a lot of your control, a lot of this safe way of counterfighting relies on that crippling fear. And until you reach that point where you have that level 6 and you have that blink to reposition, it can be a little bit challenging. Maybe just the level 6 alone should be enough on 9 class, as he's been making these moves all across the map that he's sacrificed a lot of EXP. And he will hit that 6, so the Dark Ascension should start to simplify things. Massive stacks still being cleared out here by the side of Heroic. Never found out by P-Vision, despite having that vision earlier on. A little bit of a missed opportunity, I suppose, to steal some gold away. But there has been a lot of action across the map, so no real downtime to try to snipe some stacks. And this is also leading into that big timing now for Whisper. The Ags on the Dawnbreaker. Having that additional healing, having that faster jump down, it can complicate these fights, as we've seen time and time again. The setup for Heroic is not as complicated as it would for the counterfights of the P-Vision.
Oh, DM. Bottom lane, he's just taking way too much damage. Unable to sustain himself as Analog will secure another kill. Heroic now 10-9, very slight net worth lead their way. So far, very good here from Heroic. I mean, you really couldn't have asked for a much better start of this game too.
No, you certainly couldn't. They're keeping it even. It's a lot more aggressive early on here as well, 10-9, 12.5 minutes in. Slight advantage only coming the way of Heroic, but again, you're just seeing that ease of execution kick in. You find a pick-off, you have Solar Guardian, you have the Dream Coil, not very long cooldowns to throw out. Your supports are relatively tanky, and it's very strange to say that about Shadow Shaman, but it just is the way it is with his innate. And you are still getting a lot of room out for Yuma to farm. Granted, again, this is without the Maelstrom, which is flying in now and is fully finished up, delayed by a minute and a half because of that courier snipe. But now that pace really gets going. For P-Vision, blessing in disguise is just, again, this space for Satanic. He's been free farming top. The Phantom Lancer does have enough gold for the Ags outright, and he will pick it up here for Satanic relatively soon once courier flies in. So you do have this Ags timing up in your PL. With the Lancelot, with a long-range Phantom Rush and all of these illusions coming in, and the interaction with the Lance, of course, with Lancelot, all of that damage can be overwhelming. You're not at the point where you're expecting too many auras to come in, of course, with Whisper going for the full Ags first. So no pipe to mitigate that. No Crimson Guard for some of the right-click damage on these illusions as well, although not massive by any means at this point in the game. Can start to be substantial with the Ags. So I want to see this theory crafting from BSJ kind of kick in. I want to see the PL actually have that big impact, because I think even at one PL game that won was mainly off the back of an SF anyhow.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't upset BSJ like that, John.
He admitted it too. It's like, yeah, all right, it's the SF showing that one. You know, like, we want to see it though. You know, I want Brian to be happy.
Schofield will move in. Shackle set up again. We'll find the Bane of Ducalis. There is going to be some help coming in, but Ducalis is down. They'll try to chase down Schofield first, but here comes that Solar Guardian. Whisper making it practically impossible to kill anyone quite yet, but now Whisper's the one in danger. He's stuck on the low ground. Whisper will drop. Not a good start as DM. He's just soaking so much strength away. Analog, he's going to try and turn this one around. Schofield with a very nice shackles has found Satanic again. Satanic going down as P-Vision getting too excited. I mean, it was a very nice start from DM. I believe he had like a 4-man decay, but it won't matter. They dive tier 2 towers and they pay heavily for it.
They do. They go way too far, these kills. I will say the timing of the spell usage out from P-Vision again has been sublime. That split earth as the landing is coming in, instantly stunning Whisper, holding back that Dawnbreaker output was pretty spectacular. It's just you didn't have enough to keep going with all of this protection coming in from the side of Heroic.
I think they just thought, like, there's no way we lose this fight once Whisper dies, which is a fair thought. The issue is you're diving tier 2 towers, and they still had the setup here from Analog to hold you down. It just wasn't a great time at all.
No.
Just so much confidence, and then you see DM just big decays over and over again, but it won't matter if you're underneath tier 2 towers.
No. And again, it was enough time as well for Yuma to actually show up and contribute. We were talking about the burst damage on this Lina.
is going to die another time. Analog setting up here, allowing Whisper to secure a kill. And as much net worth as no one has, he's just not able to sustain himself in these little pickoffs.
No, not quite yet. Trying to work into that BKB to have some debuff immunity at this point. But it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. And Satanic's trying to go back for that defusal, so going back for a more classical PL instead of that Mage Slayer sort of build-up that I think BSJ was saying was the ideal with the Axe Rush. And just going for a little bit more scaling here, which can still pay off. It's just, there is a feeling of a lack of damage at this point, right? Like your Lesh doesn't really burst down. He plays for a little bit more sustained damage with the mana pool, trying to maintain presence up front. Whereas for Heroic, I mean, you've got Lina, you've got a Puck, you've got a Dawnbreaker, even the Ogre Magi to an extent, if he gets lucky with Fire Blast. So many burst options here for Heroic. You don't have that much of a window to play for P-Vision if they're just allowed to get on top of you.
No. Heroic certainly just trying to smother P-Vision right now. They'll head up towards the top lane through the Twin Gates. See what they can find here, Heroic. Maybe even just a tier 1 tower if no heroes around. You do have Satanic just towards the south of them. Heroic, they'll check the northern side jungle. They'll see a Pure Illusion though, so they're moving in. Coil is out, they'll miss out on the real Satanic, but the chase continues. Yuma will see him there for a second, but they've dived too deep now. This is quite risky territory. You don't want to venture out here.
No. It's a lot of time committed out from Heroic to get that move going, which, again, I appreciate this thought process of finding aggression, but we've seen this in game 1. If the smoke fails, you're not farming the map, P-Vision will reel that lead back slowly but surely. 6k lead down to 5k over all of that time spent. You've gotten some recovery room out for no one. Of course, Satanic was not really stopped from farming in that top area. The Fusel, it's not too far off now as well for the Phantom Lancer. So some issues to worry about here once those illusions start to get on top of you. And their triangle is still secure. You didn't swing into this area for the side of Heroic. They will maintain another smoke though. See if this one is any better. They've got that blink up again on Analog to try to get the repositioning in.
No coil though. 15 seconds. He'll have it up pretty soon. Schofield trying to hunt, chasing down no one. We'll see 9 Class took an illusion rune, jumps in, gets the smoke break, immediate shackle, and 9 Class is going to be left to die. His team not seeing the opening to try and fight back, won't bother. It's way too challenging to fight into Heroic when you know the Solar Guardian's going to come in at any moment. And so they will just let him die. Happy days for Heroic, still a 5k advantage, 17 to 11. Complete control of the map at the moment as they do just force Roshan now. And again, P-Vision, they don't really have an option.
No.
They can't even hope to fight.
Nah, they have to let it go. The damage is there with Yuma, even the wards, of course, to speed up this process. And you're going to have to deal with a secondary life on that Lina. Again, a difficult game for P-Vision in terms of thinking about how you take control of these engagements. Because your stuns aren't the most reliable outside of Nightmare and Grip. But there's a big threat to just find the cause, and you have a lot of ways to interrupt anyhow on that single target control that the Bane provides. Relying on that silence here coming out from 9 Class without the blink is a little bit difficult. At the least you have a blink, some ways of repositioning for no one can be helpful as well. But it's just simpler for Heroic, like we've been saying time and time again. Dream Coil, Solar Guardian, and the single target hold on the Shaman's a lot more reliable as well. Just getting a right click off with Chicken Fingers to set up buys you a lot of time. And it's just a more complicated game to execute on for P-Vision. They need time, they need that build up. They're getting into an Orchid here for Satanic, which will help you against heroes like the Puck in a massive way, because you don't really have anything defensive coming out here for Analog, so at the least you can catch the Puck off guard once that timing's up. But again, Heroic are not allowing P-Vision to breathe. Another smoke attempt.
Yeah, another beautiful setup as well from Schofield. He's just been so lethal on this Shaman. So scary when Schofield can just blink and set up like that as they go on to also find Ducalis. Ducalis down. He's a Schofield. He's just been such a menace. I mean, no one just cannot catch a break.
No, he's been given no room to breathe. And again, this is something very consistent from Heroic. Game 1, maybe not as successful with some of these ganks. Game 2, a lot more successful considering we've at least seen one big pick-off already with the smoke usage. And it feels like when you have to play against a Shaman, especially in this Esports World Cup here, Mikey, it's been too much. it's really been too much. With all of the control, its ability to just be the biggest nuisance in the game, just having this really easy way of just initiating without committing too much as well, getting some follow-through control, getting the push, having this durability with foul play as your innate. It's a lot just from this one hero. For P-Vision, this Orchid timing has to pan out on Satanic. Like, this control onto something like the Puck or the Lina has to pay off somehow.
Schofield!
Again.
Leave him alone, Schofield! Leave him alone! To Carlos. Also caught. Oh, Schofield's just bullying him at the moment, John.
That he is. And all just with a Blink Dagger and a Force Staff. That's all you need. That Shadow Shaman. They've been really impressive on Heroic, how they've worked that map. I think their understanding of P-Vision's movement is a lot better than it was in Game 1, where P-Vision was a lot better at dodging out. This time, they're finding them every single time. The only silver lining is this farm coming in for Satanic, which, again, has led to that full Orchid up, going back for the Manta. So, again, a little bit more in line with what you tend to see from classic PL. Outside of the Yags, of course, which you tended to see a little bit more anyhow. We need to see that impact. All of that gold has been pouring into Satanic and Satanic alone. No one, DM, still somewhat keeping up, but they are starting to really bear the brunt of just not having room to build up on. Maybe once the Aura Plate starts to come in here from DM, starts to become a little bit better. You're going to lose Tormentor, though, right here, right now, with the Night Rain, of course, down bot. Freebie for Schofield as well. So a lot more of a nuisance with that 1.5 second invulnerability for our Shadow Shaman now. Just, again, more things to worry about for P-Vision. You have to get that clean kill. You have to ensure in that window no one can just stand his ground. His BKB is almost done at least. That will buy you some space.
Oh, here we go. 9 class trying to farm a creep wave. Not going to be able to get there. 9 class, he really just wants a blink to be able to set up for his team. He's about 400 gold off, but he's just being given no space to farm it. And Heroic, when you look at Yuma, he's already out of control. He's not even at the Daedalus yet.
No.
I mean, it's only set to get a lot worse.
Yeah, you're not feeling that durability just yet from the side of P-Vision. Again, they've not been willing to group up for quite some time here. They've been ceding ground out to Heroic. They're trying to dodge out this Aegis timing as well quite nicely, but they're starting to lose some outer towers. Only the first tier 2 falling for now. Aegis only about half a minute left. So all things considered, could have lost a little bit more, but they already found some key kills. Again, for P-Vision, it's that Blink for 9 class, it's that BKB for no one, which is fully done. It's the full Manta and just constant build-up on the PL. At this point, though, I mean, you have enough to deal with all of these illusions. You have enough durability as well to deal with all of that damage, it feels like, with the game just going your way on the side of Heroic. P-Vision, though, first group up in a while, trying to hunt with a smoke. No vision across the river. Gonna have to get lucky to find something big here.
Oh, it's so risky. I think it's almost just a smoke to get some vision out. Quite frankly, I don't think they actually want the fight. And in fact, they will just head down south, find some positions where they can actually farm freely for a little bit, because right now, it just felt like the last few minutes have just been able to do nothing on this map. They will just take over the bottom side of the map. Heroic will leave them be at this stage. Part of me believes Heroic shouldn't slow down, but then the other part of me thinks, well, hold on. They've been able to deal with Satanic quite easily. Yuma on the Lina, like we've seen late game Lina be really ridiculous. So maybe not. It feels like with this kind of draft, you kind of secure late game anyway.
That you do. I mean, you've got scaling on Puck, you've got scaling on Lina, even the Dawnbreaker can kind of scale up as well with more auras or more damage and durability that can come in. There's no concern. I think there's a very real damage issue for the side of P-Vision as the game goes on. Again, Phantom Lancer isn't really a bursty kind of hero, neither is Lesh. You can kind of take these prolonged fights if DM lives long enough to get some good decays. We haven't really seen that in this match just yet, as the burst damage from Heroic has just been really overwhelming. It's been impossible to try to take these longer fights with all the damage. Free room given out for Heroic to take another tier 2 up top. And with the damage here from Yuma and these just 3 wards coming in from Schofield, it really does not take long. Just one outer tower left now for P-Vision. And again, like, This is still P-Vision, right? Like, this is not a team you can count out even if a game is going this sideways relatively early on. But it's just looking harder and harder to try to play this timing.
We got another smoke, Heroic. They have an idea as to where P-Vision are. No one. He breaks the smoke of Analog. This could be very dangerous for Heroic as they might just be jumped straight off the bat. No one. He will walk away from a pretty awkward situation. Schofield meanwhile already caught out. This could be the fight that P-Vision wanted. You don't have to worry about that darn Shaman. Here comes the Solar Guardian though, jumping in right onto DM, keeping everyone alive. Yuma though. Yuma surrounded. He is down. They need a TP.
Oh, Analog.
They need a leave, but Analog's been left behind.
Oh.
There it is. The key to success. Kill the Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is something we've seen in the past few days. If Shadow Shaman is allowed to just do Shadow Shaman things, you're in a world of hurt. They manage, it's just beautiful positioning out from no one. And that fight is entirely on the Slush Rack, breaking the smoke, and getting that blink out of the tree line, and surviving like 4 heroes on top of it. Like, that's what gives you that opening. That's what allows the angle to come in for Satanic. And Satanic, I mean, you're seeing the effect of that Lancelot with a Phantom Rush, with all of these spirits coming in, all of these lances coming out, with no aura on the side of Heroic. That damage is starting to get a little bit overwhelming here.
It absolutely is. I think it was a very nice position from No One as well. Like, he breaks off the smoke. Heroic, they didn't realize he was to the north. They thought they were to the south. You know, there was a few key things that played a part in that last team fight, but certainly everything going as wrong as it could have there for Heroic. Still, they are in a prime position, John. 7k net worth advantage. The only issue is, yeah, you gave Satanic a lot of gold on farm. Suddenly has a bit of space to farm on the map. He'll start working towards that Heart of Tarask, so it may not be quite as easy to burst him down through those Shackle Hex plays. As we saw, Yuma, if you get jumped on the Lina, you are pretty squishy.
That you are. And again, one standing issue for the side of Heroic is a lack of aura. Right? Like,
that's a lot of damage.
That it is coming in there. And there's nothing to mitigate that. Like, it's just this lack of aura. No one's building pipe. No one's building a Crimson Guard. You're not going to get a Guardian Greaves out anytime soon from your Ogre Magi either. So you're just kind of stuck, eating all of this damage, eating all of this, starting to scale damage as well from Satanic. The consistent magic damage coming out, not even like a Glimmer Cape on any of your supports here just yet. So the burst, or not burst, but these prolonged or longer fights do feel better for P-Vision because you don't have those auras in comparison to DM playing this Undying off. Yeah, he has a Blade Mail, but he's got the Crimson, he's got the Pipe. Jumping out to burst down P-Vision is not an easy task, even with all of this damage. So long as the Undying's able to use his items, plus get a Soul Rep off, with all of these illusions around as well, it's a lot of free HP to give out with that Soul Rep on top of it. So you do have to be somewhat cautious, and P-Vision, they're getting confident. A smoke up again, not spotted under any vision. Again, their forward vision's a bit lacking, but that scan is perfect.
It certainly is. How can they approach the KJ? He's blocking the way. DM, he'll be on the front line. Looking to just drop that Tombstone immediately. Meanwhile, Akoil catching the backline, trying to deal with Ducalis. Yuma though, Yuma losing a lot of HP. Already popped his BKB and does get out of there. Meanwhile, Schofield is down. They've lost 9 class to boot. Beans grip on Analog. Analog in trouble. Trying to warp out of there. He'll make it up and now, but no one. Jumps back in. Wants Whisper now on the Dawnbreaker. Whisper, he can do nothing surely. He'll try to man-fight. Here comes Yuma again. So they will at least take Yuma. Or rather, no one. Yuma looking to fight back. Another Shackle. Schofield is back into the fight with a buyback. Jumping up to DM. Satanic in massive trouble. He's down. DM, it's him against the world. He'll miss out on the puck kill. A triple kill for Yuma, and a full team wipe for Heroic.
And to get that ball rolling really good on the side of Heroic. The initiation angle out from P-Vision, not the cleanest. But like, going so forward on our Bane, being in the firing line here for Ducalis, not what you want to see. The Undying making that move here for DM, sure, it's perfectly fine, but they get split apart. The heroes lower on the ramp, you manage to get some good Serpent Ward's usage, you managed to cut that movement onto the high ground, and it just made it very awkward for P-Vision to try to play with that space that DM was trying to buy them. Like, look at the back, that jump right in there to cut them across. You're not getting 9 classes impact with that fear, and it just becomes a little bit of a mess once that fight does get split apart like that.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Looks like we do have a Roshan attempt happening live as well as the tail end of that. I mean, Whisper just buying so much time for Yuma to circle back around here and set up for a nice fight. Satanic not feeling like he can stick around, does end up backing off, and that was pretty much all she wrote. So the next Roshan, of course, did end up going the way of Heroic. Here we go again. Ducalis, Court is down. No questions asked. 9 class. Trying to get away. Analog's going to find him in the tree line. And so the support duo of P-Vision will be dropping another time.
They've been so good at punishing here on the side of Heroic. They've got their opening now. They've got a little bit of window. So long as they can split apart P-Vision, so long as you don't find these angles out from 9 class to get on top with that crippling fear. Again, it's very easy to cut a knife in the center of that formation of the side of P-Vision with that lack of hard lockdown. And for Heroic, it's just so easy to get that done. Almost a full Satanic finished up on Yuma, going for a Divine now as well, queuing that one up. Just looking for the end game nice and fast here on the Lina. P-Vision, I'm not sure which way you go. Again, they have this lack of control. It's a matter of, can you find the Shadow Shamans we saw in the last fight? I would argue even finding the Ogre can be quite impactful here. Like, taking away the supports on Heroic provides you that opening, gives you a window where you might be able to hold on to those BKBs for just a tad bit longer, use them up against the Lina and the Puck instead. It's just so difficult to see that happening when you have to always think about Whisper and that Solar Guardian. Like, even if you make a move on a support, with Solar Guardian up, yeah, he's going to rip you to shreds with that Shiva's build up here.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for sure for P-Vision. But Heroic, prime position to try and get this series to a game 3. Starting to have my doubts about these PL picks, by the way, John, might I just add? It just feels like it takes an infinite amount of resources to make the hero work.
I mean, that's been the story of Phantom Lancer for some time now. You know, I recall a player called Pale Horse who used to really push the Phantom Lancer out as well.
Yes.
Right? Like, and it also took him like at least 30 minutes to get that hero in a playable state. At the least, it felt a little bit quicker, slightly quicker here in comparison. I think this Ag's Diffusal Orchid timing was pretty sharp. It's just already kind of tapered off, as you're seeing.
Court, Analog just doing so much damage with that Parasma. Having a great old time on the puck. They're immediately going to smoke up knowing the Night Stalker's down. 4v5 scenario for P-Vision. They do not want this fight. Directly north is where Yuma will run. He's right near Satanic. Analog might run right into him. They'll try to jump in. There was a Hex out from our Shaman on the DM, but DM's going to be fighters now. The Solar Guardian does come through. Schofield dying, but still barely alive, will finally go down. As Satanic, he's found the puck. Maybe they can find this one. KJ in danger. Yuma's left the area, and somehow P-Vision pull up the fight pretty easily.
Yeah, this time around, I think that was much more forced out from Heroic than it was from P-Vision. They did not manage to split apart the ball that P-Vision was forming up, unlike that last fight where, again, they split it between the high and low ground.
It feels like you can't hope to jump DM first.
No. He's too tanky. I mean, it is an Undying with full aura build. I think it's that, as well as this time around your sports did get blown up quite fast. Right? You lost your Shadow Shaman, no one was on top of him. You've got the DOTs to just burst him down even after foul play, so you're not too concerned about the speed in that one. And once you lose those key axes, these two key pieces of control in the Fire Blast and the Shackled Hex, then it becomes very easy for P-Vision to actually get their own supports going, get, you know, good positions for the Grip, good positions for the Nightmare to stall. You don't need to worry. You can focus in on Yuma, you can focus in on Analog and what they're doing on the Puck and Lina. And it is a little bit more difficult to get that done, for sure. Again, the threat of Solar Guardian is always there, but this time it falls a little bit flat from Whisper. Not as many heroes caught in that one as it would in the previous fights.
Suddenly P-Vision, again, feeling much more confident on the map. They'll take a Shrine of Wisdom for themselves here with Satanic. Still anyone's game, it feels like, in this game too. Aegis will expire in 30 seconds. Dota Plus has now switched the way of P-Vision for the first time this game. 53% is where we're at.
It's a little bit concerning, actually, when you look at how much P-Vision's gotten off the back of these last few minutes. Having the Ags Octarine up on DM, who's already tanky.
Oh, that Hex is big.
In prolonged fights, you've got more control coming in as well, with the Sight of Vice being up on no one, which, again, we mentioned this lack of single target. Having the Sight, along with that full Orchid into the Blood Torrent that you're looking for here, which is done on Satanic, it's not easy any longer for Analog to play his slippery game. Like, he is being punished for not having anything to block off. He's going back for the Lincolns now. Whether or not he has the time to farm this full item up remains to be seen, as that threat for control is back for P-Vision. Only a 2K lead for Heroic at this point in the game doesn't really amount to much. And again, just no way of mitigating this damage. You are still set to find at least that Glimmer Cape up on Schofield, but you don't have a Pipe Carrier, you don't have a Crimson Guard Carrier. Your output here on the Phantom Lancer and the Leshrac stays relevant. And with this, again, with this Undying with Octarine Ags in a prolonged fight, you're just not going to have HP to play with.
No one. Oh, Yuma, this could be really bad. He's got to sight the Vice here on no one. If they could find Yuma, it would be massive, but they won't. Instead, they'll run into the Ogre first. In fact, they found another. The puck does get caught. Analog will look to retreat. Dream Coil out as well. No one. He's going to pop the Ethereal Form and continue to go. Is now Satanic rushing directly towards Yuma. Wants the man fight, though. Satanic, he's taking too much damage. He's taken too much damage. DM drops the Tombstone finally. But it's all too late, I think. Is there really a fight to be had? 9 classes down. They'll take down Whisper at the very least. No one's still trying to keep it going. But Yuma's hitting too hard. DM is gone. They will be forced to try and TP away, but they can't even do that. No one to go down a boot. Double kill for Yuma. And it should be a full team wipe. Ducalis will go down. Triple kill. Right into the Divine Rapier.
Yeah, this is that turnaround moment now for the side of Heroic. And for P-Vision, this time they give themselves the rougher circumstance to take that fight. Satanic's going really far in. Your backup's cut off in the middle of that triangle. The PL in a vacuum up against Alina Dawnbreaker. Not the easiest time to try to dodge and make action happen. And with his Divine up, your Raxes are just melting. No buybacks on a few key heroes here for P-Vision. I don't see you holding long enough to get Leshrac back up, get no one back in, and Satanic back in anytime soon. Heroic are forcing this.
They are. They'll pop the Crimson Guard from DM to try and slow this down. 20 more seconds for the PL to be back up. Meanwhile, Schofield jumping in, and that damage output cannot be underestimated. 9 class will buy back. I mean, if they can take down Yuma, it could be a turn, but 9 class, he'll go down. Yuma is low in HP, but who's going to kill him? He's onto the Ancient. Satanic, he'll finally revive. Can he get there in time? He's going to try. Yuma, though, just manning up and going after the Ancient. It's all over. GG. Heroic, they will force it to a game number 3. And John, if you don't mind, can I take the time to say PL is a trash hero. It's straight trash. No. Not the player, but this hero, straight trash.
No, I mean, its spikes are just kind of awkward. Again, look, I'll cover for BSJ here. Maybe you're just not going, he'll argue. It's like, you're not doing the right thing. You're not running in with this Ags timing. You should be tanky. You should have Mage Slayer, which you didn't go for here. But you have to hand it as well. Like, there was some good damage coming in from Satanic. He was getting work done. I think it got a little bit difficult for P-Vision once they were kind of getting really restrained with wanting to find these fights. Getting split apart like that, as we've seen in that bot fight near Roche, in the triangle as well. Especially the triangle, I think, was just rough, with Satanic going so far in with no backup from his team, and again, just getting cut off. Heroic played that really smart. They get their positioning right a couple of times where P-Vision did outplay them, but overall, this is a really good bounce back for that game too, and it's going to be an exciting Game 3 coming out soon.
It certainly will be. Hopefully we won't see a PL coming into that Game 3, John. We'll head back to our panel and see what they thought about this game number 2.
Yuma coming in big there at the end to finish things off for Heroic. I mean, wow, what a play coming out from Yuma there. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, when he bought that Rapier and TP'd, I'm like, what is he doing? He doesn't have time for this, but I love to be wrong, especially in this situation. Absolutely love to be wrong.
I like how the reaction from both Schofield and Whisper is the same, and the position is still the same in the chairs, whether they win or lose.
These guys just showing up and playing Dota. Yeah, from Yuma, that was some big Lina energy for sure. Like, that was an insane way to end the game. It really did feel like the game was in a situation where if he died in a fight, they probably would lose anyway. And so he decided that then and there he was going to end the game. I think when he was poking the throne, by the way, he thought he was just going to force some buybacks, and then he realized, like, wait a minute. Like, if they're not pressing buyback right now, I can just go throne.
Do you buy Rapier if you're trying to force buybacks? I don't think you do.
I think he understood. Yuma completely destroyed this game. 18-1-8. He was ready to close it out. And this is like, I mean, we've had a couple of turning points in this game where you didn't know who's gonna be winning. And Phantom Lancer, he charges in. He's like, YOLO, guys, I am in. He does have BKB. He does have Satanic available on Lina. He only pops one of those. And Dawnbreaker ulti comes through. Satanic is gonna die in Phantom Lancer. Phantom Lancer did win 1 out of 7 games, I believe. And this hero, I did organize the hate club for Rubik. I know that some of you guys did join relatively early when I did organize that club, but I might be doing the same things for Phantom Lancer. I think.
Are you accepting applications for that?
Yeah, I don't think this guy can win a Dota game. Like, it needs to be a perfect setup.
1-8, I think we are now. It's EWC for PL or something like that.
I mean, I just beg the question, like, what's the timing? Because we saw there, he really thought he was stronger than Lina. And like you guys were mentioning, Lina presses a single item and is totally fine. Like, he still has the BKB to work with. Like, I get what he's thinking. In the history of Dota, if you play PL and you get to this point, you can legitimately just go into Lina and shred her. But not with the current state of PL. Like, you need a Hex or a Basher, but even if you have that, like, Lina's tanky enough to survive and turn it Satanic.
There were other issues in the PL though, right? Like, I mean, the fact that the Lina was this big at this point in the game anyway, surely that's like other concerns as well, right?
And they were also setting him up for the success. Like, this is the PL that got first blood. He got the second kill in the lane. They got a relatively good timing on that Aghanim Scepter. But yeah, as you said, there were other things that were not going well for them, because this Dawnbreaker, he did one very interesting thing on Whisper. He did go for 1-4-4 build on Dawnbreaker. He wanted to deal with the Phantom Lancer. He saw the items that he was going for, knowing that they're going to be trying to, you know, hit that timing Aghanim Scepter and try to rush them. So he opted to go for more like damage-oriented build, where he's going to be healing his allies more, killing off those illusions faster. It is a 200% critical strike, plus also you're healing your allies for 50% of the value out of it. So in 650 AoE on top of your Solar Guardian. So very nice thinking from Whisper.
And then also going for an eventual Shivas.
Yes.
Like, every time he would jump into the fight, not only would the damage from the Dawn ult reveal the real PL, he'd be slowing the PL, he would be revealing the PL with the Shivas, he'd be healing his team that's getting gone on, so Yuma could 1v1, 2v1, really, the PL. Like, it was... Yeah, very good build from him, and also he salvaged the mid lane too, like early on, like going and rotating towards mid. That was, well, it's Dawnbreaker, so he's gonna go to whatever regardless. But this was a very much needed early game from him.
Yeah, and I do wonder what this Leshrac was about as well. Like, pretty quiet game, all things considered, from no one. It kind of felt like they wanted to pick the PL. We'll do a no one Leshrac. You know, feels kind of. Do you guys feel like that was the case?
He died 3 times. I think he got focused pretty heavily in some of these early fights as well. He gets coiled. They kill him almost immediately. But 12 minutes into the game, he's still the most farmed hero in the game by a huge margin, because 9 class he was stacking in the triangle, allowing him to get like both of the camps pretty much using Void as well, unblocking the camp because they were very annoying trying to block it, knowing that Leshrac is going to be farming there. But yeah, he's been pretty silent. Like, he jumps in and runs out of steam pretty quickly.
Schofield also was stacking too. Like, I was pretty impressed with Heroic. I was thinking like, oh no, this is where P-Vision just does the out macro play. Like, they've stacked this whole time. They're going to have a really huge mid laner. And then we look to the other side, and Whisper's farming an Ancient stack. So it was actually better for Heroic, because they were farming Ancients, and P-Vision were just farming a hard camp stack.
All right, gentlemen, I believe you've got some replays for me, so let's get those replays up on the screen, and you can tell me what exactly we are looking at here in this first clip.
Okay, I thought you wanted to take this one. I can take this one. Oh yeah, this was, okay, once again, the body blocks were pretty nice. I don't even think here they were trying to kill King Jungles. They were just simply trying to zone him, so that way they could block this creep wave. Like,
Even Bane is here.
That's the one problem with picking a dual melee offlane is you have to do stuff like that. But P-Vision is very, very good at like playing difficult lanes like this.
And this is the big timing for them. They wanted to use this Ags on PL to try to go in and take the fight 14 minutes in. Dawnbreaker doesn't have like Aghanim Scepter at this point, and they start by killing off Whisper, who jumps in, but they overextend. Like this PL jumps underneath the tower, and Yuma is gonna be managing to kill no one. They focus them pretty heavily. I think without even killing the tower, Tombstone is far away from the fight. You can see that Tombstone is close to tier 1 tower, but they're diving tier 2 towers, and this is the first time that the game did turn in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, that was a pretty big blunder from them, honestly. And this was like kind of no one's fight. Every single time that he would go in and simply get focused by Yuma on Lina. This is why like Lina is considered to be a Leshrac counter. But in this fight, he was actually able to run away, and then Undying got focused, and then because of that, all of Yuma's abilities and his cooldowns are down, and then they can turn on him. And like this is essentially how the game was progressing. It's like whenever Undying was the focus, then P-Vision would win the fight. Whenever Undying wasn't the focus, Heroic would just deal enough damage with the Lina to kill everyone.
Yeah, this is a bit of a longer fight, the Roche fight, which was taking in kind of two different spots. Even without Shadow Shaman Wars, they're still going to be taking the fights on the other side of the map. And you can see, again, Satanic going in, and very nice Mjolnir coming out from Yuma, just to be able to deal as much damage as possible, and he runs away instantly. He sees these PL, but PL is down to half HP, and they're going to be having Vision on him. So he decides to come out because Vision from these wards, he was about to come in, but the silence coming out from Puck is going to get him killed, allow Schofield to get a pretty free casting of the spells in a fight, and DM is going to die one more time. Yuna cleaning up.
That's the play. Like, just go, leave DM, let him steal as much strength as he wants, you know, like he's going to pop his pipe, he's going to pop his aura items. Kill him last. You know, you do have enough damage with Lina, but I think the only threat is that Satanic is killing you on PL. You can legitimately just go on him first, go on the supports.
And he didn't really manage to do that on Satanic either, just never had the damage, never had the control to get the Lina anywhere past the sort of late stage of this game. Yeah, Yuma, absolutely Giga Chad this game. Like, I've seen Yuma play a lot. He's been around for quite a long time, and every now and again you get one of these games from him where he just takes control and he looks like an entirely different player. Like, he just levels up for a game, for a series. Can he do it for a whole tournament? I mean, that's kind of what I want to know, and it's always what we've been wanting to know from Yuma, but we know he has that potential. Just how do you lock into it? How do you find the consistency in this sort of performance? That's what we're going to find out. We've got a Game 3 coming up. I'm very excited for it, so we're going to jump over to a quick break, and then we'll be back to find out the winners of P-Vision versus Heroic. P-Vision end up losing game number 2, which means, guys, we're going to a game number 3 here. The battle continues, Jenkins. I really hope it switched to you soon, so I don't look like an idiot. Thank you.
Because we planned this.
We talked about this.
We talked about
I missed the rehearsal.
bit, man.
Well,
anyway, this is what happens when you have a team and there's some sort of miscoordination, miscalculation on the team. You say pick PL. That's a miscalculation, just like we had.
Yeah,
in this.
What do you want to play, Satanic? I want to play PL. This is how it goes.
He was right with the Morphling pick, though. He called the Morph, and that was really good.
You know who else was good? Ogre. In this series, 2 out of 2. In the previous series that they played, also 2 out of 2. So undefeated.
Does Ogre have a 100% win rate?
That is incorrect. Ogre does not. In this matchup, it does, but Ogre definitely doesn't have 100% win rate.
Does Ogre have a 97.8% win rate? I'm going to ask every rational number.
71 out of 7 games. I'm not sure the last one has been updated.
Good. That's
Does
a good
Ogre
rep.
have an 100% win rate with Midas?
That's the real question.
That is a real question.
You're asking about core Ogre and the supports that grief.
Well, yeah.
I think he always goes Midas, though, to be honest. I think that's
he should.
I think that's just the build.
It's the only way to do it.
Yeah. But the Ogre, yeah, the Ogre was very solid. You know, sometimes you need a big beefy boy to run in there. We always, when you see like the Linas and the SFs of the world become popular carries, you always go back to the melee supports. You know, Clockwork, Tusk, Ogre. They always come into the conversation. And then Ogre is also good when you want a hero to Bloodlust, which also happens to be the exact same archetype of hero.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think another thing about Ogre as well, it's just strong lane into instant stun. And that's like just a winning formula for basically like any support.
And
really
you're a buffer.
You are. Yeah.
Also, this Tombstone, they were not getting the value because of it. First of all, you have Lina. On top of that, you have Ogre with the Bloodlust. So that pretty much dies in 1 second. In mid-game, late-game fights, Lina uses ulti, clicks it one time. There's like 7 attacks going out immediately, and suddenly it's gone. So taking quite a lot of that out of the equation means a lot. Like there were a couple of good Tombstones in the previous game, but there were also a couple of those that they were fighting close by. The one at the Twin Gate, the one that we saw near the Tier 1 tower, and then rest of the team 15 minutes in and going for the Tier 2 tower as well. So let's see how contested Ogre's going to be in this matchup, because I feel like this is going to be, whoever gets Ogre, it is game Ogre for the other team.
Very good. Let's see what gets banned out here as we get the draft up and running for game number 3, the second place decider. Let's not forget here, single elimination is basically the aim of the game from tomorrow onwards. Any extra leg up you can get in this system is going to feel like a huge weight off your shoulders. So second place here is absolutely no joke in these groups, and that is what these teams are playing for. The losing team will have to go in at the very start of the single elimination brackets, which sucks. It's just another chance at messing up a series and instantly being eliminated.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money down the drain. I mean, this is the big one. This is the big tournament, so that's why people are pulling out all the strats. That's why we're seeing Ogre all of a sudden after not existing in the meta. It's just all of a sudden S tier.
You know things are serious when people are starting to pick Ogre,
Right,
Hoodwink carry,
right.
CK carry, mid Undying.
Losing on PL over and over.
Yeah, that one, that's a weird one.
It is strange.
I feel like this is the sort of thing where we're going to look back and like, can you guys imagine they picked PL during the group stage? They were so wrong about that, you know? But carry players will die on that hill.
Yeah, they will. But luckily, we have 3 phases here at Esports World Cup. So phase 1, PL, not good. Not sure what's going to happen in phase 2, but he might come back and be as bad as he was in phase 1.
Imagine if somebody picks, how do you pick PL in an elimination best of 3 when it's 1 and 8? That just feels like
BLS, don't pick this hero.
Absolutely. I mean, our beloved teammate as well, our beloved peer, BSJ, came into the tournament saying, like, I think PL is going to be the hero of the tournament. I think he's going to be everywhere. And he still believes in it. So, and clearly so do the teams as well. And now we've got a first pick Earthshaker. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Schofield did play it earlier today. They see Ducalis Chen, which means that there's going to be a lot of these summons. So let's see if they're going to be pairing up something similar like they did in game number 1. Ducalis going for drums, going for maybe one more aura or a smaller item like a Solar Crest. And then you have something from the offlane. Give me that Ogre, give me Undying, give me something that can build into those auras quickly, and give Satanic a hero that can come online relatively early on. Go for that early timing. Even though they did win game number 1, I feel like P-Vision could have ended that game relatively early as well. It's just that the Heroic, they played it so well, and P-Vision, they got caught off guard a couple of times, which did delay the process, but still ending the game in 30 minutes with this type of a lineup is very, very scary.
You know, after watching the first 2 games, I kind of feel like, I don't know, Heroic is on one, man. Like, they're looking like the better team in this.
I don't think you're wrong. I genuinely don't think you're wrong. I think Heroic have shown more life in that first game than P-Vision did in that second game. And, I mean, there's only... Yeah, okay, like, we saw a fantastic Morphling coming out from Satanic, but there was something about that Lina which really made me go, if they can find a way to keep replicating this, if they can keep clutching up in this fashion, then this is a tournament competing team. This is a team which is going to go deep.
I think Yuma on a ranged carry that can actually run at objectives. You know, just be the guy. Your whole team buffs you, and you're a turret, and you hit objectives. There's a few of them still in the pool.
I think we need to zoom in more on no one. He gave him the side eye. He gave cameraman the side eye. Like, I need to focus. I need to be in the zone. After what happened in game number 2, I can see no one go like 10. Oh, no, never mind. I wanted to say no one's going to go 10 and 0. But Ogre, it is a lot of stunts. It is a lot of control coming out from these 2 heroes already.
Question is, are Heroic willing to play this in the offlane as well?
I think if you're first phase picking Earthshaker Ogre, to be honest, I don't know how much you want this to be your support duo.
Yeah.
Like, you might even rather put Earthshaker mid. Like, let's say if a puck comes out, you can kind of deny that lane. Ogre off lane. I mean, Ogre is very tanky. So running the Chen creeps at him. He doesn't really care. You burn his mana. He's a big, stupid, fat Ogre. Like, he just sits there and tanks the last hits. You know, he's going to get a soul ring anyway.
There it is. Yeah, I mean, we did talk about these heroes for a good reason. So one team will get Ogre, the other one will get Undying. So pretty much similar concept of what they had in game number 1. 2 of the same heroes, Dark Willow and Chen, and also picking up Undying as their offlaner instead of Ogre.
Dude, his shirt sleeves are ripping from his muscles. That's crazy.
Very important to talk about this at the moment. And back to you, Nomad.
Thank you very much. Yep, next pick coming up here from Heroic. We will see what direction they decide to take this draft in. And again, I'm very interested to see if this Ogre Magi is locked in. Do they want the double melee support? I mean, what is the pitfalls of having this as a double melee support duo?
Maybe a weaker lane from the offlane. Earthshaker can still block it off, but it also depends what type of an offlaner you're going to be getting. I also wouldn't be surprised if they decide to pick up something like a Lina one more time or another range turret that you talked about.
I would love the Lina and SF, like one of those 2 heroes, because then you also have a hero that can maybe go mid. They have the double pick here, so you want something that you want 2 heroes which are flexible, ideally. I mean, I guess Monkey King's also not so bad.
Run it back. Run it back. Lina coming out once again. Again, does give you that flexibility. You can throw it mid if you want to, but I'm not sure they're going to want to. That's Ogre Lina as your carry, and your support felt very, very nice last game. And it's a great tombstone killer as well, of course.
Now that I'm seeing Earthshaker, like this hero used to be extremely good against Puck in the lane. We were kind of struggling to find what's good in the mid lane against Puck. I'm just thinking, like, why aren't we seeing Earthshaker? Has he been that nerfed, Jenkins?
I don't think it's been nerfed enough that you can't put it against Puck mid. I just think that it's more the really experienced, like, Earthshaker freaks that will play it. It's no longer just like anyone can go mid on Earthshaker. You need to know the timings. Because a lot of his damage is no longer coming from Echo Slam. It's coming from like having items and doing some big enchant totems. Having also the item advantage. Like Earthshaker can full to 0 you if he has like a little bit more stats than you, right? Because his enchant totem is based off of the base damage. But they're going to do a Brew Shaker lane. This is definitely good for Brew. He really enjoys having the creep equilibrium just like pulled back in front of his tower. The hero peaks at level 6. You know, he just wants to get his level 6, and then you can't lane against him. So
and they're also... Sorry, go ahead.
As any hero that can allow him to lane is good.
They're just stopping TB coming out from P-Vision. You have Earthshaker, great against the Chen, of course, Ground Stun against Dark Willow, but also Brewmaster. So he's not going to be going into these illusion-based heroes. PL is dead, I would say. Like, we killed him way too many.
Yeah, it was already
killed him way too many times.
Pick it.
Against Earthshaker, it's insane.
Against Earthshaker
this is insane.
And Brewmaster, you're not picking that hero. So they need to find something. I also think the hero that he did play in game number 1, like Morphling, also cannot be picked. You would pick it into Lina, you would pick it into Earthshaker. Would make it a lot more difficult for him to play it. They have good amount of stuns. You always have this instant lockdown coming out, and also very annoying when you're playing against the Brewmaster, but they're still gonna pick it.
Okay, I mean, it's ballsy.
It is.
It should do fairly decent against an Earthshaker Brewmaster lane, right? It's 2 melee heroes. You can sit there and like out CS them. But I do feel like Lina versus Morphling.
For the game, like in the lane, he might be fine, like we've seen in the previous game.
Yes.
Game number 1, sorry, where Chen did secure his lane, burnt mana on that Undying. Gonna be doing the same thing in this one. Like, Brewmaster can't really surprise you. He doesn't have any silences whatsoever. Shaker at the early levels, it's just not enough pressure. And also, it's Morphling against Shaker, so you're going to be getting that totem. I also want to see if Schofield will keep only 1 level enchant totem, just to make sure that he can't turn into him. I could also suggest that maybe Lina does the same thing, put 1 point in LSA just so that you can steal it. But there are other abilities that you can still get. Like, for example, Ogre, you turn into him, you have stun, you have Bloodlust for yourself. Could be pretty big.
I do think it's not like a free morph game by any means, though. Like the first one that we saw, where it kind of felt like Satanic was like, just give me morph. I'm gonna 1v5. Like, they're gonna need to help him this game. He needs auras, like Pipe, because there's a lot of magic damage from Earthshaker and Lina. Like, huge burst. Brewmaster is a good vessel buyer as well, so it's not like there's no Spirit Vessel that's going to come out from the enemy team. So
it's a lot of healing. Chen, Undying, Morphling.
One thing I will say,
Willow.
Yeah,
it's, if you take a step back from all this, it is really hype that we saw Yuma just owning the game on the Lina, and we saw Satanic also owning the game on the Morphling as well. And now they've picked them both for this final game potentially.
Yeah, it's like a Goku versus Vegeta type scenario. We get to see the ultimate battle of carries.
Absolutely.
Maybe they'll become friends after.
I hope so.
Just like Goku and Vegeta.
Maybe they need to. The rivalry needs to last a little longer first. A little bit more fighting, but yes. We'll see handshakes afterwards, perhaps. But final bans coming out for both teams here. Kunkka and Ember Spirit taken out of the pool by Heroic. P-Vision, they're going to get rid of the Monkey King. 1 more ban to go. Steenie deep in thought.
For no one, the Puck is semi an option. You're worried about getting Earthshakered, and Analog can play it, but they really do need Disable. Like, they lack this Undying, no stun.
Yeah, what about some casual Tiny from the mid lane or something? I like the repositioning tools whenever you play against Lina. But this is also fun. I think they just needed to choose a hero which is good for the game rather than have something that is like really good in the lane. It's still good in the lane because you can dodge LSA, you can dodge Dragon Slave.
And I wonder how Puck fares against Earthshaker in lane if Heroic were to swap that, because with the curveball facet, Puck went from losing a lot of matchups to going 50-50 in them, and then just having a good game.
It's a pretty good Void Spirit game. Like they have, if you get that Aghanim Scepter timing, if you're playing against the Puck, if you're camping the runes and you have very good supports to camp the runes, both of them having stuns, 6-8 minute rune, could give you enough leverage in this matchup as well to just push it over the edge. And then Morphling, he doesn't have his Manta style at the time. It's great against both of the supports, great against Undying as well. It's also possibly something that I did mention, that they could put this Earthshaker in the mid lane, but this is a more obvious choice.
Yeah, this is really good against the supports of P-Vision as well. Like, quite frankly, Void Spirit doesn't care at all about Chen. Like, his entire existence.
He doesn't care about Satanic on Morphling, DM on Undying. So 3 heroes that can't really touch you. Bramble Maze is a bit annoying, but...
But you can also silence and destroy the Dark Willow as well before she can press her W.
Would you say that Analog's got an easier game in front of him than no one does?
Yes, 100%. Like, he's supposed to lose the early game. He struggles to itemize against Void Spirit in the late game, unless, of course, Puck has an item advantage. You're going to beat almost anything. You can always outskill. That's always an option, but I don't see what kills Analog in this game unless he's an item behind.
Yes. I also see Ogre scratching his belly, and that to me says
that's a good sign.
It's when it's game Ogre, it is game Ogre. Like this hero will take over the game. Like we've seen it in this matchup, completely undefeated. The stats don't lie, and I feel like this big boy is gonna be getting the dub in this one.
Yeah, this is not a 2-1 for anyone. This is going to be a 3-0 for Ogre.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. We are definitely leading the way of Heroic after this draft. And of course, you can never, ever discount the Satanic Morphling. And sure, they've got a few answers, they've got a few options, but is it going to be enough? Well, let's find out with MLP and John Xfire.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game number 3, the deciding match here between Heroic and P-Vision. John Xfire, what are you thinking? 2 brand new drafts. We've gotten rid of the peel. The peel is gone. No more peel. Do you like the draft of either side? Do you prefer the draft of other side?
Look, I'm always happy to see Morphling into Shaker, but considering the Void Spirit has been a constant nuisance, you know, when we were seeing it coming back in some of these roads to certain tournaments, the roads to the Esports World Cup, we were kind of mixed on it, but this Ags timing is just ridiculous for this hero. It comes online so fast. That silence is just devastating. It comes out before any of the cores start to get into BKBs. I think this game is down to Analog, right? Like, if this Void Spirit does hit the Ags timing, works that mid lane matchup against no one fine and manages it, it becomes scary for P-Vision to try to hit this point where you're looking for scaling up. You're looking for that timing in Satanic. You're looking for that sustain play. Void Spirit cuts your back line apart. You don't have instantaneous stuns as well to stop Analog here outside of maybe a good coil, maybe the follow through from Bramble and Terrorize. Easier said than done with such a slippery hero here for Analog.
A quick smoke out. Analog, he'll get a ward down, but does break his smoke. Don't think he saw that ward placement anyway, so should be safe. Or did he? Doesn't seem like it. 9 class. Hanging around here down to the bottom side. And for that bounty, KJ will show up. This could be a little bit dangerous for him. Brambles will be thrown. He'll throw a blood grenade on top. KJ, he'll eat a tree. And he should be just fine. I'm not going to comment on the voice line, John. You know how I feel about it. Don't say a word. I don't want to hear how much you enjoy.
All right. I'll just say that, the Divine Llama was very happy to see me. You know, obviously he knows what my opinions on certain things, Mikey.
You saw Divine Llama?
Yeah, a while ago when Shopify was done.
Oh.
Yeah. Said hi, hey, John. Like,
Well, nobody says hi to me, John. And you know that's a fact. They all look intimidated, like I'm about to beat them up.
I mean,
like,
look,
I'm not going to do
you have a
anything.
majestic beard, Mikey. You have a majestic beard.
It's
you know,
not
it's
even
scary
that
to
long.
walk up to it.
It's not that long
It could
right
be
now.
longer, sure.
No one an
That's your
analog?
choice.
KJ still in trouble here down at this bottom lane. 9 Class has not left him alone. It's KJ. You know what, KJ? If someone was spamming that voice line against me, I'd leave him too. I'd just leave him.
I mean, look, he's a very tanky Ogre Magi. He's just preventing 9 Class from even joining that lane. So it's a 1v1 lane that ends up being here for Yuma up against DM. And for Arlena, this is a very fun time. You've got the range advantage. You're not too scared of decay spam. You've got a lot of output yourself. Now, though, it could be a bit scary.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Yuma dropping so low so quickly here, and DM just having the time of his life as he does pick off Yuma here with 9 Class and KJ trying to run. 9 Class with the tips out. KJ, he's still safe, but it shouldn't be that much longer till he dies, though. Ooh. Nice juke. Very nice juke. 9 Class will have to salve himself up due to that T1 tower damage, and somehow KJ will actually make it out of it.
I mean, you can't disrespect decay here for Yuma. You're not a high-strength hero, so you don't have that much HP to start off with. Once you get a couple of decay going here from DM, of course it's going to do a lot of work. So you have to show some respect. I don't think they expected that movement from 9 Class to actually connect in the rear, and that does cost them there on the side of Heroic. Some good punishment coming out from P-Vision. On that mid lane, again, we were talking about this as we were getting into the game. This is a lane that Analog can work, but no one is working it even better. He does have that curveball facet, so you have a way of just staying in lane, getting some good poke out with the orb, with no real threat onto yourself, instead of being in the firing line within range of that Resonant Pulse, along with the threat of an Aether Remnant. Not the case this time, and they even have a little micro here from P-Vision. Just the Satyr Mindstealer mana-burning Analog every single time.
Oh, I hate it.
Without the mana, I mean, this is something we've seen some Chen players do magnificently, but it ruins that mid. It feels awful for Analog.
It certainly does feel awful. Not very fun at all.
Dire's courier has been killed.
9 Class gonna lose a courier, not too big of a deal. Satanic. I mean, he's trying to do it with Whisper. Whisper will eventually retreat. Brewmaster. Yeah, a little bit annoying here for Satanic, but he really shouldn't be dying unless he gets caught off guard by Schofield. Schofield, of course, not too much he can do during this laning phase, so he just wants to try and stay out of Whisper's way a little bit. Let him have all the XP. Schofield, in fact, coming back to the lane, just loses basically all his HP while he's here.
Yeah, you have to show a little bit of respect for that Penitence coming in. Even the damage from a Chen can start to stack up if you stay within range, and as a melee hero, it's very easy to be within the striking range, of course, of Ducalis. Starting to poke pretty hard onto Whisper. Still a very tanky Brewmaster, especially with that full bracer up. And they are doing some damage here for that initial build-up on Satanic. A little bit slower on that Morph, not too far behind at the very least. Certainly not getting any big advantage early on up against double melee. You are working that lane very nicely for Whisper to start to, again, soak up. And this is important for the side of Heroic to win out, because you're running that Earthshaker. You want to win. You want to at least draw even in that lane. You are getting a decent chunk of EXP on both of these heroes now. So that is setting up for some of that timing later on, where you can maybe hope for probably the Radiance, if not the Urn Vessel kind of build up here on the Brewmaster, a lot less common. You are still getting some activity onto the mid. You know, you didn't manage to deny the rune, but neither does Heroic, so a 1-for-1 bottle refill is quite fine. And for Heroic, I mean, they are getting a little bit more. Outside of mid, their lanes have been going smooth.
Yuma being jumped, cannot sustain. 9 Class and DM once again able to find him, is now Ducalis. Setting up onto KJ. KJ, I keep saying he should die, Joe. I keep saying it. I don't want to say it this time. KJ, surely. Is he going to find 9 Class? I think he will, but he will die. 9 Class with the Healing Lotus, trying a TP. He's okay. 35 HP all survivor.
Just in the nick of time. No punishment coming out here from Yuma. And again, this time around, P-Vision, they're getting that early aggression on. I think they have this good understanding that Satanic up top doesn't really need too much help. Like you mentioned earlier on, Mike, a kill threat onto the Morph in laning phase, not really feasible unless a severe screw-up comes out here for Satanic, which you wouldn't expect from him anyhow. So again, you're making this bot lane hellish for Yuma, and that's going to be a bit of an issue. Okay.
Satanic. We did kind of talk about it. If Satanic's going to die during the laning stage, it's probably going to be when he gets caught off guard by Schofield, and that's kind of how. Like, you Agimorph to try and heal up, and you get hit by a Rogue Fisher.
Yeah. He was ready to pop that Magic Wand, I'm fairly certain there. and does get punished. We were just talking about him being left alone, and that kind of goes against itself, but the idea is there an instant sentry removal or obs removal here for Satanic, and should have that security. You are starting to maybe get some damage done in jungle, stealing some creeps as mid.
They're going to try onto Analog. Analog is dropping relatively low, gets the Dissimulate and does manage to back his way out. But they have made life very hard for Analog in this mid lane. And I mean, in fairness, they did talk about this on the panel. This is a great Void Spirit game. So they want to make the early game as hard as humanly possible while they still can.
I mean, they really have to. If Analog manages to get this timing into, say, his Ags quite fast, you start to look at a lot of dangers. You know, you don't have that many saves on the side of P-Vision. The backline is squishy. You can kind of rip them to shreds here on the Void Spirit. Doesn't take too long to kind of get that timing either, as long as your start is strong. And it's decent enough here from Analog, although he is starting to lag behind CS. At the very least, that they have managed to achieve that on the side of P-Vision. Again, these other spikes on P-Vision are mildly concerning. Like this free ride up top for Whisper, 40-6 on the Brewmaster, going straight for the Radiance with no real threat onto him yet. Getting free levels, already at 6. Gonna be able to start to threaten around the map if you want. The bot lane has been freeing up for Yuma as well, without that commitment to rotate in. The Lina versus Undying matchup just feels great for the Lina with a range advantage. And you will eventually hit that point where the farm is going to get quite fast with that Maelstrom that we've seen from this hero. So I think despite all of these kills from the side of P-Vision, you're still finding a lot of upsides here for Heroic. You shouldn't be feeling too bad. Good scan as well with his movement across the gate.
Class still trying to move in. They will spot out KJ. No one's looking for Yuma. He'll barely miss out on the vision. He will curveball towards the right. KJ trying for a deny. Oh, and he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it as well, KJ. I mean, well, what did Lacoste say? When it's game ogre, it's game ogre.
Yeah, it is. No throat singing this time for KJ, but I mean, he has been such a menace on that bot, buying so much space, wasting a lot of resources. Now, they have an opening for a push, but Whisper's here.
When DM's dropped the Tombstone, but Yuma's going to be around to try and burst that down if he needs to, and DM is not going to be able to sustain himself anyway. Nice pickup here from Heroic, and they will successfully defend the bottom tier 1 tower.
And they hold on to the objective. They get a freebie kill out for Yuma. They don't even have to split as well from Whisper. So all your resources are intact. While all of that happens, you're getting free space out for Analog to keep his farm game going. On this Void Spirit, still a little bit slower than you'd want it to be. But eventually, you get going, especially as the power treads come in. There's a little bit more to play with. And I feel like for the side of P-Vision, I mean, yes, you are still getting a ton of farm out in Satanic. The Vlad's timing shouldn't be too bad if he wants to gun for that. But the fact that Whisper is maintaining this much gold while still getting action across the map, the fact that Yuma, despite all of that pressure bot, is still going to hit some good Maelstrom timings, it is concerning. On P-Vision, there's some pressure to play quick here.
9 class still going to try and fight back down to this bottom lane. DM going to dive in, but Schofield in with a very nice Fisher, saving the life of Yuma. They'll deal with 9 class for now as Yuma. He will head towards the north, but no one does see him. They might continue the chase, and in fact they will. All about Yuma still trying to juke them out, but Satanic is now here, and they'll secure the Lina kill. Moving on to KJ, they'll find another. And in fact, Analog not looking too happy in this situation, as they will find 4 on the side of P-Vision. You couldn't be happier.
No. And the big difference now is P-Vision even dragging Satanic for that movement across the gate. And they managed to find the big targets they'd want. Again, for a while, I mean, at this point for Heroic, you're just not fully set yet, especially on Analog. Just a lot of shortcomings to kind of have to contend with. You also didn't have the healthiest mana pool going into that fight here, especially on your supports for Schofield. So you miss out on some opportunities. You don't have the levels up yet 10 minutes in to threaten with something like the Slam when the clump ups are there. And for P-Vision, this opens up the map in a big way. 3-7, 4K lead now, and Satanic's just taking over the game on this Morphling. The full Vlad's up, going for the Manta that we tend to see, maybe a Butterfly down the line. The stacks are still set up here from the side of Heroic, not the biggest.
Be another quick kill onto DM. He's actually quite deep down at this bottom lane. Yuma, no problems with the burst damage. And DM, he was sticking around to finish off the Blade Mail, so does manage to at least pick it up. But it will cost him his life on the Undying. Still second in net worth, though, here on the Undying, and fact, all 3 cores of P-Vision, top of the net worth board. So even with these nice kills going Heroic's way, it's not amounting to too much more gold quite yet.
Not yet. But again, the distribution coming out from Heroic maybe is a little bit rougher than you'd want it to be. Analog's bottom network core, this Ags timing we've been rambling on about, has not really materialized to coming faster anytime soon. And it feels like it goes back to what the panel said. Again, if this Void Spirit Ags doesn't come in at a good time, if you don't have like parity with a puck, if the puck has an item advantage, it is a hard game to play into. You are reliant on that AoE silence to come in. You are reliant on that barrier for durability. And again, that solution is just a long way away from really coming online. Whereas for P-Vision, they've secured safe space for Satanic. They've gotten really strong activity out from no one. And the durability is going to come in again from DM, going back for the Aura, going straight for the pipe first, having that protection, especially against the burst of this Lina, and to an extent the Void Spirit, going to be a massive help. And despite DM dying, he is copying the attention, so it's not Satanic being hunted. Like, they are playing this pretty smart inside of P-Vision.
Oh, they definitely are. They definitely are. Yuma, farming up casually, trying to keep up here in this game. He's just so important, this Lina, for the side of Heroic. Saw what he can do in Game 2 on this hero. Needs a lot more time, though. This time as well, he's up against a Morphling. A little bit different. An actual carry.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rougher. There's a lot of good forms here for Satanic. Of course, turning into the Shaker's massive, free enchant totem. Seen time and time again, just ruin people. Ogre Magi is not too bad as they catch one.
They are going to find 9 class. Nice little pickup once again for Yuma. It's a nice thing about playing Lina is you find a nice support. It takes about 2 seconds to finish the job, and KJ's just been sticking around the whole time with the easy Fire Blast setup and just ensuring Yuma does have a support there to tank the ganks if necessary.
Yep. Not too complicated. I think your bigger issues later on is, again, just trying to catch out these bigger heroes. No one is starting to get a little bit too much from this game. Matching the gold here on Yuma, just about 100 behind, not too bad here for our puck. Full Witchblade up. And again, once you approach, say, the blink timing here, it starts to get a little bit crazy. 51 seconds faster than average for no one here as well. Blistering speed from our puck, who has had a really good time against Analog, who's still set to recover. Like, still 3 parts away from full Ags, a long time to farm. And again, until this Ags timing materializes for Analog, the initiation just isn't too clean. You are getting other resources, though. The Radiance coming in for Whisper. It is a little bit closer now. It's still 1.4k away. You've got the BKB being prioritized by Yuma instead of Mjolnir, which makes sense. You're not up against something like the PL. So you do want that forward protection from the control of that puck. It's just an issue of, it feels like there's no one to play with. And when it comes down to a farming game, P-Vision are being much more efficient about it at the moment. Just, they have more map space, they're digging down bot. You have that security up top here for Satanic. There's not too much to worry about here from P-Vision.
No, not right now, there isn't. Mind you, I mean, Yuma is keeping up. He's doing pretty well, only about 1k behind on the Lina. I guess the issue is just everybody else is not able to, and particularly Analog, as you've been saying for the past 5 minutes, just not having the game he would have anticipated. Roshan, of course, going to get started. P-Vision, understanding how far ahead they are. There's really no contest for them in this pit right now. So they will go ahead and take a free Roshan for themselves. No issues for P-Vision. Well, Satanic will go ahead and take that for himself. Aegis up in the Morph, and I mean, with how far ahead they are with this style of draft, I mean, you might actually just start looking at bottom tier 2 tower.
Yeah, there's not much holding you back. Maybe you could argue to wait for the full Manta on Satanic, hold on.
He might go under vision here. The Dire does have vision around this bottom section. He does narrowly avoid it, but KJ does not. They saw KJ at the least. So KJ, again, very good of him to tank the gank for Yuma. Yuma will make it out. Meanwhile, no one playing around with Analog. Analog trying his best to set up a potential kill onto no one, but again, his farm's just not there. He doesn't really have the utility or damage to hold the puck down long enough. Schofield, though, he may. Do we have a blink yet on our Shaker?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Still a ways off. But the initiation, again, it's just a little bit rough. You'd want the blink. or you'd want the full Ags. Neither are available just yet. Tier 2, as you said, Mike, just going to be taken for free here by P-Vision.
9 class, he will miss out on the Terrorize, so you at least kind of force that out. P-Vision, I mean, they actually might stick around for this fight. No one getting jumped, they'll heal him up, give him a chance, but no, he's gone. A very nice punish from Heroic.
Yeah, that's the kind of kill they'd need. You did do damage already in P-Vision by taking that tier 2, and again, they've been very happy to roam around that bot jungle. Just a little bit easier to get even further closer towards those tier 3s now. Still, there's been a lot of room that Heroic's been using well. Free farm coming out there up top for Whisper. Full Radiance is up and running now under Brewmaster, so a lot more presence coming out there. The mischance going to be a little bit annoying as well for Satanic to try to use for his damage. The build-up for Yuma now into this BKB, not too far off. Maybe just about 800 gold now until that full item's up. And that's where the threat comes in.
Another nice one here for Yuma, DM. Farming the bottom side, Yuma every time will take the opportunity to take him out. Of course, DM won't mind too much because he just instantly respawns.
Yep. Gotta love that ceaseless dirge.
Does that bother you? You used to always like the fact that you used to be able to die on these heroes, John. Yeah. Now you get these instant respawns. Does that make you feel equally as good?
Not really.
No.
It's not the same as like Soul Ring, Rot. You know, that's what I always go back to, or Bloodstone. Those were fun days when Bloodstone Active was different.
Yeah.
It's the implication of it. You know, it was fun. I miss those items. I think that mechanic should come back. Maybe too strong. But this is just Yeah, you buy space. You don't mind too much in DM. You're still slowly building into the aura. And it's not the most impactful kill. Even though it's a core, Undying can operate at a lower net worth. A lower net worth overall and still have a lot of impact. Heroic, they're doing a fine job of stalling. Again, this BKB timing already online for Yuma. The Ags, actually only 700 gold away now for Analog. So once you've got that full Ags up and running, again, that's where you have to be a little bit prepared on P-Vision. You do have at least the Manta on Satanic. You don't have anything defensive, though, on no one. So if he does get caught by that Resonant Pulse, this puck is going to be looking at a really hard time. There is a window to get that burst damage going. And that's where the danger lies. Even the Blink fully finished on Schofield. They've used this time well on Heroic. Yes, they are still 5k behind, but they have so many tools now to actually bring that fight to P-Vision. They just need to wait out this Aegis.
Well, they're going to have to wait another minute 20. Analog, he won't mind the waiting anyway. He's going to have that Axe up very soon. In fact, he has it now. He can finally get involved here, Analog. Could be the turning point Heroic have been looking for, the key item that they've needed for these fights. We'll see if it works out for him now. So I imagine as soon as the Aegis does despawn, you just go for an immediate smoke here.
Should be the call. It is a little bit dark on the map. You only have the defensive ward coming out here for the side of Heroic. One offensive ward from the side of P-Vision at the very least might be able to snipe out that smoke as well if you're not too careful. Some durability coming in now for P-Vision with that full pipe up as they are getting a little bit of a chase out on Whisper.
They will try. Brambles will not land. Whisper is pretty tanky. They will land the Terrorize though, and Satanic, he doesn't intend on giving up, but this is going to take a bit of time. In fact, Whisper won't even guarantee they'll find the kill, but a nice block here from 9 class, forcing the Brew split now. Whisper continuing. Where's the team? They're slowly trying to run up. Ducalis, he will be there too. It's just Whisper versus the world as the rest of Heroic are slowly running up through the mid-river. Do they continue the fight? The Aegis, it does expire. Maybe they do. They'll see DM. They'll look to blow him up first, and it looks like DM will go down. Satanic, he's still moving forward. But Heroic, I think, will be very happy to walk away with that.
Yeah, again, they get the timing just right. Unfortunate that they're not able to collapse right on top of P-Vision to get that punishment going with all of the resources they have. Just a little bit too slow to go onto that space that Whisper provides. You still have room for P-Vision to clear out the Tormentor, but you are seeing some shortcomings. Like with that durability, with the Radiance up, the mischance for Satanic, he's going to have to contend with already queuing in the MKB to mitigate that just a tad bit. But it's some time you have to wait. A very even game here for game number 3, Mikey. 8-8, a 5k lead up for P-Vision. And Heroic, again, they've done a great job to kind of recover. They're still behind, but with all of these tools up,
I mean,
the threat is real.
You've got the key tools. You got the Ags, you got the Blink on Schofield now. This is where things can get kind of scary if you're P-Vision. You've got to think about these fight initiations at this point. Schofield, we saw him last game, how great he was to set up on that Shaman. 9class is going to lose his Glimmer Cape here to Schofield. And P-Vision, well again, now you've got to play with some caution. You've seen Yuma, he hits like a truck already. He's only 2k behind Satanic, so you're not having too many damage issues. The Satanic's going to lose a Demon Edge now. Jeez, the couriers of P-Vision just can't survive anything.
No. They just have so much mobility coming in from the side of Heroic to kind of just jump around and snipe these couriers off. The side of P-Vision, I mean, look, yeah, the MKB's a long ways off anyhow. You're not going to mind too much. You're going to be missing out on some damage here for Satanic. I think the call for P-Vision is just play it safe, get that farm going, get the full MKB first, because the damage just isn't consistent enough from Satanic, considering you're playing into that Radiance from Whisper. The durability is starting to really show up here for the side of Heroic, and they still maintain that slight lead. It's just that if you're Heroic, I don't think you're fully comfy just playing the slow game. Mind you, I mean, you've got Alina, you've got a Void Spirit who can scale as well. You don't mind it too much. At the same time, this Morphling, given enough space, can get out of hand, and you are still #1 in net worth here for Satanic. P-Vision looking for a bit of a move across the map. Again, they've lost out a lot of their offensive vision. It's a little bit harder to look for a target to mark here. And the scan is good as well.
Very good scan indeed, Heroic. Well aware where P-Vision are currently smoked up. Of course, Heroic not going to allow them the opportunity to have a nice fight. They could also choose to smoke up themselves here, Heroic, and force a fight in this area, but seems like they're more than happy to just buy time, and I kind of agree with that choice.
Yeah.
You know this lane is going to get really, really potent as time goes on.
Pretty much, and even the Void Spirit, of course, has a lot of damage scaling to play with. They will attempt with the smoke. They do have, again, at least one forward ward that sees where no one is. Not the easiest target, but with that silence up, should be enough.
It could be. No one right underneath that vision. Analog jumps in, but the blink away. He had a shield rune active. Well, of course he did.
No.
Well, of course he did.
No, that's just unfortunate. I mean, you had vision. Now they know there's a ward here on the side of P-Vision. They can get the D ward going. You're not going to get that opportunity again. And the side of P-Vision are still playing that farm game. MKB almost pretty much done here on Satanic once his courier's back up. So just straight up a counter to the Radiance already up. You've got some protection coming in for no one. BKB still 2 parts away, but eventually, once this puck has that wave dispelling and not caring about that control, you have to be very quick to get the follow-through from that silence. Like, in fact, you might be better off now maybe just going in with a blink here on Schofield just to get a hard stun first instead of a silence. Keep no one controlled. Easier said than done. Kind of find all these angles. And again, it's a very, very patient game from both sides. Very reminiscent of what we had in Game 1, where there's a lot of back and forth, a little bit of a smoke dodging from both sides. Just very smart and very conservative movement from Heroic and P-Vision so far.
Absolutely. 6k advantage standing for P-Vision, but it really is starting to not feel that way at all. Yuma, bottom tier 1 tower, easily taken. Whisper having a gander around this dire triangle, not going to find too much. Roshan will be available relatively soon. P-Vision, they'll have vision on that, of course, with this tomato. Well, not so much anymore. Yuma will take it out, but you've always got the Ducalis creeps to throw in to get that vision of over the pit. I don't think you really want to allow Roche to go Heroic's way, though, if you're P-Vision. Like, it feels a little bit risky to allow it freely for either team right now.
No, yeah, both sides have to contest. Whoever gets that Roche tends to start to get momentum. It's going to be, of course, Roche #2. It's going to be more than just a farming Aegis. This is your Aegis to push into the tier 2. Maybe look for the opportunity onto high ground if you get a good fight. It opens up, again, this possibility to get into double digits here as well for the kills. So we're at the 25-minute mark. Break that slower pace, break that conservative style. Start to get some explosions happening here. Just needs time. Roche does spawn up relatively fast up top. And you have the vision set up here from the side of Heroic. But P-Vision are looking for a kill first. They might get the wraparound angle they'd want. They'd walk into the triangle. The scan doesn't quite clip onto Schofield yet.
Oh, here we go though, P-Vision. Scan out, they'll see Schofield with that scan. Won't see him, but they'll know somebody's there. Mid lane, smoke broken from Whisper. They're going to jump in, trying to do with Analog first. Analog has been caught, but the Glimmer Cape is going to keep him alive. They'll terrorize him up, but he's perfectly fine. This looks like a decent fight for Heroic to try and force. They do find Satanic. He has strength more, but they'll pop the Echo immediately, just trying to stun him down. They don't have the damage though. Satanic, he was basically fully strength morphed at the time. Meanwhile, they do jump DM. DM dropping, should go down, and will. And with that, it'll be a 2-for-0 trade in the favor of Heroic. No need to stick around. Roshan is up though, so they are going to have to continue to contest, but they don't need to really force the fight until Roshan's low HP.
No, and it's a little bit scary for Heroic to actually fight in. They had to commit a lot of ultimates there. The split is gone from Whisper. You still have some jumps, of course, from Analog, but there's no slam threat now from Schofield.
Oh, they're not committing. I guess they can't.
No, they don't have the ults. Again, without the split, without a way of throwing Satanic up in the air, you have to directly face the Morphling, and I don't think you're at that point where Yuma can actually out-damage just yet, out-sustain that Morph. So you have to play it safe, even though you win the fight. Secondary life coming out for Satanic, and like we were saying earlier, Mike, with the full Aegis up, with a Roche banner down, there's a threat onto the tier 2s. There's a credible threat onto the high ground that comes in from P-Vision. And again, despite taking some losses, despite losing there, the Aegis is the key thing. They expended way too much on the side of Heroic to kind of get things going.
Oh, we're going to find Schofield. I mean, you certainly are in an interesting position. Like, even with the Aegis, I don't know if I'd consider P-Vision the much stronger team in this game 3 now. Like, yeah, Satanic is certainly very scary. But apart from that, everyone else seems like they're dealable. You know, you can kind of deal with them throughout this game.
Yeah, as we've seen. And even Satanic himself, as long as you have the split, toss him up in the air. And you can't really expect all of this gold to do much. He's just controlled up. Oh, no one.
No one. Oh, he's going to be okay. It looks like they want to retreat because they know the rotations are coming. KJ going to be left behind. That'll be all right. He won't mind dying. They do get Analog out of there at the very least. P-Vision, some D-wards off while they can. I do wonder if we see a big smoke rotation to a fight into a high ground attempt here from P-Vision with the secondary Aegis. Like you would like to see it, of course, with the Roshan banner and the Aegis up. Schofield, well, if you're going to find kills like that with Satanic, I mean, you may as well.
You may as well. I mean, you even have the BKB in the backpack now for Satanic as well. So that threat from the split, not as credible. There's a big window for Satanic to kind of play around here. And you shouldn't be too scared. Tier 2s are still in the way, top and mid. Have to clear those out first. Bot is open, but they'd want multiple racks to clear out to get max value. Daedalus up and running now for Yuma, though. The damage is now overwhelming here on the Lina. That's something you have to kind of respect on P-Vision. She can just ruin you once that chain control comes in. The question is whether or not that setup will come. I mean, you can deal with 1 life on Satanic with the BKB in the backpack. The second life with the debuff immunity up, I'm not as convinced just yet unless you manage to chain stun perfectly as he spawns back in. A little bit of a harder sell. And for P-Vision's part anyhow, not looking like they'd want the pressure. Instead, it's Heroic that's wanting to look for a fight outside with smoke here.
Okay, see how it works out. No one. No one. Gonna show. They'll miss the Fisher though. Quick reaction. Very fast from no one. That would have been a fantastic kill to find and follow up with, but they barely miss out, sadly. So Heroic, the smoke, I don't think leads to anything at all. P-Vision, I mean, they are counter-smoking.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't too much committed out from Heroic, but they're trying to work themselves into a different part of the map. Maybe see if someone comes in to clear out top, but all of that commitment coming in from bot. Side of Heroic is fairly far from a defensible position, so they might just lose their last outer tower. I will say, you know, that little move from no one. I mean, people say that as you age up, you're less effective in response. No one has been a very good antithesis to that one. He is still as sharp as ever. I mean, just such a slippery puck.
Satanic gonna move up. Laguna committed immediately. Fisher to block him down a little bit, but Satanic perfectly fine as Whisper trying to go into the back with his BKB, just trying to right-click down to Carlos, but he's just taking no damage as an Echo. Committed Schofield, it was pretty big, but there's zero follow-up to it. No follow-up whatsoever. So Satanic feels like he can freely just move up, and he will. Moving on to Yuma. He's got 2 lives. He's got plenty to survive through this. They can't even deal with the first life, not even close.
No. Still manages to sprint Morph away, and without that split, I mean, with it just being gone now for Whisper, the siege, there's nothing to stop it. No slam, no split, nothing to put Satanic down. And that's him, again, not having a BKB up in his inventory yet.
No need. Whisper trying to delay this, trying to chip away at the HP pools, but they're just constantly healing up with these soul rips. Satanic might finally lose the first life, or maybe not. More soul rips to come in, more strength morph to happen. They'll go in with the Silence of Analog, trying to at least find 9 class here, but they're not even finding that 9 class. Surely will die, and he doesn't. He's in the Shadow Realm. He's okay. Yuma will finish the job. Chase is on. Aegis will expire. Schofield lands a stun to Satanic, but do you really want to keep going? I think the answer might just be no, because no one looking to punish the coil to lock him down. Satanic happy to jump in. Now his BKB pop. Yuma in huge trouble, just trying to get away from this crazy Morphling. Whisper meanwhile trying to go for the fight, but just can't do it. They at least waste the BKB. So you don't have to worry about another fight for now. They only found a range rack. Not the worst deal, but certainly very demotivating, seeing as though you just couldn't do anything.
No. I mean, there's just no damage, even with this full Daedalus up from Yuma. He has to watch his positioning out when these movements come in from P-Vision. You're not able to feel confident in fully committing just yet. Maybe with this Satanic pickup, you start to feel a little bit better about just trying to look for some opportunities to duel out that Morph. Until that point, you're going to be waiting a little bit longer here on the side of Heroic. Satanic going for the solo Tormentor will get the free shard out for Demon. So another key save for free with that Tombstone up as well. It's getting harder and harder for the side of Heroic, and it almost feels like, you know, I don't think this is necessarily Analog's fault. It's just that not meeting these timings on, you know, that pressure for the Void Spirit to get the Ags timing up. Missing that window by a few minutes here does provide a lot of room for P-Vision to play confidently with their slower game. Like, they were very happy to play the farm game. The mid lane matchup for no one, again, I think has been the deciding factor in this game so far, for this advantage at the very least. And for Heroic, it's difficult to see what they need to do. And they're working towards more utility to come in, a full AC being worked on by Whisper, an option to go for the Nullifier as well. With a secondary Sacred Relic on hand, you've got, again, that Satanic into Divine Rapier for Yuma being queued up, and the Satanic isn't too far off. 7 gold away to farm. So with some of that sustain, maybe you start to feel more confident on that Lina taking a front line. It's just, it's hard to see how you work those angles when, you know, we've seen a full Echo Slam on a big setup. We've seen a good split in front. It does nothing. The sustain, the aura is just too much here from P-Vision.
Well, I think it's going to be a combination, doesn't it, Joe? It's like, it just felt like the Echo, it was there, and it was like, okay, but Yuma's like 20 kilometers that, you know, the other way. Like, it's like there's nobody right-clicking, nobody's hitting. It's only Whisper there with the Brewlings. It feels like for Heroic, it's going to be a combination of all of it at the right moment. It can't just be like, let me hit a 5-man Echo and I'm just going to carry the game.
No. All the pieces have to work together, and it's kind of difficult again to see that happening just because of how well they're positioning out on P-Vision as well. This time they're fragmenting Heroic apart, forcing that move into the back, disconnected from the Lina, no damage to come in when the initiation is there. You do have a Nullifier up, fully finished on Whisper. You have some ways of at least taking some barriers off. Schofield
being chased down. It will go down. Schofield, nice and easy. Whisper, he will at least return the favor. No one, though, on the chase, forcing the BKB out. They've got a lot of damage. It's a little bit scary. Had it been anyone else but the Brewmaster, I would have been very concerned, but he does get the TP away. So 1 for 1 of the supports. Not too big of a deal. It's not going to open the high ground for P-Vision at all yet.
No. It could open up Roshan here, especially that BKB commitment out, though, from Whisper. A little bit more awkward for him to try to just run forward with his first form first before splitting with a blink. Doesn't have that 6-second grace window to just try to split safely. And it's going to be a freebie Roche for P-Vision if you're not going to come out here. It doesn't take too long. The roar does reveal. But Roche number 3 with a refresh along with a cheese with the Aegis and banner. This is just going to be a high ground cleanup now on the side of P-Vision. 2 uses of that Hand of God. I mean, we were talking about sustain twice over. A little bit much here. You kind of have to play into your damage, even with this Lina. It's still not going to be enough.
It certainly will not yet.
Oh, I love this as well. Ducalis, he's far ahead enough that he can consider the Ags.
Oh.
Having the Hand of God lower cooldown and the channeling to get debuff immunity for your entire team.
Oh.
That is going to be busted if he manages to get, if he even needs it.
I mean, he certainly doesn't right now. But, you know, it never hurts, that's for sure. That sounds pretty revolting if you're Heroic. That does not sound like very much fun.
No. Yeah. I don't know, like, you shouldn't allow it to reach that point. And to be fair, you have to be within, like, 600 units. So you kind of have to be forward to maximize
it's
that.
It's not that easy.
Right, it's not that easy, but, I mean, if you can do it, you know, it's like a free BKB for your entire team is, it's just wild.
In fairness, like, we saw Whisper just rushing the Ched, and he didn't really do that much damage towards it. Here we go again. DM now being jumped. They'll try to find the Undying. Hand of God to come out, but it won't make the difference. Still Satanic trying to chase down Yuma. Will be used up. No one. He'll get a coil onto Analog, but he'll BKB and run. Whisper, he just pops the Brewlings and tries to run the old-fashioned way. And so they do successfully get away with a quick one. And P-Vision, well, it still seems like they're going to try and force something here through the mid lane.
I mean, Split is gone. Again, it's a big tool to keep control, although.
Oh, hold on a minute. They drag him back, but the Soul Rip kills coming in are a bit too much here from DM. This Dream Coil gonna take down KJ. They're onto Yuma now. Yuma has to fight. He's got nowhere to go, but he can't man fight Satanic. Echo Slam out Schofield. He might have just saved Yuma, and he has. He certainly has a Satanic. He'll get stunned up, but he's gonna go right back in, right by the fountain. Still wanting Yuma. Satanic. What a Giga Chat! Oh, is this gonna work against him?
He BKB'd!
Oh, he BKB'd!
Oh, Satanic!
Whoopsie daisies!
Oh no!
Whoopsie daisy! DM probably not very happy.
No.
With what he just witnessed.
That is a scary set of kills to give away to Heroic, Mike.
It is?
You know what it reminded me of, Mike? It looked like...
Don't say it, John.
It looked like Boom Esports in like 2016, 2017, that time period. Dive in Fountain, and getting punished quite severely. It's not enough to fully swing the game back their way, but look, it's a 4.6k gold swing from that alone with 3 heroes. It is the buyback forced out from Analog, at the very least. And now, this is the same story. Yuma wins out, gets that full Divine Rapier going, has the travels. You have buybacks at least. But that's all because he died Fountain here. With the BKB used right before you die. A little bit crazy.
Suddenly things have become very spicy in this game 3, Jonathan. Divine Rapier on Yuma. Can Heroic do it? The comeback in game 3 is we're seeing Satanic. What went wrong? Quite a lot here for Satanic. Anyway, moving on. Tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Heroic now feeling. Want to try and go for at least a Rax before they leave. But they will not.
No. The respawns are there. That's buying you some time here in P-Vision. Look, for P-Vision, if you can somehow find Yuma, somehow take out this Lina with no buyback, with the Divine Rapier all in from Yuma, this could ruin Heroic as well. It's down to who can jump who first. And Heroic's taking that initiative with a smoke out. They do have the wards forward as well to watch if anyone pokes out. and they get some decent scans. They just need to find a good start here in Heroic.
P-Vision, be careful. They're not going to leave the base, or at least most of them aren't. 9 Class is going to eventually show up on Division. So they saw the Willow. They might just go for the easy pick off to the high ground if they can. The 9 Class looking to blink away. No one's going to join, so they know where the puck is now, but they're playing without that vision. They'll leave him alone. Yuma's not there anyway. He's TP'd up towards the top lane. Satanic going to be farming the bottom side. Is rushing the Swift Link now on the Morphling. Really just wants to be able to break the gap on Yuma every single time, but I wonder how he's feeling right now seeing that Divine Rapier available.
Look, you have a burst window. I think you can always be confident about that one. You can kill this Lina.
I mean,
it's just a matter of finding her, getting that positioning out, and, you know, kind of giving it away.
Yuma's critting for about 1.6k.
Yeah.
And he's got a refresh orb on the way, John.
Yeah. It's getting scary.
I think it's already scary.
Yeah, you know, all because you kind of wanted to go for the jugular, diving into the fountain without the rest of your team. As one is wont to do.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
It happens.
It's all right. We've all done it.
You know, the little voice in your head just starts whispering, "Dive fountain, dive fountain now," and then you just listen to it every now and again, and you know, doesn't quite pan out. They're not out of it, though. For P-Vision, you have to give it to them. They still maintain that lead. The disparity between the other cores is still quite high, although it's starting to mean less and less. And again, the key thing now is a couple of things, actually. If you can force Whisper to, again, just pop split without finding anything, take the fight afterwards, simplifies this engagement for P-Vision. If you can force out the slam in an awkward spot, simplifies these fights for P-Vision. If you can somehow work into an Eggs from the Clouds, look, it's not as impactful now when there's like 1 million physical damage coming in from Yuma. It can be quite helpful. That's a roller coaster of a graph right there, though. You have to appreciate that one.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
The EXP gains were just massive from that fountain, huh?
Yeah. That's all it takes.
Oh. You know what would be perfect now?
What's that?
If the game goes, like, let's say 15 more minutes.
Yes.
And then you hit Divine Regalias.
Well,
that could be funny.
It'd be 17 more minutes, John.
Yeah, 17. You know, mats. 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, Divine Regalias come in with a Divine Rapier. We need like a Divine Shield next.
Oh.
Outside of like Aegis, just something.
How about a Divine Earth Spirit? Can we get that?
No.
We like buff the hero?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's all right.
That's not negotiable, man. You know it.
I know.
It's not even on the terms. It's not even listed in the contract.
They don't even know the hero exists anymore at this point.
Nah. Every now and again, they randomly add a set. Every now and again. Like,
what set?
Yeah, every 10 years. 5 years. Some point.
Trust me, if there was a good set, I'd know about it, John.
What if they gave Earth Spirit, basically just turned him into Tiny? You can use Tiny stuff, and you're Tiny, but you're rolling. Yeah, you know, you're Tiny's model, but he's doing Earth Spirit skills. Why not? Would you appreciate that?
No!
It gives you more variety.
No. No, that's not what I want, John, because Tiny's trash too. We've gone over this. Anyway, we do have a bit of a slower period in this Game 3. Naturally, both teams are in a bit of a stalemate at this point, waiting for the next Roshan attempt, which is going to be the big objective that they are looking for.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. Good old Ducalis did not go for the Ags.
Oh.
He went for the Boots of Bearing, I believe. So, look, it's more utility. It allows you to kind of get in and out of these fights, especially as you're being chased by this Void Spirit and the Lina. And again, like, the value of debuffing UT at this point when you're playing up against a Divine Rapier Lina with Refresh, probably not so high. Probably not as high as it would have been before the Fountain Dive. Feels like we can categorize this game with a before and after Fountain Dive period, as you can clearly see in that Divine line on the graph. Before the dive, a little bit even, starting to lean towards the way of P-Vision. After the dive, still in P-Vision's favor, but the EXP gains are substantial. That level 25s are up. And
P-Vision. Oh. Starting to posture around this dire side Roshan pit. Roshan's still a whiles away, I think, to respawn here, so going to be a bit of a later timer. Again, both sides going to be sitting around for a couple minutes just posturing around the pit. Heroic, they're going to go for an early smoke. The smoke should be somewhat obvious for P-Vision. Lines being drawn, though, through the mid lane, back into the Dire jungle. The DM in a position to break the smoke will do so on Analog and Schofield, and they'll see the Shaker.
Dire are scanning.
DM in prime position to not allow a big gank attempt. Now the counter smoke. P-Vision, where are we headed? They'll wait in the river for now. Back up to the high ground they'll go. DM scouting out for his squad. Heroic do have vision around this area. And immediate TP's back towards the triangle now from Heroic. Not seeing the fight they would have wanted. They take the high ground advantage back in their own Radiant triangle now. Roshan still not up. Schofield's going to see DM. No one jumps in immediately. Goes set the pop to try and survive through it. They'll terrorize as well. They've jumped the Ogre and they've got Schofield. A great start for P-Vision. But you have got buybacks on both these supports. You might need to use them.
Not quite yet. Roshan isn't quite up. They still have some good forward control, like this ward on Cliff isn't spotted out. They can kind of see if anyone's walking back, and no one will, although the D ward will eventually come in. I don't think you can stall for the full 30 seconds. Roche will respawn in that time period. So you'd want to get these bodies forward. Roche does come online a little bit quicker, in fact. But the commitment isn't quite there in P-Vision either. They're showing a lot of respect for that counterfight potential to come in here from Heroic. And for Heroic, if they can get that secondary life, it'll be pretty much the game closer for them because they don't have buyback on Yuma. This provides a security net for them as you wait for that 1.2k gold. You've got more control coming out, though, from P-Vision with a full sight of Vice now ready on 9 class. So you have some options to just lock in these heroes instantly. And the full Swift Blink being up as well on Satanic. Just so much more damage, and as you mentioned, the reach you have here.
They've got the Swift Blink up now on Satanic. They've got a side device as well on 9 class. So they're going to try and force the fight now. All 5 heroes on both sides available. You don't have buyback on Yuma, though. He's short on gold. This could be a scary fight. Mind you, if he ties anyway, you've lost the Divine. I guess it doesn't really matter. Wrap around.
Scan.
A very nice scan here from P-Vision. Schofield in position to break the smoke, but I think the shake is too important. You don't want to really see Schofield dying too early on. And this is a very long wraparound from P-Vision. Going directly south. Yuma going to reveal himself. 9 class will see him. Won't reveal himself on the Dark Willow yet. Analog will see no one. Meanwhile, is Roshan still happening? It is. Satanic. He starts it again. Heroic.
Make that jump.
They've got to jump sometime soon. Roshan falling quite low now. Satanic in some there for a second. Still looking for the opportunity to jump in. Whisper is in, and now the Echo. They only found no one with that. It's not going to be anywhere near enough. Meanwhile, Satanic jumping Yuma, but he doesn't have the damage. He's going to retreat a little bit as DM now. Jumping in, frontlining for the squad. The Tombstone drop. Meanwhile, Whisper holding back the Morphling. Satanic can't join the fight. Here he comes again. No one. Meanwhile, getting the Dream Call off on to Analog, but nobody's dying. Nobody's dead yet. Apart from maybe Roshan, because Satanic's back in. 9 class does go down. Roshan, Satanic, he's got the Aegis up and Analog goes down, but they'll buy back. Whisper moving back into the Morphling, but he needs some help. He'll get the refresh, he'll get the Primal Split. Yuma, meanwhile, going for the mad fight. Analog trying to intervene. Satanic now needing to retreat. He'll do so, but no one gets caught out. Ducalis trying to retreat. So is DM, but they can't deal with Yuma. They cannot deal with this Lina. Yuma, he's hitting too hard. Satanic doesn't know what to do here. He's looked to retreat. He'll come back in or try again, but the refresh out from Yuma, he's ready to go another time as Satanic just trying to retreat once again on the Morphling. Still okay. Meanwhile, Whisper pops his BKB and just TP's out of there. Seems like Heroic will look to eventually retreat. Oh my. And really not the worst fight in the world. If you are Heroic, Satanic at least does still pick up the Aegis of the Immortal. But 2 buybacks committed for P-Vision. It might force them to not try for high ground.
Yeah, they're in a risky spot. They can't afford that risk whatsoever. There's been enough time for buyback to be formed up on Yuma as well. And it's time for the all-in from no one. A refresh fully picked up Double coil, double BKB, gonna do a lot of work. P-Vision do lose out a lot more than they gain from that fight. They buy back on 2, only 1 buyback coming in from the side of Heroic. It is a key buyback in Analog, but it does pay off quite nicely here. And for P-Vision, the pressure now is, how do you take these fights? Because that was a very prolonged fight. There was a lot of poking back and forth. It's not the initiation you're ideally looking for from Heroic. The slam isn't big. You're cut off from Yuma. You're kind of running around. Satanic maybe, again, also getting cut off from the rest of his team with that really nice fissure, isn't able to pressure Yuma as much as you'd want. And it's really just a matter of how do you find your position in these fights. It feels like, again, almost like game 2, where if you cut off these carries from the rest of the team, their damage can't really be leveraged in the way you'd want them to. And this time around, it's Satanic who was a little bit far forward, tried to make that play onto Yuma with a Divine.
Really, just so scary even for P-Vision, like Satanic almost dying with the Aegis there in the Roshan pit. Soul Rip's really being quite impactful here from DM. You saw Satanic, he can't actually man-fight Yuma anymore. It's quite scary. They've got to find some kind of answer to this Lina. Try to find a way to lock her down. I mean, 9 Class did buy that side device, but it's quite hard for 9 Class to close the gap because Yuma, he's been very good at just staying out of vision until he needs to move in. And as you can see, no matter how hard Satanic tries during this team fight, he just can't really deal the damage output to Yuma at all.
No, it just doesn't compare. That Divine plus Satanic is a lot, much too much regen coming here for Yuma. And you don't have a way of mitigating that whatsoever on Satanic just yet. Do buy time. 19-20, again, a very even game for this game 3 tiebreaker here, Mikey.
Oh, we might have a 60-minute one on our hands,
Could
John.
be.
It
we
feels
could get
like
that
it.
Divine Regalia out, and maybe that's the balancing factor. Who knows? You managed to pick that up. The Butterfly being formed up here for Satanic, trying to just get more damage somehow, get more stats to play with. See if that starts to improve his chances, as he doesn't really have the slots for it, unless he wants to swap that BKB in and out. Looks like he will. Still a minute 19 left on that Aegis, and you should have the opportunities to get some use out. I mean, if this smoke pans out, yes, you'll have buyback, but Yuma will lack the damage if he dies even in the first life. You will have to work to find that connection, and at this point in the game, you don't have that much forward vision at this point. Everyone's kind of hugging their high ground when someone else has the Aegis, playing it safe. It's hard to see an opportunity present itself here for P-Vision.
Oh, they're still hanging around though. The 4-man smoke, the 45 seconds left on the Aegis. They're trying to find an opening. Heroic are not allowing that opening. All 4 heroes in the basin. We do have one on the far east side, far west side of the map, but it won't matter. No one will get caught. So it looks like this Aegis is going to amount to pretty much nothing. And I wonder what the call will be after that. Like, do we wait for the next Roshan? Because it doesn't feel like you're going to have enough without 2 lives.
No, you have to wait. And again, that leads to a little bit of an arms race for both sides. Starting to get their last few items in their last few slots.
But that's the thing as well, like if you drag it out, the T5 items come out, then you're playing with RNG all of a sudden. Like,
I mean, yeah, you got to take that risk. Because either you take that risk now or you take that risk later. Either or, there's going to be risk involved. It's just a matter of which risk you want to take. And for the side of P-Vision, I would say, at this point, you actually kind of want no one to scale more, right? He has the Aeon Disc, he has the Ags, you want the Ags Blessing perhaps, you want the Mjolnir on top. Let this puck kind of pick up some of the slack, let this puck do some damage with that Dream Coil. It helped relieve that pressure, because right now it's just Satanic. It's all Satanic doing all the damage he can, and him in a vacuum is just, it's too much pressure. It's too much to have to contend with that. The fact that he can stand toe-to-toe up against Yuma with that full Divine speaks volumes, but he needs a little bit of help. And for P-Vision, they just need to feed some of that goal to no one somehow. Of course, you need to hold on for buyback. Still 2 minutes 40 until no one has his. And it looks like the call is to wait until the 60-minute mark. Wait until at least the next Roche.
That's all right. That's all right. Completely understandable here, John. You are fighting for that 2nd and 3rd place slot. 2nd place, getting to avoid the first phase of phase 2. So you it does matter. You know, just having that kind of a skip of a step at a tournament like the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
Less games, the better, I say.
Yeah, less risk. It is single elimination. So, you know, you get into that second phase, second phase, second round, you're a lot happier.
That's right.
Less risk to take.
That's how I was trying to word it, John.
Yeah. Less risk to take, and you know that no teams want some risk here.
He's found 9 class. Pops the Echo Slam, does not want 9 class getting out. Terrorize will fly in, and 9 class is going to be in danger. He is gone, but there is buyback. P-Vision, they're here. They're ready to fight. They found the Lina. Can they deal with him? Satanic. He's going for the man fight. The Satanic. Oh, it's not enough.
The Divine.
Yuma's down. The Divine on the deck. That is huge for P-Vision. Yuma not even buying back yet, just holding back. As it seems like the fight is well and truly over, they are still trying to see if they can take down this Morphling, but there is no dealing with Satanic.
Oh, it's way too much damage now on Satanic. With that Divine up with a Butterfly, with a Swift Blink. He does have his backpack, his BKB in the backpack, so the nuisance is still there from Whisper. But that is the split used up. Mind you, you have some control pieces here. Again, you have that buyback ready. But without the Divine, do you have enough on Yuma? Can you actually kill this Morph?
Oh, is he going on the Courier? I think he's got one on the Courier. Divine Rapier coming here for Yuma, so he might have another.
Oh, he does. Wait, he assembles it?
I mean, this is the all-in play. You gotta go. You've gotta go. Satanic's got enough damage now to just finish off the game. You've got to buy back, and he will do so. They'll try. One last time here, Heroic. Can they hold? They'll jump in, fish around. Satanic, he's got no secondary life. It's only the one. He'll waveform out of it. Not feeling safe. Just because you took one Divine doesn't mean the game's over yet.
No. They hang in, but now Roche is open. You bought back here first on Heroic. They need to kind of set this position up again in the triangle. P-Vision aren't going for Roshan just yet, but this is their opportunity.
It's so spooky. It's so darn spooky, Jonathan.
I mean, you've got to take a risk at some point to end this game. Again, that beautiful movement in that fight top, just baiting out so badly with 9 class, dragging them all the way back in. Beautiful setup coming through from no one. And that's the first piece of the puzzle gone for P-Vision and cracking this game open. But, I mean, you're still seeing that fight coming out from Heroic. And again, they were a little bit too hasty. Like, we saw the slam commitment from Schofield. We saw that deep chase. That was too much commitment just for a Dark Willow. P-Vision looking to smoke outside while Satanic clears out Roshan. No one from Heroic making their way into that pit. It's a risk. You bought out, you bought back, you bought out in Yuma. You do not want to take that risk at all.
I think if you're Heroic, you're going for 60 now. You just go for 60 minutes. Yeah, you lose the Aegis. Nothing you can do about it now. Try to track it out. Try for those tier 5 items. Another Divine Rapier being built up, I think, by Yuma. No, it's an MKB. Never mind that. MKB coming out for Yuma. Yeah, I think you just wait another minute 10 if you can. There's the MKB. They're going to smoke off the back of that. They'll stand as 5. And it seems like they're going to hold back for now. Just wait out the time.
Yeah. Might as well. It's going to eat into the time of the Aegis as well. It's less time P-Vision will have that secondary life ready. Full Ags being picked up here by Satanic is fascinating. It's not something you see too often now in the Morphling. But having that alt cast, having that strong illusion that can cast all of his abilities, and has the toggle as well. There's some cheeky tricks that Satanic can do it at. I'm keen on seeing how much he can leverage on that one. Whether or not it makes a big difference as well. Again, there is only half a minute left till tier 5s, but it looks like P-Vision, they don't want to wait. They don't want to risk it.
Well, I think what they want is to choke Heroic out of the jungle. Take all the tier 5s themselves, and that way they can just move right up to the high ground as soon as they have some. Heroic, they have backed off Analog. He's going to move in, trying to set up for those camps. Satanic, they'll see him eventually. Analog, going to be under the vision of the orb, will just bounce away. There's your 60-minute mark, but Satanic is not waiting. He's going for the tier 3? No. He'll retreat a little bit. They're not going to farm any camps. They just want to go for the tier 3 tower.
Oh,
out. They've caught Yuma. They've caught Yuma. He'll be Yuled up, but is it really going to help Yuma?
Oh,
He's
Yuma.
down again. No buyback on Yuma. This game has to be over. As with that, Analog will go down. Buyback available for him. They're going to continue to try to salvage this game number 3. But without the Lina, you've got 0 damage. And look at this. Satanic happily jumping in, just destroying everybody. Hopefully he won't die fountain again, though, John, in fairness. His DM. Not really tying.
72 stacks up.
Indeed. Satanic will move on to the T4 towers. DM may die, and it looks like he will. They are still trying to delay this, but you need 75 seconds. It's a long, long time you need. Perma stun him up. Satanic now feared up. They're jumping him again. Satanic actually dropping kind of low, but keep in mind he has the Aegis, and the Ancient in trouble. He'll focus down some heroes before he finishes the game. GG well played is called. P-Vision, they make it happen.
I mean, they make it happen, but Heroic hold on heroically there towards the end, and they managed to get that punishment. Again, just a hasty move out from Satanic to jump into the fountain, trying to go for the juggler, thinking he can take Yuma right then, right there, and we've seen it from Yuma in game 2. You give him a big kill like that, with the travels, he's gonna buy the Divine, he's gonna go all in, and he's gonna stall that game out, even have a shot at winning out. I mean, coming into this tournament, everyone was looking at P-Vision as one of the strongest teams. Heroic, give them a run for their money. It's not a simple case of, oh, it's 2-1, you know, P-Vision must have done really well. They kind of meme around in one game. No, it's a close match every single time from Heroic, and I think they can be proud of that fact for sure. But for the side of P-Vision, of course, they held on. They were in control for a long time, even though it wasn't a huge margin, even into that fountain fight. They were executing quite well. I think this mid matchup, again, no one was just completely bullying out Analog. That Ag's timing was just not that clean here for the Void Spirit, and that kind of held Heroic back from hitting some earlier fight timings. And you know, I wanted to agree with Lacoste, if you picked the Ogre, it's game Ogre, but it was game Ogre for Heroic this time.
Sadly, it was indeed game Ogre for Heroic, and what can you do? P-Vision proving to be the better team here today. John, that's enough from us. We've got Nomad on standby, I believe, with no one ready to go for an interview, so let's throw to him, see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, no one. I mean, that was a pretty crazy game to end on. 60 minutes. Did you think it would go this long?
No. Satanic just said, oh, I cannot go back, and run into the fountain.
You know, that's exactly what I was going to ask about. I mean, what was the communication there, and what was the communication after that happened?
Just chill out, guys. Play like they both Rapier, but they cannot push because we have tier 2 and Glyph, so chill out.
Excellent stuff. Keeping it calm and collected. I like to hear it. But, you know, Yuma, Lina, game 2, really, really scary. Game 3, very scary again. How did you deal with it in game 3 compared to game 2?
I just I just farm 25 on Puck, my Morge jump and kill him. That's pretty much it.
So you're confident in your late game timings?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, with the lead that we have in early game, yeah, for sure. Because, like, I think we have 10 minutes 3k lead, 15 minutes maybe 7k lead or something like this. I don't know. This game should have been over, like, way before, but we made some crucial mistakes, and yeah.
All right, well, looking forward then, you know, now you secure yourself that second place in your group, which means you take a step forward into that phase 2 of playoffs. But what are your thoughts on single elimination playoffs, basically the whole rest of the event?
I mean, I would say in Dota it's not the best one, but it is what it is, and I mean, it's fun, and because like you lose match, you go out, so it's fun in a way. But I think in Dota, double elimination is the best one.
All right, fair enough. But how do you kind of prepare for it then? Like, how are you kind of going into a single elimination game compared to a double elimination game?
I mean, who would tell you the secrets?
The secrets, excellent stuff. Alrighty then. Well. Now, obviously, I also wanted to ask you about this last game. The matchup versus Void Spirit mid, where you're playing against Puck. You kind of won that lane really hard. Is this a matchup you expect to win that well?
Sometimes, yes, because Puck is a bit broken with a new facet. So, yeah, if you played like really well first waves, I think you can beat pretty much any mid hero right now. That's why it's like so consistent by the teams. It's like have, I don't know, all pick bans maybe? In the tournament, maybe previous one as well. I'm not sure, but something like this.
Yeah, it's highly contested for sure, and you're making it look absolutely broken today. All right, last question from me then. I was chatting with Jenkins in the green room. He says he's your neighbor. I'm curious, what's it like having Jenkins as a neighbor?
I mean, we see. I saw him like twice maybe only, and one time he asked me like he told me to go coffee. Then we meet, and he didn't ask about coffee, and I'm like, okay, bro. And second, he was like coming with the cycle, like bicycle, you know, to home, so we couldn't go chill out. So but it's fun.
All right, Jenkins, take Noah to a coffee, okay? I think he's earned it. Thank you very much, Noah, and congratulations on your win here, and best of luck at the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I think I'll be getting that.
Yeah, you gotta get this man a coffee.
Yeah, I saw him in the elevator. I was like, it was right after a tournament. He looked tired. I was gonna let him.
Did they win the tournament or not?
They won the tournament. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then
So you could have bought that
he
man
should
a
have taken me
coffee.
to a coffee. He should be inviting me. You know, he won the tournament.
I think he wanted to chill rather than go out and get some coffee with you.
It is very chill to get a coffee with me, as this game was absolutely not chill. This was a 1 hour barn burner. Man, I gotta say, I'm really impressed with Heroic in this series. Like, there's two ways of looking at this.
Yes.
Like, on one hand, I think P-Vision did kind of overplay, but I also like the confidence from them. Like, I liked that Satanic was diving the fountain. It's just obviously...
It's pure entertainment.
It's pure entertainment. Pure does that sort of thing, too. So
He does,
it's good
yes.
that you said, but it's obviously, there were some miscalculations there. So definitely a little back to the drawing board when it comes to that. Like, dial it back a little bit, but I love the confidence from the P-Vision guys.
Yeah, they're definitely, you know, trying to end the game right here, right there. Pretty much the same strategy they did run in game number 1, where they are building into all of these auras. You have Crimson Guard, you have Piper in your Undying, you have Vlad in your Morphling. Chen is bringing the aura again with his Solar Crest, with his drums, and they are playing for this earlier timing, but unable to close out the game. Still giving respect to Earthshaker, Lina defending the high ground. And man, it has to feel bad. Like Whisper, he had an awesome game. Like
Yes,
he
he
tried
did.
his best, and he ended this game with 1 death on Brewmaster. This is the 60+ minute game, pretty much dying in the end, and then the game just ends. It has to feel bad.
Just a good game of Dota, honestly. Just a really good game of Dota. A really great series. I personally was not expecting it to go this way. Like, I definitely was expecting that Heroic could take 1 game, right? Like, that was not something that was out of the cards. But to have a competitive game every single game in the series where we don't know which way it's going to go, that was not in the cards for tonight. So I'm really glad to see that, because it bodes well for the rest of the tournament that we're going to get these hype matches, especially because, like no one said, you get eliminated, you're out. Like, you're done. Like, the pressure's going to be there in every match.
That's what he said as well. I love that quote from him, because he was like, well, you know, I don't like it, because obviously, why would he like it? He has to play in like these high-stress games sometimes. But as he said, good for the people, good for the entertainment, fun, and that is what we are looking forward to in this tournament. It's going to be very, very spicy. Every single series from now on is an elimination series, which is going to be pretty cool. Everybody playing with their backs against the wall. We'll see who cracks and who can hold their head above the water for this entire thing. But yeah, I mean, this game was just, once again, Morph versus Lina. You know, when they picked it, I was hoping that they would both have a sort of game here. And they kind of did. Both of them really doing work.
They did. I also love the fact that he was selling items. He had his Maelstrom. He buys Divine Rapier. Then he figures out, this Dragonlance, I never upgraded to Hurricane Pike. I'm going to sell that as well. I'm going to purchase Refresher Orb just so that I have double BKB, double Satanic. But he was standing his ground. He was standing his ground in most of these fights. I also think we need to give credit where credit is due, where Schofield was landing some really big Echo Slams, resetting the fight multiple times. But man, Paravision, they're a very, very good team when it comes down to some of these early game engagements, the way they're playing, the way they're setting things up. This team is like very crisp, even though we've seen a couple of mistakes though. Like, one thing I always say about P-Vision is that they will make at least 1 mistake in the game. Like, between 50 and 25, there's going to be 1 big turnaround fight.
Yeah, 1 dip in the fountain, just a toe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, the thing is, okay, I kind of get it. Like, if you're Satanic, you're looking back at that replay and you're like, where was my Daedalus crit? Like, he had like 3 times, 4 times maybe. Like, he had 1 uphill miss.
It's
2
unreliable.
or 3 hits.
These are unreliable
I know,
things.
but the thing is, it's about the psychological damage. You go for that kill in the fountain, every single team is watching these tiebreakers. They see that and they're like, this
guy's crazy.
This guy's insane, right? Which, I mean, everybody already thinks that, so maybe it's unnecessary, but there's a reason why everybody already thinks that.
I did love how Yuma played that moment, though. Like, Yuma just on a slur of HP, runs back, goes to the fountain, comes back in, comes out again, you know, just like, come on, just a little closer. That part was pretty excellent. I really liked the movements there from Yuma, just playing on a nice edge. Not quite enough to clinch it out for the team, but definitely enough to buy them some moments of hope.
Yeah, definitely. And once again, you have P-Vision with all of the auras at once. Other than Satanic, the rest of the players...
he's got his own aura.
He does have his... He's been farming. Like, the rest of the team kind of has, like, okay score lines. I mean, no one had, like, a decent game on Puck. He wasn't, like, absolutely 1v5ing or something, but he was coiling and then forcing everyone to, like, use their cooldowns. Like, unfortunately, he wasn't doing a ton of damage. Like, DM was, like, tanking. Ducalis was, like, 0-1 in that game, right? Like, so he... This is a very normal performance, but, like...
Absolutely.
He's still healing. He's still there with the auras. He's still giving Satanic the ability to dive the fountain, but then, you know, at a certain point, you're a little too far. You know, you're away from the auras.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe we've got some replays to look at here, so let's jump in and dissect these
yeah, this is the replay where a few minutes in, like, you don't expect some of these things to happen because this is Chen we're talking about. No one talked about the matchup, but if you look at the minimap, he does have Satyr in the bottom lane. No one is picking up the top water rune. This is 60 minutes ago, but he is setting him up for the success, denying the water rune as well, which is going to come out. And Chen, like, you always pretty much play him on this Satyr facet, so it does allow you to come to the mid lane, burn the mana, and we all talked about this matchup in favor of Void Spirit. We saw yesterday what it can do, and they realized they need to reduce this threat coming out from the Void Spirit. And also, another Ducalis rotation. Chen, 100% win rate so far in this tournament. 4 games on Chen. He didn't lose a single time. They make an early rotation, they get a kill, they drop the tombstone, they get another one. So again, setting things up for a success in the off lane as well. Ducalis, Chen, the heroes like Chen will definitely need to be focused when you're playing against P-Vision.
One thing P-Vision is really good at, for whatever reason, is diving towers and doing a really good job at, like, sharing the aggro tanking so that they don't die.
Yeah, and he also gave him Lotus there as well, just to make sure that he survives.
Just these little, like, efficiency things. And in this situation, it was a pretty big efficiency thing, as Whisper had just TP'd towards the bot lane, and P-Vision knew that they could bring all 5 heroes. Satanic was coming through the portal, so basically they're like, okay, this is guaranteed to be a 5v4, so they full commit all 5 of their heroes to this, and, like, the whole time Whisper was just farming top.
Yeah, and this is the big turnaround fight where potentially, you know, where Morphling goes in, Ogre was ready with the stun, but keep an eye on Earthshaker, what he's going to be able to do. He's ready for that big stun that he needs to land, otherwise Yuma's going to die.
Yeah,
he lands it perfectly.
He waited until the BKB was at the last possible second. Even no one tried to jump back in, and he's able to stun with the fissure out of that. And, like, okay, look, where's that one Daedalus crit? One Daedalus crit, one uphill miss. I'm with Satanic on this one. You know, you got to commit for that. I respect it. Get in there. That's a little too far. I mean,
yeah, that's a bit too far.
In a tiebreaker match, the rest of your team is going to die.
Buyback at this point, but, you know, maybe he could get it out. He can have buyback of his own. There's still a tier 2 tower. Look at Satanic. He's pinging out the tier 2 tower immediately, knowing that they do have these glyphs available if it's necessary, knowing that they can hold the game long enough not to lose it, something that they did do really well in the second game, getting that rapier and ending the game immediately.
All right, Jenkins, last question I want to ask here.
Okay.
What is it going to be like, whoever's playing up against Heroic tomorrow in the or the day after in these opening matches of the single elimination?
I thought you were going to ask me if I'm going to invite no one to go get a coffee. What's it going to be like playing against Heroic? I think whoever ends up... Do we know who's up against them? We don't yet, right?
We don't know what the matchups are just yet, but I'm sure we'll know very soon.
I'm going to say whatever team is going up against Heroic, they took a game off of Liquid, and they gave P-Vision a very competitive series after having a less competitive series against them earlier on. So this looks like a team that is, like, constantly elevating, they're improving, and I think whatever happens in the next series is going to be at least a 2-1 or a 2-0 for Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic are going to be playing against Talon. So we have some of the matchup Extreme Gaming against Execration, the factor in this one. We'll see who's going to come on the top. Yandex going to be playing against Shopify Rebellion. This one could be pretty spicy. Shopify is powering up. They did have a good series today earlier. And Heroic against Talon, as we said, plus Falcons against the Virtus.pro.
Some very spicy matches there to open things up. But let's take a look at today's results. I'll look back at the schedule and see how we got to the position we're in right now, because we had some great games earlier today. Tundra getting the 2-0 over Yandex. P-Vision and Shopify Rebellion going 1-for-1, and then this tiebreaker matchup right now. The first best of 3, P-Vision did take it over Heroic, which gives them a step forward in those single elimination phase 2. Meanwhile, on the other stream, we saw the side of Aurora make it through to the top of the bracket, and they managed to secure themselves into phase 3. So yeah, very exciting games across the board. I'm very excited for those single limbs you mentioned as well. That's going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be spicy. You know, playing a best of 3 in elimination, you need to go all in. Like, maybe you were saving some of the strategies considering the format. Maybe you were thinking we're gonna skip that phase 2. We're gonna be playing good for first 3 days, and then we're gonna skip things, maybe save some of the strats. But now you need to show your best hand.
You do. It's time to leave the safety of the groups behind. So let's bid a firm farewell to those groups. So you take one last look at the results we've had throughout the last few days of gameplay. And of course, here is Group A, where we saw Spirit with a relatively clean sweep 5, just 1 loss under their belts. Navi 3 for 3, Extreme Gaming 2 for 4, and Talon 2 for 4 as well. Meanwhile, over in Group B, on the next group along, we had ourselves the BB team, of course, taking the win there. Again, another 5-1. Then we had Gaming Gladiators with the 4-2, Team Falcons with the 2-4, and Execration with the 1-5. As we go to Group C, I don't want to say Execration. I think they've got more to show than what they showed us in the groups. I think that team's got a lot of potential. Over on Group C, we got Aurora Gaming at 5-1, Tundra Esports at 5-1 as well. Aurora just won the tiebreaker over on the A stream, which puts Aurora through to that final phase. Team Yandex at a 2-4, and Virtus.pro at a 0-6. A little rough there for Virtus.pro, no?
Yeah, that's rough for them. I mean, looking at the players they have on their team, like, they should be very strong. Yeah, they've got you know, and Terrace, he got 5th through 6th in last year or a couple of years ago, and TI as well. Like, you know, they've
just couldn't make it work.
We'll see if they can find an identity.
And finally, we have Group D, the one we just witnessed, with Team Liquid taking it 5-1. P-Vision and Heroic tying it up at 3-3, with P-Vision taking the 2nd spot after this tiebreaker. And finally, Shopify Rebellion at the 1-5. Unfortunately, Bulba and the team not quite able to make it work for them, which means we're all done with the group stages, guys. And yeah, I mean, what's your biggest surprise? What's your biggest favorite moment from the group stage?
Always some really like insane endings. I think not necessarily one, but also seeing that teams like we have a lot of these back and forth games, and some of these stronger teams recognize it and they actually can finish off the game when a team makes the mistake. But we're also seeing variety of the heroes being played. I really like the Carry Hoodwink that we've seen. Carry CK is kind of back on the menu. We saw BB Team and Team Spirit play it. We saw Mid Undying. A lot of new tech coming out, and I think we're gonna be seeing a lot more.
Yeah, I know we always talk about the you know, lack of Dota API and how we can see new pocket strategies at every tournament. But this is the first time we're at a big tournament and we get to see this. You know, if anybody was saving strats for the year, if anybody's going to do a ton of research to come up with something interesting, this is the time. This is the big one. There's no more saving strats. Like, you lose, you're eliminated. You're waiting until next year if you want to do this again.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is it, really, and everybody's come. They've all shown what they've got, and that is just going to continue as well. I mean, a mixture of that and the single limbs tomorrow is going to be everybody giving it all they've got, which I'm very excited for. And everybody gave it all they got today as well. And there's one more thing we need to get through, guys. It is, of course, the MVP of the day. What did you guys put for it?
They don't ask me this anymore because I say stupid answers. I would definitely... Oh,
Kiyotaka.
All right.
There he is.
I would go with the Aurora player. I would say Nightfall, but Kiyotaka can come in second, of course. My favorite thing is, depending on the game, you either get Kiyotaka or you get Tapioca. He's going to go 0-8 on Puck in Grief, or he's going to completely carry the game, be unkillable monster.
Yeah, he, like Kiyotaka, give it, Kiyotaka, take it in a lot of these games, but he had an amazing performance on Shadow Fiend a couple of days ago. Today as well, he completely owned with the refresher. This guy, like, you don't beat his puck also 2 times in a row. This guy,
he'll get you the second
Yeah, he'll
time.
get you the second time.
If he loses on puck, it's because he wanted to lose on puck. He's the one that's going to do it himself.
Yeah.
He was just making sure his win rate stays nice and low so that people don't look at the stats and go, oh, this guy's pretty good. All right, here it is, the last chance bracket here, the phase 2 of the playoffs. It is, of course, as we mentioned, Extreme Gaming versus Execration, Yandex versus Shopify Rebellion, Heroic versus Talon, Team Falcons versus Virtus.pro. What is your match to watch out of these ones?
Ooh, I would say Heroic Talon. I think these two teams showed some real resilience. I think Talon had a pretty rough group because of the opponents that they did have in their group, especially because Navi performed really well. And also Heroic is starting to power up, even though they didn't get the chance to get a dub in this best-of-3 tiebreaker, but also showing that they can play really good Dota.
Okay, wrong. Jenkins, you want to try?
I would actually go ahead and agree with Lacoste and say this iteration of Talon is pretty much most of the iteration that got top 3 at Esports World Cup before. So I really think that this is the sort of team that you put their back against the wall, you put the pressure on, and they're going to take it to you. But what do we just see from Heroic? It's going to be a close series.
It is definitely going to be a really great series, but pale in comparison to my personal pick, Execration versus Extreme Gaming, the Uncrowned King versus the Uncrowned Region. SEA boys playing it up versus Extreme. I reckon Execration are going to put in a really good fight.
This one could be spicy, but also looking at Virtus.pro against Team Falcons, Falcons against the Bear, I don't think this one's going to be. Falcons, they can decide when they want to take the fight against the Bear, and we haven't seen...
In nature, the Falcons
always win.
If they don't pick Bristleback, speaking of animals, if they don't pick Bristleback, this is not going to be a close series. The question is, how much does Omar feel like griefing tomorrow? That's the question.
They're going to be ready.
All right, well, speaking of animals, Jenkins, it's time for you to say goodbye to everybody and the streamers.
Thank you much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. We're going to go ahead and close out the show now. Please check us out tomorrow at the same time, and we'll see you tomorrow.